Chapter 1 I'm not sick. Over 1 billion people worldwide suffer from mental illnesses. Compared to material needs, modern society has erected an even higher spiritual wall for us. I sat in the crowded bus seat, staring blankly at the television screen on board. At some point, cold rain began falling outside the windows. The pitter-patter of raindrops against the glass deepened my melancholy mood. At this moment, several young students nearby began whispering among themselves, their conversation taking an unimaginably eerie turn. Are people's illnesses this crazy these days? What's wrong? News reports say some patients insist that every night when they fall asleep, they find themselves in a strange world where a terrifying plague is raging, something to do with pig heads. All infected people's heads turn into pig heads, lose their minds, and go around killing. Must be dreaming. One student chuckled, now even sick people are playing the time travel card? %%. Wait, haven't you seen this news? Some patients couldn't distinguish between the two worlds and ended up committing murder. Huh, a startled voice exclaimed. Then other students began whispering uneasily, not just that, I heard those patients claim this terrifying pig-headed human plague has already spread to our world. Once infected, within just 2 days their heads transform into pigs, they completely lose their minds, they might even start eating people. Ah, stop talking, that's so horrifying. What kind of nightmare is this? A timid student was visibly frightened, his voice trembling slightly. Ah, seriously, I'd love to see your head turn into a pig's. Ha ha ha, get lost. Their chatter faded in and out near my ears as I stared blankly at the raindrops outside the car window, my mood growing increasingly gloomy. However, my gloominess wasn't due to any mental illness like they suggested, on the contrary, I felt both physically and mentally healthier than ever. It was just this gloomy weather affecting my mood. The bus moved in fits and starts, the cabin rocking back and forth, making me feel somewhat dazed. Suddenly remembering something, I reached into my pocket and fumbled around before pulling out a small crayon Shinchan figurine roughly the size of half a palm. The doll's butt-sticking pose was adorably silly. I pinched its cheeks and then its hands, staring blankly out the window at the rain, my mind utterly empty. A hip-hop youth stood in the bus, headphones on, humming along to a fast-paced melody. His face changed instantly when he saw the doll in my hand, as if he'd spotted something horrifying. Then he raised his phone and secretly snapped a picture from behind before sending it to his friend group. Holy shit, bros, check it out. I just met a creep. What the hell is that? Why are you taking pictures of strangers? Just look at what he's holding in his hand. What the hell? Looks like some kind of worm? What worm? Damn it, that's a hamster. He's squeezing a hamster. Holy shit, he's squeezing so hard the hamster's tongue is sticking out. It's about to be crushed to death. This dude's sick in the head. I stared blankly out the window, completely unaware I was being filmed, still absent-mindedly fiddling with my crayon Shinchan doll. Lately I've been feeling my mind constantly drifting, unable to focus. After searching online, I learned it might be an early sign of dementia, which scared me into buying something to squeeze regularly as prevention. This crayon Shinchan doll has nice texture and occasionally makes sounds like a squeaky chicken toy. With just a bit of pressure, it produces bird-like chirps. I don't understand why it was designed to make such noises, but I still enjoy squeezing its belly. Squeak, the slightly shrill sound accompanies each press and release, rising and falling in succession as I idly fiddle with it. But the expression of the hip-hop youth behind me grows increasingly grim. Once again, he films the scene and shares it in the group chat. Holy shit, this guy's definitely sick. This is too terrifying. That poor hamster is being tortured to death. Was he doing it on purpose? Or could it be that he didn't even realize what he was crushing? Doesn't he know that thing he's squeezing is alive? As everyone in their group was heatedly discussing, the bus arrived at the stop. Carrying my crayon Shinchan doll, I got up and exited the vehicle. Standing outside on the platform, I could still hear a few students inside arguing. I'll never believe that sick people enter another world. There's just no way to prove it anyway. You want proof? Then why don't you catch it yourself and find out? Get lost. Do sick people enter another world? You must have read too many novels. Watching the car disappear into the distance, I stood there holding an umbrella with one hand while still clutching the doll in the other, feeling both amused and frustrated. In my carelessness, I squeezed too hard. With a loud pop, the doll split down the middle, its fluffy stuffing bursting out and scattering everywhere. Such terrible quality. I stared blankly at the torn doll for a moment. Since I'd already spent $10 on it, I couldn't bring myself to just toss it away, so I shoved it back into my pocket, opened my umbrella, and headed toward my rented apartment. The complex I rented in was sparsely populated, run down, and dirt cheap. The security guard, an elderly man who could barely walk, spent his days basking in the winter sun. Honestly, if anything happened, I doubted he'd even be able to protect himself. Stepping into the building and pushing open the door, the lifeless room made me feel even more despondent and suffocated. I threw my umbrella on the floor, collapsed onto the bed without any energy to move, and pulled out my phone to mindlessly scroll through videos. Short videos about fitness and exercise kept popping up in my feed. I absent-mindedly saved nearly every one of them before rolling over to continue lying motionless. If not for the sound of these short viral clips, the house would likely be utterly silent. Yet ironically, these streamed videos somehow made the space feel oppressively full. After scrolling for a while, I grew somewhat drowsy and closed my eyes, drifting off into a hazy sleep. I'm not sure how long I slept when suddenly a hoarse voice startled me. "Enzo, wake up. Everyone's eating, how could you fall asleep like this?" Hearing this unfamiliar voice, I snapped my eyes open and saw a bizarre sight. Chapter 2, Pig-Headed Humans. Before me stood an old, weathered rectangular wooden table arranged vertically. On it lay a modest spread of food, most of which I recognized: bread, chicken, rice, along with broccoli and peas, a decidedly healthy meal. But what surprised me wasn't the food, it was the 4 strangers seated around the long table. The moment I saw them, a sharp pain shot through my head, and something seemed to flash before my eyes. Then I realized with a shock that I somehow knew them. My gaze landed on the man who'd just spoken, a middle-aged Westerner with streaks of gray in his hair, probably in his 50s. According to these unfamiliar memories, he seemed to be my father, Old Ben, as everyone called him. Old Ben was tapping the table with the back of his fork, looking slightly exasperated. "Enzo, hurry up and eat, quit daydreaming. We've got fences to build after this. The whole village is on edge. Is it because of the pig-headed human plague?" A voice came from father's left side. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, who seemed to be my mother, FIA. At my first glance of that middle-aged woman, certain thoughts spontaneously arose in my mind. Mother had beautiful golden hair and clear emerald green eyes. The moment our gazes met, her expression was extraordinarily gentle. From unfamiliar memories, I learned that mother came from humble origins. Marrying a scholar like father was something that brought honor to her family, so she had always been happy after marriage. Someone chimed in, "Yeah, you must have heard about it too, right? The pig-headed plague has broken out. Some villages got infected, and by the next day, almost the entire population was wiped out. The village chief is really worried about it now, afraid it might spread here, so he's planning to build a fence around the village." A fence won't necessarily help, and if the pig-headed ones really come, Enzo will definitely be the first to get eaten. Suddenly, a golden-haired girl sitting on the right burst into laughter, tapping her fork excitedly against the table. I noticed her gaze fixed on me the whole time she spoke, her eyes and tone brimming with unbridled mockery. "This is my sister Hina, who seems to dislike me. She never calls me brother, always addressing me by my name. Right? After all, Enzo is messed up in the head. Who knows, he might even befriend those pig-headed humans." Hina poked my head hard, as if emphasizing that something was wrong with my brain. "Hina, you mustn't talk about your brother like that, and we've told you many times you must call him brother." A voice came from the left. I turned to look, it was the black-haired woman sitting beside me, her tone sounding somewhat displeased. This was my sister, Serena. She glared at her younger sister, clearly in a bad mood. From what I remembered, Serena always had a serious and earnest demeanor, rarely smiling in daily life. As I stared at these 4 strangers, fragmented memories surged chaotically through my mind. Everything felt far too real to be a dream. I suddenly stood up, my expression tense as I stammered, I need to use the bathroom." Without waiting for anyone to respond, I walked straight into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. A worried voice came from outside the door. "Is he alright?" "He's fine. Enzo has always been strong," father replied briefly. Standing in the bathroom, I stared at my unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. He was a young man of about 18 or 19, with a clean yet somewhat boyish face. His hair was naturally curly and had a golden tint, likely inherited from his mother. His deeply set eyes made him appear frail and delicate, with crystal-clear emerald-green irises that were extraordinarily beautiful. Had I traveled through time? After several chaotic memories tangled in my mind, I massaged my temples and vaguely realized I had crossed over into a man called Enzo. But Enzo didn't seem to be the biological child of this family. Instead, he was a foundling they had taken in. The memories in my mind were exceedingly brief and fragmented, mere disjointed glimpses that allowed me only a rudimentary understanding of my identity. Taking a few deep breaths in front of the mirror, I tried to calm myself down. Saying I wasn't nervous would be a lie, but I wasn't panicking beyond redemption either. I just never really thought time travel could be real, and to some extent, usually only protagonists get to experience it. Forcing myself to steady my emotions, I walked out of the bathroom and sat back down at the table as if nothing had happened, keeping my head lowered over my meal and trying my best not to seem too odd. After eating for a while, Father Ben set his knife and fork down and stood up. "Come on, Enzo, let's go work on the fence. We've got a lot to do, so we'd better hurry." "But you haven't finished eating yet, and Enzo." Mother hesitated. Father shook his head firmly. "No time for that now. Time waits for no one. It'd be disgraceful if everyone else finishes while we're left behind." Hearing this, I put down my fork, licked my lips, and nodded silently before following Father. I knew it was best to keep quiet at times like this. Father explained, "The pig-headed plague is worse than we imagined. The infected first grow white pig hairs all over their bodies, then start raving nonsense before gradually losing their minds. Eventually, their ears, noses, eyes, even their entire heads turn into pigs. Nobody would want to end up like that. He picked up the clothes from the chair while speaking, glaring at the family with an expression meant to intimidate. And all this happens in an instant. Once infected, there's no time for treatment. We still don't know how it spreads precisely, but if you're bitten or scratched by the pig-headed, you'll transform into one of them. Their blood seems infectious too, though I've heard the best way to deal with pig-headed humans is with a shotgun blast to the head. Are these pig-headed people really dumb? Younger sister Hina suddenly tilted her head, nibbling on a slightly blackened piece of bread, and pointed while asking, even dumber than Enzo? I glanced at her. Older sister Serena appeared furious at such words and gave Hina a smack. Father Ben didn't seem to care. He packed up his things with a serious expression and said, "You're right, Hina. These pig-headed humans are as stupid as real pigs. Most of them act purely on instinct, which makes dealing with them relatively easy. Alright, Enzo, come with me." With that, he strode out chest puffed up. I followed silently behind him, leaving the dining table and entering another room that resembled a tool shed. Several iron saws and piles of lumber lay scattered across the floor. Father Ben deftly picked up an axe and pointed to the side, saying, "Help me sand those 2 pieces of wood clean, along with all the others nearby. We need to finish everything before nightfall. Our neighbors from the east work much faster than us next door. We can't afford to lose to these Easterners. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." I opened my mouth stiffly to reply. Completely baffled by the current situation, I picked up the tools and tried to follow the man's lead in starting the work. The labor didn't end until dusk approached, leaving me sore all over from exhaustion. Sitting on the chair, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, when others traveled through time in novels, they came to save the world, so why am I here doing farm work? And what on earth are these pig-headed creatures? I glanced at the father packing up his things and, after some hesitation, couldn't resist asking him that question. Old Ben's expression instantly darkened at these words. Using his axe to steady himself, he said in a low voice, "I wish you wouldn't keep asking such foolish questions like some idiot. You're the man of this household, how can you protect your mother, sister, and little sister if you remain this confused?" Hearing this, my eyes widened and my mouth opened. Normally my temper would have made me curse back immediately, but these were different circumstances. I hesitated, then finally lowered my head and mumbled, "Sorry. I don't mean to scold you," Father said, swinging his axe to resume chopping wood. "It's just that the scale of this plague is truly overwhelming, bordering on hopeless. We must take it seriously." To this day nobody knows where the pig-headed plague originated. We only know the infected turn into mindless, crazed swine. Even the soldiers can't handle it now, they're trying to rely on the church order and royal family for solutions, but the church order and royal family themselves are in such dire straits that, before Father could finish speaking, a series of unsettling screams suddenly came from outside. "Dad, hurry! Mom is." It was little sister's voice. Startled by the noise, before I could react, I saw old Ben's face change as he grabbed an axe and rushed out. I hurriedly followed, running outside the room to find the rectangular table inside, normally tidy with neatly arranged items, now in utter chaos. I stared at the devastated scene before me, food spilled all over the floor from the overturned table, chairs and benches knocked sideways, the entire room looking as if it had been ransacked. Serena, my elder sister, and little Hina were desperately huddled in a corner, clutching each other's hands, their faces deathly pale. Following their trembling fingers, I saw Mother Faya crouched on the floor with her head in her hands, her whole body shaking violently in agony. Her fingers gripped so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her scalp, strands of blood seeping through and staining her golden hair red. Strands of hair scattered on either side obscured her face, leaving only the sound of her throat emitting a heartrending, retching-like wail. "Faya, what are you?" Old Ben's face turned pale as he instinctively moved toward his mother. But as soon as he reached out, the mother suddenly let out a strange shriek and flung her arm violently, shoving his shoulder away. Old Ben was flung backward, crashing into the wooden chair as splinters flew in all directions. At this moment I clearly saw white hairs growing on Mother's arm where there had been none before. "It's the pig heads. Mom has been infected by the pig heads," my sister screamed. Provoked by the scream, Mother suddenly raised her head, her skull began visibly contorting and transforming. I stood rooted to the spot, barely breathing, watching helplessly as Mother's beautiful blonde hair fell out in clumps, her skin sagging until, in the blink of an eye, her head mutated into an enormous pig's snout. I've seen plenty of horror movies and considered myself thick-skinned, but what I witnessed nearly made me vomit. Mother's face was horribly contorted, her ears expanded like palm leaf fans covered in white fur drooping on either side of her head. Her nostrils and mouth kept enlarging, tusks sprouting from her jaws as her slobbering tongue lolled out, utterly revolting. Oink, loink. Mother emitted a horrifying pig-like squeal, grabbing a fork and kitchen knife from the table before swinging them at Xena. "Run, kids!" Father Ben struggled to his feet, snatching up his double-barreled shotgun as he shouted at Mother, "FIA, snap out of it." But she couldn't understand, charging forward with the kitchen knife raised high. Damn it! Old Ben gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out as thick gun smoke erupted, filling the air with the pungent smell of gunpowder. The recoil left old Ben's arms feeling like they'd been dislocated, while my ears rang from the blast. Mother's body was flung backward, a gaping hole blown through her chest and abdomen, blood spraying everywhere. Is she dead? Mom, was she shot dead? Hina trembled through her sobs. Just when we thought Mother had died, she let out a pig-like squeal, gripping the knife as she climbed back to her feet. Old Ben fired again, but the bullet missed the cleaver entirely. The blade sank into Selena's chest, and she collapsed to the ground motionless. Father's second shot severed Mother's arm and left leg. She crawled forward along the ground, reaching for me with her remaining hand. The double-barreled shotgun was empty. Old Ben couldn't reload in time. Instinct made me dodge, but her nails still tore open my shoulder. Blood sprayed out as I screamed and crashed to the floor. Go now, take your sister and run, Father roared. Gritting my teeth, I scrambled up, grabbed my sister's hand, kicked open the door and dashed out. Looking back, I saw Mother wielding a knife and fork as she lunged at Father. In that final moment, the scene froze as if painted. The knife and fork in Mother's hands plunged straight into Father's neck, blood spraying everywhere. Meanwhile, Father, who had already reloaded, grabbed his gun, shoved the barrel deep into Mother's pig-like mouth, clamped one arm around her in a death grip, and pulled the trigger with the other. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. I whipped my head around, not daring to look at the scene behind me, my heart pounding wildly in my chest. Brother, I'm scared. Xena whimpered through tears. Don't be afraid, run now, don't look back. In that moment, I ran faster than I ever had before. The mischievous spark was gone from Xena's face, replaced by streaming tears. She clung desperately to my hand as gunfire erupted behind us, never once looking back. We siblings had barely covered 20 meters from the house when villagers, alerted by the commotion, began converging on us from all directions. What's going on? I heard gunshots. What happened? Pig-headed humans. Their family has been infected by pig-headed humans. Someone screamed in terror upon seeing the bloody scene inside the house. Instantly, chaos erupted all around as people recoiled in horror, desperately scrambling backward as if fleeing a plague. Burn the house down. Quickly, stop the infection from spreading, someone shouted, rushing toward the building with a torch. Wait, this kid, looks like he's been scratched too. There are scratch marks on his shoulder. Suddenly someone grabbed my arm and held it up. He's infected. Get back. Kill him now. Before I could react, I was shoved violently. Then a tremendous force tore me away from my sister, and someone struck me hard on the head. I collapsed face first onto the ground, my skull pounding with pain that nearly knocked me unconscious. Brother! Xena screamed desperately, trying to rush toward me but being held back by the villagers. He's definitely infected. We can't keep him here. Get him out. Kicking him out won't help. Once he turns into a pig-headed and loses his mind, he'll come back for revenge and the plague will spread even worse. Then we'll kill him. Kill him. If we don't, we could all die. In the chaos, I knelt on the ground with blood dripping from my head, my ears ringing. I felt terrible when I opened my eyes. I couldn't make out any faces, only a circle of torches surrounding me. Before I could defend myself, I heard the distinct click of a double-barreled shotgun being loaded. Then, something cold and hard pressed against my heart. Village elder. I struggled to lift my eyes. Through the firelight, I saw the old man standing before me, the same elder who, in Enzo's memories, had watched me grow up. I'm sorry, boy. I'm so sorry. The elder's face twisted in agony, his gun-trembling hand barely holding steady. I must protect the entire village. You've been scratched by the pigmen. Infection is certain. Forgive me, child. This will spare you further suffering. Listen, I'm not Enzo. Bang. The deafening gunshot rang out. I opened my mouth but couldn't utter my final words, nor hear the village chief's last sounds. I felt an enormous impact like a hammer smashing into my body, shattering my ribs and heart. At that moment, my mind went blank. Breathing became labored. Through blurred vision, I seemed to see a heart flying out of my chest, dripping with blood. Then darkness swallowed my vision as I lost my breath. Beep beep beep. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the alarm went off. I abruptly opened my eyes, reflexively bolting upright in bed, staring wide-eyed while gasping for air, blankly looking around with my mind completely empty. I could feel my heart pounding violently in my chest, beating so hard it hurt, as if it had been struck. Looking at the familiar surroundings, my mouth gaped open in complete astonishment. This was my rental apartment. I'm back again? I didn't die. Was everything just now merely a dream? I shook my head hard. No, this wasn't a dream. I remembered every sensation vividly, the pain, the terror, the metallic scent of blood in the air. Dreams could never feel this real. Then why was I back in my rented room? I was shot. I should be dead. Why am I completely unharmed? I frantically patted myself down. To confirm I was truly alive, I pulled up an adult film and stared at it for a few seconds. Relief flooded me. My body reacted strongly. I was alive. I leapt off the bed, dashed to the bathroom, and faced the mirror. The reflection no longer showed the gaunt face of a malnourished foreign boy but my own moderately handsome features. I really came back. I touched my face, full of confusion, unable to make sense of what had happened. Glancing at the time, I still had an hour before work, and I felt somewhat dejected. I stared at my reflection in the mirror and couldn't resist slapping myself. What kind of poor loser dares to dream? Wake up! I grabbed my toothbrush, squeezed out some toothpaste after a long struggle, and scrubbed my face frantically in front of the mirror. Staring at the red slap mark on my cheek, I felt a little disoriented. The closer I got to work, the stronger the sense of loss within me grew. After experiencing the thrill of time travel, returning to the monotonous daily grind of earning a living felt like a massive letdown. It was like carrying your bride into the wedding chamber on your wedding night, only to discover after dropping your pants that she was an unheated inflatable doll. Who could possibly endure that? After a quick wash, I dragged myself out of the rented apartment with my bag, heading to the office in low spirits. Squeezing into the crowded subway, I stood in a corner, my mood sinking even lower. Everyone in the carriage was glued to their phones, the silence so heavy it felt lifeless. Every day, this commute to the office feels both empty and agonizing. Most of the time, I'm just thinking about whether to buy the doll in a large or small size. Beyond that, I don't know what else there is to ponder in life. It all seems utterly meaningless. At this moment, an announcement came over the broadcast: seasonal changes are occurring, making this a peak period for illnesses. Everyone should take extra care of their health. Just a couple of days ago, there was a bizarre news report saying that as the seasons changed, some people began growing white hair all over their bodies. Some experts claim this is an atavistic phenomenon, suggesting communication with apes to achieve cross-species interaction. Netizens suggest these experts stop making suggestions. Some beauty clinic doctors claim this is merely abnormal hair follicle tissue that can be cured through medical treatments. Today, a voice from someone's phone nearby caught my attention. Recently, everyone seems to be discussing this matter, especially the term white hair, which immediately reminds me of the pig-headed men repeatedly mentioned by Father Old Ben in my dreams, and that bloody scene when Mother was beaten to death. Images that linger relentlessly in my mind. Mentioning my parents always plunges my mood deeper. Heaven gave me another chance to have parents, only to make me endure losing them all over again. My parents went missing a long time ago and still haven't been found to this day. Although I have a younger brother, we never contact each other. I feel like someone who simply doesn't belong in a family setting. The subway reached my stop, and I stepped off with an expressionless face. Arriving at the office, I sat at my workstation and turned on my computer. Beside me sat Zhang Wuxin, a talkative young colleague in his early 20s who oddly carried himself like a middle-aged bureaucrat. He enjoyed gardening, reading, and had a particular fondness for nature and literature. His desk was always filled with small potted plants, along with a little aquarium housing goldfish. Every morning, he would hold his insulated cup, leisurely blowing at the steam while contentedly admiring his potted plants. But today he seemed off. The moment I sat down, he leaned over and whispered, "Old Chen, have you heard? Tang Li from HR is getting married tomorrow." I asked, "Which Tang Li?" I really couldn't recall. He grew impatient. "That leggy beauty who always wears black stockings. There aren't many beauties in our company. Can you at least pay some attention to pretty women?" I smiled and said, "I've taken it to heart." Zhang Wuxin looked as devastated as if someone had stolen his wife, lamenting, "Do you know what her fiancé looks like? Looks just like a pig, massively fat." She even posted wedding photos on social media, and I nearly threw up after seeing them. "Let me find them and show you." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and started scrolling. I frowned and asked, "A pig?" He confirmed, "Yeah, just like a pig." I quickly said, "Better not show me." I'd been a bit sensitive about pigs lately, but he acted as if he hadn't heard, lowering his head to keep searching. After a while, he handed me his phone, pounding his chest and stamping his feet, saying, "This is it. Look, how can the goddess marry someone like this? Where did I lose out?" I couldn't help but glance. The bride in the wedding photo was stunning, perfect proportions, a celebrity-like face. The groom, however, was all fat, thick-bodied, so overweight even photo editing couldn't save him, his suit straining unattractively, looking utterly greasy. I said, "Maybe it's true love." Zhang Wuxin snapped, "True love my ass, he's just rich. That guy's family owns mines, who else would look at him?" Just imagining the goddess being pinned under that pig makes me think life isn't worth living. I said again, everyone defines love differently. For her, finding someone completely opposite is love. Zhang Wuxin clutched his chest, looking even more pained. "Old Chen, if you can't comfort people, just don't bother." To change the subject, I noticed something in his water cup and asked, "Why did you put a toy in your cup?" He frowned and looked back, bewildered. "What toy?" "That's a goldfish. I bought it specially to keep," said watching something alive at work would cheer me up. I stared at the toy in the cup for a long time, then shook my head without saying a word. He asked, "Do you also want to raise a few?" I replied, "No, just curious." Truthfully, I was growing more puzzled. I'd seen wrong again, this wasn't the first time. What I saw with my own eyes never matched what others described. At first I thought they were joking, but then I realized it wasn't so, as if what others said was real, and what I saw was fake. For example, in the mall, I saw a Transformers toy displayed in a cage outside a pet store. When I asked the salesperson what it symbolized, they said there was a Maine Coon cat inside. I thought they were joking, but as I walked away, I saw many people petting that Transformers. Another time, I spotted a toy car by the roadside. As I bent down to pick it up, it suddenly jumped and hit my hand, breaking the skin and bleeding. Later, a girl came rushing to apologize and took me to the hospital for bandaging. Only then did I realize it was a dog. I stared at the toy in my water glass, grinding my teeth constantly. Clearly, something was wrong with my eyes. I'd have to get them checked at the hospital tomorrow morning. After work, Zhang Wuxin remained depressed, still mourning the fact that Tang Li was marrying that overweight man. I wanted to comfort him, but in the end, I didn't, and returned to my rented room alone. At the supermarket downstairs, I bought red dates, sweet potatoes, and longan, cooked some porridge, jogged around the neighborhood, came back to drink the porridge, watched some TV, and then went to bed. In my sleep, I don't know how much time had passed when I suddenly woke up, smelling a pungent odor of blood, as if it were flowing from my own mouth. Then I heard the buzzing of flies beside my ear and the sound of light rain, with raindrops falling on my face. The surroundings were noisy, and my body felt terribly uncomfortable. With great effort, I opened my eyes, only to be shocked by the sight of myself lying in a filthy, muddy pit under the open sky, surrounded by piles of rancid corpses. Though the cold rain fell, the air still reeked of a nauseating stench of corpses. Ravens with blood-red feathers kept landing nearby, their mournful cries echoing around the pit. I lay dazed in the mass grave, my brain short-circuiting for several seconds. My mouth hung open, unable to form words. I snapped upright suddenly, gasping for breath as I came to my senses. Frantically, I reached up to touch my face. It was the face of that foreign boy named Enzo. Am I back again? I keep touching my head. This is a human head, not transformed into a pig-headed one. Chapter 5, Revenge. Cold rain kept falling from the sky, the surroundings dark and oppressive. Chenbu jolted awake, struggling to claw his way out of the mass grave. Gasping for breath, he stood outside. Covered in mud and reeking of blood, he looked utterly wretched. He whirled around and realized there seemed to be a mass grave behind him. Inside, corpses were haphazardly strewn about. The most unsettling part was that upon closer inspection, he recognized every one of those bodies. Father, sister, and mother who had turned into a pig-headed creature. Almost the entire family was gathered here now. Except, it seemed there was no sign of my younger sister Zena's body. Chenbu patted his head, recalling the moment he had been shot earlier. Sheena was dragged away, probably now with the villagers. Standing in the night rain, Chenbu took deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. He had actually returned here again. It seemed he had truly time-traveled. Damn it, so that slap in front of the mirror was for nothing? Chenbu sighed, snapping back to reality as he stared at the corpses in the pit, his emotions tangled and complicated. Though he wasn't acquainted with this family, the memories and empathy from Enzo, the body he'd crossed into, flooded his mind, bringing waves of sorrow and anguish, especially since it made him think of his own parents and younger brother. Staring at his family's rain-battered corpses abandoned in the pit, Chenbu hesitated for a few seconds before kneeling down in the cold downpour. Using both hands, he piled up a small mound of earth, shaping it into a grave. Then he found 3 slender twigs to plant atop it, kneeling solemnly to pay respects 3 times. Truthfully, I still don't understand what this place really is. Judging by people's appearances, there are Westerners here, and seemingly Easterners too. Since I'm Eastern at heart, I'll warn you according to Eastern customs. I'm not your son Enzo. I don't know what happened to him either, but I'd say there's a 90% chance he's dead. Don't ask me how I know, that's just how it always goes in novels. Logically speaking, I should be dead too after being shot, but somehow I'm still alive. A narrow escape foretells good fortune, so from now on, I'll treasure this life of mine even more. You can rest in peace now. After offering brief prayers, Chenbu stood up and locked eyes with the blood-red crow by the mass grave. As if it had seen right through his thoughts, it tilted its head, quacking repeatedly, yet stubbornly refused to leave. Its cries stirred an uneasy feeling in those who heard them, just like the corpses in the mass grave. Standing still, Chenbu surveyed his surroundings. The mass grave appeared to be situated on a hillside. Looking down at the edge, one could see scattered lights through the rain curtain in the forest below. That must be the village. The villagers must have thought I was dead, so they dumped my body here. Now that I think about it, this is indeed strange. I got hit by a double-barreled shotgun, so why didn't I die? There's not even a single wound. Standing in the rain, just as Chenbu was pondering what to do next, he suddenly heard faint voices coming from the side behind him. The voices were distant, coming from at least dozens of meters away. But unexpectedly, he found that he could hear quite clearly. The faint voice seemed amplified, coming through the curtain of rain. Before he could process what was happening, Chenbu noticed there were 2 people speaking. Damn it, all the dirty and exhausting jobs always land on us too. Do they not see us as human? That bullshit village chief has had it out for us forever, and now he's settling scores under official pretense, isn't he? Cut the crap, Jack. Just get the last body loaded and torch this place. Right now, what you should be worrying about is whether the plague's leaking. If they find out, you might end up being the next Ben. At this point, one of the voices let out a cold sneer. Ha, I'd say old Ben got what he deserved. If he'd agreed to marry his daughters to us earlier, I wouldn't have had to put plague-tainted food in their meals. Besides, I only meant for old Ben and his wife to die from infection. We could have gone over later to take in their 2 older daughters. They wouldn't have dared refuse the marriage then. Who knew the whole family would drop dead? That's just how fate is. Another hoarse voice said gloomily, after all, they just moved here from out of town a few years ago. What do they know? But even though Selena's dead, her little sister is still alive. Heh, that girl's got a fiery temper, but she's developed quite nicely, that tiny waist and little hips. As the voices drew nearer and their words reached him, Shenbu stood frozen in the rain. Then his heart began pounding wildly. It was almost as if it were about to leap out. So that's how it was. The Enzo family was murdered. No wonder they were the only ones infected with the pig-headed humans. Upon learning this, Shinbu's emotions grew increasingly complicated. On one hand he told himself to stay calm, but on the other, his rage was nearly uncontrollable. He truly cherished his family. After enduring years of solitude, he hadn't had family for so long. Clenching his fists, Shenbu crouched behind the shadowy trees. They must pay the price, not for my sake, but for Enzo and his family. Half a day later, 2 dark figures swayed into view along the muddy road through the rainy night. Judging by their silhouettes, they appeared to be 2 brawny young men. One walked ahead pulling a wooden-wheeled cart while the other followed behind, pushing it along. Struggling to move forward, there appeared to be a body in the vehicle. Despite the distance, the dim light, and the rain, Shenbu found he could still see it with startling clarity. As if his vision was unaffected, even improved. He could clearly see that the corpse in the vehicle also appeared to be a pig-headed human. No one knew where it came from. Moreover, this pig-headed human had obviously suffered severe attacks. There was hardly a single intact spot on its body. As the 2 men approached, Shenbu remained hidden behind the tree without making any sudden movements. Hurry up, just throw the bodies straight in. This rainy weather is fucking freezing. I know, damn it, quit nagging. The 2 men struggled halfway through the rain before finally reaching the mass grave. They stopped the wooden cart and clumsily lifted the corpses before tossing them heavily into the pit. Wait, something's wrong. The body had just been tossed in when someone suddenly shouted, "What's wrong now?" Another person sounded impatient as they replied, "Just throw it and go, why fuss over the details?" Hiding behind a tree, Shenbu observed a man bent over the edge of the pit, seemingly searching for something. His expression looked eerie in the rain. The other man carried a double-barreled shotgun on his back, his furrowed brow betraying unease. He kept urging, "What's going on? Are we moving or not?" The rain seemed to intensify at that very moment, falling with urgent haste. The man crouched at the edge of the mass grave suddenly straightened with alarm in his voice. "Damn it, 1 body's missing, the kid Enzo is gone." "Enzo? Who's that?" "Serena's brother." At the mention of Serena, the beauty, the gun-wielding man finally snapped back to reality. That crazy kid? He hastily took a step forward, peering into the pit below, his expression tensing. "Fuck, it's really gone. How? It hasn't even been an hour. How could the bodies just disappear? I remember he was scratched by a pig-headed man. Could it really be?" The other person's voice trembled. "Don't speculate wildly. He must have been eaten by wolves from around here." "Impossible, wolves eating bodies would." "Alright, damn it, let's get moving. I swear to God this is the last time I'm coming here." Cutting off his companion mid-sentence, the rifle-carrying man's expression darkened. He seemed unwilling to stay even a second longer. As the rain grew heavier, the 2 men frantically pushed their wooden cart back the way they came. Seeing this, Shenbu silently followed them, picking up a rock from the forest floor to smash one of their heads. But just as he raised the stone, he suddenly noticed a faint yellow dotted line floating slowly in the air. At first, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The line seemed illusory, unreal. Yet gradually, Shenbu began to realize this line might truly exist, not just a trick of his vision. And the entire dotted line extended outward from the stone in his hand, with one end landing at the feet of those 2 people. What kind of treasure is this? He frowned at the dotted line, rubbed his eyes, and hurriedly put down the stone to look again only to find the line had vanished. But when he raised the stone once more, the path reappeared. It seemed to change according to the stone in his hand. Shenbu stared at the dotted line, vaguely feeling it looked familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Soon, it came back to him. The parabolic graph from high school math class was identical to the dotted line in the air. This seems like the trajectory of the throne stone? As he swung his arm continuously, Shenbu found the position of the dotted line also changing. A precise parabola displayed the trajectory of the throne stone and its intended hitting point in advance. Chenbu stood dumbfounded, staring at the dotted line in the cold rain, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Could this be the so-called golden finger? He hesitated for a moment, raising his arm high behind him, then flung it forward violently when the parabolic dotted line's endpoint landed right on the other person's head. The stone soared through the air in a perfectly precise trajectory before smashing straight into the preordained target right atop the rifleman's skull. Thud! A dull sound erupted, accompanied by a piercing scream. "Who's there?" The man struck in the head by a rock, instantly bleeding profusely, immediately snatched the gun from his back and roared at his surroundings. "Damn it, who's there? Show yourself!" Before his words even faded, another rock suddenly flew from behind the trees, piercing through the rain curtain at terrifying speed and striking his right eye dead center. "Ah!" The gun-wielding man clutched his eye with a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. I can't see out of my right eye." His companion, witnessing this, turned deathly pale with fright. He hurriedly grabbed the fallen rifle and began firing wildly into the woods. Bang! A deafening gunshot struck the tree, startling blood crows that took flight with frenzied shrieks through the woods. "Who the hell is there? Show yourself if you dare. Stop fucking playing ghost games." As if unable to endure the psychological torment any longer, the man gritted his teeth while gripping his gun, hauling up his one-eyed companion. Leaning against each other, they desperately fled back the way they'd come. Yet at that moment, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the dark forest shadows. "Are you afraid to die?" The sound came like a whispering ghost, making the two pale with terror as they turned their heads simultaneously. Hidden among the trees, Shinbu glared coldly at the pair. He picked up a sharp-edged stone from the ground, raised it, and aligned its parabolic trajectory toward the back of one man's skull. Shinbu realized, whether it was his vision, hearing, or even strength, everything seemed to have become unnaturally sharp. 9 times out of 10, when thrown, the sharp end would pierce the back of their skull, killing them instantly. More precise than a bullet and far more deadly. "Damn it, you dare to step out." Hearing the voice, both men stopped simultaneously. One of them fired another shot, the bullet striking a tree and sending wood chips flying. He then began quickly reloading his double-barreled shotgun. Just as he finished loading and raised the gun, something suddenly flew out from the rain curtain at incredible speed, hitting him in the neck. Before he could utter a word, his neck seemed to be pierced by something, and blood erupted violently from the wound. Not a single sound was uttered before he collapsed motionless on the ground. Help! 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 As his companion died, the gun clattered to the ground, and the other man turned pale with terror, fleeing madly in panic. Only after he'd run over a dozen meters away did Shinbu slowly step out from behind the tree. His face cold, he walked to the center of the muddy road and bent down to pick up the double-barreled shotgun that had fallen to the ground. Ahead, a figure was fleeing through the rainy night. Shinbu methodically cracked open the shotgun's barrel, glanced inside, and saw 2 shells, plenty to get the job done. He snapped the barrel shut with a flick of his wrist, chambering the rounds. He raised the gun again, aiming at the shadow in the pitch-black rainy night. A yellow dotted line extended straight from the muzzle, landing precisely on the shadow's back. Standing in the cold rain, Shinbu held his breath, murmuring softly as he took aim. "Murder demands retribution, as is heaven's law." He pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet flew out. After about a second, the dark silhouette on the road dozens of meters ahead seemed to be hit by something, collapsing silently forward into the muddy path and lying motionless. Letting out a relieved sigh, Shenbui slowly lowered the muzzle. The rain pattered against his face, sending a chill through him. He didn't go to examine the corpse, but stood still for a few seconds before turning back to the mass grave with his gun, kneeling down. Placing the gun aside, he pressed his palms together, closed his eyes peacefully, and murmured softly in the rain, "I've avenged you, rest in peace now." Chapter 6 Hina. All the villagers were gathered in the barn at this moment. Hina sat on a wooden bench, her face pale and streaked with tears as she bit her lip hard, weeping bitterly. A crowd of people stood around her. An elderly woman nearby looked at her and sighed, "Hina, stop crying. What's gone won't come back. Now your family's left with just you. Honestly, it's hard for a girl alone. How about marrying my son? You know how much Jack likes you." "No, I won't marry him. He's hideous. Look at you, I'm trying to help, and this is how you repay kindness?" The woman's expression darkened instantly at the insult. Rising with a cold snort, she snapped, "Keep that sharp tongue now, you'll be begging us with tears later. I'd rather die than marry your son. If my brother were still alive, he would never agree either." Xena glared at her, teeth clenched. "My family just died, and you're taking advantage of the situation here, you shameless creature. You, enough." As the two women traded insults, the village chief walked out from behind them, sighing heavily with a double-barreled shotgun slung across his back. He stopped both of them, glanced at Hina with a troubled expression, sighed again, and said sorrowfully, "Hina, I'm sorry." Hina looked at him, especially at the gun on his back, as if recalling something. Her eyes reddened again, and she began to cry. The old village chief opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He looked at the sky outside, remained silent for a few seconds, then anxiously said, "It's been so long, why haven't Jack and the others returned yet? It should be soon. Village chief, what should we do next? The pig-headed plague has broken out in the village. Do we need to?" someone asked anxiously. Instead of answering immediately, the village chief sat down, pulled out a tobacco roll from his sleeve, and took several deep puffs, his brows furrowing as if lost in thought. After a long silence, he rapped his knuckles on the table and sighed. "No need to panic, everyone. After all, we've only just entered the bronze season. It'll still be quite some time before the next season arrives, so we have enough time to gather provisions. But what if this season is very short? What if the next season is decay, then weed? No, absolutely not." The old village chief smoked his pipe, murmuring to himself while gazing at the rain outside, his voice aged and hoarse. The heavens wouldn't be so cruel. In the rainforest outside the village, Chenbu held a double-barreled shotgun in one hand, standing behind a thick tree as he gazed at the faintly lit village dozens of meters ahead. The cold rain pattered noisily against the branches and leaves, soaking his slightly curly hair until it clung wetly to his cheeks and forehead. At this moment, his entire demeanor looked rather disheveled. By the roadside ahead, a toad was hopping forward with great effort. Every now and then, he would fall into a mud puddle and linger for a few seconds. Chenbu stared at the toad as if deep in thought. After a long pause, he picked up a stone from the ground and clenched it in his hand. He attempted multiple trials using prediction lines. In the end, he discovered that whether shooting or throwing objects, he could clearly see the trajectory and final landing point and even adjust and fine-tune the path in advance, like the trajectory arc when throwing a grenade in a video game. What surprised him even more was that the moment the toad leaped, he could occasionally see a parabolic arc marking its entire movement path. It seemed that besides grasping the mechanics of his own actions, he might also be able to predict others' behaviors. Chenbu kept experimenting, though many attempts missed the mark, yet the prediction lines clearly still held vast potential for development. He stood in the rain putting down the stone, and when he raised his eyes to look at the village again, fragmentary memories suddenly began flashing through his mind once more. They were about Enzo's life story. From these memories, it was clear that Enzo wasn't his biological child, he had been an abandoned infant. And precisely because of this, he had always been a rather timid boy and outward character. From what I can recall, he clearly suffered from autism, never initiating conversations with others and always walking with his head lowered. Moreover, he loved immersing himself in the sorrowful world of his imagination. In that imagined world of his, people didn't enjoy talking, and no one needed to communicate. Everyone just went about their own business. If someone wanted to speak, others could simply ignore them. If that person insists on telling others, then he violates the law, and in severe cases, could even face the death penalty. Through his memories, Chenbu found it interesting that although Enzo appeared introverted and reserved on the outside, deep down, the kid actually harbored a hidden wildness. Because in the world of his imagination, he envisioned himself as the enforcer of justice, as someone who could establish laws and determine the fate of others. A teenage boy with autism, yet harboring dreams of becoming a dictator. Enzo's inner world could be described as profoundly complex. Beyond this, the only person in the entire household who truly cared for him seemed to be his sister Serena. His father and mother couldn't be considered bad, yet neither could they be called good. It was just that in every conversation, he never once felt the warmth of family. They treated him more like they were communicating with a foster child. Only his elder sister Selena showed him great care, loving not just his introverted nature but also cherishing his very existence and imagination. Whenever Enzo faced bullying due to his autism, Sister Selena would invariably be the one to stand up and protect him. Over time, Enzo seemed to have developed a unique affection for this unrelated sister of his, a love that cannot be spoken aloud. It's just that this love will never have a chance to be expressed. In contrast, younger sister Hina was completely different. Her attitude toward me wasn't caretaking, but leaned more toward dependence. Perhaps because he wasn't her biological brother, this dependence wasn't always obvious. Xena sometimes had her own little moods. For instance, there were times when she wouldn't call him brother, but would directly address him by name. But Enzo was perceptive by nature. In his memories, that little girl who used to follow him around calling Big Brother carry me or Big Brother piggyback me, though now sometimes playful and mischievous, still fundamentally relied on him in her heart. Their father had also taught him, you must protect your little sister, because you're her big brother. It's just that the former Enzo was too weak-willed, far less capable in taking care of his younger sister than his older sister had been in caring for him. A sister who depended on him, who wanted to be protected by her older brother. Chenbu rubbed his temples, feeling mentally exhausted. Now standing in the rain, all he could hear and see was the sound of the downpour. His hand touched his chest, the heartbeat remained strong and steady. Despite not fully understanding this world, the fact that he had become Enzo was now undeniable. The only puzzle remaining was why Chinbui hadn't died after being shot. Lost in thought, he suddenly looked up through the pouring black rain and saw a staggering figure appear on the village road. Despite the dark night, his vision remained remarkably clear, allowing him to distinctly make out the swaying figure's appearance. It seemed utterly bizarre. Walking along the muddy cold rain-soaked path, the figure stumbled drunkenly as if thoroughly intoxicated. Most astonishingly, the figure would pause intermittently to frantically scratch its neck and head with startling intensity, as though suffering unbearable physical discomfort. Even through the night's veil, Chen Bui could vividly perceive the violent force with which those fingers clawed at its own throat. After walking continuously forward for a distance and making his way toward the village barn, his body suddenly toppled straight forward. In the rainy night, Chen Bu saw clearly as the man lay prone on the ground, his body undergoing rapid changes with violent convulsions. First, the ears on either side of his head suddenly grew, ballooning out like inflated balloons, becoming fat and large, resembling twisted cattail leaf fans. Immediately after, his entire head began expanding rapidly in all directions. His facial features were squeezed together by the bulging fat due to the shifting bones, making him appear hideous and monstrous. In the blink of an eye, the man collapsed onto the ground, his entire head transforming into a grotesque boar's head. A pig-headed human. In the cold rain, Chen Bu, who had clearly witnessed the scene from behind the trees, felt his heart lurch violently as his trembling hands gripped the gun tighter. To think there were others in the village infected with pig-headed humans as well. It seems the plague has leaked. Before Chen Bu could even ponder what to do, the pig-headed man had already wobbled his corpulent body, rolled several times along the muddy, rain-soaked road, and slowly risen to his feet. With only 2 or 3 street lamps lighting the village, it stood drenched under the dim glow, its grotesque form reaching eerie extremes amidst the oppressive atmosphere. After pausing for a few seconds, the pig-headed creature suddenly seemed to sense something. It abruptly snatched up a hoe from a nearby vegetable garden and charged roaring toward the brightly lit warehouse. Chen Bu stared at the unsettling scene before him, his breathing growing rapid. Without hesitation, he raised the double-barreled shotgun in his hands, ready to fire. But then, the wooden door of the distant barn was suddenly flung open from the inside, and a slender, fragile figure stepped out angrily into the night rain. She appeared unaware of the situation outside. Just as she pulled open the door and stepped forward, she collided head-on with a pig-headed man charging straight at the warehouse entrance. A man and a pig fell backwards simultaneously, crashing to the ground. Through the curtain of rain, Chen Bu clearly recognized the person who opened the door. It was his sister, Shina. Standing 50 meters away in the cold, rainy forest night, his breath grew tense. At the critical moment, with no time to think, he fixed his gaze on the pig-headed man's head and raised his double-barreled shotgun. The distance was considerable, requiring him to angle the muzzle upward. As he raised the gun, a yellow prediction line extended straight from the barrel. With crystal-clear vision, Chen Bu held his breath and pulled the trigger as the prediction line aligned with the back of the pig-headed man's skull. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. As the intense gun smoke began to rise in the rain, the final bullet sped away. Chen Bu was absolutely confident in this shot. Yet the unexpected still happened. The moment he pulled the trigger, the pig-headed man lying on the ground suddenly scrambled to his feet. The bullet's trajectory remained unchanged, yet the target's position had shifted. Chen Bu stood farther away, barely hearing the pig-headed man let out a pained scream before his body toppled forward once again. This shot didn't strike the back of the skull, it hit the spine instead. Blood erupted in the night rain like an explosion, the spine shattered, his back drenched in gore as bone jutted through the torn flesh. Pig-headed humans. It's the pig-headed humans. As Xena scrambled up from the ground and clearly saw what stood before her, her face drained of all color in an instant. She let out a terrified scream and turned to run back towards the barn. At the same moment, the crowd inside the barn who had just heard the strange noises all turned to look in their direction. At the moment I saw a blood-soaked pig-headed man standing at the door holding a hoe. I froze for an instant, then erupted into panicked, ear-piercing screams like an overturned ant nest. Pig-headed man! Pig-headed man! The pig-headed man is here! Run, run, run for your lives! Chapter 7, Awakening Again. The villagers in the barn erupted into chaos in an instant. The pig-headed man, his spine blasted open by bullets to reveal bloody vertebrae, seemed to feel no pain as he grunted and swung his hoe at the nearest person. Bang! The hoe plunged into an old man's skull. White brain matter erupted outward, splattering blood everywhere. The old man's eyeballs popped out as he collapsed motionless on the ground. The pig-headed creature seemed exhilarated by the killing, growing excited as it caught the scent of blood in the air. It kept emitting frantic, snorting grunts from its mouth. Dropping the hoe, it lunged at a nearby young man, gaping its fleshy jaws wide to sink its tusks into the youth's cheek. The sharp tusks pierced like daggers, directly penetrating from the young man's nasal bone into his eye socket. With just one bite, half of the youth's facial bones were torn away alive, the skin ripped off, revealing a horrifying, blood-drenched visage. Don't panic, nobody panic, we've got guns. The crowd descended into chaos, with layers of screams and shrieks rising together. Amidst the intense panic, only the elderly village chief held his gun and shouted desperately. Though his face was also pale with fear, he gritted his teeth and raised his gun, ready to fire. Yet with the crowd scattering in every direction, the muzzle couldn't stay precisely aimed. After what felt like ages, not a single shot had been fired. The furious village chief stomped his feet and gnashed his teeth. Keep running around like this, and we'll all die. What use are the guns in your hands? No one listened to him. People cared only about saving themselves. Tables and chairs were overturned in complete disarray. Amid the chaos, Hina was knocked down again onto the muddy ground, her face twisted in pain. Before she could get up, someone grabbed her arm and began forcibly dragging her away. Run. Come with me. Brother? It's me. Seeing the person before her, Xena froze in an instant. Shenbu didn't turn his head and kept running forward. His damp hair clung to his cheeks, making his expression appear grave and stern. Staring at Enzo, who held a double-barreled shotgun with a deadly serious expression, Xena was utterly shocked. How could you? You're alive. Why does it sound like you're hoping for me to die? Shenbu cast a gloomy glance at Sheena. That's not. As if misunderstood by her brother, Sheena's eyes darted anxiously as she rushed to explain. I just thought you, brother. However, the siblings had no time to exchange more words, as the entire barn had turned into a living hell. The crowd was in chaos, fleeing in all directions. Those who had been bitten or scratched by the pig-headed humans began undergoing violent mutations almost instantly. The entire transformation took less than a minute before they became yet another pig-headed monstrosity. Like mindless lunatics, they rampaged wildly with their swine-like heads, wielding anything that could serve as a weapon, smashing and killing indiscriminately. There were even pig-headed men wielding shotguns, firing at the crowd around them, their mouths emitting strange and excited laughter. Brother, look out! Shenbu grabbed his sister and had just reached the door when a pig-headed man wielding a knife charged at them from the side. Without hesitation, he used his arm to shield his sister behind him, then bent down to pick up the double-barreled shotgun that had fallen on the ground. Steady your stance, hold your breath, take aim, squeeze the trigger. The entire motion flowed seamlessly. A deafening bang rang out. The tremendous force erupted like thunder, blasting straight through the pig-headed creature's skull. Brains and flesh flew everywhere in front of him, like a watermelon exploding midair. Splattered bits of meat struck Shenbu's face, yet he stood unmoving, expressionless. Not even bothering to look back, he continued dragging his adopted sister as they fled, bursting through the warehouse doors. Behind them, Xena seemed to have forgotten how to breathe, staring up at Enzo as if he were a stranger. She seemed unable to believe the person before her was her own timid and incompetent older brother. In her memory, he never had this kind of courage, let alone such capability. Shenbu charged out of the warehouse with Hina, plunging straight into the woods ahead. His vision was exceptional, giving him an edge over others when fleeing through the forest. As for the increasingly complicated situation behind him, Shenbu had neither the obligation nor the ability to save so many people. After running through the woods for about 10 meters, he suddenly sensed something extremely subtle rapidly approaching him in the darkness. Stop! With no time to observe what it was, Shenbu shielded his sister while instinctively raising his gun to shoot. But before he could, a gunshot rang out from the right side near his ear. A bullet pierced through the curtain of rain, flying past from the side. Shenbu didn't clearly see the bullet, but the instant he heard the gunshot, a yellow dotted line flashed in the darkness, pointing directly at his forehead. Then it vanished in less than a second. In that fleeting moment of life and death lasting less than a second, Shenbu used nearly all his strength to wrench his head aside forcefully, dodging the predictive line pointing directly at his forehead. The bullet whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into a tree behind him and sending wood splinters flying. Shenbu felt a searing pain in his ear. It seemed the bullet had grazed him. Before he could react further, in the darkness, he heard a man's slightly astonished voice. Ha! Dodged it even at this close range? Immediately after, something swiftly flashed from behind. By the time Shenbu noticed it, it was already too late to dodge. A heavy object struck the back of his head with brutal force. He plummeted face first to the ground, his vision swimming into temporary blackness. Brother! He heard Xena scream in terror. Then a man's puzzled voice came from above. Strange, this kid isn't a pighead? Why's he reeking of swine? Followed by a woman's icy remark. Perhaps he just hasn't bathed in ages. Don't kid around, even without bathing it shouldn't smell this bad. Wait, he seems to have wounds on his shoulders, claw marks. Inflicted by pig heads? Seems like it. He got clawed by pig heads but didn't transform into one? Shenbu jolted awake once more. He practically sprang upright from the bed with reflexive urgency, nearly tumbling to the floor. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he gasped for air. Staring at the familiar confines of his rented room, his mouth hung open, utterly speechless. I'm back again. He frantically grabbed the phone on his bedside table. It was just past 6 in the morning. Only about 6 hours had passed since he went to sleep at midnight. Damn it, why have I come back again? What the hell is going on? He stared at his phone, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a breaking morning news alert popped up on the screen. As he read the headline, Chen Bu's brows gradually furrowed. Recently, there have been increasing reports of patients claiming they travel to another world when they fall asleep. Chapter 8. None of us are sick. In recent days, multiple hospitals have reported cases of patients dying unexpectedly, while claims that patients visit another world during sleep have become increasingly widespread. Some assert that this other world might be what people call the underworld, or perhaps heaven. Today, our Oddities Radio has invited a Mr. Wan to speak on the matter. Mr. Wan was diagnosed with severe anorexia 4 years ago. After going through an extremely difficult period, he has now recovered. We sincerely invite Mr. Wan to share his complex life experiences. Chen Bu sat quietly in the hospital waiting area, occasionally glancing up at the television mounted on the wall. It must be said that broadcasting patient interview programs in a hospital inevitably creates an indescribably peculiar feeling. The camera on TV switches to a heavy-set man in his 30s. The man breaks into a cheerful grin, waving at the camera before saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Wan Jinyu. I know you must find my appearance strange. Wasn't this man supposed to have anorexia? How did he end up so heavy? Well, here's the thing, my condition has improved a lot. Maybe because of past psychological setbacks, I developed a tendency for compulsive eating. Of course, I can only blame myself for this. This past year, I've practically eaten enough food for a lifetime." At this point, Mr. Jack of all trades seemed to smile somewhat shyly. During that time when I suffered from anorexia, it was extremely painful. I was clearly starving, yet I dared not eat. Food in my eyes was more like something that would kill me. And no matter how much you eat, it all comes right back up. I heard Mr. Wan has also gone to another world, is that true? Feeling that the idle chatter had gone on too long, the host cut in to interrupt Mr. Wan's conversation with a quick question. When the topic was brought up, Mr. Wan's expression suddenly shifted, as if he felt it wasn't appropriate to discuss such matters on TV. He laughed awkwardly. Well, how should I put this? Everyone's condition is different, so it's hard to generalize. In truth, there's no so-called other world. It's just that those suffering from the illness, under the dual pressures of psychological and spiritual strain, see a world they believe to be another reality. I was once like that too. Hearing this, Chen Bu had already lost any interest in listening. This man claimed to have anorexia, but it was clearly a lie. He wasn't ill, nor had he ever traveled to another world. Those who were truly sick, whether recovered or still suffering, could hardly speak so eloquently when facing the camera. Come to think of it, what were the genuinely sick people doing right now? Chen Bu didn't know. And because of the other world, there are now many rumors and jokes about patients circulating online. Many netizens have begun to entertain themselves at the expense of the patients. Both the temperature and the frenzy are rising rapidly. Some have even started creating novels and short videos about patients embarking on adventure journeys to the other world. With their cringeworthy acting and awkward plots, the videos were impossible for Chen Bu to stomach. It wasn't that he considered himself particularly noble, he just instinctively felt all this content was too fake. If you truly encountered pig-headed humans, it would be impossible to laugh while shouting insane nonsense like "I want to go on an adventure." Chen Bu rubbed his temples, his thoughts currently in turmoil. He had no idea how his other self in that different world was faring right now. How is younger sister Hina? Is she in danger? After being knocked unconscious, he woke up back in his rented room with no idea how to return. The only thing Chen Bu could do was pray. Number 32. A voice suddenly called his number from the examination room. Hearing the number being called, Chen Bu withdrew his thoughts and stood up to walk toward the diagnosis room. This was the date he had previously scheduled for his hospital checkup. The examination had already concluded, and now he was here to collect the results report. Feeling slightly nervous, he pushed open the door and saw a young female doctor sitting inside the diagnosis room. He had seen her before and knew this female doctor's surname was Han. Dr. Han glanced at the man who had just entered, then looked down at the report in her hand, knitting her delicate brows as she said, "Mr. Chen Bu, is it? Your test results are in. According to the report, you may be suffering from visual disarray syndrome." Visual disarray syndrome? What does that mean? Chen Bu sat down and tensed up instantly upon hearing those words. Am I really sick? There's no need to be nervous, it's not a serious issue. Noticing his changed expression, Dr. Han smiled softly and reassured him, "Let me explain it to you, and you'll understand. In general terms, what the human eye sees is transmitted to the brain, which quickly analyzes what the object is before presenting the image to the eyes. This is a process of organic computation. So normally, everyone sees the same thing when looking at identical objects. But your brain processes things differently. After your eyes perceive something, your brain's analysis creates a superimposed effect of distorted imagery. To put it plainly, your brain makes computational errors in image processing, causing you to misinterpret what you see. Do you understand? Dr. Han paused at this point. Chen Bu sat in the chair, opening his mouth yet unable to speak for a long while. Finally, he nodded woodenly and replied, "I can." but you don't need to worry too much. This illness isn't actually that serious, and it doesn't make you misidentify everything. Moreover, to some extent, it's not incurable. Of course, if we want to identify the cause, it will take some time for deeper examinations. Deeper examination? Chen Bu asked doubtfully, what kind of examination? We need to identify exactly where the problem lies. Sometimes, such conditions can be congenital or acquired, caused by organ deterioration or neuron issues, or perhaps triggered by something you've experienced. Oh, Chen Bu nodded half understandingly, his expression turning extremely grave. Half a day later, he suddenly looked up seriously and asked, so, I really am sick. Hearing this, Dr. Han set down the report, looked at him earnestly, and sighed. Mr. Chen, as I said earlier, you shouldn't feel too burdened. Although this condition may slightly affect your daily life, the impact isn't severe. The most important thing is to face it with a positive mindset and continue living earnestly. As for the deeper causes behind the illness, if you truly wish to pursue treatment, perhaps you could return for a more thorough examination. Leaving the hospital, Chen Bui stumbled back to the company in a daze. He only took half a day off. For a worker like him who had no family support and had to rely entirely on himself, vacation time was both a luxury and something precious. Every hour of leave meant an equivalent amount of money lost. With his already meager income, he simply couldn't afford to rest more. Old Chen, I've noticed you haven't been looking too well these past couple days. Are you feeling unwell? As soon as he sat down at his workstation, Zhang Wuxin next to him noticed his listless appearance and couldn't hide his concern. I heard you took leave to go to the hospital? What's going on? If there's really something wrong, you shouldn't push yourself to come in. Health is the foundation of everything. If you wear yourself out, you'll have nothing left. Chen Bu gave a nod in response, his face expressionless. Half a day later, he suddenly remembered something and asked in return, have you seen the news recently? There's been a highly discussed topic online about patients going to another world. Ha! Zhang Wuxin's expression abruptly changed. His tone grew noticeably tense. Yes, many people online are saying this, including patients from their own families, sick neighbors, and those working in hospitals or who are patients themselves. They all claim to have visited another world. Really? What illnesses do these people have? There are all kinds of illnesses, but almost all the cases I've seen involve mental and psychological disorders. I've never heard of anyone with a common cold entering. At this point, Zhang Wuxin suddenly paused, his tone shifting again. Old Chen, why are you asking this? Don't tell me you're infected? Not at all, I'm perfectly normal. Chen Bu maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of abnormality. It's just that this matter has been making headlines recently. I got curious and wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I see. Zhang Wuxin lowered his head with a thoughtful expression. You look rather downcast. What's the matter? Chen Bu immediately noticed the shift in his mood and gave him a penetrating look. Nothing. Zhang Wuxin seemed struck by the question, his expression tightening once more as he waved his hands hastily and said gravely, I'm just curious. Let me ask you something, hypothetically, just hypothetically. If you found yourself in another world with some kind of extraordinary ability, what would you do? Chen Bu didn't answer the question. Almost simultaneously, the two of them looked up, locking eyes in silence, as if something had become self-evident in that very moment. Zhang Wuxin was the first to lower his head, his tone turning hesitant. Old Chen, could you not look at me with such deep affection in your eyes? You know I've been single for a long time. It's easy for me to get the wrong idea. I'm not interested in you. Chen Bu calmly cut off the train of thought, saying in an even tone, about that question earlier, I think, it depends on the specific situation and your own abilities. But whatever it is, you should always strive to be a good person. That's true. Zhang Wuxin lowered his head again after hearing this, wearing a thoughtful expression as though deep in thought. Chen Bu couldn't shake the feeling that this kid was overplaying innocence, like putting up a sign saying no silver buried here when clearly trying to hide something. To avoid exposing the matter, he could only divert the conversation. His gaze fell on a discarded pastry wrapper on the table, and he casually asked, just one pastry for your lunch? What? Sick? What sickness? I never said I was sick. How could I be sick? What nonsense are you talking? Chen Bu expressionlessly stared at him. I said Bing. He pointed at the bag on the table. Oh. Zhang Wuxin suddenly had an epiphany and stared at the food bag, his gaze turning somewhat dazed. Neither of them spoke anymore. The atmosphere became awkward and tense. After a long pause, Zhang Wuxin's voice grew timid. Old Chen, you don't think we look like sick people, do you? That doesn't seem right, not at all. Why do you ask? Nothing really, just curious. At first glance, we both look like those sunny, cheerful boys. He breathed a sigh of relief. The two looked at each other and gradually began to laugh. Chapter 9, The Way In. After work, by the time I got home, it was nearly night. Chen Bu lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. From the looks of it now, the rumors circulating online about patients traveling to another world are probably true. Discussions about this online have successfully pushed the matter to the level of nationwide debate, with almost everyone talking about it. According to online rumors, there are even claims that certain organizations have already sent personnel to investigate, suggesting humanity is facing a transformation unseen in a century. Of course, information on the internet is a mix of truth and falsehood, including plenty of ideas from those with abnormal thinking. For example, there's one guy online who insisted he contracted some illness and traveled to another world. That world was supposedly filled with beautiful women who wore nothing, living in absolute bliss. Moreover, he discovered a bug to access this world. Anyone wanting to enter simply needed to purchase the password he provided. Eventually, this guy got arrested for fraud and was thrown in prison, with an official notice released about it. Apart from this, others posted online claiming they had also traveled to another world, despite having no illnesses. Out of curiosity, they went for medical checkups and discovered their kidneys were failing. Thus, rumors began to spread, gradually giving rise to a certain viewpoint. Some believe that as long as they find a way to ruin their kidneys, they can enter another world. And the only way to ruin one's kidneys is to watch Japanese adult films every day, 10 times a day. They won't even need a week to cross over to the other world. This has been dubbed by netizens as the trial on the sacred path. Upon seeing these posts online, Chen Bu's scalp tingled with horror. This was the first time he'd seen people so eager to contract an illness. Such are the times, whether something's good or bad, everyone wants a piece of the action. But this at least proves one thing: people traveling to another world don't seem to be limited to just him. This discovery filled Chen Bu with unease, yet also with excitement and anticipation. Those who fell had all gone to another world. If they could meet there, wouldn't that turn into some kind of patient support group? Amidst the intricate and convoluted contents, only 2 points truly caught Chen Bu's attention. First, regarding the method to enter another world, someone mentioned sleep. It seemed that simply by falling asleep, regardless of time or place, one would wake up in the other world. Under the same circumstances, falling asleep in that other world would bring one back again. This is currently the only way to enter another world. The prerequisite is that you must be a patient. As for which patients can enter, no one knows yet. Second, regarding what some have mentioned about abilities in that other world. A netizen named Can't Lose Weight, Go Eat Shit claimed that they suffered from an illness and, upon entering another world, unexpectedly acquired a certain special ability. Later, through exchanges with different patients, they discovered that in that other world, different illnesses could grant them different special abilities. They provided an example. There was a patient with mania who, in that other world, would experience a sudden surge in muscle mass whenever their temper flared up, even to the point of bursting through his clothes, becoming like the Hulk in movies. The only difference from the Hulk was that his pants would also tear apart. Later, to avoid embarrassment, this guy kept working on controlling his temper. Rumor has it his rage issues are almost cured now. Reading the content of this post, Chen Bui found himself deep in thought. He thought of the prediction lines he had seen. Recalling the visual distortion syndrome diagnosed at the hospital, he began realizing the connection between the two. If different illnesses could grant different abilities, then things were getting complicated. If someone with sex addiction were to travel to another world, wouldn't that? Chen Bu felt chills running down his spine the more he thought about it. He had a strange sensation, as if a bizarre and illusory world was slowly unfolding before him. After lying in bed lost in wild thoughts for a long time, he finally sank into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Chen Bu heard the sound of fierce quarreling by his ears. Don't untie him. First came a man's low growl. Then came a woman's uneasy voice. But he's a human, not a pig-headed person. Doing this would violate the Church Society's rule against harming civilians. If discovered, the consequences. Damn it, I swear to heaven, when I knocked out this little bastard just now, sure as hell there was white fur growing all over his body, not to mention the fangs. Can't take the risk of untying him. The man's voice sounded almost angry. Yao yao, you have to believe me. This guy is definitely a pig-headed human, that stench of pig on him, can't you smell it? It reeks like an old man who hasn't bathed in years, even from miles away. I smelled it. The woman called Io didn't sound as certain as before. She said anxiously, I'm just worried. Arthur, if he's just an ordinary citizen, then we'd be kidnapping civilians, we could get defrocked by the ecclesiastical society. The consequences would be severe. I know, and I'm putting this out there right now, if this kid really is normal, then I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. You won't be dragged into it. Arthur, you know that's not what I meant. I know, if something really happens to me, that kid won't survive either. I'll kill him and dump his body in the cesspool to soak, use him as fertilizer for my backyard. While the two were talking, Chen Bu, who had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed listening all along, finally slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was a crackling campfire, its flames flickering uncertainly. Next came two furry animal hide blankets spread on the ground, with various items scattered haphazardly on top, all seemingly traveling gear. The surroundings were pitch black walls, as if he were in a narrow cave. The wind howled through the cave entrance, wailing like a ghost's mournful sob. Chen Bu struggled to stay conscious, lifting his gaze to see two people clad in adventurer's attire. a man and a woman. The man wore a black leather trench coat, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, with a full beard and distinctly Western features. At his left side rested a brown cowboy hat, while two silver-white revolvers hung at his waist. The woman opposite him looked to be only in her 20s. Her features weren't exceptionally delicate, but they had character, with her hair braided into a hemp-like plait coiled at the back of her head. What was slightly surprising was that the woman had distinctly Asian facial features. At her waist, tucked in a leather holster, was an oddly shaped but somewhat short wooden staff. A crystal-like gem is embedded at the top. It looks like a staff from the movies, and seated on the ground between the two of them is his younger sister, Nina, the pale-faced Nina. Her hands and feet were currently bound, and her face appeared rather pale. She was staring at him with a look of resentment. Though she hadn't uttered a word, her expression seemed to convey everything that needed to be said. It seemed as if she were cursing him silently, yet also urging him to quickly come up with a solution. Chen Bui reluctantly interpreted it as her wanting him to find a way. As he opened his eyes, the man called Arthur turned his head with a somewhat icy gaze. "Oh, look who's awake." Chapter 10, The Immune One. "What do you want?" "I want to fuck you, that okay?" Facing the two strangers before him, Chen Bu's expression turned grave. The man named Arthur sneered coldly as he drew the revolver from his waist. The pitch-black muzzle pressed directly against the standing man's crotch. Chen Bu's face turned even uglier as he suddenly felt a tightening sensation in his crotch. Then, he heard the other speak in a gloomy tone. "Listen up, kid. Next, I ask, you answer. If you want to keep your family jewels, cooperate honestly. Understood?" Chen Bu stared at the gun barrel pointed at his groin and silently nodded. "First question, your village was hit by the pig-headed plague. Do you know how the virus got there?" Hearing this question, Chen Bu didn't answer immediately, instead furrowing his brow in thought. He first glanced at Hina, seeming to contemplate something before hesitating and saying after a long pause, "Someone let me in." "Speak clearly, who let him in? How was it done, and why?" "Two men in the village wanted to marry my sister and me. When our family refused, they held a grudge. To get back at us, they put the virus in our food." As soon as the words were spoken, Hina, who was also tied up nearby, widened her eyes in shock and gaped. "Brother, what are you talking about? How could that be? I wasn't asking you, shut your mouth." Arthur turned his head and roared, startling Hina into immediately shrinking her neck. "Don't yell at her. If you have questions, ask me instead." Chen Bu raised his head, gazing at him calmly. "Oh, playing the protective sibling?" Arthur sneered. "Is this your lover?" "My sister." "Your sister?" He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, visibly pausing for a moment before slowly exhaling smoke with a furrowed brow. "My temper is actually quite good, as long as you don't piss me off." The more he said this, the less Chen Bui believed him. Xena was so terrified that sweat beaded on her forehead, and she no longer dared to make a sound. "Go on, what happened next? Did you retaliate with the virus?" "No, my whole family died after being infected." Chen Bu shook his head, his voice tinged with sadness. "I overheard their conversation by accident, then I took a gun and killed them both." The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. "You killed them all by yourself?" After a long pause, Arthur looked him up and down with skepticism, raising an eyebrow and sneering. "I don't believe you could manage that. Your frame isn't even as sturdy as my house monkey. I had a gun. I ambushed them from behind when they weren't paying attention." Chen Bu didn't argue back, but instead explained with sincere tones. Everything he said was the truth. It's just that Arthur clearly didn't quite believe this explanation. After staring into his eyes for a long time, Arthur finally let out a laugh. This laugh was impossible to tell whether it was mocking or sincere. "Quite interesting." He exhaled a puff of smoke. "Avenging your family, you've got guts, at least more than my damned monkey. That bastard just stood there when his breeding mate got stolen by another male and didn't even dare make a sound." Chen Bu had no idea why he kept bringing up the damned monkey. "Now for the second question. Tell me what's going on with you." Arthur, apparently tired from standing, sat down on the ground nearby. He loaded the revolver and forcefully pressed it against Chen Bu's crotch, cigarette dangling from his mouth. "You're not one of the pig heads, but you reek of them and it's clearly unnatural. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, this gun's gotta make some noise today. Say goodbye to your cock." Chen Butch looked down at the gun barrel. He felt an urge to curse, but he held it back in the end. What's more, he could clearly tell, though this person before him seemed easygoing, they were absolutely the type to kill without batting an eye. He might actually pull the trigger. Judging by their attire and the mention of the Jijiao Society in their earlier conversation, they were likely no ordinary people either. At this moment, with a gun pointed at my crotch, anyone who says they aren't panicking is lying. After all, this thing hasn't been used yet. Chen Bu pondered for a few seconds before deciding to tell the truth. "I've been scratched by pig-headed men." As these words left his mouth, the expressions on the two people before him visibly froze for a moment. He continued, "But you don't need to worry. Though I was scratched, I haven't transformed. I don't know why either. The wound is on my left shoulder. You can check for yourselves if you don't believe me. Hearing this, a skeptical look appeared on Arthur's face. Kid, you'd better not try anything funny. Getting shot hurts like hell. He jabbed the gun downward while simultaneously pulling open the clothes on Chen Bui's left shoulder with his other hand. Sure enough, several glaring and savage bloodstains marked the shoulder. As the clothing was peeled back, a faint stench even wafted out. Spotting the wounds, Io, who had stayed silent this whole time cooperating, gasped sharply. Her expression changed as she muttered uneasily. These are indeed marks from a pig-headed human's claws, but that's impossible. How could there be no mutation after being scratched by them? Unless, as if realizing something, Io slowly opened her mouth. You mean, an immune? That's right. They'd clearly arrived at the same conclusion. Arthur furrowed his brows, hissing through gritted teeth, damn it. Back when the plague first broke out, the Scarlet Peaks Medical Society did mention there might be a handful of immune cases, but that was pure speculation with no actual examples. Maybe, he's one of them? Both men turned simultaneously to stare at Chen Bu, their gazes inscrutable. Chen Bu instinctively clutched at his torn-open shirt. Damn it, this is like a sow stuck in an iron fence, can't go forward or backward. Should I kill him or not? Arthur once again reached into his coat and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it anew as he took a drag. Chen Bu saw his troubled expression and couldn't help whispering, Big bro, why don't you let us go? Our whole family are good folks, really. Arthur glanced at him but said nothing. Io said gravely, I just remembered something. The Crimson Peak Medical Association previously stated that regarding immune individuals, anyone who could provide relevant research specimens would receive a substantial reward. The total amount of this reward is many times greater than killing a few pigmen, enough to sustain us for half our lives. Are you suggesting? Arthur seemed to grasp her meaning. Whether or not this kid is immune, it's undeniable that he was scratched by the pigmen without undergoing mutation. Yao nodded solemnly and said, since we can't figure things out, let's send him to the Scarlet Peak Medical Society. On one hand, we can claim a handsome reward, and on the other, we might even find a way to cure the pig-headed plague. That way, we'd have enough funds to leave this place when the time comes. Hearing this, Arthur pondered for a few seconds before nodding in apparent agreement with the idea. What about Flower Girl here? Should we bring her along too? He pointed at Sheena, who stood silently nearby, not daring to make a sound. The little girl was so frightened that she abruptly raised her head, her face pale as she shook it repeatedly, pleading, don't. Well, pretty girl. Arthur, a cigarette between his lips and a gun in hand, strode over with a wicked grin. His approach nearly made Hina burst into tears with a loud wail. Enough, stop scaring her, we'll take her with us. Ayao said calmly, we're not thugs after all. At the end of the day, this little girl is his sister. Family should stay together, and she can serve as a hostage too. Fine. If this runt tries to run along the way, I'll sell this little girl to Hangman City to be a pleasure girl, or just kill her if that doesn't work. Hearing this, Xena finally broke down weeping in fear. No, big brother, save me, I don't want to be sold as a pleasure girl. Chen Bu suddenly felt as though something had lodged in his chest, a suffocating sensation that left him speechless. Seeing this, Arthur sneered coldly. Little flower, don't count on your brother here, he can't even save himself. Seeing this, Chen Bu hesitated and said, I'm not her biological brother. She has little to do with this, let her go. Naturally, he said this to protect Xena. Is that so? But Arthur clearly thought differently. His gaze deepened as he said, but I've heard that sometimes, those unrelated by blood can be even closer than family. As humans, we must learn to cherish. If I really let her go, she'd be torn apart by those pig-headed creatures. Even if she's not your blood, isn't she the only family you have left in this world? Hearing this, Chen Bu froze. Even Xena froze suddenly, her tear-filled eyes widening as she stared blankly at Chen Bu. No one knew what she was thinking. Don't worry, if we're lucky, perhaps none of us will die on this journey. Io stood up and said, handing you over to the medical association earns us money, a rather despicable thing, but on the flip side, those researchers might actually cure you. It's killing two birds with one stone, so try to look on the bright side. At least you're still a man, for now. As she spoke, she glanced downward. Chen Bui's face darkened instantly. Chapter 11, The Traveler from Four Directions. Chen Bu was practically awake all night, as he didn't feel sleepy at all, and dared not sleep either. Xena beside him was in the same condition. She appeared even more exhausted than he was, repeatedly wanting to sleep yet not daring to. In the end, she probably couldn't hold back anymore and lightly nudged Chen Bu with her foot, whispering, could you keep watch for me? I want to sleep for a bit. Chen Bu felt slightly embarrassed. What kind of watch could he possibly keep while tied up? But to reassure her, he nodded earnestly. Don't worry, I'll be here. Sleep well. Hearing this, Hina gave him a strange look. Then, without saying a word, she simply nodded lightly. But in her heart, warmth welled up, even though she knew Enzo might not be able to do this. In the past, Enzo wouldn't have said such things to her either. but she was simply too exhausted. Without another word, she closed her eyes and fell fast asleep. Chenbu sat there silently. Less than 2 hours later, dawn began to break outside the cave, and morning arrived as promised. Arthur and Arya got up early to start packing their belongings. Shiana, who had just fallen asleep, looked utterly bewildered when awakened, so drowsy she could barely keep her eyes open. Seeing this, Arthur bellowed, "Kill anyone who keeps their eyes shut." Startled awake, she glared daggers at his retreating back, her face twisting into such a vicious scowl it looked like she wished she could bite him to death. She dragged the sleepy siblings out of the cave by their arms. The man, who looked like a western cowboy, cautiously surveyed his surroundings before speaking in a low voice. "We gotta steer clear of your village. The plague raged all night yesterday." The screams sounded like 40-year-old women moaning in bed, going non-stop till dawn. "The place is probably crawling with pig-headed creatures now. Can't go through there." "Alright, let's take the detour then. It'll be a longer trip, but definitely safer." Io nodded in agreement. She tightened the ropes binding Hina with force, desperate to prevent any chance of escape. Xena's face twisted in agony from the stranglehold, and Chenbu fared no better. Arthur's grip felt like he wouldn't be satisfied until he'd crushed them clean through. After tying the rope and exiting the cave, 2 horses stood tethered beside the trees in the forest. One was a deep chestnut red, the other an elegant black, their coats glossy and their spirits full of vigor. At this moment, it stood by the tree, occasionally snorting through its nose, giving off a spirited and ready-to-go impression. "The number of horses is limited, so you'll have to bear with it for now." Io led Xena to the side of the red jujube-colored horse, untied the halter, and helped her up. Meanwhile, Arthur, who was pulling Chenbu aside to the black horse, gave a chuckle. "They're not suffering at all. These folks who've lived in the village their whole lives rarely get a chance to ride horses. Ordinary families certainly can't afford one. Now they're just making the most of the experience." "Is a horse really that expensive?" Chenbu couldn't help asking. It suddenly struck him that he hadn't actually seen any horses in the village earlier. Price depends on quality, same as judging a girl's bosom. Weight depends on size, after all. Got to assess the full measure of what's being offered. What counts as having good weight? The bigger and wider, the better the weight. Arthur stuffed his equipment into the saddlebag and smirked. An ordinary horse costs at least 20 gold, while a fine one goes for 50 gold or even more. Gold? Chenbu was momentarily stunned. He had no idea what gold was. Seeing his reaction, Arthur gave a smirk and said, "What, never seen a horse, but surely you've seen money? Don't play dumb with me. Money is gold, and gold is money." "I do." Chenbu steeled himself and responded with feigned indifference. "But I started to have doubts in my heart. The money here didn't seem to match the currency I was familiar with. The pig-headed plague is getting worse, harder to deal with than imagined. But what's most terrifying is how it spreads. At this rate, all the villages under Executioner's city jurisdiction will probably fall." Io mounted her horse, her tone laced with worry. "This has already gone beyond what the church sect alone can handle. The royal family needs to send out their legions. Your village wasn't the first, and I fear it won't be the last." Hearing this, Xena, sitting behind on the horse, opened her mouth slightly, her face pale as she asked, Did everyone in the village die?" "Not necessarily, there should be 1 or 2 lucky survivors," Arthur said with rare seriousness. "After all, there always needs to be a few fortunate ones. Only by having them survive and flee to various places can they inform people of what happened. As for whether most live or die, I'm afraid they'll have to leave it to fate." "Oh, a Westerner like you is starting to believe in concepts like heaven's will?" A Yao tugged at the horse reins as she spoke. Arthur glanced at her and shook his head. "I've always believed, just not as devoutly as you Eastern folk." As he spoke, he nudged the horse's flank with his foot, and the 2 steeds began moving forward slowly. Chenbu listened to their conversation with furrowed brows. It was only later that he learned this world's continent was divided into 4 distinct regions: East, West, South, and North. Each direction has its own kind of people, and together they are called the 4-way travelers. Just like Io, she is an Easterner. As for Arthur, he is a Westerner. It's quite easy to distinguish between these two based on their appearances. Southerners are also instantly recognizable, as their skin tones are strangely varied, some black, some blue, or even purple, and they're generally shorter in stature. When he first learned that Southerners had blue skin, Chenbu's mind started filling with images of little blue people bouncing around energetically. Chapter 12 The Night Post House. Northerners look like giants, you can spot them at a glance. Whether men or women, they're all at least 2 meters tall. Once you've seen one, you'll recognize a northerner anywhere. Damn, their bodies are as massive as mountains. Travelers from all directions have their own countries, cultures, and traits. Right now, do you know where we are? At the border between East and West, near Hanging City. Once we reach Crimson Peak, we'll have fully entered the Eastern lands. Mysticism thrives in Eastern culture, though their dogmatism tends to be overly intricate, sometimes downright excessive. But for me, the real allure is Eastern cuisine. Honestly, I could eat my way through it for a lifetime without repeating a dish. Arthur spoke, and beside him, Yao Yao chuckled along in agreement. Eastern cuisine is indeed diverse, but there's also a saying that goes, in the East, what's even richer than the food is the give and take of human relationships. But let's save these geographical tidbits for another time. With that, Yao Yao abruptly shifted the topic. We can't keep chatting, or we'll run out of time. We need to reach the next stop before nightfall, or else we'll have to sleep in the wild. After ending their conversation, the two horses began galloping at full speed. As he sped along the way, Chen Bu did not close his eyes to resign himself to death. On the contrary, he remained observant at every moment, and he discovered that on the numerous trees lining both sides of the road grew something with an extremely bizarre appearance. They were practically everywhere, in roadside thickets and among the stone piles by the river. At first, he thought it was a plant, but gradually he realized it wasn't a plant, it seemed to be some kind of mineral. You could tell it was very hard in texture. It wasn't until the end that Chen Bu finally confirmed it was something extremely ancient. Though it seemed incredible, he was certain that the object growing by the roadside appeared to be bronze. On trees, roadsides, rock piles, and in streams, patches of bronze stone grew almost everywhere. They were as common as grass and flowers. Sprouting amid dense vegetation, these formations displayed an ancient yet rustic bluish-green hue that stood out strikingly. Some particularly unusual flowers even bloomed tiny bronze blossoms. They created a bizarre yet intriguing fusion of antiquity and modernity. When the exhausted horses stopped to rest, Chen Bui stealthily asked Hina about the bronze they'd seen along the roadside. Hina regarded him with faintly alien eyes before replying after a long pause, "It's the bronze season, now. Of course bronze would grow naturally." Bronze season. Another incomprehensible foreign term. Chen Bu furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. "Brother, you look kinda dumb right now." Xena stared at him, her tone tinged with apparent worry. "But if you really lose your mind, what should I do?" Chen Bu glanced at her. Though the girl never minced words, the expression on her face and between her brows clearly betrayed a hint of concern. "Probably the pig-headed human plague affected me, causing some memory gaps. I might ask more questions later, but don't worry too much, I'll be fine." Upon hearing this, Xena tilted her head slightly, nodding with a soft though her expression still looked deeply preoccupied. Chen Bu continued asking, "By the way, besides the bronze season, are there any other seasons?" "Yes, there are 4 seasons in total: bronze, gold, decay, and void. We've always divided time according to these 4 seasons. Does that ring any bells?" During the bronze season, bronze grows abundantly in many places. These materials help people with daily life, as they can be processed into various tools. Normally, it's the safest and most comfortable season. Who would have expected the pig-headed human plague to appear? As for the decay season and void season, they are extremely dangerous. Oh, and these 4 seasons don't follow a fixed order, they appear randomly shuffled. After the bronze season passes, the next phase will most likely still be a bronze season, though of course, it could also be another season. As for which one exactly, that's entirely random. Hina blurted it all out in one breath. Speaking too quickly, she gasped heavily for air, fixing her earnest gaze on Enzo before her. "Understood." Chen Bu chuckled. "So that's how it is. Though this world still has rainy days, snowy days, and sunny days, time still flows here, but the standards used to mark its passage aren't the spring, summer, autumn, winter cycle I was familiar with, but is divided into 4 seasons: bronze, gold, decay, and void. Moreover, the characteristics of each season's phases are entirely distinct from one another. Just as during the current, bronze season, vast amounts of bronze proliferate. It seems the mechanisms of this world are far more complicated than imagined." After resting briefly, they resumed their journey. Before they knew it, dusk was approaching. Before the sun had fully set, the 4 of them finally reached Night Courier's Lodge. However, contrary to their expectations, there was no house to rest in, only utter devastation. Night Post House was actually just a roadside dwelling, offering weary travelers passing through at night a place to rest. When the 4 arrived, the sun was just setting. Golden twilight bathed the time-worn structure. Its glow also illuminated the chaotic bloodstains and several violently torn-apart corpses strewn before the entrance. "Damn it, someone got here first." Arthur tugged at the reins, bringing his horse to a halt about 10 meters away, then dismounted with a frown. He drew his revolver from his waist, his expression slightly grim, and slowly moved forward. Approaching the corpse, he first warily scanned his surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he finally crouched down to examine the body. There are bite marks on the neck, the blood has already cooled, clearly dead for some time. There's also a lingering stench of pigs in the air, seems like pig-headed men passed through here. Could it be someone here was infected too? The plague is spreading this fast. Io's face showed unease. Then what should we do now? If we keep going, we definitely won't reach the next post station before dark, and traveling at night is too dangerous. Don't worry, we'll stay here. Arthur waved his hand dismissively. He loaded his gun, saying gravely, the most dangerous place is also the safest. Besides, even if we wanted to hurry, the horses probably wouldn't last. The pig-headed humans already ransacked this place, chances are they won't be back. But first, let's clear out the corpses at the entrance. Otherwise, by nightfall, we might attract those deranged corpse cultivators who use human bodies for their dark rituals. Chapter 13 Enzo's Memory. In the Nightpost house, the crumbling walls were splattered with blood. The air was perpetually thick with the clinging stench of blood. The furniture lay shattered and chaotically overturned all around. The terrifying scene before them made it clear at a glance that a brutal battle and deaths had occurred here. Chenbu's face wrinkled from being choked by the metallic stench of blood. Xena was even more unwilling to set foot inside, hesitating at the doorway and refusing to enter. Keep an eye on these two little brats, don't let them run off. I'm going outside to deal with the bodies. You little brat, your whole family's a bunch of little brats. Watching Arthur stride out the door, Hina cursed him bitterly in her heart for a long while. Yao Yao pulled the siblings and found a relatively clean spot in the room to sit down. Stay as far away from those bloody corpses as possible. Then she took out 2 metal boxes from the bag, tossed one over, and unwrapped it, saying, "Have something to eat. It's processed beef, very fresh and nutrient-rich." Chenbu caught it with his bound hands and shared it with Xena. Xena was clearly starving, picking out the larger chunks of meat to eat. Chenbu didn't rush to compete with her for food, willingly taking the smaller portion instead. Watching the siblings, Yao, who had been silently eating nearby, remained silent the whole time. Only her eyes grew complicated, impossible to tell what thoughts lay behind them. After a long while, she said calmly, "You really care for her. Having an elder brother like you must be very fortunate. Feel sorry for her?" Chenbu didn't think he felt particularly sorry for Hina, but he didn't hate her either. He was just doing what someone in his position ought to do. Just imagine, Chenbu had traveled through time and forcibly assumed someone else's brother's identity. He couldn't very well keep pretending to be their brother and then turn around and strangle them. He wasn't that evil. At least in Xena's eyes, he was still Enzo, not Chenbu. Here, no one knew who Chenbu was. I only did what any elder brother might do. Or perhaps, it was fulfilling the duties expected of an elder brother. Chenbu ate his meat quietly, the image from the corpse pit resurfacing in his mind as he added, "I made a vow before our parents' bodies." "Kept your word?" Yao chuckled lightly as she asked. "Of course not, one must never lie about the dead, or else the souls of the living will never find peace." Hearing this, Yao smiled and glanced at Xena, who was focused solely on eating. "I hope your sister will come to understand this someday." Chenbu cast a silent look at Xena's back without saying a word. Yet at this moment, as if struck, fragmented images suddenly began flashing rapidly through his mind. Like scenes being hastily pieced together. They were fragments of Enzo's scattered memories. There, before the village house, Enzo held a freshly knitted scarf in his hands, presenting it to his sister. His special feelings for his elder sister made him act like a love-struck teenager. And Hina just stood by silently watching it all unfold. She thought after giving her elder sister a scarf, older brother would give her one too. Yet in the end, he gave her nothing at all. Sheena just stood there alone, looking as if she'd been wronged. In the past, Enzo's attention had always been on his elder sister, often neglecting his younger sister's feelings. So much so that later when the sister reminded, "You forgot Sheena," and when he went belatedly with the scarf, Sheena initially threw it to the ground in anger, only to later say through tears, "Big brother doesn't care about me at all. He always forgets about me. I don't want any makeup gifts." From then on, the younger sister began avoiding him. She no longer liked talking to him, nor did she chase after him calling him big brother anymore. Enzo was only 12 years old that year. In truth, he had just recently discovered that he was an adopted child, not biologically related to the parents before him. But this didn't make him distance himself from anyone, nor did he question his biological parents. On the contrary, he only longed more intensely to belong to this place, the only place that could be called home. Knitting was his way of doing just that, only he didn't expect things to fall apart instead. Even though he eventually managed to finish a pair of gloves for both his dad and mom. Unfortunately, my younger sister still refused to accept the scarf. Mom and dad did take it, but within less than 3 days, they accidentally lost it. Yet Enzo knew very well how carefully mom and dad preserved gifts from his older sister or younger sister, often praising them for ages. His gifts were the only exceptions, invariably lost within 3 days. Perhaps I'm not all that important. But fortunately, my sister Serena accepted the sweater with genuine sincerity. She even complimented his knitting skills. Serena would often wear that sweater proudly in front of others, boasting, "This was a gift from my little brother." The only warmth Enzo felt at home seemed to come from his sister. She appeared to forever rescue him from unease and solitude. Fragmented memories flashed by. Shinbu had no time to dwell on more recollections, he had already returned to the present moment. Enzo's memories played out like film reels, gradually revealing themselves fragment by fragment in different scenes. He still didn't know that Enzo's family matters were this complicated. No wonder Sina sometimes treated him like a complete stranger. By the way, what exactly are these corpse cultivators you mentioned earlier? They're humans, but they eat human corpses. Io explained between bites. To be precise, they're an extremist group. They believe cultivating through human bodies can help them attain divine foresight and transcend mortality to become immortals. But frankly speaking, they're just a bunch of lunatics. People like that still exist? Of course there is. She waved her hand dismissively. There's every kind of strange bird in a large forest. The number of corpse cultivators is vast, and they've even established their own so-called religious societies. Though they're all unofficial, they're not to be underestimated. They call themselves Immortal Fire Society. The majority of corpse cultivators, rejected by cities, end up wandering in the wilderness. To them, these corpses killed by pig-headed humans are heavenly gifts for cultivation. Hearing this, Chenbu suddenly found the meat in his mouth rather revolting. Corpse cultivators are a major scourge in the eastern lands, just like your bliss cultists in the western realms. Yao Yao naturally assumed he was a Westerner. After all, Enzo's appearance was distinctly Western. Chenbu nodded along without responding, though he had no idea what the bliss cultist was. What about the two of you? What do you do? Are you professional pig-headed human hunters? Of course not. Pig-headed humans are just the lucrative bounties available recently. Io said calmly, you should at least know about the sect. Arthur's original profession was a gunner, but he recently completed his job transfer and is now a rifleman. As for me, I'm a spiritualist. When speaking about herself, Io unconsciously blinked several times, and her tone turned casual, as if unwilling to elaborate. Chenbu had seen this before. It was the telltale sign of lying. Can I join this profession and job transfer you mentioned? How old are you? 19. Hardly a chance. Why? To have a profession, you must join the church society, and you need to pass qualifications. But most people start applying at 14, some even at 12. You're 19 now. Unless you have extraordinary talent, it's very difficult to join at this point. Chenbu instantly felt a dark cloud pass over his head. He opened his mouth, seemingly unwilling to accept it. Your requirements are too strict. Back where I'm from, people are still allowed to take college entrance exams at 40. What's the test? It's nothing. Seeing him looking so dejected, Ayao patted his shoulder and comforted him. But don't lose hope. While you've missed your chance with the Orthodox Church Society, you could still join a wild church sect. They'd take you at 91 years old, let alone 19. It might not be the righteous path, but at least you won't go hungry. Just be careful, make sure you don't end up joining one of those cults. What the hell is the Wild Mission Society? Chenbu asked eagerly upon hearing this. How come you don't know anything? Finally, a helpless expression began to show on Io's face. Putting down the box in her hands with a sigh, she said, let's talk about it tomorrow, I'm a bit tired now. Then leaning against the wall, she closed her eyes and said no more. Chenbu had the sense not to ask further questions. He began processing what he'd heard in solitude. Unconsciously, he started to feel drowsy. Meanwhile, Xena fell asleep against the wall shortly after finishing her meal. But after only a short while, the little girl began to murmur incoherently, speaking disjointed words in her sleep. Nissan, why have you turned into a pig? Nissan, I want to eat pork. Listening to his little sister's sleep-talking, Chenbu's expression darkened slightly. He raised his hand, intending to teach her a lesson. Yet Xena rolled over, her head landing perfectly on his arm. Chenbu was momentarily stunned. Xena continued to mutter incoherently in her sleep. Brother, even though we're not blood-related, you still have to fulfill your responsibilities as an older brother and protect me properly. Because what that uncle said was right, you're the only person I have left in this world. At this moment, Chenbu's raised hand froze mid-air. Something seemed to have touched his heart. The room was eerily quiet, with cold wind whistling through the window. Chenbu suddenly remembered his family, and that younger biological brother who had gone missing for years. He used to dote on his little brother during their childhood. But the younger brother was always rebellious, refusing to submit to discipline. No matter when or what he did, he loved going against him, even resorting to violence. But even so, every time my younger brother got into a fight with others, he'd always say, if you dare hit me, I'll get my big brother to beat you up. No matter how much I disliked my brother, when faced with danger, I'd always end up invoking his name. Deep down, he truly believed in himself. It's a shame his memories of his little brother are forever frozen at age 12. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Xena now, Chenbu silently smiled. He lowered the hand that had been ready to strike, instead gently stroking Xena's head as he whispered, let me be your big brother. I'll try my best to fulfill a brother's duty, just as I once had a little brother. Good night. Gently touching her head, Chenbu closed his eyes and unknowingly drifted into sleep. When Chenbu opened his eyes again, he once more saw the familiar scene of the rented room. Chapter 14, The Three Mad Companions. Sitting on the bed, he glanced at the time on his phone. It was around 8 in the morning. The timing was neither early nor late, just perfect. Chenbu got up, freshened up briefly, and went downstairs to buy some breakfast from the shop. Since it was a day off with no work, the store was noticeably busier than usual. He grabbed a cup of millet porridge, a few skewers of Odin, and a grilled sausage. As he headed to the checkout, he overheard the conversation of the people in front of him. "I'm telling you, this thing is probably real." "That patient thing?" "Yes. And listen, I'll tell you secretly, don't share this with anyone. I have a neighbor with claustrophobia who swore to me this morning that he traveled to another world." "Holy shit, for real? A world with naked chicks actually exists?" "That wasn't it, but he said there were people with pig heads inside." "Ha, pigs? What's fun about pigs? No, girls sound so boring." He didn't explain it very clearly either, and mentioned that many buildings seemed to be made of bronze, plus there were lots of terrifying things. "Have you guys heard of cultivating immortality?" "Bronze? Cultivating immortality? Pig-headed people?" These words combined made Chenbu's heart begin to race uncontrollably. He tilted his head slightly, hoping to catch more of the conversation. Unfortunately, after settling the bill, the group hurriedly left the shop. Exiting the store, Chenbu didn't head straight back to his rented room. Instead, he took a lap around the neighborhood to stretch his legs. After rounding a path in the residential area to reach the east gate, he suddenly saw a large crowd gathered in front of a community hospital across the street. A red banner had also been stretched along the side of the road, bearing stark bold characters in black ink, "A life for a life." "What's going on here?" Chenbu paused at the entrance to the neighborhood, his expression puzzled as he asked. The elderly gatekeeper, whose legs and feet were no longer nimble, took a drag from his cigarette and snorted, his tone blunt as he replied, "Of course it's a dead person." "Dead people?" The old man's face showed an expression of enjoying the spectacle, as if he wished the situation would escalate even further. "I heard several have died, all within the last couple days. The hospital killed them during treatment, and the families won't accept it. They've come here seeking answers, and now the situation's getting worse. Rumor has it higher-ups have even sent investigators." "Killed them during treatment?" Chenbu was surprised to hear this and said, "This community hospital is quite famous. I heard there's a Dr. Wang who's supposed to be very skilled, isn't he?" "Skill-wise, Dr. Wang is excellent, but even he couldn't handle those difficult patients." The elderly security guard shook his head inside. According to the hospital orderlies, many of those patients didn't die from illness, their deaths were caused by something else. Some even had their heads blown open, almost as if they were shot like in the movies. Oh, and a few others had chaotic bite marks all over their bodies, with their internal organs completely hollowed out. The old man's expression grew increasingly terrifying as he spoke. "I also heard from others that the families are starting to suspect the patients were abused here. Mark my words, this matter won't be resolved easily. Dr. Wang has been practicing for so many years, but he probably won't be able to keep his position now." "That's serious?" Chenbu's brows furrowed as a vague sense of unease settled over him. "Didn't reporters come here earlier for interviews?" "Some patients claimed they went to another world after falling asleep." The old man took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling slowly, wreathed in smoke. "I reckon something had already gone wrong by then." Hearing this, Chenbu's expression turned grave as he gazed at the community hospital across the street, a growing sense of unease settling in. After walking a lap around the neighborhood, Chenbu returned home. Just as he reached his doorstep, before even unlocking the door, violent coughing erupted from the neighbor's house next door. Right after, a young man in his 20s pushed the door open and stepped out. At the same time, he was holding a large black garbage bag. As soon as the young man stepped out, he looked up and saw Chenbu across the hallway staring at him. He paused briefly, then smiled but didn't say anything. Chenbu nodded in response, also remaining silent. The young man looked familiar to him. They had met before and exchanged brief greetings on several occasions. Rumor had it he'd already graduated 4 years ago but was still preparing for postgraduate entrance exams. This would be his 5th attempt now. Something must have gotten into the boy. He'd become obsessed, like a stubborn ox charging headfirst into a dead end. He persists in believing that if he fails to get into graduate school, his life will be ruined, with no way out left. He talks about how undergraduates can't earn money nowadays, how postgraduates are flooding the streets, how PhD holders squat by the roadside eating boxed meals, and how even returnees from overseas end up tightening screws in factories. Chenbu doesn't know which marketing content he's absorbed from the internet that led him to think this way. Some self-media outlets truly seem to be killing people with an invisible knife. The most terrifying part was that after hearing it, he actually believed it. Sometimes reading books is worse than not reading at all. The postgraduate entrance exam candidate carried a plastic trash bag downstairs. For some inexplicable reason, he sneakily looked around as if stealing something. Seeing no one nearby, he hurriedly threw the oversized trash bag into the bin, then quickly turned and rushed upstairs, fleeing from the spot as if his life depended on it. He looked as though he was terrified of being seen. The black trash bag that had just been thrown away, jostled by the force of hitting the bin, caused a tuft of white fur to slowly spill out from within, floating to the outside. Sitting on the bed, Chenbu browsed through online news. The hype about patients traveling to another world was growing hotter by the day. Almost dominates the entire trending topic list. However, the authenticity of much content remains unverifiable. During this time, Zhang Wuxin shared several updates about the patients with him. Chen Bu only briefly replied with "Don't look at so much," before ignoring it entirely. Yet Zhang Wuxin kept relentlessly sharing all sorts of patient-related matters with him, seeming to take endless delight in doing so. This was starting to weigh on Chen Bu's mind. Was the kid's obsession with this topic bordering on excessive? Among the shared content was none other than the netizen with the handle, "If you can't lose weight, teach it." Currently, this individual ranked as one of the more viral bloggers across the web. Apart from this, as this person gained popularity, whether it was bandwagoning or not, two others suddenly emerged. One called "No Love Life, Eternal Constipation," and another named "Fail to Earn Money, Become a Mistress." These three bloggers became the hottest figures online regarding this affair, dubbed by netizens as the three major patients. Since the content shared by these three individuals was mostly credible, it quickly gained people's attention. Last time, I saw posts by "Can't Lose Weight, Eat Shit," but this person hasn't updated in a while. Shenbu then clicked on the post by "Can't Find Love, Lifelong Constipation." After glancing through the content briefly, he immediately felt this person must also be a patient and had been to another world. He mentioned a certain theory in his post. "We refer to the other world as the sick realm, while our current normal world is called the ordinary realm. As far as currently known, sleep is the only means of traveling between these two worlds. Therefore, no matter what method you use to fall asleep or into unconsciousness, you will find yourself in the other world, provided that you yourself are afflicted with an illness. Additionally, I've heard that some people try to escape from the other world by forcibly depriving themselves of sleep. This approach, in truth, is highly inadvisable. Everyone needs sleep. Even if you stay awake today, tomorrow, and the day after, you'll eventually succumb to it. From what I've learned, many have already developed severe illnesses due to sleep deprivation, some life-threatening. Conversely, there must always be a version of oneself in some world that remains in deep slumber. As for how this dormant state is sustained and whether it can be abruptly interrupted, that remains unknown for now. But there's one thing, and it's crucial. The following text was all marked in red, clearly emphasizing the tone. To any fellow sufferers who can travel to the realm of illness, please be aware that if you die in the realm of illness, your counterpart in the ordinary realm will also perish in the same manner. Recently, many patients in hospitals have been exhibiting this condition. If you are shot dead in the disease realm, then you in the normal realm will also die, bearing the same gunshot wounds. And let me advise you all, don't even think about going to that other world. It's no paradise. Right now, they're suffering from a horrific plague. Regarding the plague, I believe everyone has already seen the post titled "If You Can't Earn Money, Become a Mistress," which describes the matter in as much detail as possible. I won't elaborate further here. In short, the situation in the disease realm is extremely complex, and I haven't yet fully grasped it. There are also entities like the royal clan and a religious order present, which appear to form some sort of hierarchy. As for more details, please wait for the next update. Chapter 15: The Corpse Cultivator. Drifting into a drowsy sleep in his rented room, Shenbu once again returned to the disease realm. But this time, before he could even open his eyes, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of chaotic noises. "Wake up! Hurry! Something's coming!" The moment Shenbu opened his eyes, he saw Io pointing anxiously out the window. "Someone's coming!" Arthur, who had been hovering between sleep and wakefulness, instantly snapped alert at the sound and drew his gun. He hurried to the window, frowned as he looked outside, and his expression darkened as if he had spotted something. "Corpse seekers, damn it, these bone-sucking ghouls. I threw the bodies half a kilometer away, but they still tracked the scent here." Shenbu struggled to his feet after hearing Arthur's string of curses, making his way to the window to peer outside. Soon, beneath the clear moonlight on the desolate plain where icy winds howled, he spotted several dark, faintly blurred figures standing at a distance, staring fixedly in their direction. "They're not coming any closer. That's because they saw we're awake, otherwise they'd have been here by now." Arthur sneered coldly. "Yao Yao, start the fire. These bastards are afraid of light, they don't dare come near as long as there's illumination." "Good." Yao Yao hurriedly began lighting a fire in the corner of the room. As the flames rose, the entire room instantly became bright and warm, radiating a sense of security. Shenbu watched the scene outside the window. He noticed that their faces seemed smeared with some sort of black substance, making their features indistinct. Their tattered, severely weathered scraps of clothing hung motionless in the open field's wind, the gusts lifting the fabric so they appeared like vagrants. Their features were so ambiguous that distinguishing their genders was impossible. Yet every figure bore the same grotesquely emaciated frame, resembling people subjected to prolonged suffering. From a distance, the row of gaunt figures stood like upright sticks. But what was most unsettling was the constant movement of their mouths, as if they were chewing on something. Every now and then, someone would spit out a few finger-like fragments resembling human bones. Under the moonlight, the inside and outside of the house stared at each other, the atmosphere thick with oppression and gloom. "It seems those bastards aren't planning to leave. After the flames rose, Arthur stared for a while. Seeing no movement from the others, he gritted his teeth and said, "But no hurry, dawn's coming soon. They fear the light, we'll leave then and they won't catch us." "Good." Io nodded. About 2 hours later, daylight outside the house slowly began to brighten. The sun rose in the east, illuminating the land. Chenbu rose once more and went to the window. Peering out, he noticed the few gaunt figures in the distance still hadn't left. They had merely moved from the sunlight into the shade of a tree, their eyes still fixed intently on this place. It was as if they were watching prey, refusing to depart. Seeing this scene, Arthur seemed to have a headache. He spat fiercely on the ground. "Damn it, are these bastards planning to stay here forever? Fuck, if they won't leave, we will. We have to get to the next village before dark. Arthur, remember to load your bullets. The daylight's still strong, they won't dare come close. If they do, just shoot straight away. Don't worry, my gun's sharp as hell, one shot, one kill." Hearing this, Chenbu suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in his nether regions. Io quickly packed up their things and headed for the door. Arthur walked to the doorway, pulled 2 round objects from his bag, flashing a mischievous grin. "Know what these are?" He lifted it up and asked. Chenbu frowned and looked, realizing the object appeared to be some kind of specially designed device. "This is called the Happy Jumping Egg." "What kind of egg?" Chenbu was dumbfounded when he heard the name. "I made this thing myself to pass the rifleman qualification exam back then. Went through a lot of trouble, and specifically named it Happy Jumping Egg. What do you think? Sounds great." Chenbu forced a smile and nodded. "You're a fucking naming genius." After tinkering with them for a moment, the 2 happy jumpers emitted a few beeps. Arthur then stuck them to an inconspicuous spot on the doorframe and sneered. "Let's leave these motherfuckers a little surprise, give them a taste of these jumpers. Guaranteed to make them scream daddy, when the time comes." For some reason, Chenbu couldn't shake the feeling that those words carried some odd undertones. Must be my own impure thoughts at work. Watching Arthur enjoying himself so much with the toy egg, he couldn't help but shudder slightly. Lowering his voice, he asked his sister, "Are corpse cultivators really that hard to deal with?" "I don't know. I've never seen one, only heard stories." Xena frowned and said, "People from our village who joined the Yi cult came back mentioning they'd killed many corpse cultivators, said they weren't hard to deal with, but also that those things are disgusting, they eat people, and they all want to become immortals." Hearing this, Chen Bui fixed his gaze once more on those ragged shadows. It was hard to imagine what these people had endured to believe cannibalism could cultivate them into transcendence. "I wonder if the happy vibrator Arthur specially prepared for you will manage to cheer you up." Under Arthur's arrangement, the group slowly stepped out of the house. The sun was even more scorching than imagined, and the air before their eyes shimmered from the intense heat. Everyone wore slightly grave expressions, not daring to make any unnecessary moves, making the atmosphere feel rather tense. Although Chen Bu had no idea what those corpse cultivators were truly capable of, their grotesque appearance alone sent a chill running down his spine despite the scorching weather. "Let's move." Once outside, Arthur was the first to mount his horse. The others quickly followed suit. Then the four of them set off in silence. After the horses had covered some distance, Chen Bu turned back and noticed that the corpse cultivators weren't following them. A few figures blocked the sunlight with their clothing as they quickly scurried into the night post house where the group had just stayed. Yet scarcely had they entered when a deafening boom suddenly erupted from within the house. Galloping on horseback 100 meters away, Chen Bu could clearly see a burst of flames erupting from the house of the night post. The immense force of the explosion completely obliterated the entire house, sending walls flying through the air. Several figures wreathed in flames tumbled screaming from the house, collapsing motionless upon the ground after only a few stumbling steps. "How about that? My jumping bomb packs quite a punch, doesn't it?" Arthur turned his head with a glance, the firelight reflecting in his eyes as a hearty laugh rumbled from his throat. "Big." Chen Bu stared at the raging flames as if something had clogged his chest. His mouth hung open, yet no words came out. Before the night courier's hut, the remaining few emaciated figures shielded their eyes from the sun with their clothes, standing before the fiercely burning house with grim expressions and gloomy gazes. This kind of thing is unbearable. Among them, a hunched and skinny man glanced at the charred corpses on the ground, then raised his head to look at the two horses galloping away in the distance. He clenched his teeth tightly, his face contorted with rage. In his hand was a human finger, which he gnawed viciously between his teeth. "These heretics actually dared to plant bombs on doorframes. This is clearly a provocation against us, immortal master. We must kill them all, and make soup out of them." Beside the speaker stood a tall man, who silently stared at the corpses on the ground without uttering a word. He also glanced briefly at the departing horses before turning back, his expression calm. After a long pause, he said quietly, "For them to dare this, they're likely from one of the royal, sacred orders. Not so easy to deal with." "Royal sacred orders? Which royals? The Qianyuan royal clan, or the Gospel royal clan?" "Earlier, I noticed both Easterners and Westerners in their ranks." The hunchback man sneered, his face looking sinister. "Moreover, if they truly are from the royal cult, they'd be just the tonic you need to become a true immortal. The tonic is good, but not all tonics are safe to consume. The tall man addressed as Immortal Elder looked grave. After hesitating for a few seconds, he instructed, have someone follow them first and see where they're going. Report back if anything happens, there's no way we can just let them leave so easily. Yes, sir. Chapter 16, Like a Fool. This was the most urgent journey Chen Bu had ever made. For nearly an entire day on the road, hardly anyone spoke. Aside from his younger sister Xena occasionally exchanging a few words with him, the group's atmosphere was excruciatingly silent. It wasn't until rest time that Arthur finally broke the silence with a few brief remarks. First, he boasted about how powerful his happy vibrator was, feeling immensely proud of it, before finally bringing up the topic of the corpse cultivators. You folks who've been stuck in the village all year without stepping outside have no idea about those lunatics. Their hunting instincts are more patient than tigers or lions. Sure, we had our fun with the vibrator, but if we don't leave soon, we're still in danger. So, pushing themselves to the limit, they finally reached the nearest village by dusk. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, when they arrived, the streets were deserted and eerily silent as though no one had ever lived there at all. Not even the sound of a voice could be heard. Almost every household had its doors locked tight. It didn't resemble a normal village at all. But Chen Bu quickly noticed pairs of eyes staring at them from behind every window. It seemed everyone here had gone into hiding. Arthur tugged on the reins, halting his horse in the middle of the road. As if expecting this very situation, he unhurriedly drew a document from his coat, unfolded it, and raised it high while calling out to the surroundings. Good people, there's no need to be afraid. We're neither pig-headed men nor plague carriers, just employees of the Red Raven sect, currently on official business. We happened to pass through as night approaches, and wondered if we might stay for shelter? After shouting, he raised the documents and waited, but there was no response for a long time. Arthur couldn't help but suck his teeth, wearing an unwilling expression as he called out again, if possible, we're willing to pay. As soon as the words were spoken, a hoarse and aged voice finally responded from inside the nearby house, we don't need money. As long as you're not infected with the plague, if you're from the church society and won't harm us, that's enough. A sound came from the left side of the road as a wooden door creaked open, and an elderly man slowly stepped out from behind it. Chen Bu saw the old man dressed in traditional Eastern attire, almost identical to the elders he remembered from his childhood visits to his hometown during New Year celebrations. It seemed that this Eastern kingdom shared certain similarities with his own world. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles, his hair gray and white, walking with unsteady and slow steps. Alone, he approached Arthur's horse, squinting at the documents for a long while before finally confirming them with a deep sigh of relief, then straining his voice to shout loudly to those around him. Come out, everyone. No need to hide, they're really from the teaching society. As the words fell, doors began swinging open from houses lining both sides of the road. Villagers emerged one by one, their faces etched with terror as they regarded the strangers with fearful eyes. We're terribly sorry. The pig-headed human plague has been so rampant lately that everyone's on edge. The old man sighed, his face pale with tension. It's all right, I understand. Being cautious is always a good thing. Arthur nodded and put away the documents, saying solemnly, we won't stay long either. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning, just need a place to rest for the night. Of course there's a place to stay. Before, some nobility visited the village and built accommodations specifically for church staff. I'm the village chief, follow me, and I'll take you there. Thank you. Afterward, the four of them followed the village chief into the settlement under the uneasy gazes of the villagers, arriving at a house deep within the village. This is the place. Standing before the door, the village chief pulled a set of keys from his pocket, unlocked it, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the house wasn't particularly spacious, and its furnishings were relatively simple, but it made up for it by being clean and tidy. Clearly, someone took care of it regularly. I didn't expect it to be so clean. Do you guys come to clean here every day? Seeing how spotless the house was, Yao Yao couldn't help asking curiously. The village chief lit the candle on the table and shook his head. The royal family gave orders to keep the place tidy so church staff would have a clean resting spot when passing through. But we don't clean daily, just once a week. Who does the cleaning? Everyone takes turns. Is it free? Not at first. The royal family promised to allocate a monthly cleaning fee to us, but after about a year, we never saw that payment again. Left with no choice, we had to do the cleaning for free. Hearing this, Arthur sneered, not getting paid? Then screw cleaning for them. You can't say that. The village chief looked uneasy as he spoke. I heard that something similar happened in another village before. They didn't clean properly, and when some royal family members passed by and saw how dirty the houses were, they executed the local village chief. Is this how you Easterners handle things? Arthur glanced at Yao. Yao kept her head lowered without speaking, lost in thought. If you couldn't collect the money, did you ever try going to the city to demand it? We went, but couldn't even get past the city gates. Almost got beaten to death. I see, I understand now. It seems someone has taken your money for themselves. Ah, it doesn't matter. The village chief sighed. It's fine without the money. We don't rely on it to survive. We just hope that when they do come, they won't blame us. After all, we're just trying to live a peaceful life. Hearing this, Chen Bu remained silent. The status of the people here seems even more wretched than in my own world. Due to the pig-headed human plague, everyone currently eats together in the longhouse, and a roll call is taken every evening. If any of you gentlemen prefer not to come to the longhouse, I can arrange to have meals delivered to you. No need for that. We'll join you there. It'll be a good opportunity to chat with you all. The village elder, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude with repeated thanks before taking his leave. After the village chief left, Chen Bu couldn't help wondering, is the church society highly respected here? Why does the village have a dedicated reception area for them? In terms of status, church society members are definitely held in higher regard than ordinary citizens. Having grown accustomed to the boy asking such fundamental questions along the way, Arthur lit a cigarette as if they were just making casual conversation. For ordinary families, especially those in rural villages, having someone join the church society as a professional, particularly someone who successfully changes vocations, is considered an honor that brings glory to their ancestors. Percent. I see. Chen Bu nodded thoughtfully. This situation is like a village child topping the imperial exams and entering a top-tier academy, same concept. Seeing Chen Bu's pensive expression, Yao couldn't help but ask Xena, your brother's basic common sense is really lacking. How did you two manage living together before? Brother's not stupid, just sometimes a little slow. Chen Bu's face darkened with frustration. However, it was clear this explanation wasn't entirely convincing. Io let out a resigned chuckle. The teaching society and the royal family are fundamental knowledge in this world, impossible not to know. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell us, everyone has their own secrets, after all. It's not that I don't want to, I'm just afraid you won't believe me. Chen Bu suddenly turned deadly serious and said, what if I told you, I'm actually from another world? Would you believe me? The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere froze instantly, plunging the surroundings into utter silence. After a long silence, Aya was the first to laugh. I don't believe you. I don't believe you either. I saw it when you were peeing, your bird looks exactly like mine. If you were really from another world, there's no way we'd be identical down there, right? Chen Bu was shocked to find this reasoning inexplicably persuasive, leaving him completely unable to refute it. Little sister, do you trust me? Chen Bu cast one last glance at his sister. Sheena looked at him with rare seriousness and said, I believe you, but how can you prove it? If you can't, you'll just look even more foolish. Chapter 17 The Locked Up Child. Nightfall. The villagers gathered in the longhouse, and the village chief sent someone to invite Arthur and his companions to join them for dinner. To avoid disturbing the dinner's atmosphere or alarming the villagers, Arthur made an exception this once, untying the ropes from Chen Bu's and Hina's hands before entering the spacious longhouse together. At the same time, he warned him, if you dare run, I'll shove a joy buzzer right up your crotch. I definitely won't run away. This directly cut off Chen Bu's thought of escaping at the source. The so-called Long House was actually just a large building. It was said that all important village matters were discussed and decided here. The interior space was vast. Upon entering, one saw densely arranged tables and chairs, all already filled with seated people. However, almost all the villagers were silently eating with their heads down, not uttering a word. Especially after their arrival, the already scarce chatter completely faded into silence. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Chen Bui noticed that the villagers would occasionally steal glances at him, but if their eyes met, they would immediately lower their heads in fright. Fear was written all over these people's faces. As he took his seat, he looked around. To his astonishment, he discovered that nearly every item in the longhouse, from the tableware on the tables to the chairs people sat on, even the drinking cups, appeared to be made entirely of bronze. The benefit of bronze season is precisely this: the freely growing bronze can provide much assistance for people's survival, came the explanation. Arthur didn't hesitate at all, plopping down casually right next to the village chief. His broad shoulders bumped into the chief with such force that the man nearly toppled over. The frightened village chief scooted sideways without daring to utter a word. Oblivious, Arthur kept explaining things to Chen Bu. There are many bronze smelters in the world. As long as the bronze is processed, many unexpected things can be crafted. That's how mechanics and metallurgists do it. Nature's gifts allow us to live in this world. I see. Chen Bu nodded. In the bronze season, the bronze that grew abundantly everywhere was processed into all kinds of daily necessities and crafts. No wonder this world flourished so vibrantly. Gazing at the dazzling array of items before him, he felt as if he had returned to the ancient Bronze Age. Everything in sight was almost entirely made of bronze, exuding an ancient atmosphere. This thing is extremely valuable in the mortal world. It thrived during the Xia dynasty. If I took one back, any single piece could probably fetch a sky-high price. Of course, there's also the possibility of ending up in jail or losing my head. After taking their seats, everyone began eating. The food wasn't particularly lavish, mostly just wheat-based staples, with some corn, sweet potatoes, pickled vegetables, and a bowl of rather thin gruel. It wasn't fancy, but it'd keep you full. During the meal, after some brief pleasantries, the village elder kept pressing for details about the pig-headed men and how to fight them. After all, for these villagers who lacked any church professions, Arthur and Io's arrival was practically divine intervention. There's no special trick to handling pig-headed men, just shoot through their heads. Doesn't matter what it is, nothing survives without its head. Arthur took a sip of his watery porridge. But I heard, they're extremely hard to kill. We're not as strong as you all, what if? At the dining table, a little boy under 10 suddenly blurted out the question. His terrified parents immediately pulled him back, bowing repeatedly while apologizing. Sorry, so sorry, children speak without thinking. It's okay. Arthur wasn't angry, in fact, he smirked. He looked up to see everyone staring at him, took a deep breath, and said, I know everyone's scared, but pig-headed humans aren't as hard to deal with as you'd think. At the end of the day, they're just pigs. How hard can it be to shoot a pig? His joking tone made a few people chuckle despite themselves. And just like that, the tense atmosphere lightened a little. Uncle, can I join the church society, like you someday, and become a professional? I want to join, but Mom always says poor people can't enter the church society. Wait, don't speak nonsense. The boy's mother panicked and quickly pulled him back. Hearing this, Arthur seemed to recall something. He turned to the boy and spoke earnestly. Child, when I was your age, my family was actually poorer than we are now, but I still managed to join the church society later. I admit, for the poor, living in this world means fewer opportunities and less fairness. But the thing is, who you become in the future isn't usually decided by wealth or poverty, and you shouldn't let being poor become an excuse for not chasing your dreams. It's unclear whether the little boy truly understood these words, but something new seemed to flicker in his innocent eyes. After a pause, he asked once more, so, I can join the church society, too, when I grow up, right? As long as you're willing to work hard, you absolutely can. Mom, did you hear? Uncle said I'll definitely be able to join. I told you I could, but you never believed me. I heard. Mommy will believe you next time. The little boy, assured by the confirmation, beamed with pride and turned to show off to his mother, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. But Mother merely looked at Arthur, shook her head with a bitter smile. During the meal, almost everyone in the longhouse was talking about matters related to the hog-faced men. As a kidnapped hostage, Shenbu couldn't contribute much to the conversation and could only eat in silence. Perhaps because he wasn't speaking, even the usually outgoing Hina seemed to have lost her desire to communicate, just keeping her head down and eating non-stop. Of course, there was also the possibility she was simply hungry. Most people are here now, Felix. Go check who's still missing, then bring everyone who isn't here. We're almost at roll call time. Halfway through the meal, the village chief glanced at the shabby clock hanging on the wall, appearing ready to begin the roll call. The material of the clock on the wall looked exceptionally unique. Though also made of bronze, it was clearly much more ancient, engraved with bizarre patterns that seemed to originate from primordial times. Good. A young man in his 20s at the back table heard this and stood up to scan the room. After counting carefully, he frowned as if noticing something. The Rainey family seems to be missing, but I already called for them earlier. Then go call them again. Their family has been running slow these past 2 days. All right. An unwilling expression crossed Felix's face. Yet he still rose from the long table, pushed open the door and stepped outside. We conduct roll calls periodically to prevent pig-headed human infections, to check if everyone's condition remains normal, just in case of emergencies. After the others had left, the village chief explained to Arthur. I can understand that. Arthur stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. At the village's edge, the dim and narrow room had its door tightly locked from the inside. Only a single candle burned within, its flickering light casting eerie, ghostly shadows. 2 figures stood in the exact center of the room. Judging by their candlelit silhouettes, they appeared to be a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a neat buzz cut and average height around 5 feet 7 or slightly more. The woman standing beside him appeared to be around the same age, though her complexion was slightly paler. Especially now, under the dim glow of candles, the expressions on their faces appeared even more frantic and uneasy. They seemed utterly terrified. Lenny, are you sure about this? That's our son. The flickering candlelight danced, casting shifting shadows across the room. The woman's voice trembled as she spoke, her words choked with emotion. She held a knife in her hand, her entire body shaking uncontrollably as she spoke. We have to do this. It's the only way. The man beside him sounded equally uneasy. His nervousness was palpable in the oppressive, dark environment. He clutched a pitch-black iron clamp in his hand, cold and unyielding. But will this actually work? I've heard that. It will. It must work. The woman seemed about to say more, but the agitated man cut her off. Then he raised the iron clamp in his hand and struggled forward. Just then, from the shadowy corner of the room, there came the sound of muffled sobbing. Then, a childlike voice, trembling, sounded, "Daddy, Mommy, why did you lock me up? The chains are too heavy. My wrists hurt so much. Please let me go, I beg you. I'll behave from now on." Chapter 18, Going to roll call together. The oppressive candlelight flickered weakly. As the voice faded, the sound of chains scraping against the floor echoed from the corner. Slowly, a girl covered entirely in white fur crawled out from the darkness. The girl appeared no more than a teenager, shackled by chains around her wrists, ankles, and neck, as if imprisoned inside the room. Her wrists had been scraped bloody by the iron restraints, the crimson stains spreading across the white fur on her arms, a horrifying sight under the candlelight. And those grotesque white hairs were now spreading continuously along her arms and beyond, growing like wild grass, fiercely and uncontrollably. The girl's eyes were streaked with crimson blood vessels, presenting a truly terrifying sight. "My child, my dear child, don't be afraid, it's alright, we're helping you, everything will be better soon, Mommy promises you, you'll be fine." The woman looked at her unrecognizable daughter, her voice choked with sobs until she could no longer hold back her tears, her face streaming with sorrow. Yet she still clutched the knife, trembling as she took step after step toward the child. At the same time, the man tightened his grip on the pliers, gritted his teeth, and firmly barricaded the door behind him. Felix arrived downstairs at Lainey's house carrying an oil lamp. He looked up at the faint glow from above and felt a wave of exhaustion. "Always sending me on errands. They won't even let me join the order, saying I'm not cut out for it. Up to now, not a single young person in the village has joined the order. None of us have any real skills. What are we supposed to use to protect the village? Can we just keep relying on outsiders forever? Just look at those two from the Red Crow Order. The moment they showed up, people worshipped them like saviors everywhere they went. Why can't I be like that?" Grumbling, he kicked a nearby stone angrily, his heart heavy with frustration. He raised his head to the sky, where countless stars stretched like endless threads. Far from showing him the way, they only deepened his confusion. "When will I finally leave this place and live the life I truly want?" Ever since Felix was a child, he dreamed of joining the Teach Order and becoming a respected class changer. Yet now at 16, such opportunities grow slimmer with each passing year. Moreover, the village chief stubbornly refuses to let him depart. They always go on about how only the chosen ones can join the holy society. It's not something us village kids from the sticks should even dream of. "Stay here and tend your crops properly. Look how starved your ox has gotten already. Where would we ever get the money to send you to the holy society?" This led Felix to believe that the only difference between himself and others was money. "If I had money, I'd surely outshine most people." He pondered idly as he arrived at Renee's door, pausing to look up at the lit windows of the house, yet hearing no sound from within. Felix knocked lightly on the door and called politely, "Hello Mr. Lanny, are you home? It's time for roll call now." There was no response from inside the house. He knocked harder, making the door rattle loudly. "Mr. Lanny?" Still, there was no sign of any movement. "Strange, the lights are on but there's no one here. Where could they be?" Felix curiously pushed the wooden door open a crack and saw 3 portions of food laid out on the table, still steaming hot. Judging by the state of the food, it seemed the house occupants were preparing to leave, yet had taken no action. Other than this, the entire house stood completely empty. "Mr. Lanny? Barging into someone's house isn't polite behavior." Felix was well aware of this, yet he absolutely had to inform the Lanny family that roll call was about to begin. After all, this was not something to be taken lightly. Just as he stood inside the house, wondering where the family had gone, a faint woman sobbing suddenly drifted down from the second-floor loft. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried immense sorrow and pain. Felix froze at the noise before casting his gaze upward toward the second floor. He followed the sound of crying up the stairs and, upon reaching the loft door, was shocked to hear a bone-chilling scream coming from inside. Then, someone began to speak. "I've got his hand pinned down, hurry up and cut it. I can't, I really can't. Hurry up, or it'll be too late." From behind the door first came the panicked shrieks of a man and a woman, laced with utter terror. Then followed the heart-wrenching wails of a child in excruciating pain. "Daddy, Mommy, don't cut my flesh, I'm sorry, my child. This is to save you. We must cut off all this white hair. We can't let these things grow. Teeth, fangs are growing too. Quick, hold her head down, I'll pull them out. Dad, it hurts. My teeth hurt so much. My little Lanny is the bravest and best. Be good now, bear it a little longer, just bear it a little longer. Ears, even the ears, have grown larger. Cut it all off. I can't lose you, you're my only child. I absolutely cannot lose you." The sound behind the door sounded frantic, choked to the extreme. Though only 2 people were speaking, it seemed as if countless voices were screaming in agony. In that instant, Felix seemed to understand something, his eyes flew wide open, his spine went cold, and cold sweat began beading across his forehead. Stumbling in terror, he tumbled headlong down the stairs. His body slammed violently against the wall with a thunderous crash. The kerosene lamp he was carrying tumbled to the side. What was that noise? Suddenly, puzzled voices emerged from behind the wooden door. The occupants had evidently heard the disturbance. Soon, the heavy, hurried sound of approaching footsteps began echoing through the space. In less than 2 seconds, the door was violently yanked open, revealing Lenny's father standing behind it, his face covered in blood. In his hand, he clutched a pair of iron pliers, gripping a blood-dripping tooth as long as a finger. His entire complexion was deathly pale, with sweat and blood mingling on his forehead. Standing at the stairwell, he nearly collided with Felix, who had just tumbled down. In an instant, the two men stared at each other, their eyes wide with terror, unable to utter a word. You heard everything? No, I didn't hear anything. Sorry, Mr. Lenny. I just came to call you for roll call. I'll go now. Sorry, I really didn't hear anything. Felix's face turned deathly pale as he practically stumbled and crawled toward the door. Yet the moment he lifted his foot, Ronnie's trembling voice called from behind, "Wait!" A flurry of hurried footsteps came chasing after him. "I'll go with you to the roll call, we'll go together, come on." Lenny's father gripped the iron tongs tightly, covered in blood, and walked down the stairs with an expressionless face. He locked Felix's shoulders in a death grip, staring at the door with a lifeless expression, his voice mechanical and numb as he said, come on, let's go for roll call." Chapter 19 I Killed Him. Inside the village longhouse. At the dining table, Chen Bu was eating to the point of feeling stuffed. Sitting in the chair, he felt slightly bloated in his stomach. His younger sister Hina was still eating with her head down, as if trying to devour a lifetime's worth of food in one sitting. The children at the table were already too scared to reach for anything. The past 2 days of constant travel meant none of them had had a proper meal, so it was understandable they were now gorging themselves. Still, eating too much wasn't good either. Eat less. What if they make you stay behind to pay the bill? Chen Bu whispered this as he leaned in closer. Xianai immediately shot him an expressionless glance, her tone icy. "I have no money. How about paying with your life instead, brother?" Chen Bu silently clenched his fist beneath the table. This little sister, sooner or later, I'll have to tame her properly. About half an hour had passed when the old village chief began grumbling about why Felix hadn't returned yet. Roll call time has arrived. What exactly is that boy up to? The other villagers in the longhouse had also set down their utensils, appearing to collectively await the roll call. Someone started urging them to proceed. The village chief urged everyone to remain calm. 5 more minutes passed before the longhouse door was suddenly pushed open from outside. A pale, blood-soaked man in his 30s appeared in the doorway. "Sorry I'm late." The man stood at the door, still holding a pair of pliers in his hand, his face somewhat pale, looking extremely flustered. "Lanny, what happened to you? What's wrong? Where's Felix? Is he not with you?" "Felix? Oh, he's dead." Lanny responded vaguely as if barely conscious. Everyone froze in place. "Dead?" The village chief turned pale and bolted upright from his chair. "What nonsense are you talking? What on earth? What's going on? Explain yourself clearly." Lenny appeared to be in poor mental state, his gaze wandering unfocused. He probably intended to smile as a friendly gesture, but his facial muscles were too rigid. The forcibly stretched smile ended up looking even more unnerving. Staggering forward a few steps, he reached the table and sat down. With trembling hands, he took a sip of water, his body still shaking uncontrollably. "It was me who killed him. But who told him to overhear our conversation? I had no choice but to kill him. I used these very pliers, smashed his skull open. He was crying and begging for mercy when he died." As Lenny spoke, his expression suddenly twisted into something monstrous, as if he'd lost his mind, even bursting into maniacal laughter. "Do you know what he said? He said he hadn't joined the church society yet, so he didn't want to die. Haha, what a naive child, thinking about joining some church society when he's about to die. So utterly naive, just like my little Lenny used to be." At this point, he suddenly jolted as if struck by lightning, his body trembling. His expression shifted from laughter to tears as choked sobs escaped his throat. "Lenny, my little Lenny. I warned him not to wander outside. Why didn't he listen?" He covered his face as his weeping grew more heartrending. "He was my only child." At this moment inside the longhouse, everybody's expressions were stretched to the breaking point of tension, not even daring to breathe deeply. No one knew exactly what was happening. From behind, Arthur leaned close to Io and whispered, "This guy's lying, he reeks of pig. There might be pig-headed men in the village. I'll go check, you all stay alert." "All right." Hearing this, Io nodded gravely, her hands instinctively tightening around the double-barreled shotgun by the table. Chen Bu, with his exceptionally sharp hearing, also overheard these words and couldn't help but feel his heart race. Meanwhile, Arthur stood up and left the longhouse. Inside the longhouse, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and tense. "Why did you kill Felix? What exactly did you do?" The village chief was too emotional, his face flushed red. He gripped Lanny's collar tightly, as if about to throw a punch. "Felix was my adopted child. How dare you? Lanny, where are your wife and child? Don't tell me, you killed them too?" Suddenly, an unknown voice rose from the crowd, and the air instantly froze again. Fear crept onto people's faces. No, I didn't kill them. At the mention of his family, Lanny's frenzied emotions began to stabilize. Just as he was about to speak, the wooden door of the longhouse was abruptly thrown open with force once again. Startled, everyone turned their gaze outward simultaneously. Outside the doorway stood a frail figure. It was a woman. Lenny rose abruptly when he recognized the figure, his face turning pale as he cried out, "Emma, you!" It was Lenny's wife. Wrapped in a white cloth, she stood at the door, panting heavily as though in great distress, her face completely drained of color. The cloth enveloped nearly her entire body, leaving only her blood-streaked face visible from the outside. But what was bewildering was that beneath the white cloth, Emma's sorrow seemed to be carrying something, causing her entire back to appear slightly hunched, almost as if she had a hunchback. The most incomprehensible part was that the thing appeared to be alive, slowly writhing inch by inch. Emma, why are you here? Where's the child? Where's our child?" Seeing his wife appear at the door, Lenny's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He stumbled toward her in panic, so frantic that he nearly tripped and fell. Emma smiled weakly, her expression tinged with pain. Her hollow gaze swept the surroundings as if searching for something. "My child? Ah, you mean my little Lanny. She must be hungry now, I was just feeding her." As the words left her mouth, the white cloth covering her suddenly slipped to the ground. Then, an utterly gruesome scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A child with a pig's head was clinging to Emma's back. It was their daughter, little Laney. Little Laney was now frantically tearing at her mother's hair with both hands. Sharp fangs sprouting from his mouth continuously gnawed at the scalp. Emma's entire back scalp was nearly torn off, exposing her skull, dripping with blood. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. Little Lenny kept emitting gruesome grunts, as if devouring his own mother brought him immense pleasure. The moment the white cloth fell, the crowd fell utterly silent, so quiet that the only sound in the longhouse was the spine-chilling squealing of pigs. Until someone screamed in terror, "Pigmen! They're pigmen!" In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. Someone fired a gun in panic. Someone fled screaming with their head in their hands. Others let out piercing, mournful wails. Furniture overturned, objects shattered almost simultaneously, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Chapter 20. Am I a pig-headed man? My child, my baby. Amidst the chaos, someone fired a shot. The shooter likely aimed at the pig-headed man, but the double-barreled shotgun's bullets accidentally struck Emma's chest instead. The tremendous impact sent her flying and crashing onto the ground, making her spit out blood on the spot. Yet she seemed to feel no pain, her face bearing a dull, eerie smile as she continued babbling and whimpering to herself. "Lanny, my little Lanny, my only child, come to mommy. Mommy wants to hold you once more." The pig-headed little Lanny seemed to have gone mad, whether he understood or not was unclear, but he pounced and sank his teeth straight through his mother's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Emma collapsed to the ground, quickly losing all signs of life. Little Lenny released his mother's corpse like a discarded toy, then turned and leaped into the longhouse, beginning to bite madly in all directions. Its first target was Chen Bu, the closest person nearby. Seated nearest the door edge, Chen Bu hadn't processed what was happening when the creature's tremendous force sent him tumbling. His body slammed against the bronze chair behind him. "Bastard!" Seeing this, Yao beside them changed color in alarm. Clenching her teeth, she snatched up the double-barreled shotgun from the table and began firing. However, Chen Bu and little Lanny were tangled together, making it likely she would hit the wrong target. Gritting her teeth, she had to abandon this approach. Meanwhile, Chen Bu was pinned beneath the pig-headed man, struggling desperately. In the chaos, the white-furred little Lanny grabbed a knife from the table and began wildly stabbing at his head. At the same time, the pig-like squeals from his mouth grew louder and louder, as if he had entered a state of extreme excitement. Chen Bu had previously given some thought to these pig-headed creatures. Their behavior wasn't like the zombies in video games. If anything, they resembled an advanced version of zombies. On top of being completely irrational, they could also wield tools and possessed a certain degree of conscious thought. Simply put, they're madmen indulging in pure violent frenzy. As the blade came stabbing down, Chen Bu's heart lurched violently. He instinctively thought his death was certain, yet suddenly he saw a yellow dotted line rapidly materializing in the air. It extended from the knife's tip straight downward, finally landing right on his forehead. Just like the bullet's trajectory earlier, this was the blade's path of motion. The prediction line seemed to work its magic again. It clearly marked the trajectory of the incoming blade. As the knife tip descended, Chen Bu desperately tilted his head sideways at a precise angle, narrowly avoiding both the blade's path and the pig-headed man's assault. A deafening clang rang in his ears. The blade plunged fiercely into the bronze floor beside his head. The rapid friction sparked scattered embers, the tremors making one's ears sting with pain. Dodged it. Chen Bu's face was tense, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The knife missed, and the little Lenny seemed to grow even more excited, letting out a series of pig-like squeals as it began wildly thrusting faster. One cut after another. Yet no matter how the blade came at him, Chen Bu managed to dodge each strike in an almost impossible manner effortlessly, even. It was as if he knew exactly where every attack would land. And so, an eerie scene unfolded. Io and Hina watched helplessly as the pig-headed man wildly stabbed the air over and over, slashing at least 10 times in mere moments, yet not a single strike landed. Even when the blade was still high in its arc, far from descending, Shenbu had already tilted his head into position to dodge. The little boy hiding behind his mother gasped in amazement at the sight. "Mama, the big brother from Church Society is incredible." After repeated failed assaults, the pig-headed man's excitement finally erupted into full-blown fury. A tearing roar erupted from his throat as he threw the knife aside and charged forward with bared teeth. "Give me the gun!" Shenbu jerked his head sideways to dodge, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Without hesitation, Io tossed the gun toward him, but suddenly a horrified shout came from behind. "No! Don't hurt my daughter!" Shenbu had just grasped the gun, without even time to speak, when he looked up to see Lainey, who had been standing behind them, now raising her own weapon, her face twisted into an inhuman grimace, teeth clenched as she growled with unsettling intensity. "Don't you dare hurt my daughter! Don't!" Shenbu reached out to stop her, but a gunshot roared, and the bullet came screaming. Though he'd seen the premonition lines in the air the moment the gun fired, the bullet's speed far surpassed that of any blade. There simply wasn't time to dodge. Like a thunderclap, the bullet struck his shoulder in an instant. Flesh exploded on impact, his entire body flung backward uncontrollably. "Big bro!" Xena covered her mouth in terror, letting out an instinctive scream and crying out, "Brother!" The next second, as if losing all reason, she clenched her teeth angrily, snatched the bronze dagger from the table, and charged forward in wide strides. Raising her hand, she drove the blade mercilessly into the pig-headed man's neck from behind. Instantly, thick blood gushed from the neck like water from a broken faucet, splattering wildly across Xena's face. The pungent smell of blood made her quickly grab the table, unable to suppress violent dry heaves. After being stabbed in the neck, the pig-headed man let out several piercing shrieks before collapsing to the side, writhing grotesquely on the ground. My child, my child." Seeing this, Lenny, who had completely lost his sanity, revealed an expression of utmost agony. His face was bathed in tears, features nearly contorted beyond recognition. He flung aside the gun and stretched out his arms, stumbling forward with broken sobs. Little Lanny, startled by the noise, suddenly yanked the knife from his own neck and staggered to his feet, then plunged it deep into Lanny's throat. Then, as effortlessly as slicing through a toy, he drew the blade clean across his father's windpipe. The creature that had been wailing in agony moments ago now giggled with manic glee, stabbing again and again in a frenzied rhythm, leaping wildly amidst a spray of blood. The incessant grunting of pigs echoed continuously. "Stay calm! Everyone stay calm!" As chaos unfolded, the village chief gripped his gun, his face pale as he shouted desperately. He watched helplessly as Emma collapsed, transforming into a hideous pig-headed humanoid within less than a minute, then rose to attack the surrounding crowd. "Don't panic, everyone. We've trained for this. If we stand united and fearless." The village chief stood on a table with a gun, shouting at the top of his lungs, yet no one paid him the slightest attention. At the moment disaster strikes, fear can instantly devour human reason. All the raised fists and shouts turned into feeble moans. Shenbu lay on the ground after being shot, blood continuously flowing from his shoulder. Yet strangely, he barely felt any pain, though he couldn't understand why. "Enzo, are you dying? Don't die. If you die, I'll get bullied again. Hold on." Xena's face was entirely covered in blood, terrified to the point of incoherence. Her body trembled incessantly, and now her words were clearly rambling nonsense. Kneeling beside Shinbuge, she gazed at his torn and bleeding shoulder, seemingly wanting to stop the bleeding yet utterly clueless about what to do. She was completely overwhelmed with panic. Seeing Xena looking sorrowful, Shenbu, who originally didn't feel much pain, suddenly had a thought. He decided to test Xena's genuine reaction, so he deliberately put on an expression of extreme agony. "Xena, big brother might not have much time left." Hearing this, Xena's body suddenly stiffened, clearly becoming flustered. "No, I don't want you to die. I'm afraid of being alone. I'm scared. I'm sorry, I haven't been a good brother." As he spoke, Shenbu even managed to squeeze out a few tears. "Until the end, I couldn't take care of you properly. Maybe in your heart, I wasn't a good brother." At this moment, Xena's tears burst forth uncontrollably. She grabbed Shinbu's hand, her sobs utterly heartbreaking. "No, I never truly hated Big Brother. It's just that everyone said you weren't my real brother, that you wouldn't truly care for me. That's why you were too dense to notice anything. Don't leave me." Hearing this, Shinbu was instantly stunned. There's such a thing? Looking at Xena, who was crying her heart out, he suddenly felt a bit panicked. I might have overacted. Yet who could have imagined that the sister who'd never once called him brother would suddenly say such words? Big brother? Just as he was racking his brains about what to do, Xena suddenly spoke in a puzzled voice. Your ears, how come there? Ears? What's wrong with my ears? Seeing his younger sister staring at him with an odd expression, Shinbu froze momentarily. He instinctively reached up to touch them. he felt a huge, fan-like ear dangling from the side of his head. For a moment, Chen Bu's mind buzzed and went completely blank. Then he watched as thick, startling white hairs began to sprout across his arms. A pig-headed man. Chapter 21 The Forgotten One. Those who have experienced unusual bodily changes must understand that it evokes an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. It feels as though a piece of you has gone missing elsewhere while something foreign has taken its place. Chen Bu could distinctly sense bizarre transformations occurring throughout his entire being, from his skull down to his extremities. Yet his thoughts and consciousness remained exceptionally clear. Not only did he not go mad, but his hearing, vision, and physical strength even underwent another enhancement. White fur had grown all over his body, and half of the left side of his brain had completely transformed into that of a pig, while the other half retained its human appearance. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Yao pressed the hunting rifle against his temple and hissed through clenched teeth, "You lied to us. You're no immune at all." Seeing the pitch-black gun barrel, Chen Nua's heart sank. Before he could speak, Xena unexpectedly stepped in front of him. "You're the ones who called him immune. We never admitted anything. Move aside." "No, don't make me do this." Yao's grip on the gun trembled slightly as she took another step forward. Her gaze grew complicated, her jaw clenched tight. "Go ahead and shoot." Xena's forehead was equally slick with sweat. She was also terrified, yet she didn't yield half a step. The tension in the air reached its peak at this moment. "I will genuinely shoot." Within seconds, Yao's expression shifted from conflicted to gradually darkening with coldness. She gritted her teeth, seeming to have made up her mind, and pulled the trigger. "Wait a minute." At that moment, Chen Bu, who still couldn't comprehend what was happening, let out a muddy sound from his throat, something between human and inhuman. I'm fine." Both pairs of eyes turned toward him simultaneously, faces filled with astonishment and bewilderment. "I can't really explain what's going on. It does seem like I've turned into a pig-headed creature, but I'm completely lucid now, and I can still speak. I can even control my movements." He waved his arms slightly, as if trying to demonstrate this to the two of them. Ao stood frozen in place, gun in hand, rendered speechless by the sight, while Xena's face mirrored the same shock. This situation seemed to have surpassed everyone's expectations. This can't be. Ao's mouth hung open, her expression astonished. The finger that had been tightly squeezing the trigger involuntarily relaxed at this moment. Perhaps immune individuals aren't immune to the pig-headed plague, but rather retain self-awareness after transforming into pig-headed humans. Chen Bu stared at his own hands and voiced the suspicion in his heart. He found the sight before his eyes strange. The hand didn't look like a hand at all, it resembled some sort of combat weapon. His limbs seemed to brim with inexhaustible strength. His heart was pounding wildly, his nerves inexplicably surging with excitement, like he was on drugs, craving for a fight. By now, nearly half the villagers in the longhouse had already collapsed to the ground. Some died twitching in agony, while others transformed into pig-headed creatures in the blink of an eye. The scene inside the house was horrendously brutal. The old village chief clutched his gun, hoarse and frantic in his desperation, but to no avail. "Please, save us." Finally, as if giving up on his futile actions, he knelt toward Yao and the others, kowtowing repeatedly, his aged eyes streaming with tears. "Save us." Yet before the words could fully leave his mouth, a dark, hulking figure lunged from the side, crashing into him and sending him sprawling to the ground. Then, in the next instant, a knife plunged straight into the village chief's eye. It was wrenched back out almost immediately, gore splattering with the motion, and the man fell still on the spot. Everything happened in a flash, there was no time to react. The pig-headed murderer let out excited cries as it knelt on the ground with its knife, stabbing wildly at the already dead village chief's face, one blow after another. "Bastard!" Witnessing the chaotic and utterly horrifying scene before her, Io's rage seemed to reach its boiling point at that moment. Clenching her teeth, without hesitation she drew the diamond-tipped wooden staff that always hung at her waist and swung it fiercely through the air. Something bizarre happened. Wherever the tip of the wooden staff passed, a trail of flames suddenly erupted in midair. It was as if gasoline had been splashed across the atmosphere, igniting instantaneously. Immediately afterward, the intense flames began spreading outward in all directions. Sparks like bullets rained down from the sky, crackling as they struck the pig-headed creatures all around, instantly setting their entire bodies ablaze. Countless pig-headed beings, their bodies engulfed in flames, began wailing in agony as they crashed wildly in all directions. Ayao swung her wooden staff uncontrollably, as if possessed. Fire bloomed in the air first. Then once more came the ice. Then came even stranger things. Nails, needles, daggers, swords, and even puppets, masks, paper, and more appeared in the air one after another, like magic tricks, hurtling like rain toward the pig-headed men around them. Some of these objects were weapons, while others had no effect whatsoever. In an instant, the entire longhouse was filled with a chaotic entanglement of bizarre objects in midair, flames merging with icy vapors, screams erupting from all directions. The scene descended into utter pandemonium. Chen Bu stood dumbstruck, staring at the eerie spectacle before him, nearly forgetting to breathe. From the crowd, someone let out a terrified shriek. The Forgotten One. She's one of the Forgotten. How can there still be Forgotten Ones? Weren't they all exterminated? Oh God, she'll summon the Five Knights. Not even the royal family can save us then, we're done for, we're all doomed. At this moment, the terror among the crowd seemed to reach its peak. As if compared to the pig-headed creatures, this magic-like scene before their eyes frightened them even more. Some people even stopped in their tracks outright, abandoning all struggle and escape, closing their eyes to await death. Some chose to kneel on the ground and began praying, murmuring indistinct words. God, Almighty, Supreme King, save us, the Forgotten Ones have returned, they've brought calamity back. This pig-headed plague must have started because of them. The fleeing crowd halted entirely, kneeling on the ground with pale, bloodless faces. They closed their eyes and began praying before their fragile lives. The frenzied pig-headed men now descended like wolves leaping into a sheepfold, slaughtering everyone who awaited death. And Io, who had been continuously releasing attacks into the air, seemed to have reached her limit at this moment. Her face pale, she gritted her teeth and stubbornly persisted, I'm trying to save you. But no one listened to her. Only the haunting whispers of blame kept rising all around, as if determined to shatter the last line of defense in one's heart. Let the punishment fall upon her. We are innocent. Finally, Yao Yao's strength reached its limit, and a burst of flame suddenly spiraled out of control, exploding midair like a cannonball. In an instant, the walls, tables, chairs, and corpses were all set ablaze. The tremendous blast wave flung her through the air, her body tumbling violently wreathed in flames. Outside the longhouse, Arthur, who had just found Felix's body by the river, was startled by the erupting firelight behind him. He stood by the icy riverbed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watching as the distant longhouse was engulfed in towering flames. His eyes widened in disbelief. The cigarette but fell to the ground unnoticed. Damn it! Fierce flames erupted from the ground, illuminating the entire night sky. Arthur cursed under his breath, his expression grave as he drew his gun and rushed toward the longhouse at full speed. At this moment, the scene inside the longhouse had descended into utter chaos. Sheena was flung against the wall by the explosion's fiery blast, striking her head and falling unconscious. Fortunately, Chenbu suffered no injuries aside from having all his white fur burned off. He was practically unharmed. He didn't even feel the pain from the gunshot wound on his shoulder. Amid the chaos, he carried Hina on his back while holding Io's hand, desperately escaping from the burning longhouse. The moment they stepped outside, they collided with Arthur, who wore a grave expression while rushing toward them. Startled by the sudden appearance of a pig-headed human bursting out of the longhouse, Arthur's expression changed instantly, and he raised his gun to fire. Don't shoot, don't shoot. It's me, one of our own. Chenbu flailed his hands in panic. Enzo? After taking nearly 5 or 6 seconds to recognize the face before him, Arthur froze on the spot, his gaze becoming indescribably complex. His mind raced frantically, yet he couldn't make sense of what had happened. Only when he saw Io collapsed on the ground did he seem to snap back to reality. Like a powder keg ignited, he strode over, seized Io's arm, and dragged her up from the ground, his teeth clenched in a savage grimace. Do you have any idea what you've done? How dare you use those things? I'm sorry, I lost control. I just wanted to save those villagers at the time. What's there to save? Are you treating all this as some kind of game? Arthur roared furiously. That thing is the signal. Once you use it, they'll track you down through this. By then, not even I, let alone the royal family, might be able to save you. Yao Yao's face turned deathly pale under Arthur's scolding. Yet she clenched her teeth and stubbornly refused to utter a single word of rebuttal, as if fully aware of the catastrophic mess she'd brought upon herself. What does it matter to you if all the villagers die? Do you realize what your existence signifies? But I can't just keep standing by and watching them die. You must stand by and do nothing. Arthur couldn't contain his roar. Have you forgotten how that place became the City of Death in the first place? At last, no one spoke anymore. Only the flames behind him crackled on. The surroundings were utterly silent. Yao bowed her head, biting her lip so hard it nearly drew blood. Her expression was twisted with extreme pain and self-blame, barely holding back tears as she took deep, shuddering breaths with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, I'll leave now. There should still be time. I'll find somewhere deserted to hide, trying not to drag you into this. The raging inferno behind them grew increasingly violent. After uttering these words, Arthur's expression shifted from anger to calmness before finally settling into complete serenity. He silently took out a cigarette from his chest pocket, lit it, took a few deep drags, and slowly exhaled the smoke. At that moment, a blazing pig-headed man roared and charged out from the longhouse. Arthur didn't look, didn't even aim, just raised his hand and fired. The revolver bullet instantly pierced the pig-headed man's skull, and exploded it in the same instant. The pig-headed creature's skull exploded like a shattered watermelon in the night sky's flames, scattering chunks around the 4 people. The air was thick with the mingled scents of fire and blood. Enough with this nonsense. Arthur slowly exhaled smoke once more. He turned around, glanced at the star-studded night sky, and said calmly, I made a promise to your father back then that I would protect you. This journey is far from over, so we can't part ways. With that, his expression turned grave as he said solemnly, your punishment is to take the horses. We must leave this place quickly, remember, no more mistakes. Every slip-up could push us over the edge. Yao lowered her head and nodded emphatically. A soft escaped his lips in acknowledgement. She bit her lip and turned to lead the horse away, never letting the tears fall. Fortunately, it was night, and no one could see the expression of near tears on her face, except for Chen Bu. His vision was sharp, his hearing equally keen. After watching Io walk to the nearby stable, he immediately caught the faint sound of choked sobs. In the cold night, Chen Bu saw her gently stroking Arthur's horse, murmuring as if speaking to a person, thank you. Chapter 22, Rotting Sickness. Executioner's City, within the Lord's bedchamber. The elderly governor of Hanging City, Zhou Fengji, lay in bed after swallowing the morning dose of medicine meant to alleviate his physical discomfort and decay. Several years ago, he contracted rotting sickness. It happened during the season of decay. Though accidental, the suffering it brought in the following days could truly be described as a fate worse than death. His bones and skin began to decay and peel away day by day like withered wood. The first to fall off was the skin. At first there was still pain, but gradually he could no longer even sense his own existence. Sometimes Zhou Fengji could even tear off large chunks of necrotic, rotting flesh from his arms without feeling any pain at all. His entire body was rotting away. People called it decay disease, or rotting corpse disease. Those infected would continuously decompose like dead corpses, with the sole difference being you remained alive, forced to watch yourself putrefy. Lying in bed, Zhou Fengji set down his cup, feeling his whole body in agony. Even breathing had become intensely labored. Beside him sat a woman in her 20s, appearing graceful and elegant with a curvaceous figure, yet exuding a heroic spirit. Zhou Xuanqi, currently the acting city lord of Hanging Death City and Zhou Fengji's only daughter. Did the royal assembly conclude? He gazed at the faint ray of sunlight streaming through the window, asking softly in a weak voice, it's over. Zhou Xuanqi sat respectfully nearby and nodded in response. This royal council lasted unusually long. I heard our Eastern, Xianyuan royal clan, nearly came to blows with the Western, Gospel royal clan, in the conference hall again. Hearing this, Zhou Fengji let out a feeble chuckle. The same tired words every year, the same spectacle repeated endlessly. If they were truly willing to fight, they'd have done it long ago. If these royal clans could actually bring themselves to clash, many problems would simply cease to exist. With that, he let out a long sigh, as if trying to relax his body, shifting into a new position before slowly asking, and what's been decided this time? There are two matters in total. Zhou Xuanqi said earnestly, the first is that the four royal families from all directions have unanimously decided to reduce recruitment for the Church Society personnel. As for our Hangman City branch, I've already complied with the directive and made arrangements. So they're shrinking recruitment after all. The aging, frail lord of this remote town, so distant from royal lineage and the capital alike, gazed out the window at sparrows chirping noisily upon a branch. They brimmed with such vitality and life. 20 years ago, they proposed reducing recruitment. Perhaps it was good for the nobility, but not necessarily for the common people. Countless ambitious youths dreamed of leaping like carps over the dragon gate through this path. We used to say noble children emerge from humble homes. Yet now, they've simply bolted the gate shut. True talents grow ever rarer these days. Yes, but precisely because of that, children are becoming increasingly precious. Zhou Xuanqi stood up to pour her father a cup of tea. What does our little hanging city even amount to? Zhou Fengji reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the window, took a sip of water, and only then inquired about the second matter. The second matter concerns the Wheel of Time. There are rumors that the Supreme King may soon issue a new prophecy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fengji's already bloodless face grew even paler. It seemed he'd heard something truly shocking, as he trembled and stammered, a new prophecy? Then the Supreme King. No one has seen the Supreme King. For a very long time, no one knows where he's gone. Zhou Xuanqi said, Father, if we are to begin a new prophecy, it means the Wheel of Time, at the edge of the world must turn anew, and a new world will begin. Zhou Fuji sighed and fell silent. Seeing his father's expression, Zhou Xuanqi hesitated for a long moment before finally asking, Father, I don't quite understand, if the Wheel of Time turns again, will it inevitably bring disaster? It brings more than just calamity. Zhou Fengji looked at his daughter with a grave expression and said, the four royal families maintain a balance of power precisely to preserve the stability of the Wheel of Time, preventing it from turning. Yet now the Supreme King insists on turning it, clearly disrupting this equilibrium. But why would the Supreme King do this? Why seek to disrupt the balance? Who knows? The Supreme King reigns above the four royal families. Whatever he intends to do, he won't disclose it to anyone. But one thing is certain, the four royal families would never allow the Supreme King to act unchecked. Most likely, it would ignite a war. His thoughts seemed to drift far away as he spoke. The last time the wheel of time and space turned was 500 years ago. It was that rotation that caused multiple worlds to collide and intertwine, resulting in catastrophic damage. And it spawned countless fearsome entities that don't belong to this world. Those terrifying things still haven't been eradicated, like those anomalous practitioners with special abilities, corpse cultivators, and even the legendary 5 horsemen from the myths. They weren't originally creatures of our world. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanqi's ethereally beautiful face showed a startled expression. So that's how it was. Though people nowadays seem to have completely forgotten these events. Yes, after all, so much time has passed. History is recorded in books, but what's the use when people don't read them? As Zhou Fengji finished speaking, he suddenly felt the sky outside the window grow darker. This put him in a foul mood, and something abruptly occurred to him. Frowning, he said, speaking of which, was there no mention of the plague at the royal council? There wasn't. It seems the royal family had no knowledge of the plague at all. But I've clearly sent the message multiple times. Zhou Fengji's face froze in shock. Yet moments later, seeming to comprehend something, his expression shifted as a wry smile of resignation tugged at his lips. Enough. No matter how many messages are sent, no one will care. In the rise and fall of empires, it's always the common people who suffer. Just wait. When things reach the point of no return, everything will naturally change. Alright Cheer, you may go attend to your duties. I wish to rest a while. Yes. Stepping out from her father's chamber, Zhou Xuanqi gently closed the door behind her. Outside stood a guard who, upon seeing her emerge, bowed respectfully and said, City Lord, the people from the Red Raven sect have arrived. However, not all members are present. I've heard that 2 members named Arthur and Aya went out to hunt pig-headed humans 2 days ago and haven't returned yet. Arthur? I know him. He once shared a meal with my father. Zhou Xuanqi nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, then added, no matter. Let's meet the remaining members first. After all, downsizing our forces is no trivial matter. Yes, sir. Chapter 23 The Smiling Mask. Chen Bu slowly awoke in his rented room. His mind felt groggy as if he'd pulled an all-nighter, utterly exhausted. Regarding the disease realm, he vaguely remembered climbing onto Arthur's horse before inadvertently drifting into sleep. He'll probably sleep for quite a while, but sleep wasn't what worried him most. It was his body turning into that of a pig-headed human. According to what Arthur and Io had previously said, if he was truly immune, this shouldn't have happened. Perhaps I'm not immune, but something else entirely? Chen Bu couldn't figure it out. He was grateful that when he turned into a pig-headed human, he hadn't completely lost his rationality and done something even more horrific. Besides, if it weren't for Io's special status forcing them to flee quickly, Arthur probably would have killed him given his temperament. Even if not killed, he likely would have subjected him to severe interrogation. The affairs of Sick World were far too convoluted. What had happened to him was equally tangled. It couldn't possibly be explained in just a few words. It seemed impossible to unravel the entire sequence of events overnight. Exhausted, Chen Bu glanced at his phone. The time read around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Did I really sleep this long? He felt a bit surprised. I wonder if traveling through time like this could have some negative effects on my body. I'm really afraid I might suddenly die from sleep deprivation one day. There were over a dozen missed calls on the phone, all from Zhang Wuxin. Why the hell did this guy call so many times? Chen Bu felt a vague sense of unease. When he called back, the line was quickly picked up. Before he could even speak, Zhang Wuxin's frantic voice came through. Damn it, Lao Chen, you finally answered. What's gotten into you? Skipping work without even taking leave, no notice, nothing. The boss is about to lose it and says you're AWOL. He's gonna fire you. Get your ass over here now. Going to work? Chen Bu was taken aback. Go to work? He glanced at the date on his phone. The time was stuck on Monday. In an instant, his scalp prickled with alarm. Reacting instinctively, he leapt out of bed and began dressing hurriedly. I've had a bit of an accident. I'm coming over right now. An accident? Why do you sound like you just woke up? Beep. No time to explain, Chen Bu hung up in a hurry, threw on his clothes, and rushed out the door. Just as he stepped into the hallway, he saw the elevator doors slide open, revealing the postgraduate entrance exam student from next door walking out slowly. The young man looked visibly exhausted. Their paths crossed again. Chen Bu offered a silent, friendly smile without speaking. Yet when he looked up, he realized the young man's face was unusually pale, as if he were ill. His mental state also seemed markedly off, giving off a sickly impression. What was most puzzling was that he was wearing thick clothing that covered his entire body, revealing only his face. Wasn't he boiling in so many layers during midsummer? Chen Bu felt somewhat puzzled. Upon seeing him, the other person visibly paused with a startled expression, then forced a chuckle and responded, hello. He quickly strode toward his own house, opened the door, and went inside. He seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, behaving as if he were deliberately avoiding interaction. What the hell? Chen Bu didn't overthink it and took the elevator downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the hallway, he saw a sanitation worker standing directly in front of the building entrance. The worker appeared rather impatient, emptying trash bins into the truck with his tools while muttering angrily in thick local dialect. Holy Mother of God! What the hell is this family up to? Running a damn farm in their house? Why are they tossing out so much hair every single day? I couldn't catch most of what they said. Shenbu only barely managed to hear what sounded like the word hair at the end. His heart suddenly lurched, perhaps because he'd become overly sensitive to words like pig and hair lately, and he apprehensively walked over after a moment's hesitation. Uncle, is there something wrong with this trash? The sanitation worker turned around upon hearing the voice and glanced at the young man in front of him. Pointing at the garbage truck, his expression grew impatient. Take a look yourself, the bag's full of hair. No idea what this kid's messing around with, yet? Uncle gestured toward the garbage truck, and Shenbu couldn't resist peering inside. His pupils trembled ever so slightly. He noticed the interior of the car was strewn with white hairs, clinging to both sides of the vehicle's inner surfaces. Who threw this? That guy over there. The uncle looked irritated, tall and skinny, looked malnourished, like some sort of ghost. Hearing this, Shenbu's heart sank as something suddenly came to mind. He urgently asked, was it a young man who looked about my age? The uncle looked him up and down and nodded repeatedly. That's right, but young man, you're way more handsome than that guy. Shenbu understood this sentence. The uncle was complimenting his looks. So the person he mentioned must have been that grad school applicant. Thinking back carefully, the last time I saw that kid, he happened to be carrying a black garbage bag too. Seemed like he was throwing something away. Could it be that the garbage bag was full of white feathers? But where did so many white feathers come from? Was he raising white-feathered chickens indoors and slaughtering them himself for food every day? Shenbu felt this couldn't be possible. It couldn't be pig-headed humans, could it? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, startling him so badly he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Pigheads are creatures from the disease realm, and shouldn't appear here. Just like how I can't see those yellow prescience lines while in the ordinary realm. Moreover, pigheads are a plague phenomenon. If there were really infected individuals, something terrible would have happened by now. Looks like I need to investigate what this guy is actually up to. With lingering doubts, Shenbu left the residential area and boarded the subway to his company. The journey was smooth. Upon arriving, instead of rushing in, he discreetly sent a message to Zhang Wuxin first, asking if their supervisor was around. Zhang Wuxin replied swiftly, hurry up, the boss is mobilizing for an all-staff meeting right now, everyone's here. Sneak in through the back, the supervisor won't notice you. General Assembly? What's the big deal? No idea. Said it was to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm or something, but it feels strange. The boss doesn't seem normal. Not normal? Flushed face, looking unusually excited. Had too much to drink? No, doesn't smell like alcohol. Must be coming back from the brothel then. Staring at the content on his phone, Zhang Wuxin felt somewhat at a loss in the office. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about all bosses? Shenbu stealthily slipped into the company through a side door, immediately spotting a dense crowd of people standing in the center of the meeting hall. The company had around 100 employees. The floor space was already limited, and now, with everyone gathered in the slightly cramped meeting room, it felt particularly overcrowded. But the most striking figure in the crowd was the boss standing on the platform with his big belly. As Zhang Wuxin had said, the boss looked particularly spirited today, his face glowing with health, brimming with vigor, and dressed in a sky blue suit. He probably wanted to appear younger, but in the end, he just gave off the vibe of a greasy middle-aged man. At the moment, he was standing at the podium, delivering a speech with impassioned zeal. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this mobilization meeting. If today's work remains unfinished due to this delay, I kindly ask everyone to put in some overtime after work to make up for it. As soon as these words were spoken, some in the audience were already clenching their teeth, ready to curse. Today's main purpose is to share some information with everyone regarding this mobilization. So, first, I'll briefly say a few words. The long-winded speech had begun. First, there was the company's development history, then its corporate culture, followed by future goals. This stage really tests the boss's ability to sell big dreams. But Shenbu had no intention of listening at all. Taking advantage when no one was paying attention, he quietly slipped inside. Little by little, he squeezed through the crowd and soon found Zhang Wuxin's spot. What kind of meeting is this supposed to be? He gave Zhang Wuxin a light pat. Holy shit, you're finally here. The startled colleague nearly screamed, hurriedly lowering their voice to whisper nervously, I don't know either. The boss suddenly came in earlier saying we're having an all-hands mobilization, and there'll be prizes handed out later. Prize? Hearing this, Shenbu didn't show much joy on his face, because prize-giving events usually had nothing to do with him. Zhang Wuxin seemed to notice his inner thoughts and quietly reminded him, the boss said everyone gets a prize this time. That definitely isn't worth much. Zhang Wuxin noticed that this kid seemed to have an innate rebellious streak toward authority. Secondly, I've called everyone here to share something new, something that isn't available from any vendor in the current market, or rather, something that doesn't exist on the market at all. Finally, the boss finished his rambling and moved on to the formal part. Only then did Chinbu perk up a little. On the stage, the boss beamed with confidence and said, "To promote our company's culture and help everyone find genuine joy in their work, we've prepared a very precious gift for all of you, the smiling mask. Everyone gets one. Come on, Xiao Wang, help hand them out." "Right away, boss." A male employee nearby responded enthusiastically, appearing before everyone while carrying a large bag. "What thing? Is that a mask? What's so special about masks? And it's not even available on the market." The employees began murmuring among themselves. "Don't rush, everyone. The boss said there's enough for all. This is his way of looking out for us." Xiao Wang distributed them one by one in order. With each handout, he'd praised the company and the boss a couple of times, his entire face beaming with smiles. Xiao Wang really knows how to play the game. Zhang Wuxin watched his display, shaking his head with a sigh. "If only I could be as thick-skinned as him, I'd probably have gotten promoted long ago." Chen Bu glanced over and said expressionlessly, "Simp." Zhang Wuxin gave him a deep look, his expression reaching peak complexity. When they reached everyone, Xiao Wang passed out the masks, chuckling, "Here we go, one for each. See how good our boss is to us? Everyone better work hard from now on." Yes. Company benefits, thank you boss." Zhang Wuxin took it with a flattering smile and uttered a few polite words. When it was Chin Bu's turn, he took the mask and, without waiting for Xiao Wang to speak, calmly said, "I used to be a bootlicker too. Got tired of it eventually, remember to take a break." Xiao Wang froze instantly. Zhang Wuxin was so startled that he immediately nudged Chinbu, only to notice Xiao Wang's expression gradually shifting from astonishment to sorrow, and finally even looking at Chinbu with gratitude. He seemed genuinely moved. Now it was Zhang Wuxin's turn to be baffled. "Brother, thank you." Xiao Wang gave him a firm pat, his jaw clenched tight. That glance said nothing, yet seemed to say everything. Is this the legendary case of dogs understanding dogs best? Were you really a simp before? After Xiao Wang left, Zhang Wuxin asked in astonishment. "I have. Licked who? Not a person, money." Holding it in front of him, Chen Bu observed it carefully. The mask's base color was white, as if it had been painted over. On it was carved a red-painted graffiti-like smiling face, which looked rather peculiar, giving off an alternative artistic vibe. After distributing them all, the boss on the stage said cheerfully, "Everyone has one now, right? Let me briefly explain what this is. It's actually a new product designed by our company, the promotional target for next quarter. But don't mistake it for just an ordinary mask. First, I'd like everyone to put it on so we can take a group photo together. Later, I'll explain in detail the cultural essence behind this mask." With that, he put one on first. A red smiling face turned toward everyone. The smile felt peculiar. This is the immediate first impression Chen Bu projects. The employees underneath showed reluctant expressions, but some more cooperative individuals, without overthinking it, put them on as well. A small portion clearly refused, their expressions turning quite unpleasant. They probably expected some wonderful prize, only to be served the boss's toxic motivational speech instead. The problem was, he had no choice but to drink the soup. Grumbles of complaints surfaced in hushed tones, but seeing everyone around them putting it on, peer pressure dictated reluctant compliance. Chen Bu slowly donned the mask. The moment it obscured his vision, an inexplicable chill suddenly washed over him. It was like someone had flung open a window in the dead of winter. The cold wind cut right through him, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Then, he heard some strange sounds by his ear. Oink! Oink! It's the sound of pigs squealing. And not just one, the sounds overlapped rapidly in his ears, as if he were standing in the middle of a pig farm right now. In that instant, Chen Bu was drenched in a cold sweat out of sheer terror. He hastily opened his eyes and looked around, witnessing the most surreal scene of his life. The entire conference hall before him was densely packed with pigs. Like a scene from a fairy tale, these pigs were all dressed in suits and uniforms. Some even had makeup on their faces and earrings dangling from their ears, desperately trying to mimic humans. Gathered together, they chatted among themselves, imitating human speech tones and expressions. The spectacle was bizarre beyond words. It resembled an absurd, morbid painting come to life. Chenbu stared blankly at the bizarre scene before him through the mask, momentarily forgetting to breathe. His mind went completely blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened, until Zhang Wuxin's perplexed voice reached his ears. "Old Chen, why are you standing there like an idiot?" Hearing the sound, Chenbu turned his head abruptly and was horrified to see a pig's face gradually approaching him. A cold sweat broke out instantly, and he nearly blurted, "You, pig face." He stopped himself before finishing, but Zhang Wuxin still heard it and said plaintively, "Why insult someone like that?" He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, yet no words came out. Sigh. I really wonder if this boss has some kind of illness. What's the point of wearing this stupid mask anyway? Seeming to find the mask uncomfortable, Zhang Wuxin began to complain. Wait, serious illness? Chen Bu heard this term and suddenly seemed to realize something. A major episode? Could my illness be flaring up? Visual disorientation syndrome, that was the diagnosis previously confirmed at the hospital. Though the cause of the illness remains unknown to this day, Chen Bu clearly understands that he misperceives things, and this isn't the first time it's happened. But such a severe condition seems unprecedented. Could the illness be worsening? But why would it worsen? I haven't done anything wrong. Chen Bu suddenly felt a weight in his heart. A possibility occurred to him. Could it be related to time travel? Could time travel worsen an illness? Staring at the bizarre-looking pigs before him, it felt as though he were plunged into a world brimming with strangeness. Chen Bu lowered his head, trying not to take in the unsettling sights around him, forcing himself to stay calm. He felt somewhat relieved. At least these pigs weren't pig-headed humans. On the stage now, the boss, who had also turned into a pig, was puffing out his big belly and smiling as he asked, "Has everyone put on their masks?" He surveyed the crowd, seemingly verifying that everyone had indeed worn their masks, then suddenly asked in an extremely odd tone, "After putting on the masks, does everyone feel happy? Happy?" Chen Bu lowered his head, not understanding what these words meant. Moreover, the boss's voice seemed to instantly change into that of another person. Yet as the words fell, just as Chen Bu was about to raise his head, something strange happened. All the employees who had turned into pigs, as if some sort of switch had been flipped, responded almost simultaneously, "Happy! Ha! Ha! Ha!" Everyone's throat began emitting three piercing and eerie laughs. The sound was unnaturally forced, less like genuine laughter and more as if someone were being compelled to mechanically produce each syllable. What's going on? Was this pre-arranged? As he watched the near-perfect synchronization of the crowd's bizarre behavior, Chen Bui felt a creeping unease in his heart. On stage, the boss also started laughing. That's the right attitude. Life should be about staying joyful and happy. This is a core principle our sect has always emphasized, and it's also the cultural essence of our new product. No matter how difficult life gets, you should smile happily. Everyone will surely experience this through our mask. Sect. Chen Bu was certain he had just heard those two words come from the boss's mouth. His heart began to race violently. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie at that moment. Before his eyes, the swine formed lines, holding hands and pulling one another as they burst into uncontrollable laughter, laughing wildly as if possessed. Some even collapsed to the ground in terror, clutching their stomachs as though struggling to breathe. The mask is faulty. Chen Bu noticed something amiss and reached up to remove his mask. Yet Zhang Wuxing beside him moved even faster, already tearing his off. He stared in horror at the scene around them, his face paling to the extreme. "Old Chen, why is everyone laughing?" No sooner had the words fallen than Chen Bu, unable to speak, heard the boss roar from ahead. "Who told you to take off your mask?" Chapter 24. I killed someone. Zhang Wuxin was startled by the shout. Meeting the boss's dark glare, he hastily put the mask back on, forcing out three dry laughs, ha ha ha, from his throat. Behind his mask, the boss gritted his teeth, clearly unsatisfied with that laughter. But he didn't press further for details, as though the boss was more concerned about the crowd before him than any individual. He began delivering another speech. "When people are happy, everything they do flows smoothly. You scared me to death." Seeing he had dodged it, Zhang Wuxin quickly patted his chest to calm himself, his face covered in cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. Turning to look at Chen Bu, he found the man completely composed, as if nothing had happened. In reality, Chen Bu was observing. He had discovered that the mask indeed had problems. From the moment this thing was put on, it seemed everyone present had been forcibly switched to the same emotional state, like they'd all become manipulated puppets. Strangely enough, only he and Zhang Wuxin remained unaffected by this influence. No one knew why. On the platform, the boss walked toward the window on one side of the hall after finishing his speech. He smiled while pushing open a window, letting in the biting wind from 24 floors up. It howled through instantly, making one shiver uncontrollably. "This is the road leading to paradise." Beneath the mask, the boss's voice sounded utterly bizarre, almost inhuman. He pointed out the window with force and laughed loudly. "Just step through this window, and everyone can go wherever they desire, free from the world's troubles, no longer suffering hardships, escape the sea of misery, shed these mortal shackles, and truly attain eternal life." This cult-like speech made Zhang Wuxin, already on edge, break into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Old Chen, something's not right here." "I do." Chen Bui responded calmly with a nod. "Aren't you afraid at all?" Looking at him, Zhang Wuxin was taken aback. "I'm scared." Zhang Wuxin felt like he was deceiving himself again. "You look perfectly calm." In truth, Chen Bu was somewhat flustered, but just a little. After all, compared to the sight of blood-spurting pig-headed humans, this was nothing. "Don't panic yet, let's see how things unfold first. If it comes to it, we'll seize the chance to escape." "All right." Zhang Wuxin was clinging nervously to Chen Bu like a frightened little girl. Meanwhile, the situation before them seemed to be spiraling into increasingly terrifying territory. As the boss finished speaking, some employees near the windows emitted strange giggles before frantically pushing toward the windows like madmen. I must go. I must reach paradise. I must obtain eternal life. Someone screamed loudly. Soon, the crowd at the front forcibly grabbed the window and leaped straight down. Holy shit, he actually jumped? At that moment, Zhang Wuxin and Chen Bu's hearts leaped into their throats, their minds buzzing and completely blank. The company is on the 24th floor. Jumping would mean certain death. After one person leaped, instead of frightening the others, it acted as a catalyst, encouraging more to shout their desire to jump. The boss stood on the platform, laughing excitedly and even began clapping. Go ahead. Free yourselves from suffering. Achieve eternal life. The crowd began chanting along, as if reciting a company slogan, the words echoing throughout the entire floor. As the people repeated the phrase over and over, yet another employee climbed onto the windowsill, shouting escape suffering, gain eternal life before leaping to their death. The icy wind howled outside the window, biting cold to the bone. Call the police. Zhang Wuxin's face had turned pale with terror. Fumbling in panic, he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the police emergency number. Hello, police? I need to report. The call had barely connected when the boss's roar suddenly erupted from the counter. What the hell are you doing? Stop him now. As the words fell, all employees suddenly turned in unison like brainwashed cultists receiving orders, charging toward Zhang Wuxin's direction. What are you doing? The crowd surged forward, pinning Zhang Wuxin violently to the ground as his phone clattered across the floor. Let me go. You're insane, all brainwashed. Wake up already. He began struggling desperately, but the crowd held his arms and forcefully shoved him toward the windowsill. The boss descended from the high platform, his face invisible beneath the mask, leaving only the eerie laughter rattling in his throat. Standing before him, he bent slightly at the waist, pressing two index fingers against Zhang Wuxin's mouth corners, forcefully tugging them outward to carve out a grotesque smile. Why aren't you smiling? Are you unhappy? Hearing the boss's bizarre voice, Zhang Wuxin stammered in fear, boss, I can't laugh. Can't laugh? Why can't you laugh? Is it because you're earning too little, or your dreams haven't come true? Did you fail wooing a crush, or has the goddess of your dreams already given birth to her third child? The boss spread his arms with a grotesque smile. Humans live lives overwhelmed by pressure. Even with wealth, fame, and beauty, you'd still remain insignificant. But here it's different, you can truly transcend to the next level of humanity, as long as... The boss gave him a shove with his hand and pointed toward the window. Just jump from here, and you'll see a different view. No destruction, no creation, people need courage. Boss, I just want to be a nobody. I don't. Throw him down. Don't, please don't. With a furious roar from the boss, Zhang Wuxin was forcibly dragged to the windowsill, struggling desperately. At this moment, Chen Bu stood at the back, having quietly completed an emergency call without drawing the crowd's attention. Then he grabbed a nearby vase, ready to take action and save them. Just as Zhang Wuxin was about to be pushed over the edge, he suddenly transformed, as if possessed by an unknown strength. With a violent shove, he threw the surrounding crowd backward, followed by a desperate, guttural roar tearing from his throat. Don't push me, let me go. Seeking death. At the sight before him, the boss seemed equally provoked, clenching his teeth and striding forward. At that moment, a vivid crimson gash abruptly split open on Zhang Wuxin's arm. Immediately afterward, the blood trail spread upward from the wrist to the arm like a torn zipper, rapidly elongating. And as the flesh slowly split open on both sides, an arm of bizarre and grotesque appearance emerged from the narrow fissure, accompanied by the pungent scent of blood and viscous fluids. Like an extra limb sprouting from his body, it moved with terrifying speed, instantly seizing the throat of the boss who had just approached him. The boss, who had initially intended to take matters into his own hands, suddenly found his throat clamped shut. He froze in stunned confusion, seemingly unable to process what had just happened. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he finally realized something was wrong and started grabbing at the arms in front of him, struggling desperately. Chen Bu, standing to the side, froze at the sight, his mouth hanging open as his mind began to buzz. It's your fault for pushing me. I told you not to do this. Zhang Wuxin's expression twisted into something ferocious. His agitation was clearly overwhelming, as if he'd lost all self-control, shouting incessantly at his surroundings. Then, the arm emerging from the cracked skin lifted the boss directly into midair before slamming him violently onto the ground. With a thunderous bang, the floor shuddered. A body weighing at least 200 pounds was slammed directly onto the tiled floor and instantly went still. The mask on his face also shattered from the impact and fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire conference hall fell silent, deathly quiet. After what seemed like forever, Zhang Wuxin, still gripping the boss's throat, finally appeared to calm down. His face turned ghastly pale as he stared at the scene before him. I killed someone? Old Zhang, calm down first, the situation. Seeing Zhang Wuxin's terrified expression, Chen Bu hurried forward to try and soothe him. But before he could say more, Zhang Wuxin kept repeating I killed someone and, clutching his head like a fugitive escaping his crime, dashed out of the company floor and into the elevator. He desperately wanted to flee this place. Damn it! The situation changed too quickly, with the boss thrown to the ground, his fate unknown, and in an instant, all the employees seemed to regain their senses. Everyone removed their masks and stared blankly at each other, as if suffering from memory loss, completely unaware of what had just happened. It wasn't until someone noticed the gruesome sight of the boss lying lifeless on the floor that a terrified scream snapped the crowd back to reality. People recoiled in panic, scrambling backward. "Stay calm, everyone. I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. For your own safety, please don't leave this area." From beginning to end, Chen Bu, who had remained lucid throughout, stood in the crowd and urgently shouted. He first calmed the panicked crowd. Then, in the very last second before the company elevator doors closed, he rushed inside. In the cramped elevator, Zhang Wuxin, whose body had already reverted to its original shape, was hugging his head, squatting painfully in a corner. He knew it was Chen Bu following him, his voice trembling. "Old Chen, don't speak, not a word. I can't bear to hear anything now." "Alright, I won't speak." Seeing him terrified like a child at this moment, Chen Bu opened his mouth slightly, feeling an indescribable ache in his heart. The elevator descended floor by floor, its interior utterly silent, the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. When they reached the 10th floor, Chen Bu couldn't hold back any longer and said, "I called the police." "You'll be alright. You don't understand. Old Chen, you couldn't possibly understand." Zhang Wuxin seemed to have broken down completely, squatting in the corner as his voice grew choked with sobs. "The boss is definitely dead. I'm a murderer. I'm screwed for sure. No one can protect me now. I'll probably go to jail, but I can't go to jail. If I get locked up, what'll happen to my family? My mom's still in the hospital. She'll die without the money I earn." "No, they were the ones trying to kill you just now. You were acting in self-defense. That's not against the law. You don't get to decide." "Old Chen, you're not the law. I really shouldn't have lost my temper, but I..." As the elevator approached the first floor, the space grew quiet, filled only with Zhang Wuxin's self-reproaching murmur, as if talking to himself. "I can't bear this. I'm only 24. My life shouldn't end like this. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the first floor. As the door slowly opened, Chen Bu saw several police cars parked outside the building. Several figures in police uniforms were walking briskly toward where they stood. Chapter 25. Greetings, fellow patient. In front of an old-style Western-style building, under the dim streetlights, two solitary figures sat by the roadside, silently smoking. The two men wore faces clouded with grief, looking as if they'd just lost their fathers. "This foreign-style mansion is truly magnificent. If only we could become rich enough to buy one someday." "Do you think they might be policewomen?" "Definitely not. What do they do? Who knows?" "I still can't believe what she said, that our company is a cult. Who can really know?" Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin sat by the roadside, chatting idly. Their eyes remained fixed on the Western-style mansion before them, their expressions heavy with preoccupation. Not long ago, the two of them had just emerged from that very mansion. "After being taken from the company by the police, I've been giving statements here for nearly the whole afternoon. Though the police were the ones who brought both of us here, the people interrogating us don't seem to be police officers. At the very least, none of them wore police uniforms during the entire statement-taking and questioning process. Moreover, the content of their inquiries felt somewhat peculiar. Though, that female boss called Gu Fuya? She's really quite beautiful." Zhang Wuxin seemed unsure how to refer to the woman, settling on a term that felt fitting for her demeanor. "Yeah, beautiful, the kind most ordinary men couldn't handle." Chen Bu nodded, the image of a woman's exquisitely refined features surfacing in his mind. Not long ago, in the Western-style building, a young woman who called herself Gu Fuyo had conducted their interrogation. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, yet her seniority seemed considerable. When she entered the room, those around immediately made way for her. Her bearing was exceptionally composed, her speech precise, and her expressions minimal, giving off an elusive air that was hard to read. When conversing with the patients, her speech was cultured, imbued with a distinct aura of mystery. She sat down and briefly stated that she was here to handle a more complicated matter, then told Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin, "Your boss isn't dead. He was revived in the hospital and is no longer in critical condition. So Zhang Wuxin wouldn't be charged with murder. Whether it was self-defense or intentional harm will depend on how cooperative the two of you are from now on." The meaning behind those words was crystal clear. If you cooperate well, you're innocent, but if not, then you're guilty. Additionally, regarding the employee's suicide, she claimed that during the investigation, they found all the company's surveillance cameras had been turned off, presumably by human intervention. The media has already reported on this incident. Finally, she drew a conclusion. "Your company appears to be a den for a cult organization." Gu Fuyao said calmly, "We've obtained some evidence, though only fragments, that proves this point. Moreover, this company seems to be just one branch of the cult." Hearing this, Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin's minds nearly short-circuited. The two exchanged glances simultaneously, their expressions stunned. "This feeling is even more shocking than hearing about Aoi Sola getting married." Gu Fuyao continued calmly, I know you won't believe this right now. Logically speaking, a legally operating company that supports so many employees shouldn't be vulnerable to cult infiltration during normal operations, but the reality isn't like that. From what we've learned, your boss Li Quan only recently joined this organization. The cult is called the Transcendence Society. We discovered a hidden compartment in his office drawer containing a USB drive. It held a large amount of content and information about this cult, along with some of his personal records. These matters don't originally fall under our jurisdiction. At this point, she paused before continuing, but we discovered that in the records, Li Quan claimed to actually have cancer, and that one day after falling asleep, he went to another world. Chen Bui felt a shudder run through him. He seemed to vaguely understand what kind of person this woman before him was. Earlier, some people online said that the relevant authorities had already launched an investigation into patients going to another world. Although there's little information, there's no smoke without fire. Right now, it seems certain this woman is connected to the matter. Gu Fuyao seemed to be observing their reactions and didn't speak for a long while. Chen Bu deliberately put on a slightly surprised expression, as if he was completely astonished by the idea of another world and totally uninformed. As for Zhang Wuxin, he was frantically wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Gu Fuyao glanced at him a few more times before saying slowly, Li Quan mentioned in his records that many terminally ill patients like himself went to another world. They called it the Plague Realm. And they even discovered a potential cure for cancer within the Plague Realm. These terminally ill patients formed a team there, desperately seeking ways to cure their diseases. But somehow, it eventually turned into the cult we see now. In this cult, it seems everyone suffers from incurable diseases, and their identities vary greatly. There are many wealthy individuals, as well as numerous people of high status. They gather with only one purpose, to find a cure for their terminal illnesses by any means possible. Gu Fuyao furrowed his brows, his expression shifting slightly. This doesn't seem like something normal people would do. Indeed it doesn't. Actually, our boss has never been normal. I noticed that long ago. Chen Buwan responded. Why do you say that? He used to spend long hours in the office with some attractive female employees without coming out. I've long suspected something was off about him. Gu Fuyao gave him a deep look and shook his head. I'm not joking with you, and what you said isn't accurate either. We've investigated Li Quan's background and uncovered far more complicated matters. What do you mean? When Li Quan was young, his family was very poor, yet he appeared to be extremely hardworking. Both his mother and father had fallen ill and died because they couldn't afford medical treatment during those impoverished times. Later on, it was his sister who took care of him alone and supported him through high school until college entrance exams. Unfortunately, during his senior year of high school, his sister died in a car accident. After catching the culprit, he learned that the man was a pimp, his sister's boss. All these years, the money his sister used to fund his education had been earned through prostitution. Hearing this, Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin were stunned, their mouths hanging open in speechless shock. This incident caused him to fail the college entrance exam during his senior year of high school, forcing him to drop out and start working. At the time, he didn't demand compensation for his sister's death. Instead, he insisted that the perpetrator be sentenced to execution. In those days before the laws were amended, those guilty of severe crimes could indeed be given the death penalty. Gu Fuyao narrated calmly. Later, he worked many jobs. He was a security guard, delivered takeout, repaired bicycles, even collected scrap. When he was young, he also worked as a sanitation worker. For just 20 yuan, he was even willing to carry human waste for several days. But lacking diplomas or formal education, he never got any real opportunities for advancement. Later, after saving some capital and catching the wave of economic reform, he started his own business. Perhaps because he had nothing tying him down, he was exceptionally daring in his ventures. This boldness quickly brought him entrepreneurial success. Approaching 40, he married and built the family enterprise he has today. His wife is young and beautiful. 2 years ago they had a son, perfectly healthy. You could say absolutely everything he has now was earned through his own sheer determination. But just such a man, who struggled half a lifetime only to have happiness within reach, was then diagnosed with cancer. Tell me, could you accept that kind of fate? At this point, Gu Fuyao stopped speaking. Zhang Wuxin kept his head bowed without speaking, lost in thought. Chen Bu sighed deeply, remaining silent as well. Some people spend their whole lives kind and honest, never doing wrong, yet fate still seizes them by the throat without mercy. Gu Fuyao looked at the two of them earnestly and spoke word by word. People like him are like warriors. Having endured countless trials in society to reach this point, they're already fully armed, so they won't easily give up their lives. Chen Bu nodded. Just like when conventional cures fail, you try alternative methods, like joining a cult. He knew life was unfair in most circumstances, but surprisingly, the boss turned out to have so many stories behind him. After discussing Li Quan's case, there's one unanswered question that puzzles us. How could Li Quan alone influence so many people in the company? What method did he use? Gu Fuyao said doubtfully, we're still investigating those masks, wondering if they contain some special substance that affects people's mental state, like narcotics. As for the cult-related content on the USB drive, Li Quan also mentioned two other names, Xuan Maodu and Xuan Yengru. Hearing these two names, Chen Bu felt somewhat surprised. Does this cult really enjoy hot pot that much? Gu Fuyao glanced at him but ignored the question, continuing instead. These two individuals are highly likely to be cult members as well, possibly even the masterminds behind it, and they probably suffer from terminal illnesses too. Right now, while Li Quan is under our surveillance, these two may soon start taking action. If you encounter any further incidents, please contact me immediately. After saying this, she left them with a phone number before letting the two leave. Rather than questioning us, it felt more like she was deliberately leaking information. After leaving the Western-style house, the two walked along the city's dim streetlights. For a while, neither spoke, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Half a day later, Zhang Wuxin suddenly stopped and asked, "Old Chen, care for some conveyor belt hot pot?" "Good." Chen Bui nodded without refusing. He knew Zhang Wuxin must have something to say to him. They went to a conveyor belt hot pot restaurant, settled into a corner booth, ordered the broth base, prepared their dipping sauces, and began eating. The boss is a northerner who speaks bluntly with a straightforward manner, and his laughter carries an inexplicable warmth. Chen Bu prefers sweet dipping sauces when eating hot pot, so he adds extra oyster sauce and sugar to his condiments. This way of eating suits northerners tastes better. Sugar enhances the umami. Without it, the hot pot always feels like it's missing something. The meal passed in silence, with neither of them speaking much as they ate their own food. They ordered 2 more bottles of beer, occasionally clinking glasses together, creating a calm atmosphere. Just as they were about to finish, Zhang Wuxin set down his glass, glanced at the city street outside, and stared absently at the pot before saying, "Old Chen, everything that happened in the office today, including the changes in me, you saw it all, didn't you?" "I saw it. You must think I'm a monster, or insane, but the truth is, I'm not crazy, it's all real. That other world truly exists." Zhang Wuxin took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. "You haven't seen it, so you wouldn't understand. Is that so? Then what's your illness?" Chen Bu calmly asked while dipping a slice of beef into the boiling broth. "You probably won't believe me. I've had phantom limb syndrome for a long time, but it wasn't serious at first." These words seemed to cost Zhang Wuxin great effort as he struggled to voice them. "Until now, I've never dared to tell anyone, afraid they'd think me insane, especially my family. For all these years, I've shouldered this alone, but I'm barely holding on. Every night I feel hands scratching beneath my skin, inside my body, as if trying to tear me apart." "Did you go get treatment?" "I don't, as you know, my family is really short on money. My mom is still lying in the hospital. We don't have any extra money for treatment." Chen Bu nodded silently without speaking. Zhang Wuxin's family situation was truly difficult. It was said his father had racked up massive gambling debts years ago. His mother fell gravely ill after the shock, and still remained bedridden in the hospital to this day. He also has a younger brother to support through school, so life is genuinely tough for him. This is precisely why Zhang Wuxin works with such relentless diligence. For instance, he envied Xiao Wang's ability to butter up the boss and curry favor with the company. After all, those skills fast-track promotions and raises. Unfortunately, he himself happened to be someone who just couldn't bring himself to toady to power. "At first I was terrified. I'd wake up in another world every time I fell asleep, and thought I died. But later I discovered online that many people were experiencing the same thing, so I gradually came to accept it." Zhang Wuxin poured himself a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. "To be honest, Old Chen, I consider you a friend. I don't expect you to believe everything, but today you saw the thing on my arm. It's actually an ability triggered by phantom limb syndrome. Different illnesses grant different abilities. Mine isn't even that special. But all I really want is to be an ordinary guy, earn money honestly, marry a good wife, take care of my family. Time traveling. I swear I never fucking asked for this." After hearing this, Chen Bu fell silent, then picked up a piece of fish tofu, dipped it in sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. After a long pause, he said calmly, "That ability you mentioned just now, does it work in both worlds?" "That's not necessarily true. It depends on the situation, mainly related to the progress of infiltration." Zhang Wuxin poured himself a drink, looking utterly dejected. "Sometimes I really envy you, Lao Chun, I really do. No illness, no debts, though you might not have much money, you live freely and at ease. No worries about tomorrow or your family. Damn, I envy you so much I can even understand why the boss joined that cult." Hearing this, Chen Bu shook his head and raised his glass. "I've had my share of worries too, but those days are behind me now." He actually wanted to say, "At least you still have family, don't you?" But he swallowed those words. Sometimes, being alone can be called freedom, but it can also be called loneliness. Chen Bu snapped back to attention, hesitated for a few seconds, then asked, "Speaking of which, have you joined the church society?" "Not yet." "Oh, me neither." He took a calm sip of wine. Zhang Wuxin seemed still lost in melancholy. Hearing this, he barely reacted, only nodding casually with a comforting murmur. "It's okay, you can join sooner or later, and those churches aren't as great as they say. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking, as if abruptly realizing something was wrong. His entire body stiffened as if struck by lightning. Then, he raised his head and stared blankly at Chen Bui, his mind seeming to short-circuit. After a long pause, he appeared to gradually comprehend the earlier conversation. Old Chen, you too. He opened his mouth but could hardly speak. Chen Bu continued silently eating the fish tofu, his face devoid of much emotion. He merely nodded calmly and said, "You can tell me your location in Diseased World. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet." "Are you serious?" Zhang Wuxin's voice couldn't stop trembling. "Dead serious. Old Chen, what illness do you have?" "Visual distortion syndrome." "What the hell?" Zhang Wuxin's eyes instantly reddened, his lips trembling. "You call this an illness? Why wouldn't it be?" "Quite serious actually, it's already affecting daily life. At work I even mistook you for a pig earlier." "Fuck." Zhang Wuxin was about to cry when he suddenly burst out laughing. He cursed, "You're such a bastard, why didn't you tell me? Weren't you just telling me yourself?" Hearing this, Zhang Wuxin immediately raised his glass. "Brother, no, fellow patient, let me toast you." "To what exactly?" "Here's to you being as sick as I am, damn it, I'm finally not alone anymore." Chapter 26, Information Exchange. If I had to guess, I'd say your condition is psychopathy, not the underwear stealing kind, but some really heavy-duty, unconventional perversion. Zhang Wuxin wiped away his tear stains and said with a laugh. Chen Bu fixed him with a deep look, thinking, what exactly do I represent in your eyes? Zhang Wuxin pressed on persistently, seriously, you barely spoke to anyone at the company before, hardly ever socialized. But someone like you, the kind who obviously carries the weight of the world, when they get sick, it's always psychological. There was even a time I thought you might be gay, because you kept looking at me with this ambiguous gaze. Chen Bu glanced at him again. Yes, that exact look. It's my looking at an idiot's stare. That evening, the two talked extensively at the hot pot restaurant, mostly about matters concerning the plagued realm. Among these discussions were several points of mutual understanding, including topics such as seasonal phases, the faith society, abilities, and the methods of traveling to the plagued realm. Beyond these, Zhang Wuxin also brought up something referred to as osmosis. At this point, Zhang Wuxin's expression turned extremely grave when the topic reached here. This is the most terrifying thing. It wasn't until recently that I learned about a phenomenon called infiltration, occurring between our two worlds. The so-called infiltration means the two worlds are influencing each other, constantly intertwining, and eventually merging into one. For example, my ability to use phantom limb syndrome here is caused by infiltration. To put it simply, my abilities from the diseased realm are gradually transferring to the ordinary realm through infiltration. Do you know what that means? It means that in the diseased realm, whether it's good entities or bad ones, they will all eventually appear in our world. Can you imagine what would happen then? Monsters, death, diseases, and even some special abilities will all come here. Now that patients can travel to the disease realm, it's a large-scale occurrence of infiltration. Hearing this, Chen Bu gradually understood the situation at hand. He thought carefully for a moment. If the pig-headed plague were to infiltrate this place as well, the ensuing catastrophe would be unimaginable. Is there really no way to stop this phenomenon? I don't know. Zhang Wuxin shook his head solemnly. Our understanding of the disease realm is still minimal. At this point, we don't even understand why infiltration occurs. But if no one can stop it, once the two worlds intertwine completely, I fear everyone will perish. Chen Bu fell into silence, his expression grave, lost in thought. In the ensuing conversation, apart from infiltration, the two also discussed the most complex factions in Plague World, the royal family, and the Yi-cult. According to Zhang Wuxin's understanding, the Plague World was divided into 4 major regions: east, west, south, and north, corresponding to 4 kingdoms. Each kingdom was ruled by a branch of the royal family, who governed everything within their dominion. The imperial clan of Xian Yuan, from the eastern kingdom. The Gospel imperial clan, from the western kingdom. The frozen imperial clan, from the northern kingdom. The all-life imperial clan, from the southern kingdom. The 4 royal families have created a balance of power throughout the entire world. Meanwhile, the church society represents organized factions belonging to different royal families. To draw an analogy, if the royal families are towering trees, then the church society would be every leaf and branch upon these trees. Each royal family possesses its own unique power, just as the nutrients provided by different tree roots vary. Religious sects require the power of royal families to survive, so people choose to join corresponding religious sects to pledge allegiance to a particular royal family and thereby gain this power. For example, the frozen royal family, their power can even manipulate weather and land. All religious sects, under their dominion, inherit this power as well. Hearing this, Chen Bui couldn't help but show an astonished expression. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. So the royal family is the source of the church society's power. No wonder people hold the church society in such high regard and are so eager to join it. The church society offers many professions to choose from for those who join, with different professions corresponding to different abilities, like gunners, spiritists, healers, and so on. Zhang Wuxin explained. But regardless of what they choose, they must join the church society to gain abilities. In the disease realm, ordinary people who haven't joined the church society possess no abilities whatsoever. They're just like regular folk in our world. So that's why their status is so lowly. Exactly, which is why so many wild cults have sprung up. Zhang Wuxin explained, Old Chen, you can simply think of joining the Yi cult as us passing the civil service exam. I see. At the mention of civil servants, Chen Bu immediately understood. You're aware that passing the civil service exam comes with many benefits, right? Joining the church society is the same. First, there's the change in social status, and secondly, the change in income. Though the salary issued to each member of the church society isn't much, it's certainly enough. Moreover, it's directly distributed by the royal family, extremely stable. Even if you're utterly useless in the church society, a complete waste, you'll still receive sufficient wages to support your family. So to survive in the Yi Plague Lands, you can't just be an ordinary civilian, you must join a cult. No matter which royal house you pledge to, at least learn to protect yourself first. Chen Bui nodded upon hearing this, recognizing the truth in those words from the current circumstances. What about you? Which cult are you planning to join? Me, I don't need to join one. Mentioning this, Zhang Wuxin suddenly grew somewhat uneasy. Why? Seeing him like this, Chen Bu found it rather peculiar. Zhang Wuxin glanced around and lowered his voice. I was actually quite lucky when I crossed over. I discovered I'd become the son of a very important figure. Important figure? What kind of important figure? The third son of the Xianyuan royal clan. Zhang Wuxin murmured softly with his head lowered. He seemed reluctant to say it, his face slightly flushed. Becoming someone else's son? Chen Bu didn't react at first, thinking to himself, why are you blushing about being called son? It wasn't until he suddenly grasped the immense significance behind the phrase, Xianyuan royal family, that his entire body froze instantly. His mouth slowly fell open as he remained speechless for a long moment. 6. He gave a thumbs up. No wonder he didn't need to join the church society. Started directly as the royal family, crown prince. When I first learned my identity, I was stunned for a long time. I thought, damn, this is practically becoming the crown prince in ancient times, instant success. But turns out, the life of a prince isn't as good as imagined, especially when you're the third and youngest prince in the family. Zhang Wuxin sighed heavily. You probably don't know, my father is dying now. Ha? Chen Bu showed a surprised face. Isn't your dad still in jail for gambling? That dad, from the disease realm, King Xianyuan. Zhang Wuxin gave him a helpless look. King Xianyuan is sick, and it seems hard to cure. Now all his sons are trying to compete for the throne's succession. The situation is extremely chaotic. I'm living in the middle of political power struggles every day, and life isn't easy at all. I see. Chen Bu raised his glass, and the two clinked their cups together. Zhang Wuxin seemed reluctant to continue talking about himself and changed the subject, saying, let's hear about your situation. Chen Bu took a sip of beer, nodded, then pondered for a few seconds before asking doubtfully, do you know about the pig-headed men? Pig-headed humans? What's that? The cult society? Seeing his reaction, Chen Bu knew he had no clue and frowned while shaking his head. Not the cult society, it's a plague that's already killed many people. Currently happening near Hanging City. Hanging City? The border town of the Eastern Kingdom? Zhang Wuxin's expression turned stunned. I really didn't know. When did this happen? Chen Bu spent nearly 10 minutes meticulously explaining the matter concerning the pig-headed humans to him. After hearing this, the third prince of the royal family was utterly stunned, gripping his wineglass as if frozen in place. I truly had no idea about this. Moreover, there hasn't been even a whisper within the royal family. I suspect the entire monarchy remains oblivious. Seems your so-called royals couldn't care less about the lives and safety of your citizens. Chen Bu drank his wine expressionlessly, his mind filled with the bloody scenes of pig-headed humans. Right now, the struggle for the throne within the Xianyuan royal family has put everything in jeopardy. Nobody pays attention to other matters. Additionally, from what I've heard, all royal families are currently joining forces to deal with an even more troublesome issue. What matters? The turning of the wheel of time and space. And what is the wheel of time and space? Zhang Wuxin frowned and said, I'm not entirely sure either, but I've heard that several hundred years ago, the disease realm experienced a space-time distortion that caused multiple worlds to intertwine, much like the osmosis mentioned earlier. The disaster it brought nearly reshaped the entire world's rules, almost wiping out the royal family. Now, the Supreme King wants to turn the wheel of time. Once again, this is an incredibly terrifying prospect. A single misstep could lead to a seismic shift for the royal family, possibly even their annihilation. So you're saying these royals will try to stop the Supreme King? Unclear, but 9 out of 10 chances say they will. I've indeed caught wind of such whispers from within. At this point, Zhang Wuxing paused and sighed before continuing. So you should understand, compared to the Wheel of Time, the plague is just a trivial matter. Chen Bu nodded silently, offering no reply. This has been the way since ancient times. When dynasties must change, who cares about the plight of common folk? Old Chen, in the plague realm, even though I don't hold much actual power as the third prince, I'm still a figure of some status. Maybe I can offer you some help, especially regarding those pig-headed men. Who knows, perhaps I can do something about it. The two of them stayed in the shop talking until the early hours of the morning before finally leaving. By the time they left, it was so late that even the usually cheerful and hospitable shop owner glared at them for a good long while. Chapter 27 The Hollow Ones. Returning from the hot pot restaurant to his rented apartment, Chen Bu was a bit tipsy from drinking. He collapsed onto the bed with a heavy, dizzy head. But he wasn't in a hurry to close his eyes and sleep, because the moment he shut his eyes, he would return to the Plague Lands. How long this situation would last remained unknown, but after talking with Zhang Wuxing tonight, he realized it would undoubtedly be a long and arduous process. My mind went blank for a moment, unable to focus on any thoughts. After lying on the bed for nearly 10 minutes trying to calm down, I finally decided to close my eyes and sleep. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when suddenly a man's booming roar jolted through my ears. Wake up, kid, quit sleeping, we're here. Startled awake by a noise, Chen Bu slowly opened his eyes, greeted by an icy wind that stung his cheeks. Now fully daylight, the blinding brightness made it difficult to adjust. Gradually recovering his vision, he realized everything before him was a vast expanse of white snowstorm. Thick snowflakes swirled wildly in the air as the howling north wind blew relentlessly, its bitter chill making it hard to even lift one's head. Where am I? Chen Bu stared in astonishment at the icy, snow-covered landscape around him, his entire face stiff from the extreme cold. Io's reddish-brown horse trailed silently behind them, while Xena brought up the rear. The young girl shivered violently from the cold, her cheeks turning purple, her long hair nearly crusted with frost, clearly suffering greatly. Even the horse beneath them seemed to struggle against the biting cold, tossing its head restlessly and snorting laboriously through its nostrils. Cross this snow-covered hillside, and you'll officially enter the Eastern Realm. The cultural atmosphere there is entirely different from here. To be honest, Easterners are always excessively warm and hospitable, though that's not necessarily a bad thing. Arthur pointed ahead, tightening his collar against the snow as he shouted, but you won't get to experience their hospitality firsthand right now, we're not venturing deep into the east. See that crimson peak over there? That's where the medical society is located. I'll deliver you there, collect my payment, and then, we can go our separate ways and forget we ever met. Hearing this, Chen Bu cast his gaze into the distance. Amidst the chaotic goosefeather snowdrifts and jagged mountain ranges, he indeed spotted a cluster of strangely colored, strikingly vivid crimson peaks standing tall. This mountain peak was noticeably higher than its surroundings. Moreover, the entire summit bore a blood-red hue as vivid as life itself. Amidst the endless expanse of snow-capped peaks, that single stroke of red appeared extraordinarily radiant. Crimson Peak gets its name from the red hue at its summit. The place is snow-capped year-round, and ascending it is no easy task. Yao Yao rode up from behind on her horse. Being from the east, she seemed far more familiar with this region than Arthur was. Though I've never been here myself, I've often heard people mention it. Their medical arts are supposedly quite advanced, with their own unique specialties. Specialties? Are you referring to dermal grafting techniques? Arthur let out a questioning sound while nudging the horse's flank with his heel. The horse's hooves began ascending a narrow mountain path on the snowy peak. Yes, the art of skin preservation, an extraordinarily peculiar and fearsome medical technique. Io's tone carried a subtle shift in inflection. Since leaving the village, Chen Bu noticed that these two had clearly become preoccupied with heavy thoughts. Gone was their previous joyful state of dragging him along to claim a large sum of money while dreaming about their future life. It probably had something to do with Io's identity as a forgetter. Speaking of which, what exactly is a forgetter? Chen Bu couldn't figure it out. He turned back and saw Xena sitting behind him, shivering with her neck tucked in. Unable to resist, he asked, "Are you really that cold?" "Duh." Xena rolled her eyes at him. Seeing this, Chen Bu thought for a moment and said to Io, "Help me take off my coat and let her wear it." Hearing this, Xena froze for a second. "What do you mean?" "I'm afraid you'll get sick from the cold." Hearing this, Xena stared blankly at him, her expression seemingly astonished. Io seemed quite happy to do this. Moving beside him, she directly took off Chen Bu's coat and draped it over the little girl. The coat still carried lingering warmth, and that familiar scent of Enzo, one he hadn't particularly liked before. The icy, snowy world suddenly seemed a little less cold. Hina lowered her head, lost in thought. Chen Bu stole a glance but said nothing, knowing full well that winning over the tsundere little sister was only a matter of time. The two gaunt horses quietly made their way up the snowy mountain path. Amid the falling snow, the mountain trail proved arduous. The howling cold wind cut like a blade, The whimpering gusts forced their way into people's throats, occasionally inducing a suffocating sensation. The skinny horse, struggling against the frigid gale, let out agonized whinnies as if tormented by the extreme cold. Before long, Shen Bu began regretting his decision to give his coat to Xena. He nearly couldn't resist turning back to ask for his clothes several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and forcibly abandoned this shameful thought. He could only choose to distract himself from the cold through conversation. I'm quite curious about one thing, are the Xianyuan royal clan truly powerful? Ahead, Arthur nodded and shouted loudly into the wind, strong indeed. Currently, only the Eastern, Xianyuan royal clan, and the Western, Gospel royal clan, are competing for the title of the first among the four kings in terms of strength. Following them is the Northern, Frozen royal clan, and then lastly comes the Southern, Masses royal clan. But this ranking is based on military strength, and personally, I don't fully agree with it. Hearing this, Shen Bui shouted from behind, then what do you think? It's hard to say, because each royal clan's power is different, there's no one-size-fits-all comparison. For example, the Xianyuan royal clan excels at condensation, most of their power is formed through coalescence. Meanwhile, the Gospel royal clan leans more towards manipulation, they represent two entirely different types. If you ever get the chance to join the sect, you'll understand. There's no point explaining it to you now, you wouldn't grasp it. After that, silence fell over them. The horses rounded a few snowy paths, traversed the windiest and snowiest stretches, and soon a straight stone-paved road appeared ahead, leading directly to the Red Peak. The group swiftly advanced along the stone road. On the frozen snowy rocks lining both sides of the path, strange-looking symbols and animal bones tied with ropes occasionally appeared. Apart from that, there were bronze vessels growing all over the ground. They clinked against each other in the cold wind, making tinkling sounds. As they were about to reach the red summit, Shen Bui saw what appeared to be a person standing at the edge of the heavy snowfall. His vision was sharp, despite the distance, he could tell the figure was not tall and had a slender frame, resembling a girl. Clad in thin clothes, she stood alone in the heavy snow, looking rather forlorn. It's a skinwalker. Io spotted the blurry figure from afar and immediately made her judgment. What? Shen Bu couldn't quite catch what she said. But as they drew closer, he gradually realized it was indeed a girl, just one who looked extremely bizarre, nothing like a human. They aren't truly human, those skin-draped creatures. They're stitched together using corpse sewing techniques. Arthur riding ahead replied impassively, Yao told me before. You'll understand when you get closer. As the horses galloped nearer, Shen Bui finally saw clearly the girl at the snowpath's end. Perched on his saddle, he nearly forgot to breathe. She appeared to be just a teenager, her face beautiful and youthful. Yet terrifyingly, both her cheeks and body were covered in dense networks of crimson stitches. Her flesh seemed pieced together patch by patch, as if sewn together with those red threads, stitch by stitch. The overall effect was grotesquely irregular and distorted. Despite her exquisitely delicate features and long hair, standing in the snow, she resembled nothing so much as a badly damaged Barbie doll. After clearly seeing the girl's appearance, even Arthur couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, indeed, I still believe this kind of medical art should not exist in this world. This could be considered a kind of heretical medical art that relies on gathering the power of the Xianyuan royal clan. Hearing this, Yao remarked earnestly from the side. There exists a terrifying legend in the East regarding the medical profession. It's said that female physicians would collect the skins of the dead at midnight, carefully excising and cataloging them. Then, resembling matchmakers, they'd sit under the dim glow of green lanterns, stitching these dead skins together with needle and thread. Every strand of thread had to be soaked in their own blood, only then could the stitched skins come back to life, becoming what's known as skin humans. Hearing this, Arthur couldn't suppress a shudder. I've heard those physicians treat these skin humans as their own children. Damn, no wonder this is called heretical medicine. Yes, but this medical technique has its flaws. These revived vessels have no emotions or sensations. You can simply think of them as robots in Western countries. After hearing the explanation, Shen Bui felt a pang of discomfort in his chest. Hina beside him couldn't help but let out an uneasy sigh. How terrifying, but also truly remarkable. And besides, she's very beautiful. At this moment, the girl with delicate doll-like features stood in the snow wearing only a plain dress. She didn't even have shoes on, standing barefoot in the swirling blizzard of goosefeather snowflakes. She didn't seem to feel the cold at all. No matter how beautiful she is, she's ultimately just a pretty shell of a person, nothing more. Yes, she doesn't have an interesting soul. Chapter 28 The Old Chief Physician. The porous one stood quietly on the steps, her face breaking into a beautiful smile at the sight of the four visitors, giving off an impression of pristine purity. Hello, are you here to see the doctor? Her voice sounded ethereal. Hello, we're not here for medical treatment. Arthur reined in his horse and stopped. We are staff from the Hang City's Red Raven sect. We're here to deliver a sample related to pig-headed humans. We need to see the elder physician personally to hand over the sample with confidence. Please notify him, we'll wait outside. Sure thing. Upon learning their purpose, the skin-clad figure nodded, then turned and walked with light steps into the towering structure built atop the mountain behind them. Soon enough, within less than 10 minutes, she returned, wearing that same standard smile on her face. Please follow me. I'll take you to see the chief physician. My apologies for the trouble. Following the skin-clad person, the four rode their horses into the building of the medical association. Chen Bui looked exactly like a village child entering the city for the first time, gazing around in all directions from atop his horse. There were many things here he had never seen before. Judging by its exterior alone, the entire academy was enormous in scale. The buildings clung to the mountainside, their walls entirely constructed with red brickwork. From afar, it resembled a crimson jewel embedded in white stone, strikingly vivid and beautiful. After entering the gate along the steps, the group tied their horses nearby and followed the leather-bound man on foot into the corridor. Once inside the inner corridor, the space noticeably expanded. Before them, besides the unusually styled decorative murals, there were also harried medical practitioners rushing about. Unlike hospitals in the ordinary realm, this place was decorated like an ancient castle. After navigating several corridors with a classical gray ambience, we arrived before a rather antiquated house. The Pyron stopped at the door and said respectfully, "The elder physician is inside. I shall not intrude further, please proceed as you wish." With these words, she turned and left. Standing before the door, Arthur knocked. Soon, a slightly aged voice came from inside, "Come in." Pushing the door open and stepping in, Shen Bu was first greeted by the scent of medicinal liquid, not pungent, but overwhelmingly strong. Inside was a spacious room. Wooden bookshelves and intricately carved wooden tables were arranged throughout, their surfaces cluttered with various medical vessels. Most things Chen Bu had never seen before, only some appeared somewhat similar to modern medical equipment, such as soft tubes and endoscopes, but even those couldn't be confirmed as the same. Deep inside the room stood an elderly man with graying hair, wearing a maroon robe adorned with black stripes. The old man had his back turned to them, seemingly tinkering with some kind of instrument in his hands. Hearing movement behind him, he didn't turn around but instead gestured to one side, speaking in a kindly tone, "Make yourselves comfortable for now. I'm rather busy at the moment and haven't had time to tidy up. You'll have to bear with me for a little while, but I'll be done soon." "It's okay, we're not in a hurry," Arthur responded softly, then sat down in the chair. Chen Bu and Hina also obediently sat down, not daring to speak out of turn. After waiting about 10 minutes, the old head physician suddenly let out an excited laugh. "Done. It's complete." He turned around with a smile, holding a test tube in his hand. The tube was mostly filled with a yellowish liquid that looked somewhat like fruit juice. "What's this?" "This is quite the treasure, specially reserved for men." The old physician smiled mysteriously. Arthur seemed to instantly understand something and chuckled along. "A few days ago, a woman came seeking treatment, saying her man was limp and useless, asking if I could help with some medicinal aid." Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped and his expression changed. "My sincere apologies, I didn't realize there was a young lady present, I shouldn't be speaking of such matters." Arthur burst into laughter upon hearing this. Io sat beside him, her face slightly flushed, keeping her head down without speaking. Xena looked puzzled and quietly asked Shinbu, "What's this floppy thing he's talking about?" "Grown-ups talk, children shouldn't ask too many questions." The elderly chief physician had distinctly Asian features, and his smile radiated warmth when he spoke. After delivering a rather lackluster joke, he tucked away the test tube in his hand and remarked, "Judging by your appearance, you seem to be from the church society. To be honest, it's been a long time since anyone from the church visited here. Most people just kill the pig-headed humans they capture and collect the bounty. You're the first to bother bringing one all the way to Scarlet Peak to aid in research. Thank you for providing the sample. Later, let Shuibai take you to claim your payment." "Is Snow the flesh doll from earlier?" "Yes. She occasionally behaves like a child. In truth, she's lived a very long time older than anyone here. Even I don't know how many years she's existed in this place." Hearing this, Io asked curiously, "Snow is a flesh doll. Wasn't she created by you people?" "By us, but not by this generation." The old head physician shook his head. "Old Snow was already here during the time of my predecessor. He said she'd existed even before several generations of head physicians before him. Many leather-skinned humans have come and gone through the generations, but only she's remained. It must be several hundred years by now. When I was a child, you could say it was she who accompanied me as I grew up." "A leather-skinned human can last that long?" "Yeah." The old head physician smiled as if reminiscing about the past. "It's funny when I think about it. When I was little, I treated her as a childhood playmate, but by my teenage years, I'd come to regard her as the girl I admired. When I grew into a young man, she still hadn't changed, so I regarded her as my sister. But by middle age, she remained exactly the same, and I could only treat her as my daughter. Now that I'm old, she's still that same little girl from back then, so I've come to see her as my granddaughter. They say she's seen off many generations of head physicians. I fear I won't be the last." As the old physician spoke, his gaze grew complicated yet sincere. Upon hearing these words, Shenbu couldn't help but visualize the face of Pinarangren by Xue in his mind. Her face was strikingly clear, the kind of clarity that time could never fade. It's good, at least she stayed with you all these years. Arthur looked at the snow outside and smiled quietly. Yes, the only pity is she doesn't really have feelings. Like the robots from Western countries, she simply exists, doing what she's supposed to do. And my presence, truth be told, doesn't mean much to her. The old physician smiled helplessly, his smile carrying a tinge of weariness. But the problem is, I have feelings. Sometimes when I look at her, I realize how complicated life is. This person is both your playmate, and the girl you love, who was once your daughter, and now your granddaughter. He let out a sigh. She possesses a face untouched by time, yet her heart lacks a living soul. What a pity. Chapter 29 The Dark Servant. At the Scarlet Peak Medical Conference, Shenbu sat silently in the grand hall, wordlessly observing the scene before him. Arthur and Io each carried large burlap sacks filled to the brim with gold coins that jingled melodiously with every slight movement. Crimson Ridge was indeed generous. After confirming Shenbu was a special patient, the elder physician even kindly threw in an extra sack of coins as payment. After collecting their reward with the help of the skinwalker named by Xue, Arthur and Aya wasted no time and prepared to leave the place. This journey was quite enjoyable. Arthur shook Shenbu's hand with a light chuckle. If you get the chance, come visit me in Hanging City. Given your unique circumstances, I might even be able to secure you a decent job. Thank you. Shenbu had an urge to bite him to death. As for now, you no longer belong to us. Yao, who had always looked somewhat distressed, stepped forward with an apologetic expression. She said to Sheena, I'm sorry for having to tie you up along the way. I wish you and your brother a smooth life ahead. Alright, kid, though we part company at last, we're bound to meet again. Arthur once again gave Shenbu a big hug. Yao hugged Xena. Then the two rode off on their horses, carrying 2 large sacks of gold coins, leaving the Crimson Peaks behind. Watching their retreating figures, Shenbu's heart swelled with a complex emotion. Under normal circumstances, he should have held no favorable impressions of them. Yet along the journey, these two truly hadn't seemed like bad people. On the contrary, they put in a lot of effort to take care of him and Xena. Whenever the two of them had food to eat, he and Xena never went without a sip of soup. Thinking about it carefully, they kidnapped him while also looking after him. It's like they wanted to have their cake and eat it too, isn't it? Shenbu's heart was a turbulent mix of emotions. Carrying 2 large sacks of money, Arthur and Io rode their horses down from Crimson Peak. The two traveled in great haste, almost urging their horses at full gallop. It seemed they were in a hurry to reach some destination immediately after completing this task. They exchanged hardly a word along the way, their expressions unusually solemn. The horses galloped swiftly across the snow, leaving long trails of hoofprints. As they rode along the snowy path of Scarlet Peak down to the foothills and reached a frozen lake, Yao's face suddenly turned grim. She slowed her horse and looked up at the sky with unease, as if searching for something. Arthur, riding ahead, noticed her hesitation and also slowed his pace. Turning back with a frown, he said, "What are you doing? We're out of time." "Arthur, I think they're coming. Look at the snowflakes." Yao's voice carried a hint of fear at this moment. Hearing this, Arthur immediately reined in his horse and stood still in the snow, his face grave as he looked upwards. At first, he saw nothing, but gradually, he began to notice a few crimson snowflakes occasionally mixed in among the vast expanse of pure white snow, standing out strikingly amidst the white. One by one, they drifted down like droplets of scarlet rain, swaying lazily through the air. Unlike the white snowflakes, these red ones appeared more delicate, descending at an even slower pace. As time passed, more and more snowflakes began to turn crimson. In less than a minute, the swirling precipitation overhead was no longer white snow, but an overwhelming, incessant red snowstorm. The entire sky seemed instantly splashed with scarlet ink, creating an unbearably glaring spectacle. Arthur and Io stood mounted on the ice, as if enveloped by boundless redness. "Over there, it's fogging up." Yao's voice trembled as she pointed behind them toward where they'd come from. About 50 meters back in their direction, a thick, murky red haze had begun slowly rising in the air. The smoke looked like fallen clouds dyed crimson, rapidly spreading outward like angry waves, swelling toward them as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Amidst the thick smoke, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly rang out. Clop clop clop. The frozen ground echoed with the heavy, rhythmic stampede of horseshoes. Something was charging toward them at terrifying speed. The moment Arthur saw the red mist appear behind him, his expression instantly darkened to the extreme. "Is it really them?" His voice was low and heavy. "I never thought the legends were true. They've actually come for me. Run, they want me." Yao clenched her jaw as she pulled on the horse's reins. She drew the jewel-encrusted wooden staff from her waist, wearing an expression of grim determination. "Don't be stupid." Arthur chuckled helplessly. "How could I possibly leave you behind?" He spoke while pulling a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and then dismounting the horse. Then he took down the large bag of reward money from the horse and hung it on Yao's horse instead. "What are you doing?" A Yao looked at him in confusion. Take this money and go first. I'll hold them off for a while, maybe you'll still have a chance to escape. If something happens to me, this should be enough for you to survive on the run. Arthur, cigarette dangling from his lips, calmly secured the burlap sack as he instructed her. If the legends are true, then you'll have to try your luck at the Wheel of Time. As long as we escape this place, there's still hope. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Io was stunned for a moment. She hurriedly grabbed Arthur's hand and said through gritted teeth, we must go together. Do you hear the sound of hoofbeats in the red mist? Our horse isn't fast enough. If we flee together, we'll be caught sooner or later. Better to face the darkness right here. With that, Arthur removed his cigar and pressed it hard against the horse's hindquarters. Stung by the pain, the horse let out a sharp whinny and bolted uncontrollably forward. Stop! Io's face paled as she desperately tried to rein in the horse's head. Yet from behind came Arthur's shout, standing firm in the snow. I can only buy you a little time, not much. If you don't want my effort to go to waste, run now, as far as you can. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After escaping, I'll meet you at the Wheel of Time. Arthur! Yao Yao clung desperately to the reins, turning back with a shout. Yet the crimson smoke behind her came rolling in like a tide, blotting out the sky as it swallowed Arthur whole in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Yao Yao sat rigid on her horse, teeth clenched so hard her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. I'll wait for you at the Wheel of Time, you must come. If you don't, I'll keep waiting forever. Yao Yao desperately shouted into the crimson mist, unable to know whether those already swallowed by the red haze could hear her at all. She could only clench her teeth tightly, urging her horse forward without looking back. Amidst the heavy snow, tears streamed from her eyes, but Yao Yao paid them no mind, her gaze resolutely fixed on the path ahead. Behind her, the murky red haze appeared hindered by Arthur's entry, gradually slowing until it finally came to a halt upon the vast ice sheet. Amidst the smoke, Arthur clenched the same cigarette but he'd used to brand the horse's rump between his teeth again, his gaze dark and brooding. He drew two custom revolvers from his waist, keeping them trained on his surroundings like a predator. Something lurked in the fog, watching him. The crimson mist drew closer. It grew thicker. The surroundings were utterly silent. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Suddenly, the heavy sound of hoofbeats shattered the stillness. Plop! Following closely, the sounds within the fog grew louder and nearer. Arthur also heard the metallic grating of armor from horsemen. He tightened his grip on the revolver, unable to suppress the sweat dampening his palm. His past battle experience told him unmistakably that fear was spreading through the crimson mist. It felt like it was gradually eroding one's sanity. Come forth, servants of darkness. Chapter 30, The Fleeting Blue Flame. As the sound of hooves gradually drew nearer through the crimson mist, a tall, dark figure abruptly burst forth from the fog. At that moment, standing on the ice, Arthur clenched the cigarette but tightly between his teeth. Gazing at the scene before him, his breathing grew heavy, his entire body rigid and unable to move. Hanging impossibly in midair, one man, one horse, holding an ancient-style spear in hand, clad in blood-red armor, charging through the mist like some knight. The face was completely hidden behind the helmet, utterly invisible, and fastened to that blood-red armor hung twisted human faces, one after another. These faces seemed eerily alive, bursting through the crimson mist while emitting continuous bursts of piteous shrieks and wails. The massive red steed between his legs was similarly clad in scarlet armor, appearing like a mount straight from the depths of hell. Just as the horse's hooves struck the icy surface, the spear tip simultaneously descended, carving a long scar across the frozen ground. The Crimson Knight, one of the 5 knights. Witnessing this scene, Arthur's breathing grew heavy. He recognized it from descriptions he'd seen in books before. I never thought it would truly match the legends down to the last detail. Facing the opponent's hellish, terrifying visage, Arthur took a deep breath and raised his gun. He remembered the descriptions from the books. The 5 knights were originally not creatures of this world. A century ago, due to the turning of the Wheel of Time, they arrived here and immediately began a frenzied slaughter, seemingly driven by their innate nature. Along with them came their sworn enemies, the Forgetters. These 2 entities, mortal foes in another world, now found themselves together in an unfamiliar realm, continuing their endless and utterly meaningless battles and bloodshed. Spitting out his cigarette butt, Arthur's gaze turned icy. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. From loading the revolver to the firing pin's vibration, it took but an instant. Blue flames began to emerge from the firearm. A rifle master can channel their personal spiritual energy into bullets to enhance their attack power and force. The blue flames bursting from the barrel have the effect of dispelling darkness. To some extent, rifle masters can even manipulate the trajectory of their bullets. Arthur emptied all 6 bullets in one go. This was rare. Typically, whether dealing with wild beasts or something more terrifying, a single shot was usually enough, because every bullet was infused with a massive amount of spiritual energy. 6 consecutive shots emptied the magazine completely, a true test for any marksman. Yet Arthur dared not show the slightest hesitation against the entity before him. The bullet streaked through the air, carving 6 trails of blue flame through crimson mist, their red and blue hues intertwining as they barreled toward the blood-red knight astride his steed. Almost simultaneously, all 6 rounds struck their target from front, back, left, and right. The exploding blue flames instantly engulfed their opponent. The ghastly faces on the Blood Knight's armor wailed in agony, as if suffering immense damage. Meanwhile, the tremendous mental exertion made Arthur's head suddenly spin, with thin trails of blood slowly trickling from his nose. Ordinary battles never drained his mental energy so severely, but these 6 bullets were remarkably effective. They sent the Blood Knight's shoulder armor flying off with a resounding crack. Seems you're not so impressive after all. Arthur stood his ground, observing his opponent's shattered shoulder with a cold sneer curling his lips, yet the smile froze before it could fully form. The blood-stained knight's shattered shoulder armor began regenerating. Even the broken pieces of his armor gradually reformed themselves. Witnessing this, Arthur's expression stiffened. A sudden realization struck him, sending a chill down his spine. You don't actually wear armor at all. You were born looking like this, weren't you? This creature that exists only in legends looks like some kind of monster. In the legends, any single member of the E5 Knights possesses strength comparable to 1/5 of the Supreme King, and the High King is a divine existence that humans can never reach. It was not until this moment that Arthur realized what kind of terror he was facing. The Blood Knight rides forth on red mist from the darkness. It is the embodiment of fear. Arthur couldn't help but recall the legends he'd heard once more. When encountering the Crimson Knight, never feel afraid, nor retreat under any circumstances, for the red mist it brings generates terror. Should the challenger yield, the mist will devour your very existence. The difference between mountain peaks and hills is like that of mayflies and ancient trees, utterly incomparable. Arthur didn't give up, gritted his teeth, and reloaded with lightning speed once more. In the crimson snowfall, each subsequent bullet now carried a torrent of mental energy. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire barely ceased as blue flames erupted amidst the scarlet snow. With every shot fired, Arthur's mind grew more chaotic. Blood streamed from his nose, and crimson veins even began flooding his eyes as if they too would soon bleed. Blood was already streaming out from his ears. Yet he never stopped. Every extra bullet bought Yao one more second to escape. After firing another full round, he reloaded in under a second. The hunter employed every trick in his arsenal. Bombs, bullets, and surges of psychic energy. As a career changer, dealing with enemies shouldn't have been this hard. Unfortunately, his opponent wasn't an enemy, but something akin to a god. The blue flames from his revolver hissed and crackled, vaporizing even the snowflakes in the air. Amid the crimson mist, a fleeting blue flame blooms. By the time the bullets were all spent, blood was already gushing from all 7 orifices of Arthur's face. The blood from his eyes dripped down his cheeks onto the ground with audible plops. Yet, all the attacks proved utterly ineffective, accomplishing nearly nothing. The bullet struck the armor, causing damage, but only temporarily. It was like hitting water. Once the ripples subsided, everything returned to its original state. From beginning to end, Arthur failed to inflict even a scratch on his opponent. Standing on the frigid lake surface, he understood the gap between them in this battle. We lost. Arthur let out a cold laugh as he stared at the Blood Knight, who remained motionless in place, neither taking action nor showing any reaction. Refusing to strike? Are you looking down on me? His eyes brimmed with despair. Though he still wanted to press the attack, his body no longer had the strength for another strike. The Blood Knight gripped his lance, mounted on a black steed, standing motionless upon the frozen lake. The atmosphere grew heavy and ominous. From beneath the hooves of the knight's steed, the ever-spreading crimson mist plunged one into an abyss of despair. Darkness enveloped everything. A moment later, it raised its hand, then hurled the pitch-black spear in its grasp. That instant, the surrounding air suddenly compressed, as if all the pressure had condensed onto the spear's tip in the blink of an eye. Space distorted like a compressed sponge. The entire frozen lake surface shattered instantly as a frigid wind howled wildly. As the spear tore through the air with terrifying speed, Arthur heard, or perhaps imagined, dark whispering voices at his ears in that fleeting instant. He forgot to breathe. Something black flashed past before his eyes. Then came a thunderous crash. The world plunged into endless silence. What happened? Arthur turned his head blankly, suddenly realizing something was off about his vision. His head seemed tilted, and he could only see the ice beneath him. Then, he clearly felt his breathing grow labored, as if he couldn't draw enough air into his lungs. He glanced down. His pupils trembled violently as if his breath had stopped altogether. Ah! I was the one who got impaled by a spear, pinned to the icy surface. No wonder. But why didn't I feel any pain? Maybe because it's too cold. His mind involuntarily posed meaningless questions. An icy chill seeped through his skin, growing colder until it numbed the pain. Arthur opened his mouth but no sound came out, yet he still longed to speak. Ayao, run far away, so far that no one can catch up to you. With his last ounce of strength, he raised his blood-stained hand, seemingly attempting to fish out one final cigarette from his pocket. One last puff. But it was too late. A dark shadow suddenly swept overhead. The armored black horse galloped forth, its iron-shod hooves crushing his head without warning or mercy. A thunderous bang echoed. His skull erupted. Like a watermelon smashed upon the ground, brains and white matter splattered across the snow, instantly melting the surrounding drifts. Arthur's hand remained frozen mid-air, fingers still clutching an unlit cigarette between them. He would never take that final drag. The Blood Knight reared his horse once more, raising his lance as he galloped forward without looking back. Where the hooves struck, the snow gradually turned crimson. Chapter 31 Two Lives. The situation inside the Scarlet Peak Medical Association wasn't quite what Chen Bu had imagined. At least it bore very little resemblance to the medical concept he had in mind. Perched atop the mountain peak and nearly isolated from the world, the Medical Association exuded an aura of mystery and antiquity from its outward appearance. Especially those slightly worn red walls, only years of enduring wind and rain could have left them so mottled and weathered. In truth, the interior of the Medical Association bore no resemblance to a place dedicated to the art of healing. Instead, it looked more like a magic academy straight out of a fantasy film. After Arthur and Io departed, Chen Bu's fate rested entirely in the hands of the old medical director. To prevent the siblings from escaping, the old medical chief locked them in a room with bunk beds. The room wasn't particularly spacious, but it was clean and tidy enough, and they were provided with 3 meals a day, quite decent treatment by most standards. Beyond having to comply with the Medical Association's research and lacking freedom of movement, there weren't too many issues. The whole setup felt somewhat like being detained in a holding cell. Apart from that, Chen Bu observed that there didn't seem to be any male doctors at the entire Crimson Peak Medical Conference. Save for the aging chief physician, who was the only man, almost all the remaining medical staff were female doctors. What was most astonishing was that all these female doctors wore a form of fitted white medical uniform resembling a modified qipao, which perfectly accentuated their figures. When they walked, glimpses of their thighs peeked through the slits, creating an undeniably alluring sight. Judging by the outfit, to be honest, it didn't quite look like a doctor's attire. In Chen Bu's understanding, the only place one could see female doctors dressed like this was in certain adult films from a certain island nation. During their leisure time, Chen Bu once asked the old chief physician why all the female doctors dressed this way. The chief physician insisted it was all for the sake of medical science. Chen Bu's face lit up with sudden understanding. At first, the so-called medical research involved only occasional blood draws, after which he was locked back in the room without permission to leave. The entire process went relatively smoothly, with no discomforting incidents occurring. While confined to the room, Chen Bu spent most of his time bickering with Hina. The siblings even came to blows over who would get the top bunk. They took turns performing emotional dramas, family dramas, and even action-packed fight scenes. It all ended with Chen Bui surrendering in defeat. Every time they ate, their meals were delivered by that pitiful vessel person, by Shui. Chen Bu would chat with her every time. For instance, he'd ask if she had someone she liked, and whether she knew old doctor treated her as both a wife and a daughter, such a family taboo. But Shuebai simply smiled and said, "Old doctor is a respected physician in the medical society. I've always admired him. So does that mean you have no feelings for old doctor? I don't really understand human emotions. Then do you know how he feels about you?" "Of course I know, but I still can't comprehend or experience it personally. Nevertheless, I'll always stay by his side, just like I accompanied all the previous senior physicians." Hearing this, Shinbu couldn't find any words to reply. "I heard some female doctors chatting about how the old chief physician had been cared for by Shui since his childhood, and even now in his old age, she still attends to his daily needs. She was like a servant, silently looking after him for a lifetime. No wonder the old chief physician developed such deep affection for her, even though she was a being without emotions." Snow White gave off the vibe of a robot, yet appeared far more terrifying than any machine. When a person develops feelings for a machine, the outcome is often tragic. After dinner, Chen Bu lay down on the bed, his mind involuntarily beginning to analyze the current situation. He set 2 goals for himself. First, I must find a way to escape from here and quickly join a religious society, securing myself a means to survive and establish a foothold in this world. Second, I must find Zhang Wuxin. As the third prince of the royal family, protecting both him and Xena's safety should be an easy task, no matter what. While Chen Bu was lost in thought, murmurs of sleep-talking came from the upper bunk again, his little sister muttering to herself, "Enzo, die. You go die." Chen Bu had almost grown accustomed to her nightly dream utterances telling him to die. "Good night." With a soft murmur toward the upper bunk, he closed his eyes. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock rang. In his sleep, Chen Bu was startled awake and opened his eyes, once again finding himself back in this familiar yet cramped and tiny rented room. Gentle sunlight spilled softly through the window, flooding the room with a radiant glow. Dust particles floated in the air, while the petals on the balcony lay nestled together. They seemed tranquil, leaning against one another as though secretly whispering shared confidences. "Everything before me exudes a sense of tranquil serenity. This serenity might have lasted longer if Zhang Wuxin hadn't suddenly called. Hello? What's up? Come to the cafe, I've got something important to tell you. What? Before he could ask any questions, the call was abruptly ended. It seemed quite urgent, so Chen Bu hurriedly dressed and headed to the cafe. He spotted Zhang Wuxin at once, sitting at the most secluded corner of the shop. The fellow had apparently been there for quite some time. There were already 2 empty coffee cups beside him. He was frantically typing away on his laptop at the moment, though what he was looking at was unclear, only that his expression was clearly far too excited. It looked like he was watching something that could get a person worked up. Order whatever you want to drink, my treat today. Chen Bu had just sat down when he shot him a surprised glance. Did you win the lottery? That's not the case. Zhang Wuxin took a sip of coffee first, then put on a solemn expression, frowning as he said, Old Chen, I've been thinking lately, our lives are actually pretty miserable. What do you mean? Think about it, in the illness realm, I'm at least the 3rd prince. Not much power, but no worries about food or clothing, and people respect me. But here in the normal realm, I lose sleep over job hunting. The gap between these 2 lives is just too vast. Switching between them every day feels like I'm in a dream. The most crucial part is, we're all sick people. Though our conditions don't harm others, some definitely do. I just read online about someone with violent outburst disorder and schizophrenia, extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Chen Bu nodded. The 2 of us are indeed quite fortunate. This illness doesn't cause much harm to others. Zhang Wuxin raised a valid point. No matter what identity one holds in the illness realm or what adventures one experiences, everyone must return to the ordinary realm and strive to survive day by day, meal by meal. That's just reality. You can dream with all your heart, but you must also face reality with equal sincerity. Let me tell you, it's all because of poverty, really. Zhang Wuxin sighed, but luckily, I've already found a new job now. What new job? Chen Bu froze for a moment. His last company shut down because the boss belonged to a cult, and he still hadn't started looking for a new job yet. He hadn't expected Zhang Wuxin to act this fast. Do you remember those 3 bloggers I recommended last time? The ones sharing information about the realm of malady? I remember. What about it? Closing his notebook, Zhang Wuxin glanced around and lowered his voice. Because neither of us had disclosed our true identities back then, I didn't tell you, but out of those 3 people, one of them was actually me. Chapter 32, Accelerated Infiltration. Earlier, Zhang Wuxin had recommended 3 bloggers to Chen Bu. They were respectively named, Too Fat to Shit, Forever Constipated if Single, and Become a Mistress if Broke. Because the 3 names were too misanthropic, netizens jokingly referred to them as the 3 sick friends. Chen Bu certainly remembered this incident. Their online posts about the sick world were almost entirely factual. There was no doubt these 3 had been patients who visited another world. At this moment, looking at Zhang Wuxin's slightly awkward smile, Chen Bu simply nodded and said, I knew it was you. You know? Yeah, I guessed as much. Zhang Wuxin suddenly looked astonished. Really? You could even guess that? Then do you know which one is me? If you can't make money, go be a kept woman? Zhang Wuxin covered his face in distress. Was it that obvious? Are you really going to be the other woman? Chen Bu was utterly bewildered. Of course not. He immediately raised his brows in denial. How could I possibly be a homewrecker? Am I really that shameless? His agitation rose too high, his voice too loud, drawing curious glances from the nearby coffee shop patrons. Zhang Wuxin hastily lowered his voice and said awkwardly, Don't I often share information online? Well, a woman contacted me. She said that as long as I could keep providing her with intel about the sick world, she'd transfer money to me every half month. No meetings, just direct transfers to my account. Hearing this, Chen Bu furrowed his brow. Something feels fishy about this. How much are you offering? Zhang Wuxin immediately held up 2 fingers, gritting his teeth as he said, 20 grand per session. So many? Damn right. That's way more than any fucking day job. Even being a mistress wouldn't pay this well. He slammed the table passionately when mentioning the other woman, drawing the attention of nearby customers once again. I thought to myself, only a damn fool would turn down easy money. Since she has no idea who I am anyway, why not give her some information? It's not like she could tell what's true or false. Chen Bu shrugged his hands. But you should still be careful. Anyone who's got that kind of money and is obsessed with digging up information about another world, definitely isn't ordinary. I know, so I've thought about it too. Once I've earned a certain amount, I'll disappear and cut ties with her. Chen Bu nodded upon hearing this but said nothing more, only feeling that this plan wasn't very reliable. By the way, since you're one of them, do you know the other 2 bloggers? The other 2? Not really. Mentioning this, Zhang Wuxin's expression turned somewhat complicated. I only have their contact information but don't actually know who they are. That one named, can't find a partner, suffer lifelong constipation, is a damn idiot constantly messaging me with threats. He threatened you? Yeah, stuff like better not let me catch you or I'll make sure to kill you in illness realm. But ridiculous. Has he even considered who he's dealing with? I'm the 3rd prince, how's he gonna touch me? Why would he say that? Chen Bu was puzzled. What else could it be? I stole his traffic. Zhang Wuxin shrugged his shoulders. But traffic doesn't belong exclusively to one person. If he can share the news, why can't I? What about the other person? Can't lose weight, might as well eat shit? Him? Who knows? That guy's even more mysterious. He was actually the first one daring enough to spread information online. No matter who chats with him, he basically never replies. Even when he does, it's just an occasional one-liner. Impossible to figure out what's going on with him. I see, seems like this person is the real main event. Chen Bu pondered slightly before asking, what do you usually talk about? Not much really. I originally suggested collaborating with them to release information together and make some money, but both refused outright. That plan went down the drain, and we haven't been in contact since then. Are these two people both patients? I don't know, but probably yes. Judging from what they've posted, they must have truly been to the disease realm. Hearing this, Chen Bu sinks into deep thought. Old Chen, more and more patients are starting to spread word about the disease realm. Didn't we hear rumors earlier that the authorities have already begun investigating? I've got this feeling things are going to escalate further. Do you think we should start making some plans in advance? Two people were chatting in a cafe when sudden screams erupted outside before they could finish their conversation. Customers inside turned their heads to look, only to see a man in his 40s desperately clinging to the door of a bus outside the cafe, refusing to let go. His face was twisted in sheer terror, as if he'd seen a ghost. Some in the crowd seemed to step forward to dissuade him, but the man shrieked at the top of his lungs, "Run! Everyone run! They're not human! The pig-headed are coming! They're among us! Run for your lives!" The shrill screams began to draw an increasingly large crowd of onlookers. Many passers-by pulled out their phones and started recording. Another crazy person. Yeah, there've been so many cases like this lately. People began whispering in low voices. Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxing, sitting in the cafe, watched this scene through the window and exchanged glances, sensing that something seemed off. The man was wearing a white gown that resembled a hospital patient's outfit. He appeared to be a patient. He screamed desperately, yet apart from the bus passengers cursing him continuously, almost no one paid him any attention. At that moment, an ambulance sped around the street corner and came to an abrupt halt right beside the bus. Several medical staff in white coats and masks then leaped out of the vehicle and, without a word, began dragging the burly man toward the ambulance. Stop recording, everyone. This is a patient who escaped from the hospital. He's mentally ill. If you get hurt, you'll have only yourselves to blame. Help me quick. They're not doctors. They're a cult. The pig-headed humans are coming. The man kept screaming desperately, looking absolutely terrified. He seemed to fear these people intensely. Onlookers had nearly blocked the entire street by now. Car horns blared from the lanes, and for a moment, the surroundings descended into chaotic clamor. Watching the growing crowd, several medical staff wearing masks seemed to grow anxious. One of them walked over and forcibly pried open the man's fingers gripping the car door. The remaining two firmly held his arms, dragging him forcefully into the ambulance. Even after the door was closed, the man refused to give up, frantically pounding on the windows with a terrified expression, shouting in panic, "Get out of here! You have to believe me, they're not doctors. The pigmen are coming. Run! I'm trying to save you." The ambulance started up, sirens blaring, and sped away down the street. The crowd of onlookers desperately raised their phones to film, but not a single person stepped forward to ask what was happening. People seemed only interested in capturing one more second of this bizarre scene that rarely appeared in daily life. How interesting, there really are escaped mental patients roaming the streets. That's pretty scary. What if he attacks someone? Mentally ill people don't get punished for murder. Just another lunatic. Did you hear him shouting about pig-headed people? Lately, these things are everywhere. Probably just attention seekers trying to go viral. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxing stood outside the cafe holding notebooks, their expressions grave. Everything he just said is probably true. The infiltration is getting worse. Zhang Wuxing's voice carried a hint of unease. Lao Zhang, something just occurred to me. Watching the departing ambulance, Chen Bu's face darkened. There's a postgraduate student living next door to me. Several times when taking out the trash, his bags were full of white fur. Chapter 33, The Transmigration Society. Earlier today at the Central Square intersection, a citizen was seen holding a banner claiming monsters roam the streets. The individual has since been restrained. Recent widespread rumors about another world have inevitably drawn comparisons to the 2012 doomsday prophecies. However, as the saying goes, rumors stop with the wise. Numerous patients have consistently reported seeing pig-headed humans, describing them as a plague virus currently ravaging the land. What kind of event is hidden behind all this? Was it planned and organized, or just a coincidence? In a dim, dirty, unlit room, a twisted figure huddled on the sofa, staring intently at the television mounted on the wall. It was broadcasting the latest developments in the city. They should all die. This trash, utter trash. Every single one deserves to die. The figure on the sofa twitched occasionally, as if electrocuted. On the table in front lay a hair trimmer, densely coated in white bristles. Scattered across the floor were disheveled books, including one titled Introduction to Journalism. Judging by its academic level, it appeared to be part of a study series for university students preparing for postgraduate entrance exams. Ding dong! Suddenly, a shrill doorbell pierced through the room. The figure on the couch seemed startled, trembling slightly. Almost immediately, as if sensing something, it leaped down in a hurry, stumbled toward the door, and pressed its head firmly against it, peering through the peephole outside. It's here, finally here. As if seeing what it had been waiting for, the figure let out a strange laugh and hastily swung the door open. Outside the door stood two men dressed in crisp suits and wearing sunglasses. These two men were impeccably groomed, expressionless, and carried a briefcase. Their hairstyles and appearance were meticulously styled, giving them an almost Matrix-like android appearance at first glance. As the door opened, the two men entered without saying a word. In the darkened room, they didn't remove their sunglasses but instead glanced around before speaking in a calm tone. Is your condition that serious? One of the men in suits stepped to the center of the room and frowned slightly at the white fur strewn across the floor underfoot. He then took a few steps forward before stopping on a clean patch of ground, standing there quietly. Dead serious. I can't control myself at all. Damn it, now I can't even focus on my study materials. Study materials? For the graduate school entrance exam. I must pass it this year. Hearing this, the two men in suits exchanged glances, their expressions turning strange. One of them seemed puzzled and asked, when your life is hanging by a thread right now, is a grad school exam still that important? Of course it matters. This is my destiny. As he said this, the youth covered in white hair slumped onto the filthy sofa, clutching his head in agony. You wouldn't understand. If I fail again this year, my father will literally kill me, my entire family will despise me. This is already my 5th attempt. I'm out of options. If I fail again, I've decided to kill myself. The man in the suit fell silent for several seconds before responding calmly. I truly can't comprehend it, but I've seen others like you. Becoming like this makes people pity you, yet we can't blame you. After all, books shouldn't be studied this way. You don't know the first damn thing about reading. The exam-prepping young man muttered curses under his breath, his tone laced with impatience. Are you guys gonna help me or not? Of course I'll help. We agreed on it before. The man in the suit pulled a document from his briefcase and placed it on the desk, then took half a step back to stand once more in the clean area. Calmly, he said, here's our agreement. Review it. If you agree, just sign your name, and we'll help you. The young man preparing for postgraduate exams listened, then picked up the document and flipped almost immediately to the last page without reading, boldly signing his name. There's no need to check, I trust you. Whatever it takes to cure my illness without affecting my postgraduate exam preparations, I'll do it. Rest assured, curing your condition won't be a problem. You must have heard about recent online rumors regarding another world. We're here to handle exactly that sort of thing. As the young man finished signing, the suited man collected the papers, his perpetually expressionless face finally breaking into an unsettling smile. We possess the latest technology. As per the agreement, as long as you use your abilities to eliminate the target, we'll naturally cure your illness. As he spoke, he pulled another photograph from his briefcase and placed it gently on the table. This person is your target. The postgraduate candidate tilted his head and picked up the photo from the table, scrutinizing it carefully. A moment later, his pupils suddenly trembled. It's him? Do you recognize it? Not very familiar. But I think he lives right next to me? If I remember correctly, his surname might be Chen? Correct, this person is called Chen Bu. Precisely because he lives next to you, we've assigned this mission to your care. The man in the suit calmly stated, we've investigated. Chen Bu's parents died unexpectedly years ago, rumored to be murdered, but the killer was never found. He also had a younger brother who went missing after their parents' death and remains unaccounted for. Though, it seems he never made much effort to search for his brother either. So eliminating him won't invite any retaliation. We'll handle the rest. Hearing this, the postgraduate candidate clenched the photograph tightly, his composure visibly wavering. Memories surfaced of the few times he'd exchanged greetings with Chen Bu. Just from appearances, the man never seemed like a bad person. He opened his mouth slightly, frowned, and asked, can I ask, why kill him? He's a dangerous man, and even the pig-headed human disease you contracted is related to him. He infected me? The aspiring postgraduate student wore a look of astonishment. I can only say it's somewhat related to him. Hearing this, the graduate exam candidate fell silent, staring fixedly at the photograph. Unbeknownst to him, several thick crimson blood vessels had appeared in the whites of his eyes. I see. Alright, contact us after you've finished your business, and we'll come to treat your condition. Wait. The two men in suits pushed the door open to leave when the graduate school applicant hurriedly called out to them, I still don't know how to address you? Just as you've heard, call us the Transmigration Society. None of us exist as individuals, we're collectively one entity. Everyone? Are there many of you? All living beings are but shadows of the departed. Leaving behind these cryptic words, the two men in suits with sunglasses departed. The postgraduate aspirant remained alone in the pitch-black room, staring fixedly at the photograph on the table with bloodshot eyes. He hugged his legs tightly, his teeth began grinding incessantly, producing a grating, shrill sound. Chun-Bu, how should I kill you? Gradually, his skin began to itch unbearably, and he desperately scratched at it. Layer after layer of white hair sprouted from his pores, while the fangs in his mouth slowly revealed their sharp tips. In the elevator, two men in suits stood side by side, their faces still maintaining that same cold, unreadable expression from before. It was as if they were born without much emotion or expression, appearing extremely stern and grave. Seems there's one more person. As the elevator descended, one of them finally spoke. Yes, the investigation into Li Quan's company is complete. The other person is named Zhang Wuxin, who appears to have already gained the ability to use powers within the ordinary realm. It seems we'll need to find a special individual to assist us. Unnecessary. Zhang Wuxin's family situation is quite complex. We can resolve this without resorting to the risk of murder. What's the plan then? His family owes a lot of debt, and his mother is hospitalized needing money for treatment. Just these 2 points give us plenty of ways to drive him to his death. Got it. The atmosphere gradually settled into silence. By the way, what about Li Quan? Let those people keep holding him for now. He made his own mistakes, he'll have to bear the consequences himself. Chapter 34, Understanding the Illness. After returning from the cafe, Chen Bu first went to the hospital for a follow-up examination. His attending physician, the young and beautiful Dr. Han, told him that based on diagnostic results, his condition had indeed worsened compared to the previous visit. She then prescribed Chen Bu some sedative medication and once again recommended he undergo more comprehensive tests to identify the cause of his illness. The so-called thorough examination mainly consists of two aspects, the psychological dimension and the physical dimension. On one hand, we first conduct a full-body scan, particularly focusing on the brain, to identify any underlying causes that might trigger illness. On the psychological front, we delve into the deepest layers of the mind through psychoanalysis. This is the most complex part and requires an extended period of time. Dr. Han advised him earnestly, Mr. Chen, if you truly want to cure this illness, you must prepare yourself for a long-term commitment. And the cost isn't cheap either. Chen Bu had already grasped this point. I heard that getting those 2 tests done costs at least 100,000 yuan. But now, all the savings he had amounted to only 60 or 70,000. Although he could borrow some from Zhang Wuxin and scrape together enough, the thought of spending 100,000 yuan in one go here made him somewhat reluctant. Moreover, Zhang Wuxin's family debt was even more outrageous than his own. They say his father owed at least $1 million. God knows how long we'll have to keep paying it back. With his mother seriously ill in the hospital, life was far more difficult than anything he'd experienced. But I heard recently that some wealthy women online are looking for young male companions. As long as you can endure the steel wool scrubber, the money flows like water. I wonder if I could handle it. On the way back to his rented apartment with the sedatives in hand, Chen Bu's mind was a tangled mess of thoughts. After returning to the house and lying down on the bed, he opened his phone, feeling that he could find a new job in the ordinary world. There are more and more news reports about the plague zone online. From the very beginning, what started as baseless rumors has now escalated into incidents that disrupt daily societal order and even involve malicious assaults. It's clear that the phenomenon of infiltration has grown increasingly severe. It's unclear how many dimensions this so-called infiltration exists in. Is it merely material, or also spiritual, or perhaps both? Boredly flipping through the messages, Chen Bu first checked the latest updates from his 3 major sick friends, but found nothing substantial. Zhang Wuxin's account titled Can't Earn Money? Become a Mistress then just updated its explanation of the 4 major nations in the plague world. Meanwhile, No Partner, Lifelong Constipation, updated the explanation regarding the relationship between the cult society and the royal family. As for, if you can't lose weight, go eat shit, no updates have been posted. This person hasn't posted anything in a long time. Chen Bu recalled his conversation with Zhang Wuxin in the coffee shop. This man seemed shrouded in mystery. After hesitating for a few seconds, he clicked on the person's profile. Whether driven by curiosity or not, he tentatively sent a private message. Hello, would you like to be friends? After sending it, I waited a moment and noticed the message status change from unread to read. Yet there was no reply whatsoever from the other party. This made Chen Bu pause for a moment, suddenly finding it somewhat intriguing. It seems this guy enjoys keeping his distance and maintaining an air of mystery. He sent another message, no ulterior motives, just wanted to make friends. Yet after waiting several minutes, it remained read but unanswered. Just as he was contemplating what to send next to elicit a response, he suddenly received a private message from a stranger. Clicking to view it, he discovered the sender's username was someone called Enlightened Plague Down Number 3. Hey there buddy, your username has a mysterious vibe to it, wanna be friends? Seeing this message, Chen Bu furrowed his brows slightly. My username? He took a closer look and realized his username was displayed on the webpage as I am you. It does sound quite mysterious, but the issue is that the nickname only displays 3 characters when it actually has 4. The last character was cut off because it exceeded the length limit. The complete nickname reads, I am your dad. The mysterious vibe instantly shattered. Who are you? Chenbu replied with confusion. The other party responded immediately upon receiving the message. You can call me Enlightenment Disease Path number 3. Understanding the path of disease? He felt somewhat puzzled. What's that? You don't even know about understanding the path of disease? You're a bit behind, buddy. The other's tone carried a peculiar internet user arrogance. Now the whole web is obsessed with understanding the path of disease. It's both a belief system and an attitude. How could you possibly not know about it? Popular across the entire internet? Sorry, but I've genuinely never heard of it. Alright, but it's fine. It's not too late to know now. Let me tell you, as followers of the Enlightenment path, when the apocalypse approaches, we choose to steadfastly believe in our faith. We shall ascend to the highest pinnacle. A sentence he couldn't quite understand made Chenbu furrow his brow involuntarily. Suddenly, he had the distinct impression that some Chinibu teenager on the other end was furiously ranting at him through the phone screen. Goosebumps instantly covered my entire body. Alright, are you part of some organization? Yes, our organization is called the Path of Awakening. Oh, so what exactly does your organization do? This time, the other person remained silent for a long while without replying. Just as Chenbu thought this Chunibu case wouldn't respond anymore and was preparing to sleep, a sudden ping announced another message. Opening it, he found only 4 brief words. Yet these 4 characters inexplicably sent a tremor through Chenbu's heart. Transforming humans. Staring at these 4 words, Chenbu should have found them laughable. After all, it was the fevered delusion of someone steeped in adolescent fantasy. Yet his heart began racing uncontrollably, as if a sense of unease was converging upon him. He hastily typed out a line and sent it. Are you joking? Of course not. How exactly are you modifying humans? Naturally we can't divulge the plan unless you join us. But I'll tell you this, you're fortunate. Right now, for phase 1 of our operations, we're planning to expand our organization. Expand? Is it really that massive? The sense of unease in Chobu's heart grew stronger. He hastily sent another message to press for details. How many of you are there now? To be honest with you, just 3. Staring at the content on his phone, Chenbu couldn't snap back to reality for quite some time. He even suspected the other person had made a typo. Bro, did you forget to add 10,000 after the number 3? No, there were only 3. The other party sounded extremely sincere. He wasn't even trying to exaggerate or show off. This honest attitude made Chenbu start feeling unbearably itchy all over, an indescribable sensation. Before he could reply, the other person swiftly sent another message. And 2 of them are actually my bosses. I'm just a new employee who recently joined. You're the only employee? Yes. The other party's tone was honest and direct. Though there aren't many people now, my bosses told me there'll be more later. When the organization thrives, I'll be the highest-ranking manager, overseeing all of humanity. Looking at the messages on his phone, Chenbu suddenly felt a wave of pity for the guy. Your boss is drawing a very innovative kind of motivational carrot. No, you wouldn't understand. His tone carried an inexplicable confidence. None of us are ordinary people, we have the ability to achieve all this. Will you join us? If you come aboard now, when our numbers grow, you could oversee at least half the world's population. You and I would be equals, you'd manage the northern hemisphere, I'll take the southern, and we'd. Thanks, but I'm just a nobody. Probably not the right fit for your organization. Good luck with your plans. Before the other person could finish their message, Chenbu hastily replied and then closed the chat window. Turning to glance at the street lights outside the window, he felt a tinge of helplessness. What the hell is all this? Yet the more he thought about it, the more strangely amusing it seemed. A sentence he'd once read in some book surfaced in his mind. When the world descends into chaos, demons of every guise begin their grand entrance, dressed for the opera stage. Somehow, these times carried that very flavor. With the emergence of the plague realm, more and more grotesque creatures began making their appearances. What kind of performance are they about to put on this stage? Chenbu has no idea. With a helpless smile, he swallows a tranquilizer, lies down on the bed, turns off the light, and sinks into a deep sleep. Off to the diseased realm. Let the adventure begin. Chapter 35, The Condition Worsens. Can't sleep. Staring at the ceiling, Chenbu's bloodshot eyes were filled with exhaustion. He hadn't gone to the disease world, nor was he embarking on any adventure. Someone who could traverse worlds by sleeping, of all people, was now suffering from insomnia. It was the same logic as how male actors would hit rock bottom. Today, he didn't take the sedative pills prescribed by Dr. Han. What worries me is developing a dependency on sleep medication later. Yet unexpectedly, just one day after stopping the medication, sleep became a struggle. Chenbu feels an internal blockage stifling him. Exhausted yet wide awake, utterly incapable of drifting off. He glanced at the time, around 2 in the morning. Might as well get dressed, push open the front door, and take a stroll downstairs in the complex. The unit entrance was where the trash was piled up. Passing by the garbage bins, he spotted a bouquet of red roses discarded on the ground nearby, strikingly noticeable. The flower looks freshly bloomed, probably discarded not long after it opened. Perhaps someone got rejected when confessing their love. Having nothing better to do, Shenbu picked it up. No one would see him taking discarded flowers at night anyway. At least it could liven up his room with some greenery. Holding the rose, he continued to wander idly until he arrived outside the residential area. The street was sparsely populated in the dead of night, yet there would still be 1 or 2 exquisitely dressed, beautiful girls leaving the residential compound late at night from time to time. They worked the night shift. Normally, people would wait at a designated spot for their ride. Those who came to pick them up were often wealthy men with luxury cars. Shenbu stood by the roadside and noticed a young girl in a short skirt and flawless makeup standing to the right of the neighborhood entrance. As he walked past her clutching a rose, the girl glanced back at him, her expression suddenly shifting as if she had grown nervous. Then he actually walked away briskly. This left Shenbu puzzled, but seeing the other person staring fixedly at the flowers in his hand, it suddenly dawned on him. He thought to himself, this girl must have misunderstood. It's not like I'm giving these flowers to you. What are you running for? As if you think everyone finds you repulsive. He somewhat helplessly kicked an abandoned soda can at his feet. With a metallic crunch, the can instantly crumpled inward. The unfinished liquid inside immediately spilled out, soaking his shoes. Shenbu stood there dumbfounded as he looked up and saw the girl had already crossed to the other side of the street. She stopped and was now staring back at him with visible unease. She even pulled out her phone from her pocket and started taking pictures of him. Ha! Why did you hit me? Is stepping on a soda can illegal? Shenbu was dumbfounded. He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl must have mistaken him for some kind of pervert, especially at this hour. Should I go over and explain it to her? What if she posts the video online, exaggerates the story, and adds a sensational headline? It'll be even harder to clear things up then. While lost in thought, Shenbu kept stomping on the soda can, causing its contents to splatter everywhere. He noticed the girl kept secretly filming him with her phone, appearing quite nervous. His brows slowly furrowed, growing impatient. Crouching down, Shenbu picked up the soda can and strode directly toward her. He had to see what the woman was actually filming. Then he would show her the can and ask, was filming really necessary just because he stepped on this thing? But as Chen Buick took a step forward, the man abruptly changed expression, as if seeing a ghost, and suddenly turned to flee in terror. Hey! At the sight of this scene, Shenbu felt a tremor in his heart and gritted his teeth as he hurriedly chased after them. Why are you running? Do you know that secretly taking photos is illegal? Running would only make me look guilty. The more she acted like this, the more uneasy Chen Bui felt. He had a feeling this woman would definitely post the video online. That's exactly how those harmful clickbait accounts operated. After all, it wouldn't be an exaggeration if the internet ended up labeling him a murderer. Holding the rose and an aluminum can, Chen Bu rushed forward in pursuit. Perhaps finding it troublesome, he stuck the flower into the crushed can. The young girl ahead was wearing a pair of beautiful high heels, which significantly slowed her running speed. After a few strides, she apparently tried to dart into an alley to shake off her pursuer, but her heel twisted suddenly, sending her tumbling to the ground with a pained cry. At the same moment, Chen Bu chased his way up to them. The girl went pale at the sight of him. Sitting on the ground with her ankle in her hands, she stammered in utter panic, "Big brother, don't kill me, I'll do anything. I won't even charge you." Chen Bu froze. He hadn't even said anything yet. Why was she confessing everything? Seeing no response from the other party, the woman seemed to grow even more panicked, hurriedly emptying her bag and throwing everything onto the ground. "Big brother, here's some money, take it all." Chen Bu couldn't help but frown. Staring at the money on the ground, he fell into confusion. "Girl, don't be afraid, I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask, why have you been secretly photographing me?" Hearing this, the woman's eyes widened as if she'd suddenly understood something. She hurriedly pulled out her phone, flustered as she said, "I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. I'll delete it right now." "Don't delete it. Let me see what you filmed." Chen Bu snatched the phone directly from her hand. Perhaps due to the family misfortunes he experienced as a child, Chen Bu had always had little trust in others, so he had to know what exactly this girl was filming. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Opening the album, he found the video just recorded and clicked play. The girl cried out in fear, her voice trembling, "Bro, I was wrong. I shouldn't have filmed. Please let me go. I swear I won't call the police. I'll pretend I never saw anything." Staring at the video, Chen Bu remained silent, but his expression gradually twisted into something hideous and grotesque. He seemed to be witnessing something utterly horrifying. On the shaky phone footage, he saw himself holding a fruit knife by the roadside, stomping to death a discarded kitten with his foot. Even after killing it, he hadn't stopped. He even kept stomping on the kitten's corpse, one foot after another. All the while, his gaze remained fixed on the camera. Finally, with a knife in one hand and the mangled corpse in the other, he charged toward the camera. The footage abruptly ended the moment the girl turned and fled. Chenbu stared at his phone, his mind completely blank in that moment. The girl before him was pale as paper, continuously weeping and begging for mercy. Chenbu seemed not to hear her at all, his empty gaze shifting between the scarlet rose in his hand and the crushed soda can beneath his foot. It was as if he had finally understood something. After staring blankly for a long moment, he raised his hand and asked, "What is this?" Seeing the object in his hand, the girl burst into even louder sobs, her body trembling as she covered her mouth as if about to vomit. "Big brother, please don't kill me, I beg you. I asked you, what is this?" Chenbu took a deep breath and asked patiently. "It's a knife, stuck in the cat's corpse." The girl covered her mouth, her face streaked with tears. Now Chenbu finally began to understand why she had run away. "Because I was having another episode." Imagine this, on a deserted midnight street, you see someone standing by the roadside holding a knife. After stomping a kitten to death with his foot, he doesn't stop, he keeps stomping it over and over, then plunges the knife into the kitten's corpse. Then, clutching both the knife and the corpse, he charges straight toward you. Who wouldn't run from a sight like that? Chenbu understood. He wanted to throw away what he held in his hand, but then a thought struck him, he didn't cast it aside. He then deleted all the videos from the girl's phone and calmly asked, "Did you send these videos to anyone?" "No." "Really?" "I swear, big bro, I really didn't send." "Fine, you can go, but keep this to yourself or face the consequences." Chenbu's voice was icy. Hearing this, the little girl's face turned pale, her head bobbing like pounding garlic. "Don't worry, big bro, I swear, I won't say a word." She grabbed her phone in panic and ran without even putting on her shoes. But Chenbu suddenly grabbed hold of her. The scared girl's legs went weak, she thought she'd been stabbed, and she collapsed to the ground, crying, "Big brother, you promised not to kill me. I'll marry you, alright? Just spare me, please." Chenbu opened his mouth calmly and said, "Put your shoes on, and pick up the money too." Hearing this, the weeping girl froze for a moment, lifting her head to stare fearfully at the man before her. She seemed unable to comprehend. Though reluctant, she dared not disobey. She could only tremble as she slipped on her high heels, picked up the money, and then fled the scene as if her life depended on it. In truth, Chenbu merely wanted to remind her that the road was littered with stones, running barefoot would only injure her. After she left, beneath the cold moonlight, Chenbu stood quietly staring at the rose and soda can in his hands. A deep unease settled over him. The condition seems to have worsened. Chapter 36, Urgent Sleep. After bringing the items back to the rented apartment, Chenbu dialed Zhang Wuxin's number. It was already 3 a.m. by then, but the call was answered in less than 2 seconds. A drowsy voice came through. "Hello, what's wrong? You picked up so fast, weren't you asleep?" "You fell asleep. I just set a special ringtone just for you. How about being my wife? When this ringtone plays, I'll know it's you calling, so I can wake up faster." Chenbu couldn't find the words to respond. "Your ringtone is kinda weird. Let me send you something. Take a look and tell me what it is." With a serious expression, he took a photo of the rose and soda can on the table and sent it over. Zhang Wuxin replied quickly after. "Are you messing with me on purpose? What's wrong? Waking me up in the middle of the night, just to send me this? I thought it was going to be some sexy dealer beauty. You're really not playing fair. What the hell is this thing anyway? Knife and dead cat." Upon seeing the message, Chenbu gasped sharply as if struck by a chill. Even though he had already confirmed it once, verifying it again sent shivers crawling down his spine. On the other end, Zhang Wuxin seemed to have sensed something amiss and immediately called him. "Old Chen, are you having another episode?" "Yeah, and it's gotten worse." "Ah, how far along are things now?" Chenbu recounted what had just happened, and Zhang Wuxin fell silent for a long time. "How about, I'll go with you to the hospital tomorrow? Your condition is easier to treat than mine, with a high chance of recovery. I know you're short on money, but I've earned a bit lately, I can lend you some." Hearing this, Chenbu remained silent. Deep down, he was genuinely touched. The fact that Zhang Wuxin could say such words proved he truly considered Chen a friend. Chenbu was well aware of this point. Back when they worked at the company, Zhang Wuxin was famously known as a penny pincher. He never bought snacks, never purchased extra things to share with coworkers, and refused to spend money on networking. The most he ever spent was on a few potted plants to decorate his own desk. When going out with colleagues, he would never buy anything. Given his difficult family circumstances, no one said anything, but he was always overlooked when it came to promotions. Yet, even in such a situation, he was willing to spend money to help Chenbu, proof of how important Chenbu was in his heart. "No need." Chenbu shook his head, not wanting to cause him any trouble. "In the disease realm, I don't have this issue. It seems to only happen in the normal realm, but if any situations arise in the future, I might have to trouble you a bit more. You're really treating me like a stranger now." Zhang Wuxing couldn't help but yawn as he spoke. Hearing the drowsiness in his voice, Shenbu didn't prolong the conversation. After exchanging a few casual words, he hastily ended the call. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands. The sticky liquid covering them had all come from the soda can, but Shenbu now knew it was all blood. After cleaning up, he packed the soda can and roses into a bag and headed downstairs. He found an inconspicuous corner and buried both items in the soil. I'm sorry. After burying them, Shenbu squatted silently in place, not getting up for a long time. He was an extremely suspicious person, and having lost his family from a young age, he found it difficult to trust others. But that didn't mean Shenbu was a bad person. He just had stronger self-protection instincts in his heart. More lonely. In truth, he deeply respected every living being. Yet fate played a cruel joke in his eyes. The signs of life's existence often faded from view. Living in this old residential district now had one advantage: no surveillance cameras would capture whatever someone like him chose to do, because all the surveillance cameras here are broken. Otherwise, if something like today's incident were ever recorded, it would likely cause major trouble. After the burial, Shenbu spent the entire night sleepless. He sat quietly in the room until 8 in the morning, and when the time was nearly up, he went downstairs to have some breakfast before returning to sleep. Only by returning to the sick world, as soon as possible, could he end this unreal state. Outside the residential area, many vendors pushing carts had begun setting up their businesses one after another. Shenbu stared at the dazzling array of breakfast stalls before him, then walked up to a steamed bun cart. Taking out his phone to scan the code, he said, "Boss, give me one." "Alright, $10. The shopkeeper casually packed a portion into a plastic bag for him. Just as Chen Bui finished paying and was about to leave with the steamed buns, the shopkeeper suddenly called out, "By the way, young man, that rat poison is highly toxic, use just a little at a time." "Rat poison?" Chen Bu froze in place, his expression dazed as he stared at the stall. "Aren't those steamed buns you're selling?" The vendor burst into laughter at the question. "Brother, you sure know how to joke. If these were steamed buns, wouldn't they be deadly to eat?" Hearing this, Chen Bu looked down at the buns in his bag, his mind buzzing uncontrollably. Is this rat poison? The steamed buns were still piping hot, yet they sent a chill down his spine. Standing at the residential compound's entrance, gazing at the dense cluster of stalls around him, Chen Bui suddenly felt true terror course through his entire body. In my own eyes, are these things still as they appear to be? Or has the world I see already become unreal? "Boss, where's the steamed bun vendor?" Chen Bu hesitated before asking. The boss gave him a strange look and pointed ahead. "Isn't that it?" Following the direction pointed, Chen Bu spotted a stall selling knives. "Are you sure that's really a steamed bun stall?" "Young man, those are steamed buns for sure." The boss seemed both exasperated and amused, his face full of helplessness. "You're so young, how can your eyesight be this bad?" Chen Bu walked over hesitantly, half convinced, arriving at the knife stall where layers of variously sized blades were displayed. Truth be told, the arrangement rather resembled neatly stacked steamed buns. After hesitating for a few seconds, he stared at the knives and asked, "Boss, how much for these steamed buns?" $1 each. "Give me 2. "Got it." The shopkeeper picked out 2 thumb-sized short knives and placed them in a bag. After scanning to pay, Chen Buwa carried the bag and slowly walked to the roadside. He pulled out a small knife from inside, brought it to his mouth, and tried taking a bite with his teeth. The blade was actually soft. In his mouth, it really did feel like the texture of a steamed bun. So it really was a bun after all. Staring at the thing in his hand, Chen Bu sank into deep thought. What looked like a steamed bun in his eyes was actually rat poison. The knife in his hand turned out to be the real bun. He felt utterly confused. Looking up, I wondered, what could that thing selling porridge in front be? And it's driving such a huge vehicle. Chen Bu walked up and asked suspiciously, "Boss, how much is your porridge?" An old man emerged from behind the vehicle, glanced at him at the sound, and frowned. "This here's a garbage truck, all dirty water inside. What porridge are you talking about? Sorry to bother you." After finishing the steamed buns, Chen Bu returned to his rented room. Having stayed up all night, a strong drowsiness finally began to set in after the meal. He couldn't wait to lie down on the bed, eager to fall asleep quickly. In the normal world, the probability of his illness flaring up was becoming increasingly high. Only by returning to the sick world did the situation seem to alleviate. Closing his eyes, he soon drifted into sleep. Chapter 37 Pig Screams. Sick World. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Bu, who had just fallen asleep from the normal world, was abruptly jolted awake by the noise coming from the lower bunk. He rubbed his eyes, his head feeling somewhat groggy. Sitting up, he noticed it wasn't yet dawn outside the window. He wondered what time it was now at the medical society. Glancing down, he saw Sheena on the lower bunk seemingly hiding something beneath her pillow, her expression somewhat nervous. "What are you doing?" "Ah, you scared me to death." Xena, who was busy hiding something, turned pale with fright as she failed to notice the person above her had already woken up. In her flustered state, the object she was holding fell to the ground. Chen Bu saw that it was a fruit knife. His heart trembled slightly as he asked suspiciously, "Why are you hiding a knife?" "Of course I'm hiding it. This place isn't safe." "Not safe?" Shenbu frowned and straightened up. "What do you mean it's not safe?" Hearing this, Hina glanced at him with a complicated expression. She didn't answer, but continued busying herself with the task at hand. She picked up the knife and tucked it under the pillow, lying down to test it several times. Apparently unsatisfied, she adjusted its position a few more times. Only when she could smoothly draw the knife did she finally nod, flashing a self-affirming smile. Then she looked up and saw her brother Enzo staring at her intently. Frowning, she said, "Just now, I heard a pig squealing." Hearing this, Shinbu's body stiffened abruptly, his expression shifting slightly. "Where did you hear it?" "Right outside our room." The sound was extremely clear. "Are you sure it was a pig squealing?" Shinbu was half convinced. He suspected his sister must have misheard. But Xena insisted, "Of course I'm sure. I know what a pig sounds like." "Then why didn't you wake me up earlier?" "I yelled for you, but you were sleeping like a pig. I even kicked you and you wouldn't wake up." At this point, Xena's expression visibly darkened. "So I had no choice but to pick up the knife myself." Shenbu patted his head in realization. Seems if he couldn't fall asleep in the ordinary realm, there was no way his diseased realm counterpart would ever wake up. This is troublesome. What if the plague realm encounters danger while he's asleep? As he was thinking this, Hina said uneasily, "Enzo, this is the medical association, a place for saving lives. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any pig-headed men here, right?" Shenbui was now fully awake. He jumped off the bed, poured himself a glass of water, and after some thought said, "Think about Arthur and Yao. The medical association openly purchases research samples at listed prices. Honestly, it'd be more surprising if there weren't any pig-headed humans. But the problem is, at the time, I also heard voices speaking." "Voices speaking?" Shenbu's heart skipped a beat. "What exactly did you hear?" "The voice was very quiet, hard to make out, but I vaguely heard someone say, 'Feed them more, and if it's not enough, bring the newly arrived brother and sister to feed them too.' Then another person said no, that the old physician had already ordered these two to be kept for his own use, especially the man, might be able to cure the old physician's illness." Hina quickly recounted, but her expression grew increasingly grim, as if recalling the incident still left her horrified. After speaking, she swallowed, took a deep breath, and trembled. "But, I don't want to be fed with you. That doesn't seem to be the point, does it?" Shenbu glanced at this eccentric sister of his, took another sip of cold water, and tried his best to calm himself down. After carefully considering, he realized that within the medical association, he was now merely a research specimen, confined to a room with absolutely no freedom whatsoever. This is definitely not a place to stay for long, though they provide food and shelter. Who knows when they might abandon me without hesitation once I'm no longer useful. Just a little lab rat. We have to find a way to escape from here. How do we escape? Do you have a plan? Xena looked solemnly at her brother before her. After spending this period of time together, she'd noticed Enzo truly seemed like a different person. He'd grown much more mature and steady, though just as aloof as before, often lost in thought with a preoccupied air. But the impression he gave was entirely different now. His former detachment carried a sense of distance, while his current aloofness held some inexplicable mystique. Shenbu glanced at the windowsill and mused, "It's still dark outside, the medical staff probably aren't up yet. If we could open this door, we could slip away now." The door was locked from the outside. Forcing it open would make too much noise and definitely raise an alarm, making things even more troublesome. Is there any way to open the door silently? Shenbu found himself at a loss. But Xena beside him blinked her eyes as if recalling something. "There is." She pulled out a fruit knife from under her pillow, walked to the door, inserted the slender blade into the lock, and began tinkering with it. "You can pick locks?" Witnessing this scene, Shenbu's face paled with astonishment. "Wasn't it you who taught me that before? Have you forgotten?" Xena gave him a complicated look. The moment he heard these words, Shenbu's head suddenly throbbed with pain. Then, a chaotic flood of memories began flashing through his mind. More fragmented memories from Enzo. It seemed a long time ago when Hina and Enzo accidentally fell into an underground cavern. The cave entrance was too high above ground to climb back, with a stone wall separating the two in between. Where Hina landed, there happened to be a rusted iron door locked tight behind her. As for Enzo, he found himself in a pitch-black passage leading to nowhere. It was at that moment, under Enzo's exceptionally patient verbal guidance, that Hina painstakingly used a hairpin, spending nearly 8 hours, to pick the lock on the door behind them and make her escape. When she returned home with her father to search for Enzo, they unexpectedly found him standing motionless in the depths of a wheat field, covered in blood. He stood as still as a wooden puppet, utterly unmoving. He looked as if he had completely lost his memory. He couldn't answer any questions, not even remembering how he had emerged from that underground hole. And from that day onward, Hina learned how to pick locks. "It's been too long, I almost forgot." Shenbu chuckled. "Oh." Xena seemed somewhat dejected, fiddling with the lock with her back turned to him, saying nothing more. After a long while, she suddenly asked again, so what really happened that day? How did you get out? Chen Bu was taken aback, opened his mouth slightly, but remained silent. Still can't remember? Hina glanced back at him again, or is it that you don't want to say? Dad checked you back then, you had no injuries, and that blood wasn't yours either. But he said it wasn't animal blood, it was human blood. How could there have been human blood? Chen Bu remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, the problem was, he didn't know either. Enzo's memories were always fragmented, with many unexplainable inconsistencies. How could I remember something that even he himself couldn't recall? Seeing that he remained silent, Hina seemed to give up. Fine, suit yourself. But you know what, Enzo? Dad says this is how distance grows between family members. It's just that you never seem to understand that. Chen Bu once again stayed silent. I wish to God I could say it. Click. The lock clicked open. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chen Bu took a step forward, took the fruit knife from her hand, and slowly pried the door open a crack. Stay behind me. If you notice anything unusual outside, run immediately. Hearing this, Hina nodded. This time, she didn't argue and obediently stood behind him without protest. Peering through the door crack into the corridor revealed a stark contrast to daytime. The nighttime darkness was utterly consuming. A few bronze candle holders hung on both walls, their flames burning steadily in silence. Other than that, there was no extra light whatsoever. The corridor was narrow and dim, giving off an unsettling feeling. Let's go. After pushing the door open, Chen Bu stepped out slowly and then gently closed it behind him. The brother and sister began walking forward along the corridor, searching for a way out. The medical association has few electrical mechanical devices, with candles being the primary lighting source. Most mechanical inventions originated from Western nations, where people have always pursued the ultimate goal of mechanical ascension beyond mortal flesh. In contrast, the Eastern nations uphold the principle of simplicity as the ultimate sophistication, seeking to transcend mortal form and ascend to immortality. Legend tells of Eastern practitioners who supposedly meditated on rocks for 1,000 days before shedding their mortal coils and ascending to immortality, though whether this is true, no living person can confirm. As for the West, however, there are solemn tales of people transcending mortal flesh and ascending through machinery. For Chen Bui, who hasn't joined the church society, and has no profession, he currently has little interest in such things. All he wants is to escape as quickly as possible. The flickering candles lining both sides of the corridor and the hard, icy stone walls created waves of unease. Walking through here, everything felt eerily deep and unsettling. After turning a corner, Chen Bu reached the end of a hallway. Suddenly, he heard faint voices seemingly coming from within the walls. At first, he thought it was his imagination. Pausing, he whispered hesitantly, "Xena, did you hear someone speaking?" "No, don't scare me like that." Xena nervously looked around, but not even a ghost was in sight. Who could be speaking? Chen Bu frowned and stopped. My hearing and sight had sharpened since contracting the hoghead fever, surely I couldn't have misheard. Where is the sound coming from? Hesitantly, he pressed his ear against the wall. Soon, he detected faint movements from within. Humph. First came a pig's squeal. Then followed a heavy voice. Not enough, there are far too few pig-headed humans here. A man? Chen Bu's expression changed slightly upon hearing the voice. Wasn't the medical association supposed to have no men besides the elder physician? Chapter 38, The Resurgence of the Rotting Disease. But right now, our biggest worry isn't the number of pig-headed men. After all, we can always capture more of those beasts from the mountain slopes. The real problem is food. To domesticate them, we have to feed them human flesh. But, I know. Two men were speaking. The first man's tone sounded thoroughly impatient. If there's not enough human flesh, then we'll use you to make up the difference. And no, don't do this. I've always followed orders, never made any mistakes. Don't use me as the old doctor's medicinal ingredient. The second voice sounded as if it was about to burst into tears. You think I want this? With a vicious curse, the voice spoke coldly. But if this continues, either you'll become the medicinal ingredient, or I will. Don't you know how serious the old physician's condition is? The atmosphere seemed to plunge into silence, growing still, with no sound for a long time. Half a day later, the second voice said anxiously, Then, what should we do now? You'll go out tomorrow, see if you can catch some more drifters. We must ensure there's enough food. Yes. Alright, that's enough for tonight. Leave quickly, and make sure to put on your disguise before going out. Don't let anyone see you. The voice fell, and suddenly, footsteps echoed from within the wall. Hearing the sound, Chen Bu hastily pulled Xena forward, hiding in a dark corner. A minute later, a hidden door slowly swung open on the originally smooth and neat wall. Following close behind, a frail figure staggered out from inside. By the dim candlelight on the wall, Chen Bu clearly saw that it was indeed a man. But his condition was decidedly abnormal. The man's body appeared extremely emaciated, and he was completely naked, wearing nothing at all. Even his hair had been shaved off, leaving his head bare. His excessive emaciation made his bones protrude sharply, giving him a morbid appearance, like a walking skeleton. He was holding something in his hand. After stepping out the door, he stood in the corridor, looking around nervously. Apparently ensuring no one was watching, he unfolded the object in his hands and hastily put it on. From his poor vantage point, Shinbu couldn't clearly make out what that thing actually was. But as the man stuffed his limbs inside, he realized it seemed more like a garment. But as he went further, when the man started pulling it over his head, Shinbu suddenly realized with a jolt that wasn't clothing. It was human skin. Or rather, it was a human skin. But what was most horrifying of all, it was the skin of a woman. In the dim candlelight, the man twisted his body as if putting on clothes, slipping his sickly thin limbs into the hide before pausing. His entire frame was so emaciated that it fit almost perfectly within the hide. Even the hide covering his face seemed to fuse seamlessly with his features. Once fully dressed in the hide, he inexplicably produced a modified medical gown resembling a cheongsam and put it on. Finally, she began arranging her hair. She tied her wig into a ponytail, adjusted her bangs, and practiced smiling a few times at the air. Then she swayed ahead with her slender waist. In the flickering dim candlelight, her figure was graceful, her features delicate, almost indistinguishable from a real woman. Enzo, did you see that? Hiding in the shadows, Sheena's face turned as white as paper when she witnessed this scene. Is that really a man, or a woman? What are they doing? Where did all those human skins come from? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Hina's voice trembled with fear as she kept talking to herself, getting no response from anyone. He suddenly turned his head, only to find Shinbu lost in deep thought, his expression extremely grave. In truth, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and for the moment, he couldn't quite figure out what it was. After pondering for a few seconds, Shinbu thought of one possibility and hesitantly said, I don't know if you've heard of human freak hybrids. Human freak hybrids? Men can become women through plastic surgery. Ah, how does that work? Just cut it off. Upon hearing this, Hina opened her mouth in surprise, her expression revealing a torrent of imaginative thoughts. After putting on this human skin suit, the man turned into a woman, feeling very much like a ladyboy, just in a slightly different way. Don't speak, keep moving. For now, all I could do was try to stay calm. Fortunately, that person from earlier was heading in the opposite direction from theirs, so there was no need to worry about running into them. Shinbu grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her around the corner, rushing down another hallway. As he hurried to the middle of the second corridor, he didn't slow his pace. He strode right past an open door without stopping. Yet in that fleeting moment, the corner of his eye seemed to catch a glimpse of something chilling. The cramped room was covered in blood, with the disemboweled corpse of a man lying on the floor. Beside the corpse, a female physician seemed to be standing, holding the leash of a dog in her hand. The hound was enormous, its massive frame forming a stark contrast to the physician's slender figure, as it savagely tore at the corpse on the ground. In the split second the scene flashed before his eyes, Shinbu's heart leaped straight into his throat. What was that? Don't look, hurry, go. Shina seemed to have seen it too. He grabbed his sister and nearly broke into a run. At the same moment, a slender figure slowly emerged from one of the rooms along the corridor, standing at the far end and staring intently at the two of them. Cold sweat broke out on Shenbu's forehead as he gripped his knife tightly and ran at full speed. The faster he ran, the more doors along the corridor began to open, one after another. Behind nearly every door he passed stood a female doctor in a modified cheapao outfit, each holding a hunting dog that was tearing at corpses. The corpses all appeared to be patients from the medical association. Some female physicians were even crouched in pools of blood, licking it from the ground. Left, right, everywhere inside the building was packed with people. As Shenbu dragged Hina swiftly down the entire corridor, almost all the female physicians burst out of their rooms simultaneously, chasing after them with dogs in tow. Hurry! The furious roar of hounds erupted behind him. Zena's face turned deathly pale. When she glanced back, she nearly fainted from terror. All those female physicians seemed to be men wearing human skins. Their twisted forms contorted grotesquely as they ran. Their bodies resembled skeletons, and when they ran, the irregular bones protruded outward due to the excessive movement, as if something inside was trying to burst through their bellies. There's a door ahead. Sprinting to the end of the corridor, Shenbu didn't hesitate. He shoved open the iron door directly in front of him. Outside, it was a snowy night. The frigid goosefeather snow fell from the sky, blanketing the entire world in white. The two crashed through the door and sprinted onto a snowy field, but what was bewildering was the emaciated figure standing right at the center of the vast snowscape. It was as if this figure had been waiting there for them for a long time. It's old physician Chang. Zena strained her eyes against the dim moonlight to make out the figure in the snow before gasping and covering her mouth in shock. Where are you going? Shenbu's heart pounded violently. The elderly doctor standing in the snow bore no resemblance to the serene figure he'd seen earlier, appearing almost like a completely different person. He stood utterly naked from head to toe, wearing not a single stitch of clothing. His emaciated figure resembled withered wood, and his skin appeared abnormally loose for some unknown reason. It looked as if his entire hide might split apart at the slightest gust of wind. What chilled people to the bone were the countless densely packed scars covering the old physician's entire body. The scar looked extremely terrifying, as if chunks of skin had been forcibly ripped from his body. It no longer resembled a human body in the slightest. Chen Bu hurriedly shielded Hina behind him, his expression grim. The old doctor stood naked in the heavy snow, his eyes utterly devoid of life. He stared lifelessly at the two people before him, his lips twitching slightly with the dry sound of skin stretching. "See, my face, isn't it hideous?" As he spoke, he lifted his foot and stepped forward, moving with excruciating slowness. "Child, never seen this before? It's called rotting sickness. Normally, only those with status and position contract this disease. Common folk don't fall ill with such afflictions." Chen Bu glared at him fiercely, gripping the knife tightly in his hand as if ready to strike at any moment. The old doctor was still muttering to himself. "Do you know how terrifying decaying sickness is? Look at me, you'd think I'm about to die, but in truth, there's still a terribly long time before death comes. I'll have to watch as my skin, bones, and finally my internal organs all slowly dissolve, dying only after unbearable agony and torment. I've tried many ways to treat this disease, but nothing worked. During the night when the illness strikes, the pain is unbearable. You can only watch yourself rot away bit by bit like a corpse." The old medic stopped, standing more than 10 meters away from them, his voice hoarse to the extreme. He turned to look at Chen Bu, speaking in a solemn tone. "This disease is incurable, untreatable. I had already given up hope, until the pig-headed men appeared." He grinned with a twisted expression. "The pig-headed humans are incredibly resilient creatures. I conducted thorough research on them, and discovered their blood possesses remarkable aggressiveness, capable of defeating the decaying blood cells within the human body. I thought I'd found a cure at first. However, this only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Though the pig-headed creature's blood possesses vitality, it is highly unstable. Once consumed, it causes severe mental disarray in humans. Until you showed up." The old chief physician stared at Chen Bu, the smile on his face growing increasingly morbid. "Enzo, you're different. You're not like anyone else. You're the best cure for me to keep on living. To save one life is better than building a 7-tiered pagoda." Chen Bu hadn't even spoken when something suddenly struck the back of his head. Then came a deafening bang, everything went black in an instant as he collapsed onto the snow, his head ringing like a bell. Hearing Hina's terrified voice, "Enzo, let go of me, let go. Brother, help. Brother, ah." Chapter 39. You are saving lives. Chen Bu suddenly jolted awake on his bed, nearly knocking over the water glass on the nightstand as he sat up too abruptly. Gasping for breath, he felt short of air, as if waking from a nightmare, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Before him lay the familiar rented room. Had he returned? Staring at everything in the room, Chen Bu's expression filled with bewilderment. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Wuxin's number. The current time was just past 3 o'clock in the morning. His disease world self had been knocked unconscious, and the situation facing him was likely more dangerous than not. He had to get back right away. The phone rang for a few seconds before being answered, and an extremely hoarse, sleepy voice floated out faintly. "The moment it rang, I knew it was you. I've noticed you really love calling me late at night. Go on, do you have some special feelings for me or what?" Chen Bu had no mind for jokes and asked, "Do you have any sleeping pills? What do you want sleeping pills for? Time to sleep. Insomnia again? Don't you have sedatives? Those take too long to work. I was knocked unconscious, and I'm in danger now. I need to fall asleep quickly." Under normal circumstances, this statement would leave people utterly perplexed. They might even think the speaker was an idiot. How could someone who just got knocked out need to sleep? But fellow patient Zhang Wuxin seemed to instantly grasp the situation, his tone turning grave. "Where are you right now?" "Home." "Wait there, I'll bring it to you immediately." As the call ended, Chen Bu sat in the pitch-black rental apartment clutching his phone, his heart beginning to pound uncontrollably. Sleeping pills are classified as psychotropic drugs and aren't available at ordinary pharmacies. Actually, there are many ways to fall asleep quickly. For instance, banging your head against the wall to knock yourself unconscious. But Chen Bu was afraid he wouldn't control the force properly. It'd be troublesome if he gave himself a concussion. Every passing minute right now was pure torment, as no one could predict what might happen inside Disease World. After approximately 2 minutes, he suddenly felt a sharp pain erupting in his chest. It felt like something had struck him. Looking down, he saw a rapidly spreading crimson stain blooming across his pajama top. At this sight, Chen Bu froze instantly, then frantically pulled open his clothing. In the very center of his chest, 2 strikingly distinct cross-shaped bloodstains had appeared at some unknown time. They looked like a tilted crucifix. Torrents of blood poured from the intersecting wounds, cascading down his abdomen until nearly his entire upper torso was stained crimson. These were knife wounds. Chen Bu gritted his teeth against the pain and rushed into the bathroom, hurriedly pressing a towel firmly against the wound. Suddenly, an intense pain erupted on his arm as well. A glaring knife mark appeared on his hand, followed by a second, third, fourth slash, as if an invisible hand wielded a blade in the air, relentlessly cutting into his arm. In whatever injury one sustains in the illness realm, the same will manifest on their counterpart in the ordinary realm. Chen Bu could already picture the old physician wielding a knife, preparing to operate on his unconscious self. Bastard! But his greatest worry at the moment wasn't for himself, it was for Hina. Knock, knock, knock. There came a fierce knocking at the door. Old Chen, it's me, I've brought the medicine. Hearing Zhang Wuxin's voice, Chen Bu gritted his teeth against the pain and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Zhang Wuxin looked up to see a man drenched in blood standing inside. His vision went dark instantly, nearly scaring him into cardiac arrest. Damn, what the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? He was about to curse when he suddenly noticed Chen Bu's expression had turned strange. Seeing the glaring scars covering his entire body, she seemed to instantly understand something and hastily fumbled for the medicine bottle in her pocket. Here's the medicine. It's your first time taking it, so no more than 2 tablets. If you experience any adverse, Zhang Wuxin still wanted to explain some precautions, but Chen Bu had already poured out 5 or 6 tablets and tossed them all into his mouth. Then he turned on the kitchen faucet, tilting his head to gulp down the water. Lao Zhang, I can only trouble you this time. Keep watch over me while I'm asleep, and if there's any sign of abnormal vital signs, send me straight to the hospital. After swallowing the pills, Chen Bu walked straight into the bedroom and lay down on the bed, his face deathly pale. But what if there's no time to send you to the hospital? Zhang Wuxin asked anxiously. Hearing this, Chen Bu picked up his phone, opened the video recorder, and aimed it at his face, saying weakly, if I die and there's no time to save me, I won't blame anyone. After speaking, he clicked pause. He filmed this video as a precaution, fearing that if something went wrong, his death might be unjustly linked to Zhang Wuxin. Watching this scene, Zhang Wuxin nervously wiped the cold sweat from his face. He had no time to ask more questions before Chen Bu closed his eyes. It was his first time taking sleeping pills, 6 tablets, and the effect was far stronger than he'd imagined. Even as knife marks appeared on his arm, he felt as though he had been anesthetized. Soon, his mind grew dull and muddled, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Sick world. Chen Bu gasped sharply and jolted awake. For some unknown reason, a violent buzzing sound erupted in his ears. This was followed by waves of stabbing pain in his brain, as if his nerves were being torn apart. He screwed his eyes shut in agony, his vision blurring until he could barely see. All he could make out was a glaring white light shining directly down on him from above. Where is this? He moved his limbs and found his hands and feet were tied up. Before him was a hexagonal room with a peculiar design. The ceiling of the room was carved with numerous bizarre patterns, resembling some kind of creature. Looking closely, they resembled cyst-covered worms, grotesquely swollen and misshapen. Chen Bu quickly realized he was strapped to what appeared to be an operating table. Scattered around him lay an assortment of strange instruments. They seemed to be fashioned from some combination of machinery and bronze. But there were even worse things: knives, jagged edges, blood, bones, the metallic scent of blood, flayed skins. On the right side of the bed stood a pale-skinned girl, White Snow, the flayed one. And on the left stood the elderly physician, his frame grotesquely emaciated. In his hands was a slender tube, connected to a massive mechanical contraption. The device was crafted from bronze, its entire form oval-shaped, with a small fire burning beneath it, crackling and popping. Some sort of liquid seemed to be boiling inside, bubbling and gurgling as it vented steam. The old chief physician looked intensely focused, staring at the apparatus without moving a muscle. Beside him, Bai Shue's injured hand held a knife, its blade slowly dripping with blood. Awake? As Chen Bu opened his eyes, the old physician seemed to sense something and glanced back, calmly saying, I had Bai Shue bleed you a little first, but don't worry, it won't kill you. Where's my sister? Bound beneath the bed, Chen Bu strained to turn his head and look around, trying to spot Zena's figure, but saw nothing. The entire hexagonal room appeared completely sealed off. Aside from the chaotic, eerie murals on the walls, there was nothing else in sight. Are you worried about her? The old chief physician spoke while connecting the slender bronze tubes, then turned to glance at him once more. After examining your blood, I found the two of you share no biological relation. Since you're not real family, why care so much? Right now, you should be worrying more about yourself. As he spoke, he picked up a slender syringe and walked over. Snow White, help me insert this syringe into his vein. All right, elder doctor. Snow White obediently took the syringe and approached Chen Bu. Staring at the needle that was as long as 2 fingers, Chen Bu's eyebrows gradually knitted together. What are you going to do? The old physician's face wore a grin that wasn't quite a smile. Enzo, I hope you always remember this, I'm not a bad man. I'm just trying to survive. And your sacrifice, it's saving lives. Chapter 40, Sacrifice Matters. The old physician lightly skimmed his fingertips over the bronze tube connecting to the apparatus, a shadow of complex emotion crossing his face. See this device? It's called the matter conversion apparatus, a marvelous invention. Centuries ago, a healer envisioned it after reaching the pinnacle of his career shift, except he only proposed the theory. I'm the one who actually invented it. Let me explain how it works. This oval vessel contains a very special liquid, something from the golden season. You don't need to know exactly what it is, just understand that it can fuse and transform different substances. Blood, for example. The elder physician spoke earnestly. Heat it to boiling over fire, then feed both our blood into it through tubing. After neutralizing with this liquid, the blood will become mutually interchangeable. You might not understand this explanation. Let me give you an example. It seemed like he was thinking very seriously just to make sure Chen Bu could understand. For example, if your little sister gets into an accident and urgently needs a blood transfusion, but your blood types don't match, using this device can convert your blood type to match hers. That way, you can save her life. Understand? Chen Bu stared at him without speaking. The old medic gave a strange laugh. I'm telling you this so you can better understand what I'm about to do next. I'm not a bad person. He repeated it with an air of solemnity, then rolled up his sleeve to reveal an arm as gaunt as dead wood. From wrist to shoulder, the limb was densely covered with scars left behind by rotting, peeling flesh. It resembled an old garment that had been patched too many times, a grotesque patchwork of wounds that shocked the eye. My body is almost completely rotting away because of the decay disease. This disease is excruciating. People say that decay disease is true despair because it's incurable. You can only watch yourself die. Most people succumb to the pain. As he spoke, Bai Shui beside him slowly inserted a syringe into Chen Bui's arm vein. She drew a tube of blood and poured it directly into the massive vessel of the transmutation device. The boiling liquid instantly changed color, beginning a reaction resembling chemical neutralization. In my youth, I joined the religious society and worked in the royal city. At the time, my profession was that of a healer, until I successfully transitioned into becoming a blood physician. I had talent and more patience than my peers at the time. I achieved many accomplishments, then chose to return to Crimson Peak as chief physician. At this point, he paused, his gaze growing profound. Enzo, I've saved many lives, more than you could imagine. Do you understand what I'm saying? In terms of accumulating virtue through good deeds, you can't compare to me. I'm a good person, yet fate has treated me unjustly. Chen Bu suddenly felt like cursing him. A good person will always remain good, even when fate is unfair. But some people's goodness simply stems from never having encountered the circumstance that could turn them bad. Hearing this, the old physician stared at him silently for a long while without saying a word. That doesn't sound like something a 19-year-old would say. He smirked coldly. People always have to make sacrifices. If your sacrifice can save me, then I can go on to save more people. In the end, it's all about saving lives. Isn't that the greater kindness? Hearing this, Chen Bu froze for a moment. What the hell kind of sophistry is this? Seeing the other party remain silent, the elderly chief physician, believing he had the upper hand, sneered coldly. I've tried many methods to save myself, but none were effective except for the pig-headed human plague. Through research, I discovered that if a dying person is infected with the pig-headed human plague, their life not only extends but even becomes full of vitality. So, I thought of using this method to combat decay disease. However, there's one unresolved issue. At this point, the old chief physician's expression changed, looking somewhat uneasy. The pig-headed humans have a fatal flaw. Once infected, they lose their sanity and turn into madmen. Hearing this, Chen Bu seemed to understand what he was trying to say. So you actually failed. That's right. I thought I found hope for survival, only to have it shattered once more. Do you know how painful that feels? The old physician sighed deeply. At that moment, I realized two conditions must be met to achieve this. First, the infected must be a pig-headed human. Second, they must remain sane and in control of themselves. Based on these 2 points, I chose to publicly announce the possibility that some individuals might be immune to the pig-headed ones. But in reality, even you don't know whether immune individuals truly exist, do you? As they spoke, Chen Bu had fully grasped the entire sequence of events. The old physician's intention to study the pig-headed ones wasn't at all about finding a cure for the pig-headed ones' plague, but to cure his decay disease. He needed immune carriers, so he took a gamble by casting a net to catch fish, testing his luck. But who would have thought he'd actually managed to obtain Enzo as a research specimen? As for Arthur and Io, they were just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. So is all of this just a coincidence? Chen Bu's mind was in a haze. Suddenly, he felt that if this were merely a coincidence, it seemed far too convenient. The old physician's face broke into a smile, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. You must understand, nearly all pig-headed human cells are identical. They possess an extreme aggressiveness. Upon entering the human body, they swiftly assimilate all original human cells. But you are different. The pig-headed human cells cannot assimilate yours. Your cells exhibit strong protective properties. At most, they can only assimilate half the cells in your body. The other half remains entirely intact. This means, within your body right now, half are human cells while the other half are pig-headed human cells. They've achieved a state of perfect symbiosis. You're not immune, you're a symbiont. The old physician's smile gradually twisted into something terrifying. So I found this trans-substance device. As long as it can completely convert your body part by part, from your blood to your hair, your bones to your internal organs, even your brain, after perfectly replicating every detail, the device will transfer it all into me. That way, I can survive just like you. He looked as if he were mad with excitement. Not just that, we can use the same method to save others too. Do you know what this means, Enzo? It means that by sacrificing you, we can save all those infected by the pig-headed humans, and even those afflicted with rotting disease, no matter how incurable it may be. So Enzo, your sacrifice is utterly indispensable. Chapter 41. The Pale Little Fellow. The elderly physician wanted to use words to persuade Chenbu, making him accept that his death and salvation were inseparable concepts. Yet all Chenbu wanted to do was curse his mother. What gives you the right to sacrifice me to save others? I don't owe this world a damn thing. The liquid in the transmutation device now seemed to grow increasingly scalding, its bubbling noises growing louder by the moment. The gaunt-faced senior physician leaned closer to the oval-shaped vessel, as if confirming something. Moments later, his voice carried a note of excitement. The blood sample, it appears to have succeeded. Even as he spoke, he hastily grabbed a slender bronze tube from nearby and hurried over. The tube is approximately 20 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. After opening the oval-shaped vessel from above, he inserted the bronze tube inside and drew out about 20 centimeters of liquid. He lifted it up and carefully examined it under the incandescent light. Chief physician, did you succeed? The nearby Pin and Snow, watching his excited demeanor, tilted her head curiously and asked in a light, gentle voice. Yes, it's a success, albeit only with the blood component. But this already proves my method is correct. Rotting disease can be cured. Snow, from now on, no one in this world will suffer from rotting disease again. Congratulations on conquering yet another great invention. Snow smiled softly, radiating a pure kind of beauty. She looked genuinely happy, though I can't quite understand what decay disease and death truly feel like. I'm still happy for you. Thank you, Snow White. You don't need to understand it, just know that through this method, I can survive and spend more time with you. The old medic's pale, frail face bore a slightly twisted smile that appeared morbid under the glare of the fluorescent lights. It's me accompanying you, old medic. Snow replied softly, speaking with great courtesy and consistently using honorifics. It was unclear whether the old chief physician had grown accustomed to such forms of address. His feelings toward Snow were complicated. So complicated they spanned generations. What's the next step we should take? Snow White asked another question. He carefully placed the bronze tube back, then, suppressing his excitement, spoke. Next are the nails, hair, skin, and organs. We need to replicate everything. Snow White, I want you to pull out 2 of his nails, then snip a lock of his hair, and finally, cut a piece of skin from his arm. Put all of it into the trans-substance device. He quickly laid out the plan. First, we'll replicate his external appearance. As for the internal organs, viscera, and skeleton, we probably can't finish those today. They'll have to wait until tomorrow, but perhaps that's for the best. It'll give him more time to see the world, to understand what all this means. Very well, you've always been a compassionate physician. Schwabai smiled. Then, she picked up the pliers and bone knife from the table and slowly walked over to Chen Bui's side. Don't do this. Seeing the tool in her hand, Chen Bu's heart sank like a stone. He said gravely, he wants to kill me, and you're helping him do it. He was saving lives. Schwabai's face still wore that innocent, girlish smile. I've always believed in him. Old doctor has saved so many people. He would never hurt anyone. This was somewhat like Zhouyu beating Huangdai. One was willing to strike and the other willing to take the beating. Both of them were out of their minds. Chen Buhua knew full well that reasoning with a robot-like creature was completely useless, so he began to struggle desperately, but the iron chains binding him were extremely tight. As Bai Shui held a knife in one hand and pressed down on his finger with the other, she slowly inserted the blade into the gap beneath his fingernail. An agony like a drill piercing his heart instantly exploded through Chen Bui's body. His entire frame stiffened violently as a muffled cry of pain escaped his throat. Then, as if gone mad, he thrashed wildly to break free, making the chains clang loudly against each other. Does it hurt? Snow White stopped. Actually, I'm a little jealous of you. I envy people who can feel pain. At this moment, her expression looked somewhat complicated, as if lost in thought. The old chief physician once said he'd find a way to bring me back to life, to make me capable of emotions like everyone else. Damn it! Chen Bu gritted his teeth and cursed in pain. Could you stop telling your goddamn stories while hurting me? In the blink of an eye, Bai Shui used pliers to tear off another nail. Then she sliced off a lock of his hair with the bone knife, and finally, began flaying his skin. This was an excruciating process. Although she had only cut away a patch of flesh from her wrist, the moment it was torn off, the intense agony nearly made her pass out. Shenbu nearly fainted from the pain. By the time it was over, he no longer had the strength to scream. It's done, all of it is here. Shuebai walked over with the items. Good, put them all into the device. The old head physician stood nearby, holding a syringe in one hand and the device containing replicated blood in the other. He drew the blood into the syringe, seemingly preparing to inject it into his own body. Lock him up for now, put him in the dungeon below. I want to taste the blood within him. Sure thing. Alright, aren't there 2 vagrants we captured earlier still locked in the dungeon? Yes, shall we separate them? No need. Keep them together. The outcome will be the same either way. Sure thing. Snow White smiled, turned around, and pushed the wheels beneath the bed, rolling the frail-looking Shenbu out of the gloomy room. Before them stretched a pitch-black corridor. The wheels creaked noisily down the hallway, surrounded by oppressive darkness. Snow White, there's still time to save me. In the darkness, Shenbu's voice was faint to the extreme. But old physician was right, saving you would cost more lives. Bai Shue's tone betrayed no emotion, as if she were rationally analyzing a matter. Old physician once said that humanity must make sacrifices. Like rolling dice, the sacrifice won't necessarily land on any one person. I heard you never joined the Yi cult, that you're just an ordinary person. If you could sacrifice yourself to save others, perhaps your ordinary life would become something truly great because of it. Shenbu found himself speechless, utterly at a loss for words. At this moment, he suddenly began to realize the terrifying extent of control the royal clan and church society wielded over the entire world. Common people here didn't even have the right to choose their own lives. Your death is glorified as a sacrifice for others. Shenbu never aspired to rise above others or transcend social classes, but his desire to survive was genuine. Rounding the corridor, he descended into a downward path. Bai Shue pushed the car down the slope beside the hallway, arriving in a dark, damp underground space. Here stood rows of bronze cages. She locked Shenbu into a narrow cell without removing the iron chains from his body, then shut the door. Rest well, Mr. Enzo. Tomorrow will be your grand day. Wait, at least tell me, where is Xina? She's fine for now, but I don't know how long she'll last. What do you mean? What have you done to her? Bai Shue didn't respond and turned to leave. In an instant, everything plunged into deathly silence and darkness. Bound in the dungeon, Shenbu felt an unprecedented suffocation creeping over him. Gritting his teeth, he struggled desperately to break free from the iron chains, but to no avail. Just then, a startled voice came from nearby. Huh? Old Ning, do you smell something foul? I do, why's it so damn stinky? Old Joe, did you fart? My farts were never that potent. The man called Old Joe paused with a hint of confusion in his voice. Why do I feel a faint whiff of pig? How did you know? I used to raise pigs. Hearing the voices from both sides, Shenbu's mind went blank for a few seconds before he frantically rattled the iron chains, as if trying to draw their attention. Anyone there? Yes. The sound was coming from directly across. Panicked, he tilted his head to look through the dungeon bars. By the dim candlelight flickering on the walls, he spotted a person confined opposite him. But what astonished him was that this person wore nothing but a glaring red underwear and a tattered cloak wrapped around his neck. Other than that, he wore nothing, looking like a beggar begging along the street. The other person seemed to notice him too, expression faltering slightly. Hey, old Joe, you're wrong, it's not a pig, it's a boy. Staring at the person across the prison cell, he cracked a smile. And fair-skinned too. Chapter 42 One Day's Time. A fair-skinned baby boy? How fair exactly? From the right side directly opposite came old Joe's voice. Well, as fair as that bathing widow you peeped at last time. Don't spread this around. Old Joe grumbled unhappily. It's not like you didn't see. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have barged right in. By the dim candlelight on the wall and his enhanced vision after becoming a pig-headed man, Shenbu finally saw clearly. To the right front, there was another person, also a man wearing nothing but underwear. Except his underwear was green. The two men appeared to be around 40 and 30 years old respectively. They were dressed almost identically and currently stood in the exact same posture, hips pressed sideways against the wall, arms crossed over their chests, watching Shenbu with keen interest. It was an exceedingly bizarre sight. If not for being in a dungeon, Shenbu had the unsettling feeling of being about to get sodomized. This kid, could he be one of the pig-headed people? The man called Old Joe to the right front seemed to recall something, his expression baffled. But he doesn't look like one. Old Ning, you're well-traveled, what's going on here? Could be what they call an immune from the outside rumors. The old man in red underwear standing directly ahead stared at the other person and said, haven't there been rumors circulating lately about some people being immune to the pig-headed plague? Maybe it's actually true. Then why was he locked up here? How should I know? The two of them kept chatting between themselves. Shenbu listened to their conversation, straining his neck forward with a frown as he asked, who are you? Drunkards who got accidentally locked up while wandering. Old Ning responded calmly, you might not believe this, but yesterday Old Joe and I got drunk and slept on the roadside. only to wake up here instead. Speaking of which, young man, do you know where this place is? The Medical Association at Crimson Peak, Chen Bu said weakly. Upon hearing this, the two people across from him were visibly stunned. That medical association researching the skin folk? Why did they bring us here? Chen Bu shook his head in response, but he soon recalled the conversation he'd heard through the walls earlier and hesitated. I'm not sure, but there's a possibility they're keeping you as food to feed the pig-headed humans here. The two immediately fell into silence. That can't be. After a moment, old Zhou gave a dry chuckle. The medical association is a place for saving lives, not devouring people. Are you fooling us, kid? What do you think, old Ning? Old Ning remained silent upon hearing this, head bowed as if lost in thought. He remained silent, as if admitting it by default, while old Zhou beside him grew even more frantic. Old Ning, you're not trying to say this is real, are you? Scared of what? Old Ning cut him off with a cold snort. After all, I'm part of the teaching society, granted, a wild branch of it, but I'm not so easy to kill. Besides, this crappy cell can't hold me. What do you mean? You can open the dungeon? Old Zhou's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Sure I can. Then why the hell haven't you opened it? I'm waiting. I want to see who locked us in here. We've got to demand an explanation from them. Are you insane? Old Zhou seemed to break down completely, clutching his head in agony. If you can open it, why aren't you running for your life? You can really open this dungeon? Chen Bu, who was across from him, quickly asked upon hearing this. Yes, what's wrong? Can you do me a favor and get me out? I need to go save my sister. Hearing this, Ning Haomeng's expression suddenly turned somewhat strange. You're from the cult society? No. People from the royal family? No. Then you shouldn't even try to save them. Why? I know about this Crimson Peak. Rumor has it the old physician here was a healer from the church sect. Even if he's not skilled in combat, dealing with a young lad like you would be effortless. You'd just be walking to your death. What could you possibly use to save anyone? Hearing this, Chen Bu froze. He never expected the other to say such a thing. Without the church society, without the royal family, am I not allowed to save my own family anymore? Of course you can, but you won't succeed. Ning Haomeng shook her head and said, going over there means death, you'll die along with your sister. That's the reality. Chen Buddy fell into silence. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, I can transform into a pig-headed human. Both my strength and speed will increase. Hearing this, Lao Ning seemed to pause for a moment, as if this was the first time he'd heard of such a situation. But soon, he shook his head again. That would only slightly improve your odds. A pig-headed human still dies with a bullet through the brain. You'd have no real advantage fighting the cult orders, class changers. Chen Bu opened his mouth but didn't speak yet as Lao Ning continued. You don't look like you're from the city, village folk? Yes. There's nothing else we can do about it. Old Ning shrugged his shoulders. Do you know how many villagers die in this world every day? Not from old age or natural causes, but from accidents, murders, torture, monsters, diseases, mysterious deaths, even starvation. The common folk here have no power, no influence, no money. This is their fate, destined from the start. Unless you can change it all. Is she your real sister? Old Ning asked. No. If she's not your real sister, why risk your life for her? There are plenty of ways to die if that's what you want. Old Ning, how could you say such a thing? That's downright cruel. Nearby, old Zhou muttered quietly after hearing this, he's just a kid. Old Ning pretended not to hear and continued. Listen to my advice, kid. I'm saying this cause I pity you. How about this, I'll let you go, but don't try to save her. Come with us instead. Even though we're just a wild sect pantry, if you join, you'll at least never go hungry, no matter how poorly you fare. Hearing this, Chen Bu turned to look at him and said slowly, you're suggesting I abandon her? She's not even your real sister. This world has no need for excessive emotions, they'll only drag you down. I'm just telling you what the most rational choice is. Old Ning straightened up. Escape now while you can. I'll help you open the cage. No one will know, they won't catch you. But if you go to save others, the outcome might be different. For a moment, Chen Bu had to admit his words made sense. From a rational perspective, this seemed like the best course of action. The problem was, he simply couldn't do it. Especially when remembering Hina's words in the dream. Protect me, Chen Bu couldn't help but feel something stirred deep within his heart. I made a vow before her parents' graves. As her only remaining family in this world, if I abandon her, she'll never survive. So I can't give up on her. Old Ning looked at him and sighed, as though he'd exhausted all arguments. After a long silence, he finally said, you truly have a kind heart. Upon hearing this, Chen Bu recalled the old physician's intention to sacrifice himself to save everyone. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. He realized he wasn't particularly virtuous. Unwilling to sacrifice himself for the majority, he only wanted to save those close to him. What the hell is this? To be honest, it feels a bit selfish saying it out loud. Fine, since you're determined to go, I won't stop you. But this stubborn determination of yours reminds me so much of my younger self. Old Joe, listening nearby, looked surprised. Weren't you just reading porn books all the time when you were young? Old Ning used an extremely simple method to open the dungeon door. He merely placed his hand upon the dungeon door. Then, something marvelous happened. Chen Bu watched as the originally rigid bronze bars instantly softened and twisted like clay, bending like taffy. Old Ning gave a push, and the entire door swung open. He walked out slowly from within. Then, in the same manner, Old Joe's cell door was opened, along with the chains binding Chen Bu. How fascinating. Chen Bu stared at his own hands with a blank expression. First time seeing it? Old Ning glanced sideways at him. Is this the ability of the Teach Society? It's one of the abilities of the Soulmancer, one of the 5 foundational professions within the Teach Society. It's a very simple technique. If you could join the Teach Society, you could do it too, kid. Here, only by joining Teach Society can you unlock a vast new world. Old Ning suddenly spoke these words. Perhaps feeling a twinge of regret, he looked up and pondered for a moment before adding, your physique is special, and you have courage. People like you are rare in this world. If you were to die, honestly, it'd be a bit of a waste. Everyone deserves a chance to change their life. Chen Bu stared at him, unsure what he meant to say. Here's the deal, starting now until this same time tomorrow, I'll be waiting for you halfway up the mountain. If you can defeat the elder physician with your own abilities and walk out of the medical society alive, I'll personally invite you to join our church sect. With that, he gave no opportunity for refusal or agreement, turning away without another glance as he strode out, leaving behind only an enchanting silhouette. Chen Bezhang stared blankly at that pants-clad figure, suddenly experiencing an indescribable sensation. A real man never looks back. This must be that feeling. Old Joe scurried after him like an eager lackey, hastily trotting along. As he passed by Chen Bu, he turned his head and whispered, young man, you're in luck. Old Ning is something else, more skilled than anyone I've ever met. Even though he wouldn't let me join his cult, I've still eaten and drunk my fill just tagging along. If you really get the chance to join him, you'll never regret it for the rest of your life. Chapter 43, Trial. The journey out of the dungeon went surprisingly smoothly. Originally blocked by multiple doors, Old Ning walking at the front seemed to have cheat-like hands. Anything he touched quickly softened, turning into a pile of mush within just a second. The path was completely unobstructed. After emerging from the dungeon and reaching the upper floor, the exit door stood directly across the hallway. Once you step out from here, you're free. No one will notice if you leave now. You'll have many more chances in life ahead. Are you really sure you won't reconsider? Old Ning stopped and turned to look at the young man, saying, if you go to save someone, you might never walk back out through this door. Staring at the gate, Chen Bees didn't speak, lost in thought. Having second thoughts? Seeing his hesitation, Old Ning chuckled lightly, his tone casual. It's perfectly normal to feel unsure in situations like this. When faced with life and death, people don't act with the detachment you read about in novels. My advice remains, you should leave now. It's not hesitation. Chen Bu suddenly shook his head. What? Old Ning didn't quite catch it. I'm not hesitating, I'm just deciding which method would be most fitting to kill the elder physician. Hearing this, Old Ning's expression froze for a moment before he silently grinned from ear to ear. Beside them, Old Joe looked astonished. Kid, are you really that confident you can kill the old physician? He's one of the Church Society people. I'm not confident, but there are only 2 endings, either I die, or he dies. I just don't let myself consider the ending where I die. Old Joe's eyes bulged at these words. After a long pause, he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, fucking legendary. Wait for you halfway up the mountain, 1 day's time. I'll leave if you're late. Thank you. Old Ning, like a senior family member, gave Chen Bu a heavy pat on the shoulder. Then he left the place together with Old Joe. As they walked away, Old Joe kept muttering under his breath. Ah, Old Ning, can you let me join your cult society, too? You see, even that young brother can. Ha, why not? What? You say I'm not tender enough? The cult society only accepts fair and delicate boys. Damn it, you never said that before. Bang! The door was shut. The voices of the 2 men gradually faded away. Standing in the pitch-black corridor, Chen Bu turned back, his heart pounding wildly. The entire gloomy environment left him completely alone. He took deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down and maintain rational thinking. There were 2 things he needed to do next. First, kill the old doctor chief. 2, save Xena. It's my time to shine, he murmured as he strode up the stairs. Outside the medical association, Old Ning and Old Joe stood solemnly outside the gate, their faces tense as neither uttered a word. Cold. Damn, it's freezing. The 2 men in their underwear regretted stepping outside the moment they crossed the threshold. Old Ning, maybe we should go back and grab some clothes first. Not possible. Why? How embarrassing. Let's go. Just grit your teeth, and we'll get through this. I remember passing by this area before. There was a house halfway up the mountain where we could start a fire. And so 2 middle-aged men in their underwear strode barefoot through the heavy snow with taut expressions. Their faces were set with such firm resolve. If Chen Bu could witness the scene, he would surely think these were two men deep in a midlife crisis. After trudging forward arduously for nearly 10 minutes, they finally reached the halfway up the mountain cottage the two had spoken of. The house seemed specially prepared for mountain travelers, equipped with fire-starting tools and materials. Neither spoke a word as they shivered, fumbling for a long while to start the fire. After shutting the door and gradually regaining warmth in their bodies, they finally relaxed. Old Joe looked up to see Old Ning sitting on a worn-out stool, eyes tightly shut with knitted brows, his expression clearly pained. Seeing him like this, Old Joe knew he was having another episode. "Old Ning, are you feeling unwell again?" The question hung in the air without response. Watching how Old Ning's brows were nearly knotted together in pain, I sighed helplessly. I knew he must be suffering terribly, stubbornly enduring in silence. Old Ning suffered from a disease whose nature even he himself didn't understand. All he knew was that the attacks were excruciatingly painful. He described each episode as feeling like all his internal organs were being ground to pieces. Think about how long we've known each other, not too long, yet not short either. At least 3 years now. Recalling when we first met, it's like a dream. We were both scavengers back then. Old Joe gazed at the heavy snowfall outside and let out a sigh. Old Ning, these past 3 years, my damn feet have trudged through many places with you. You know me inside out, even what color my underpants are, but come to think of it, Old Ning, I don't know a damn thing about you. But if you don't want to talk, I won't pry. The reason I've stuck with you all this time is that promise you gave me back then, as long as I followed you, I'd never starve. Better than digging through trash, right? Old Joe mumbled these words to himself. Old Ning simply closed his eyes and furrowed his brows, not uttering a single word. From what I recall, he once mentioned that when the illness struck, he could neither hear nor see, just like a dead person. What a strange disease indeed. But Old Ning was truly tough as nails. Despite such excruciating pain, he endured it without a single groan, just gritted his teeth and bore it. His face would turn deathly pale at the end each time, drenched in cold sweat. Of all life's miseries, Joe feared falling ill the most. He'd suffered severe stomach pains before that nearly took his life. So lingering on in wretched existence didn't matter, anything was better than being sick. After several hours, the symptoms seemed to subside. Slowly Old Ning's brow unfurrowed, though his forehead remained slick with sweat, lips parched, his entire bearing radiating utter exhaustion. Feeling better? Yeah, much better now. He nodded. So you're really planning to wait here for that kid all day? Old Joe wasn't one to sit idle. Stopping meant he'd always try to strike up more conversation. In these times, if you don't exchange a few more words with those around you, tomorrow may never come. Alright, just one more day. Old Ning nodded. You've taken a liking to that kid, haven't you? With your abilities, dealing with the old head physician would have been easy enough. Yet you deliberately asked him and made him choose. There's personal motive in this. Old Ning chuckled as his thoughts were instantly read. Don't you think that boy has rather good character? At the very least, he's responsible. Most importantly, his physique is special. He has great potential for future development. I've been planning to expand the church society's inner circle anyway. It's rare to find a suitable candidate, so I gave him a choice to observe what kind of person he really is. As you know, time isn't something I have much of left. Old Ning's voice turned solemn. Consider this a trial. I won't interfere. If he manages to walk out alive, I'll definitely take him in. What if the kid doesn't want to join you? No. You're so sure of yourself? If he won't join, then I'll kill him. If I can't have him, no one else can. That's coercive bargaining. A melon won't sweeten if you twist it off forcibly. It doesn't matter if it's sweet as long as it's not a rotten melon. Chapter 44, Sunrui. Inside the Medical Association. As Chen Bu climbed the stairs, he spotted several decorative bronze rods placed along the hallway and casually picked one up to use as a weapon. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, he glanced around. There were 3 pathways on the second floor, left, right, and center. If he remembered correctly, the old chief physician's research lab should be on the far right side. He didn't plan to go there just yet, instead heading toward the left path first. See if we can find Hina. It would be best if we could find my sister without alerting anyone. Moving forward along the left side, the second room down the hallway is where they had previously confined him and Hina. Approaching the door, Chen Bu quickly scanned the interior. No one was there. Sure enough, it wasn't here. The dead of night meant the corridor was nearly deserted, so he searched with relative boldness. After confirming the room was empty, he continued down the hallway, checking door after door. The entire left corridor had a total of 8 doors. Chen Bu skimmed through everything at lightning speed. Empty, absolutely nothing there. It seems Hina wasn't locked up here. Chen Bu turned around and headed toward the central path. He was worried about whether Shina had already been harmed. The central corridor was distinctly different from the other 2. Just in terms of color tone, it was much more oppressive and dark. Moreover, grotesque paintings hung on both sides. Each portrait depicted a realistic image of a person. But these people's faces looked peculiar. Chen Bu walked through the center, and after staring for a few seconds, felt a chilling sensation down his spine. he suddenly realized where his unease was coming from. The facial features of the people in this painting are asymmetrical. I couldn't tell whether this was intentional by the artist or if the subjects actually looked like this, but their faces gave off an overwhelming sense of dissociation. Normal people have eyes positioned parallel to each other, but in this painting, they aren't, but were staggered up and down, as if the left half of the face were misaligned from the right half, creating an extremely unsettling impression. It didn't look human. Strangest of all, each person held something peculiar in their palm. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a sphere about the size of a palm, covered densely with tiny little feet. The shape of the small foot resembled that of a toad's leg, twisted and hideous. Chenbu stared at it for a longer moment, sensing only absurd grotesqueness, yet failing to grasp its true significance. Each figure in the painting held such an object, as if this fleshy sphere held immense importance to the depicted characters. This clearly didn't seem like something from the medical association. As Chenbu drew closer, he noticed that beneath each portrait was written an utterly baffling phrase, "Hearken to the gospel from the ocean's depths, we praise the greatest evil god." Gospel? Evil god? It sounded somewhat like the gospel royal family, from the western realms, and it resembles the vocabulary of a religious cult. Chenbu was somewhat surprised. How could there be western worship in an eastern nation? He couldn't figure it out for the moment, nor did he understand what connection this so-called evil god had with the medical association. This wasn't the immediate priority anyway, so he could only give up trying to figure it out and began searching through the rooms along the corridor. Left door, no one. Right door, still no one. Finally, his gaze settled on the bronze door at the end. Approaching, he pushed the door and was surprised to find it unlocked. The interior was spacious, with dim candles flickering on the walls. In the center of the room stood a girl who appeared to be barely in her teens, holding a broom as she tidied items. Hearing the door open, the girl looked up toward the sound. "Hello?" Chenbu had instinctively tightened his grip on the bronze rod in his hand, ready to strike the moment he saw the figure inside the room. Yet when his eyes met the girl's, he froze. "Blind? Hello, this is the records room. Please feel free to search for any materials you need." The little girl gripped the broom, bending slightly at the waist as she spoke, appearing quite friendly. Chenbu remained silent. Only when he noticed both of her eyes had the ash-gray hue of blindness did he realize she couldn't see anything. It seemed her sweeping movements were guided purely by instinct. He exhaled in relief and began surveying his surroundings. The room was filled with numerous bronze countertops resembling bookshelves. Bathed in candlelight, they emitted a chilling blue-green gleam. Each layer of the countertop was covered with scroll-shaped objects. Layer upon layer piled up, appearing exceptionally dense and heavy. "Can't you see?" Even though the person was blind, Chenbu remained cautious in such an environment and asked the question. "Yes, I'm afraid I can't help you if you're looking for information. I'm sorry." Chenbu said nothing. Then, he walked forward while asking suspiciously, "A couple of days ago, the old doctor brought in a pair of siblings. Do you know about them?" "I've heard of them, but unfortunately, I can't see." "It seems the old doctor locked them up. Do you know where?" Hearing this, the blind little girl clearly froze for a moment. Then she chuckled lightly, shook her head, and denied, "That's impossible." "What can't be? You said the old chief doctor locked them up. That's impossible." "Why?" Chenbu frowned at these words, feeling thoroughly puzzled. The old chief doctor has saved many lives. He's a physician, he only knows how to heal people, never to harm them. Hearing this, Chenbu's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent. "You must be new here?" The young girl seemed to notice something and said calmly, "Everyone here knows about the old chief doctor's deeds." "Really? Could you tell me about it?" "Sure." The girl smiled, as if she hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time. She sat down on the ground and began to recount the story slowly. From her words, Chenbu learned about the old chief doctor's life story. The old chief doctor's original name was Sun Rui. He was an abandoned infant who was picked up and brought back to the Crimson Peaks, where he grew up. Having been immersed in medical knowledge since childhood, Sun Rui began to formally study medicine as he grew older. He seemed to possess a natural talent and keen understanding of medicine, making remarkable progress in his studies. By the age of 14, he joined the Royal Church Society and officially became a professional healer. After years of training, he transitioned into the role of a blood physician and returned once more to Scarlet Peak. Having completed his training, he inherited the position after the passing of the previous chief physician, embarking on a long medical career. The little girl said that the old chief physician had saved many lives throughout his lifetime, and he always adhered to his duties with utmost dedication. Whether those seeking his help were poor or wealthy, he never treated them differently based on their status. In his eyes, they were all patients in need of salvation from suffering. Similarly, Sun Roy also made numerous contributions to the field of medicine. In his 30s, he successfully inherited the technology of the skinwalkers and brought it to greater heights. In his 40s, through the profession of blood physician, he successfully designed the transmatter device proposed by predecessors, completing this invention. Even across the entire Eastern Kingdom, his transmatter device played a monumental role in advancing medical science. Hearing this, Chenbu furrowed his brows. The little girl's words were almost entirely praising the old man. He couldn't help but ask, has the elder physician never done anything bad? Bad things? The little girl shook her head. The elder physician is just a doctor, he saves lives. What bad things could he possibly do? He has the rotting sickness, you know? I know, it happened 15 years ago. The old medical chief contracted the rotting sickness during the season of decay. They say he remained depressed for a long time after that. At first, he used to tell everyone he didn't have many years left to live, he even told me so. However, fortune favors the brave, and he has survived to this day. Rumor has it he's discovered a cure for the rotting plague. If successful, this will surely become yet another great medical breakthrough in the Eastern realms. The old physician might well earn his place as the legendary sage of medicine. A saint of medicine? Chen Buge sneered coldly. Sun Rui had indeed saved many lives, but that was before contracting decay disease. After falling ill, his mentality seemed to have changed. Moreover, infected with the rotting disease, he should normally have only a few years left to live, yet he has survived for so long. It seems that all these years, he has been using other methods to prolong his life. Shenbu recalls the voices he heard earlier from within the walls, likely related to human feeding. But the question is, why would he do this? Is it just because you're afraid of death? Shenbu frowned and said, is it possible he'd harm others to cure his own rotting disease? Impossible. Even if that were the case, the old physician did it to save more people. Hearing this, Shenbu was stunned. That line is exactly the same as Bai Shui's. Chapter 45, Scarlet Hound. Medical Association. Inside the dimly lit research laboratory, Sun Rui was gasping for breath at this moment, looking like an old man on the verge of burial. Even taking a few more steps would exhaust him completely. At present, he felt as if his organs were clogged, unable to function properly, making even breathing an arduous task. Half an hour ago, after ingesting Enzo's converted blood into his own body, he immediately began to feel something was wrong. The blood burned like fire, boiling relentlessly from the moment it entered his system. At first, it gave an overwhelming surge of vitality, but gradually, the searing pain in his organs became unbearable, even making breathing impossible. Snow, I'm not feeling well. Sitting on the chair, Sun Rui gasped for breath, his face pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat. His vision was somewhat blurry, the scene before him shifting and chaotic, as if he were hallucinating. Old doctor, do you need any help? Snow White stood nearby and asked with concern. Sun Rui was an experienced physician and clearly understood the situation. It wasn't a blood issue but his own physical condition. His body currently couldn't completely match the cells in Enzo's body. He struggled to maintain deep breaths and spoke weakly. Go find Enzo, bring him up from the dungeon. I'm afraid we can't wait until tomorrow. We must complete his full body transformation tonight. Hurry. Alright, I'll go right away. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui turned around and walked briskly out of the room. Watching the retreating figure of the young girl, Sun Rui took deep breaths, forcing himself to steady his composure. But this didn't seem to have much effect. With eyes closed, he clenched his teeth against the pain, murmuring incessantly. Final step, just one final step. I'll definitely find a cure for the rot disease, I must. 10 minutes later, Bai Shui came running back in a panic. She pushed open the door, her expression uncharacteristically grim. The old physician, he's gone. What? Sun Rui didn't quite catch it. It's Enzo. He escaped from the dungeon, along with those two vagrants from earlier, they've all disappeared. Hearing this, Sun Rui's face instantly twisted as if he'd eaten shit. He abruptly stood up from his chair, nearly collapsing from physical exhaustion. Bai Shui hurried over to support him, her face showing clear concern. How did they escape? The dungeon door seems to have melted. Melted? Sun Rui's expression turned grim, then as if realizing something, clenched her teeth tightly. Ordinary people couldn't do this. Only someone with a profession could, but Enzo doesn't have one. It must have been done by those two drifters. Are they, from the Church Society? Snow White tilted her head and said in a low voice, if they're from the Church Society, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch them. It's fine, they don't matter. Enzo will come back. Sun Rui's face was pale as she struggled to steady her nerves, slowly sitting down in the chair. His voice aged with time said, take me back to the room. Enzo wouldn't just leave like this. You intend to. I've locked his younger sister in that room. He'll surely come to rescue the girl. We'll be waiting for him there. Sure thing. Bai Shui nodded silently and began pushing the wheelchair from behind, slowly leaving the room. Chenbu gently closed the bronze door and walked out of the records room after saying goodbye to the blind girl. The little girl's words still echoed in his mind. She was deeply grateful that the old doctor had saved her and promised she would one day find a cure for blindness. It was a seed planted in her innocent young heart. But this seed seems to have lost any chance of sprouting, because Chenbu told her he was going to kill the old physician. Upon hearing this, the little girl's mouth hung open for a long while, seemingly astonished, and asked why? Chen Bu offered no explanation, merely saying simply, "You probably wouldn't understand." When she heard this, she lowered her head, appearing utterly dejected. Lost in thought, after a long pause, she finally spoke earnestly, "I understand. I hope you succeed." Chen Bui, on the other hand, was taken aback. "You're not going to stop me? If I kill him, you might never see this world again." The little girl shook her head with a smile and said softly, "The old chief physician said everyone has their own fate. Effort is effort, but the course fate sails will never change." Standing in the corridor, Chen Bu glanced back at the closed bronze door. His emotions were profoundly complex. Fate? Does fate truly govern human existence? Then did fate bring me here, or did I come of my own volition? Unable to find an answer, he turned and walked toward the rightmost passageway. Only this single path remained before him now. This area belonged to Sun Rui, and the space was quite expansive. Inside were his research lab, office, living quarters, and other rooms. Shenbu tightened his grip on the bronze staff and advanced no more than 3 meters when he suddenly spotted 3 seductively dressed female physicians standing against the right wall. Each of them held a crimson hunting dog on a leash, curled up beside their mistress, glaring fixedly at him. The 3 stood poised as if they had been waiting precisely for his arrival. At the sight, Shenbu tightened his grip around the bronze staff in his hand. "You're Enzo?" The female physician standing at the center stroked her hound, tilting her head with a bewitching smile as she inquired. Shenbu remained expressionless as he glanced at the physician's chest and gravely remarked, "Sir, why are your pectoral muscles so theatrical?" The female doctor's face abruptly changed color. She clenched her teeth and unleashed a man's furious roar from her throat. "Damn it, bite him to death for me." 3 hounds charged forward simultaneously. Shenbu possesses 2 abilities. The first is the ability to see the predictive lines of objects, but currently, it still has some limitations. The second is the ability to transform into a pig-headed human. There are also limitations, as he couldn't control it at will. The moment 3 crimson hounds pounced simultaneously, he clearly saw 3 prediction lines appear in the air. Selecting one of them, he swung his bronze rod while gritting his teeth and thrust forward. The hound's pounce carried tremendous force. One of them crashed into the bronze rod's tip with such momentum that it couldn't stop in time. With a sickening thud, the rod pierced straight through its neck. The hound tumbled away, convulsing violently on the ground before finally lying still in death. At the same moment, the other 2 hunting dogs flanked Shenbui, now disarmed, and pounced. They dragged him to the ground and began tearing at him with frenzied bites. Fighting dogs? Shenbui wasn't rattled. Growing up in the village had given him plenty of experience scrapping with dogs. Many people instinctively go for the dog's head when fighting back after being bitten, but that's actually the wrong approach. A dog's skull is highly durable. The underbelly, flanks, and throat are its most vulnerable areas. But the golden rule in dogfights is never showing fear. No matter how terrified you are, you must never lose the psychological upper hand. Chen Bu was currently using both hands to forcibly pry open a hound's jaws, straining to keep them spread apart while simultaneously kicking at its abdomen with his foot. Yet there was no way to deal with the other one at the same time. As sharp teeth clamped onto his shoulder, blood gushed out in a spray. When the searing pain hit, Chen Bu gritted his teeth and refused to let go. He continued to kick the belly of the hunting dog in front of him with his legs. Finally, unable to bear the pain, it was kicked away and tumbled onto the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Bu rolled aside. The remaining hunting dog chased relentlessly, tearing at his clothes and body. The entire upper garment was torn to shreds almost in the blink of an eye. Chen Bu scrambled to his feet, bare-chested, without a moment's hesitation. Then he rushed to the corpse of the hound that had been impaled through the neck by the bronze staff, wrenched it free, and swung it full circle at the hound before him. With a thunderous bang, the stick struck the hunting dog's neck bone. The impact was so powerful it sent a painful tremor through Chen Bu's palms. With a simultaneous crack of bone and a whimper, the second hunting dog collapsed lifeless to the ground. Chen Bu clutched the bronze rod tightly, shirtless and panting heavily with his back pressed against the wall. He raised his eyes to stare at the last hunting dog. The bite wound on his shoulder was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Nearly his entire upper body was drenched in red. A 19-year-old boy, his frame anything but sturdy. Especially Enzo's body, which even appeared somewhat frail. At this moment, it stuck out like a blood-red pole, jarring to the eye. The last hound, 3 meters away, kept growling at him in a low tone, though in no hurry to pounce. It seemed to realize that the man before it was no easy prey. After hesitating for a few seconds, he suddenly turned around and ran back to the 3 female doctors in their sexy outfits, then crouched down, wagging his tail incessantly as if begging for something. The woman standing in the middle wore a gloomy smile as she slid her hand into her cleavage, slowly pulling out a test tube from the eye-catching gap of her low-cut dress. Chen Bu could see it contained an unknown red liquid. "Young man, let me show you my big treasure." She smiled seductively as she opened the vial, pouring the liquid directly into the hound's mouth. Then she patted its head with a cooing voice, "Go on, good boy." As if obeying its master's command, The hound first twisted its body before erupting into violent tremors, its form visibly transforming at a terrifying pace. Chenbu clearly witnessed from behind, within mere seconds, the beast's limbs grotesquely thickened and bulged. As if muscles were swelling, flesh expanding, even the hairs on its body began to bristle outward. Each strand stood erect, as terrifying as slender needles. In the blink of an eye, its body grew larger than all 3 hunting dogs combined. Like a ferocious beast from hell, it let out an earth-shaking roar. Staring at the hound before him, 3 times his size, then looking down at the bronze rod in his hand, Chenbu fell into silent contemplation. Chapter 46, Defecating at the Doorstep. Ordinary realm. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, the hallway camera was somehow damaged. A tall, gaunt man clutching a cleaver stood in the pitch-black corridor, his gloomy eyes fixed intensely on the door before him. The man's face was pale, his mental state seemingly poor, with bloodshot eyes. His lips kept twitching as if murmuring something under his breath. If you get close enough, you can hear him constantly repeating a name, Chenbulwa. Chenbulwa. His teeth grind together, producing a grating sound that sends chills down your spine. Standing at the door, he scratches his neck and rings the neighbor's doorbell. His mouth starts muttering deliriously again, kill him, just open the door, and I'll kill him. The doorbell rang, and a few seconds later, a voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, next door. The young man struggled to control his unrestrained voice, trying to sound as normal as possible. Is there something you need? Inside, the voice asked curiously. My toilet is broken. It's too late to fix it now. Can I borrow yours? The young man tightened his grip on the knife. The moment the door opened, he would swing the blade. He'd chop off the other's head clean. However, after a moment, the door didn't open. Instead, a voice came from inside. Sorry, ours is broken too. The young man froze, still gripping his knife. What a coincidence. Or was it that they simply didn't want to open the door for him? Did he notice something? Clutching the knife, his expression flickered between dark and uncertain. Meanwhile, Chenbu lay unconscious on the blood-soaked bed in the room. He was currently battling the hound in the sick world. The person who remained by their side and answered the door was Zhang Wuxin. He stood behind the door now, clutching a kitchen cleaver in his hand, utterly still. Cold sweat covered his face and palms, his body trembling uncontrollably. The person outside, whether slow-witted or for some other reason, actually claimed he needed to borrow the toilet while holding a knife. He could see everything clearly through the peephole. Not surprisingly, this enthusiastic visitor should be the graduate exam candidate Chenbu mentioned earlier. This guy's situation is quite complicated, most likely infected with the pig-headed human plague. Showing up at this hour? Zhang Wuxin wouldn't dare let him in. But outside, the postgraduate candidate's voice sounded urgent and pleading. Buddy, I'm serious, I really can't hold it anymore. 3 minutes is all I need. The toilet's actually broken. Zhang Wuxin took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone steady. How about, you go relieve yourself in the stairwell for now. The neighborhood cleaners come every morning, it'll be fine. I'm not peeing, I've got diarrhea. It's fine, just do it in the hallway. I won't tell anyone it was you, and no one will ever know. In the hallway? The postgraduate examinee gripped his knife, his lips twitching as he barely restrained himself from slashing the blade directly at the door. Only someone who hasn't suffered serious illness in recent years could utter such words. I came here to kill someone, and you're telling me to go shit in the hallway? His body began to itch, as if he was about to lose control of himself. Half a day later, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother, if you won't lend it to me, then I'll take a dump right in front of your house. Zhang Wuxin was instantly stunned. What the hell did he just say? Before he could register what was happening, Zhang Wuxin heard forceful snorting sounds coming from just beyond the door. Holy shit? For real? He hurriedly peeked through the peephole but couldn't see the full picture, only the back of a person crouching half-turned away from him. I'm calling the police. Zhang Wuxin hurriedly pulled out his phone. He found Gu Fuyao's contact information. When the company had encountered trouble earlier, this woman had interrogated him and Chenbu in the small Western-style house. Before leaving, she had said that if they faced any more unexpected situations, they should contact her directly. Now was exactly such an unexpected situation. Zhang Wuxin immediately dialed the phone number. Within seconds, a pleasant voice answered the call. Hello? Gu Fuya's voice was clear, not at all like someone who had been woken at 4 in the morning. She sounded as if she hadn't even slept. Officer Gu, it's me, Zhang Wuxin, the one you interviewed last time. I don't know if you remember me? I remember. What about it? The voice was cold and clear, giving a stable and rational impression. You told me to call you if I encountered any problems. Well, I've actually run into a bit of trouble now. What's the problem? Zhang Wuxin suddenly became hesitant. It's actually quite hard to explain. You'd probably think I'm joking if I told you. It's okay, you can tell me. No matter what it is, I'll understand. Alright, then I'll say it. Zhang Wuxin took a deep breath and enunciated each word clearly. Someone took a shit at my doorstep. Dead silence filled the phone call instantly. He thought Gu Fuyo hadn't heard clearly, so he pressed the phone against the door and whispered, "Officer Gu, listen, there's noise, that bastard still hasn't left." Outside, came the panting sounds of the postgraduate entrance exam candidate. "I hear it." After a long pause, Gu Fuyo exhaled deeply through the receiver. Following an extended silence, he finally responded helplessly, "And what's the problem with that?" "Of course there is, it's not normal. Old Chen told me before that this person might be connected to another world." Hearing this, Gu Fuyao's tone suddenly turned serious. "What do you mean?" "It's hard to explain in just a few words. Haven't you heard online about that disease from another world? The one with white hair, infected people start killing. He might have it now." "Understood. I'm coming to find you now." "Ha?" Zhang Wuxin himself didn't fully understand what was happening when the other party abruptly hung up the phone. All he could do was grip his knife and wait anxiously behind the door. Listening to the strenuous grunting sounds outside, he wondered to himself, could this bastard really be taking a crap at my doorstep? Wait a minute, this doesn't even seem to be my house. Outside the door, the postgraduate hopeful knelt on the ground, face deathly pale as he clutched a knife. Damn it, they all deserve to die. He'd spent half the day feigning constipation, yet the other party hadn't even let out a fart. From start to finish, there'd been no intention to open the door. "I'll kill you all, every last one of you." He muttered dark threats through gritted teeth, his face twisted in rage as he suddenly stood up and began hacking violently at the doorknob with his knife. The lock in this aging apartment complex had never been high quality to begin with, and couldn't withstand such brutal force. When the exam-preparing young man's blade struck, the lock shattered with a loud bang. Then he kicked the door open, gripping his knife, and charged straight inside. Upon seeing the figure inside, his movements froze momentarily. It's not Chen Bu. But soon after, his expression twisted into a ferocious grin as he laughed. "Doesn't matter, kill them all." Gripping the knife, he came sprinting. At the sight of the lunatic charging in, Zhang Wuxin let out a terrified scream. He hastily swung up a chair from the room and hurled it forward. With a loud clang, it struck the man square on the head. The postgraduate exam candidate staggered backward with his face covered, his back slamming into the wall with a dull thud. "Old Chen, wake the fuck up, they're here to kill you." Zhang Wuxin desperately slapped Chen Bu across the face, trying to rouse him. There was no response whatsoever. "I'll kill you. Killing you is the only way to cure my illness." Suddenly, Zhang Wuxin heard a muddy, grating voice coming from behind him. It sounded like a wild beast. This abnormal noise filled him with intense unease. He turned his head abruptly, his entire body freezing in place. By the dim light inside the room, he saw a figure with a pig's head and covered in white fur standing by the door, gripping a knife, staring fixedly at him. The pig-headed man. The young man preparing for postgraduate entrance exams seemed to have lost all reason, his fangs protruding outward as drool continuously dripped from his mouth. A guttural growl rumbled from his throat. "Kill you, kill Chen Bu." Chapter 47, I'm coming to kill you. The Sick World. Medical Association Corridor. Chen Bu gripped the bronze rod, swallowing hard as his heart pounded wildly. Staring at the mutated hound several times larger than himself, he struggled to take deep breaths, trying to calm down. Yet it proved futile, he remained terribly nervous. The Crimson Hound's sheer size defied all normal comprehension, easily dwarfing even a grizzly bear by more than double. The bronze staff in his hand seemed no more threatening than a toothpick against such a monstrous foe. If only I had a gun. Staring at the scene before him, Chen Bu's emotions were tangled. "Good baby, go on now." From behind, the seductively dressed female doctor chuckled. Then the massive hunting dog roared from its throat as if receiving a command and charged forward like a mad beast. Due to its enormous size, the entire corridor seemed to tremble with each thunderous step. Chen Bu, bare-chested, stared at the scene before gritting his teeth and turning to flee. No brute force could overcome such a colossal monstrosity. "I'll have to think of another way." He sprinted back to the stairwell and fled downward to escape. Perhaps due to its massive size, the hunting hound moved noticeably slower, its movements appearing especially cumbersome. While chasing Chen Bu down the stairs, its heavy paws couldn't properly grip the steps, causing its entire body to tumble and roll violently down the staircase. Like a massive flesh ball unable to stop its momentum, it crashed headfirst into the building's wall with tremendous force. The violent impact blasted a huge hole through the wall, sending stone fragments flying in all directions as the entire wall trembled slightly. Witnessing this scene, Chen Bu suddenly had a flash of insight. It was as if he'd grasped something crucial. Without missing a beat, he immediately turned around and sprinted straight toward the staircase on the other side. He sprinted to the second floor at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, the mutated hound downstairs, after crashing into the wall and letting out several furious roars, gave chase in hot pursuit. Once again, man and dog were climbing the stairs together. Since the staircases on both sides were connected, Chen Bu didn't pause after reaching the top on the right. He immediately started descending via the left, as if turning in a circle. The mutant hounds chasing behind now seemed a bit confused. They stopped abruptly at the stairway landing, not pursuing further. Instead, they kept circling in place as if hesitating. "What are you doing? Tear him apart right now." Behind him came the enraged roar of the mistress. The mutated hound was too terrified to linger any longer and bolted down the stairs. Almost identical to the previous instance, his massive build and thick soles made it impossible to slow his descent, sending him crashing headfirst into the wall. Chenbu always went up on the right side and came down on the left. The hound followed closely behind. After several back and forth impacts, the front wall collapsed with a boom, crushing the creature beneath it, now motionless. Dust and debris filled the air, leaving chaos in every direction. Standing at the stairway entrance, Chenbu panted heavily, drenched in sweat. His heart pounded wildly as he stared at the hound buried beneath the rubble. I inexplicably felt a sense of hollow victory. After waiting a moment and seeing no movement from the hunting dogs, I finally let out a sigh of relief. My legs started to feel a bit weak. This was even more exhausting than killing a person. Leaning on the railing as he climbed the stairs, the three seductive female doctors standing on the right side of the second floor, who had witnessed the entire scene from start to finish, now wore expressions of utter horror. Seeing the blood-soaked youth approaching, they turned and fled. Chenbu took a swift step forward, raising the bronze rod to block their path. The figures on these ladies are quite impressive. An evil grin spread across his face as he slowly rolled his eyes, giving the trio a thorough once-over from head to toe. I wonder if these three beauties could grant this humble man one small request. "Bro, we're all men here." Before Chenbu could finish speaking, one of the female physicians hastily began removing her hood and the human skin suit. Seeing this, the other two frantically followed suit, tearing off their disguises while crying out, "Bro, we're men too. Feel this, even our chests are fake. We're all brothers here. Why make things hard for each other?" Chenbu looked at the three people before him, his lips twitching slightly. He hadn't expected them to back down so quickly. His expression changing through several complicated emotions, he hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "I happen to enjoy challenges. There's a phrase you might have heard, knowing it's hard but charging ahead." Just as they had halfway removed the human skin garments, the trio froze in shock. Staring at Chenbu's face twisted in that bizarre smile, their minds went completely blank with a buzzing numbness. After what felt like an eternity, one of them choked out between sobs, "Big bro, can we ask a favor of you? Speak. Be gentle, it hurts." "Good." Chenbu nodded. The three of them turned around with grim faces, hands against the wall, slowly sticking their bottoms out. Seeing this scene, Chenbu's expression turned complicated. He raised the bronze rod in his hand and swiftly struck the back of each person's head 3 times. Bang bang bang. After 3 strikes, all 3 opponents collapsed to the ground simultaneously, knocked unconscious. Did they really think I had such bizarre habits? With a resigned sigh, he gave each one a kick to confirm none would wake up anytime soon. Only then did he grip the bronze rod tightly and stride deeper into the long corridor. Ahead to the left is the research lab. By the time Chenbu reached the door, the room was already empty. Sun Rui was no longer here. So he kept walking forward, passing offices, studies, and other rooms without seeing a single person. After reaching the end, turn right, and you'll see a spiraling bronze staircase ahead. At the top of the staircase sat a man with an aged face. Beside him stood a girl with skin as white as snow, a hollowed-out husk of a human. "You're here?" Seated on the chair at the staircase's peak, Sun Rui let out a soft chuckle upon spotting the blood-soaked, shirtless figure below. After laughing, several choked coughs escaped his throat again, looking utterly distressing, as though his body were thoroughly exhausted. Bai Shui stood nearby, gently patting his back in an effort to ease his discomfort. "Where is Xena?" Chenbu stood below, gripping his stick as he raised his head and stared directly at the aged figure upstairs. His gaze was icy. The surroundings were cramped, with only this staircase visible ahead. On both sides were completely sealed walls. Behind the old chief physician, there was a door that seemed to lead to a living room. "In my house." Sun Rui gestured towards the room behind him with a finger, his voice aged and solemn. "Enzo, perhaps you still don't understand how many lives your death could save. If it were me, I would surely do it without hesitation. Only because it isn't you can you say such things." Chenbu gripped the bronze rod, his tone flat and unreadable as he said, "Preaching kindness to others is easily done." Hearing this, Sun Rui fell into silence. After a long while, he suddenly asked a strange question, "Enzo, do you believe in fate?" The question was somewhat puzzling. Chenbu didn't understand his intention and just shook his head without speaking. Seeing this, the old physician sighed as if feeling helpless and said, "That just means you're still too young. The older a person gets, the more they come to believe in fate." He spoke while turning to glance at the snow beside him, his eyes brimming with an utterly complicated gaze. "Human fate is like a thread, strung with many knots, each knot representing your choice. You've made countless choices in this lifetime, slowly connecting into this very thread. But how long this thread can ultimately stretch was actually determined from the very beginning." Chenbu stared coldly at him. "I don't understand what you're saying." "Then I'll speak in terms you can understand." Sun Rui slapped the door behind him with his hand. Your sister is locked in the room behind me. But before you open this door, there are countless possible outcomes for her. She might be lying naked on the bed where I violated her last night. Or I might have slit open her belly for research material. Maybe I strangled her with a rope, or perhaps I fed her aphrodisiacs and let her spend the night with the pigmen. Of course, it's also possible nothing happened to her. What I'm telling you is simply because you didn't push open this door. For you, there are countless possibilities of what could have happened behind it. But in reality, only one thing could have happened, and it's already occurred behind that door, you just didn't witness it. So no matter how much you think or struggle before the door, it won't change the outcome that's already happened behind it. That's what we call fate. Sun Rui sighed, then suddenly gave an eerie smile. But I can't bear to let you see what's behind that door, Enzo, so I want to give you the answer in advance. You know I've always loved Bai Shui deeply, it's just that she could never satisfy me, neither emotionally nor physically. But your sister Xena is different. In terms of age and physique, she resembles her so closely that I gave her some medication. Last night, we shared a wonderful evening together. The beauty of a maiden makes me greedy with longing. A smile crept across his face as if savoring a delicious memory. Downstairs, Chen Bu stood expressionless, already gripping a club as he ascended the steps one by one. With each step up the stairs, his expression darkened further. Are you done with your nonsense? If so, I'm coming up to kill you. Chapter 48, Fate. Kill me? Then come and try your best. Sun Rui gave a cold laugh, his tone turning somewhat sinister as he said. She now resisted fiercely at first, but in the end she submitted. I particularly loved her waist and legs, so lithe and fair. The spiral staircase wasn't particularly long, about 20 steps in total. Chen Bu gripped the bronze staff and ascended step by step. With every step, Sun Rui's words about Hina echoed in his mind. The weight of each step made him feel like he could hardly breathe. He could even picture Hina writhing in agony on the bed. I'm sorry. He clenched his teeth, unable to stop his eyes from reddening. Bai Shui standing at the top of the stairs watched the youth ascending step by step. She stopped patting the old physician's back and whispered, I'll stop him. No need. Sun Rui waved his hand to stop her, his expression somber. Leave it to me. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. But you. It doesn't matter. He smiled at Shui and said, no matter the process, the outcome beyond the door is inevitable. Here, he said, reaching out his hand. Shui Bai's expression was complicated as she pulled a test tube from her pocket and hesitantly placed it on his open palm. Sun Rui held up the test tube, examining it in the dim candlelight. With a calm voice, she addressed Enzo, who was trudging heavily up the stairs. Enzo, this test tube contains your blood. It's far more potent than I anticipated. I've already ingested it once. If I take it again, something horrific might happen. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Chen Bu kept climbing the stairs, step by step, without pausing or retreating. Yet his body trembled. Trembling with the effort of restraining the fury burning inside him. Either you die, or I die. That's fate. If it were Enzo himself, he would have desperately tried to save Sina, longing to protect his younger sister. Seems words are pointless. Then this glass of blood, I drink to you. Sun Rui twisted open the test tube and poured all the crimson liquid into his mouth in one gulp, swallowing it down. Then, in less than 3 seconds, his cheeks began to turn red, as if on fire. Immediately after, agonized screams erupted from his throat. His body started rapidly swelling outward. His originally thin limbs gradually grew massive, while thick white hair sprouted uncontrollably across his skin. The head, ears, eyes, nose, and mouth all began to change. In the blink of an eye, visible to the naked eye, they transformed into the appearance of pig-headed humans, quite similar to Chen Bu's form, with only half the head altered. Half pig, half human. Life is so boiling. Sitting in the chair under the dim candlelight, Sun Rui's face twisted into a hideous expression as he stared at his own limbs. The corners of his mouth split wide in a grin. As if he had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of vitality before, it drove him to the peak of exhilaration in that moment. Enzo, there's no turning back now. I have no intention of turning back. Chen Bu finally ascended the highest step, standing less than a meter away from him, gazing at this hideously ugly old man before him. Even as a pig-headed human, his body couldn't match the robust vitality of younger men. Bai Shui, you should leave this place. Are you certain? Bai Shui shook her head. I'll stay. If you get injured, perhaps I can still help you. No need. Sun Rui gently shook her head, looking at Chen Bu before her, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. There are no injuries here, only death. Hearing this, Bai Shui blinked her eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning. Yet she still nodded earnestly. All right, I'll leave now. Without saying another word, she turned and walked down the stairs. Bai Shui. After taking a few steps, Sun Rui suddenly called out to her. This shell of a man who had lived for who knows how long immediately stopped mid-staircase, turning to look at the completely unrecognizable old physician with still gentle tones. What's wrong, old physician? And nothing, just, I suddenly wanted to thank you for staying with me this long. That promise I made to help you find a way to possess emotions, I've gotten somewhere with it. After this matter concludes, I'll help you. It's alright, I'm quite content as I am now. Snow White gave an understanding smile. Then she went downstairs and left the place. In the space of the spiral staircase, only Chen Bu and Sun Rui remained. Did you send her away to call for backup? Chen Bu tightened his grip on the bronze rod, his eyes icy. Hearing this, Sun Rui stared at him and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Laughing because you're still just a child after all. He shook his head helplessly and said, why would I let her go fetch reinforcements? I was afraid she'd get frightened seeing us fight later. She has no emotions, nor can she feel fear, how could she possibly be scared? Chen Bui shook his head as if he didn't believe those words at all. Yet Sun Rui laughed softly, you silly child, in my heart, she does. Hearing this, Chen Bui furrowed his brow, as though he had suddenly understood something. Gritting his teeth, for words squeezed between his clenched jaws. You're disgusting. The moment combat began, Chen Bu intended to take his opponent's life outright. He swung his staff straight at Sun Rui's head. The other didn't dodge. When the rod struck Sun Rui's head, Chen Bu's hands went numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, the old bastard remained completely unharmed. The swine-headed cells inside you only awaken when stimulated. Come on, Enzo. Sun Rui grabbed Chen Bu firmly by the crown of his head with his thick arm and hurled him down the stairs as if tossing out trash. Chen Bu still wanted to struggle, but against such overwhelming strength, there was almost no room for resistance. He was thrown bodily, crashing against the staircase and tumbling downward. His head, spine, arms, and legs struck the walls repeatedly during the fall, his entire skeleton feeling as if it had been smashed apart. By the time he reached the bottom floor, his upper body was entirely covered in bruises and blood, resembling a blood-soaked figure sprawled on the ground. Dust swirled violently through the stairwell. His vision began to narrow. Sun Rui stood at the highest point, watching those below coldly through the dust, without giving chase. He seemed unwilling to descend either, shouting instead, Enzo, can you feel your blood boiling? Become a pig-headed man. In your current state, you can't possibly fight me. After his shout, he waited silently. The surroundings were shrouded in dust, making it hard to see clearly. After a few seconds, a sudden pig-like squeal erupted from within the smoke. Immediately after, a fierce and enormous figure burst through the haze, charging relentlessly forward. Now that's more like it. Seeing Chen Bu with half a pig's head, Sun Rui's eyes darkened as he grinned. Then, he charged down as well. Two pig-headed creatures sharing the same cellular blood collided head-on at the staircase's center. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted. The immense impact force made ears ring as the staircase trembled violently. As a symbiotic being, the pig-headed human's blood possesses extremely high activity, causing people to become excited and aggressive. At this moment, the two men seemed to have their wild instincts unleashed. Chen Bu could barely feel any pain as he grasped the old medic's head, smashing it recklessly and desperately against the stairwell wall. Bang bang bang, blow after blow. The tremendous impact left a gaping hole in the wall. The old doctor roared with maniacal laughter. Harder, Enzo. Did you really think you could kill me like this? As his words fell, he suddenly jerked backward, slamming Chen Bu's chest against the wall with crushing force. Whirling around with savage speed, he turned the same brutal maneuver against the youth before him. Chen Bu's movement slowed by less than a second before his head was slammed against the wall by the other person. Blow after blow rained down. He couldn't feel pain, only the ringing in his ears, his face smeared with blood, skin torn and flesh split. No more words passed between them, only frenzied slaughter, hands, feet, teeth, every possible method brought to bear. The once cold stairs gradually became slick with spilled blood. The entire process was devoid of any verbal exchange. Only the muffled grunts of combat continued to echo incessantly. From the middle upward, the wall began to crack apart, bricks scattering everywhere as dust and smoke surged. Until Sun Rui slid a blade from his sleeve and suddenly thrust it into Chen Bui's stomach. The fierce combat came to an abrupt halt. The two men froze midway down the staircase. Sun Rui's face was smeared with blood as he slowly pushed the blade deeper into his opponent's abdomen, his grin growing increasingly twisted. Enzo, you must believe in fate, believe the outcome behind that door was predestined. Chapter 49, He loves you very much. Destiny is something Chen Bu never believed in, because it's as unreliable as the words of a fortune-telling old man by the roadside. If you go have your fortune told and ask whether you'll get rich someday, he'll definitely say yes. Might as well just buy a damned lottery ticket for all the good this does. So upon hearing Sun Rui's insane ramblings, Chen Bu didn't hesitate. He swung his club straight across the old bastard's face. Using the pig-headed man's own momentum, the blow carried tremendous force. The strike caved in nearly half of the old doctor's face like rotten fruit. At the same time, Chen Bu covered his stabbed abdomen, staggering backward until he crashed into the wall, blood gushing out in spurts. The pain wasn't actually that bad. After all, pigment cells were boiling inside his body. It's just that the amount of bleeding was a bit terrifying. The wound looked like an open faucet, almost impossible to stem. Even pig-headed creatures can bleed dry. Sunrui braced himself against the wall with one hand while supporting his shattered face with the other, his expression twisted in agony. Enzo's strike had been too brutal, he felt one eyeball about to pop out, his vision blurring unsteadily. 5 or 6 teeth in his mouth had been smashed, his nasal bone was twisted sideways, and his face was completely disfigured. When he smiled, it was downright terrifying, like a ghost. In contrast, Chenbu covering his stomach seemed relatively unharmed. He sucked the blood from his teeth and spat it out with a sinister chuckle. This blade is a medical bloodletting knife. Once it wounds you, it's extremely difficult to stop the bleeding. Judging by your blood loss, I estimate you have at most 5 minutes left, maybe 6 at best. 6 minutes, enough to kill a person, or to save one. What's your choice? Chenbu glanced at the gaping hole in his abdomen, at least as wide as a finger. If it weren't for the pigman's genes sustaining him, he would likely have collapsed to the ground by now. Gritting his teeth, he took deep breaths, trying to control his body as best he could to steady his mind. I only want to take Xena away from here, but if you leave, I will die. Sunrui shook her head. Upon hearing this, Chenbu suddenly straightened up, his expression solemn as he declared, I'm not from this world. Given that I have a pig-headed human identity, I'm surely not the only one. These words caused Sunrui's expression to visibly freeze for a moment, as if she couldn't quite grasp their meaning. Chenbu continued, when I was young, I often saw things others couldn't. At first I thought it was some kind of special ability, but later I realized it was actually an illness. That's why I've become so afraid of death. Because of this illness, I've never fit in with those around me since childhood. People always bullied me, so I've never been able to trust others. Perhaps because of these very things, that's why I've always cherished my family so much. I fear death, yet you're bent on killing me. I cherish my family, yet you've gone and kidnapped my sister. If I can't kill you, then I fear I'll be left with nothing at all. With these words, Chenbu picked up the bronze staff and stepped forward once more. Sunrui didn't seem to expect this kid could still move, gritting his teeth as he tightened his grip on the bloodletting knife. This time, he planned to plunge it straight into the neck to end it all. But with the first attempt's experience, the kid would surely be on guard against him now. Sunrui's mind raced, calculating how to precisely stab Chenbu's neck. As he approached, Chenbu instinctively tightened his abdomen and dodged backward just as the knife was thrust toward him. Yet at that very moment, Sunrui suddenly twisted the blade at an uncanny angle, driving the tip toward his neck. Less than 20 centimeters away there was no way to avoid it. Just as Sunrui thought it was all over, Chenbu abruptly raised his hand and blocked the incoming slaughtering knife. In an instant, the blade pierced his arm. With resistance present, it halted just 1 centimeter away from his neck, utterly motionless. Sunrui gaped, stunned. At the same time, Chenbu didn't hesitate, he swung the club mercilessly toward his knee. Bang! With the sound of bone breaking, Sunrui let out a scream as his entire leg snapped and he tumbled down the stairs. I told you before, I'm sick, I can see things others can't. Chenbu had no idea about Sunrui's fate, but he didn't need to know, because he could foresee the predictive lines. He only needed to focus on the blade's trajectory every second from now on. Dodging the knife was an easy task for him. The old chief physician fell to the ground, clutching his knee with an angry expression. He seemed to want to stand up again, but his broken foot clearly had no strength left. You lost, the Church Society is nothing special. Seeing this, Chenbu walked over without giving him a chance, directly raised the bronze staff, and smashed the old man's other leg to prevent him from getting up again. Lost? How could I possibly lose to you? I've saved many people. What are you? What right do you have? Looking at his 2 broken legs, the elderly doctor's face finally began to show panic. He struggled desperately to get up, but failed several times. Chenbu stared at him quietly, not saying a word. He stood up and walked toward the stairs, heading for the living room. Enzo, I slept with your sister, and after I was done, I killed her. Do you dare open that door? Behind him, Sunrui suddenly burst into mad laughter. Can you bear the consequences of this? What if you win, what then? Upon hearing this, Chenbu's body froze abruptly. Then, his face darkening, he swiftly turned and strode back. The bronze rod in his hand was clenched tighter and tighter. Seeing the other party approaching with long strides, Sunrui revealed a wretched smile. Want to kill me? You must die. To avenge your sister? That's only part of it. Chenbu said calmly, there's another reason. As I mentioned earlier, I fear death deeply. If my enemies remain alive, I won't be able to sleep soundly. Hearing this, the old chief physician paused, then seemed to grasp something and let out a helpless chuckle. You do prefer to pluck the grass and pull up the roots. Quite unusual for a 19-year-old. Then he added, what if I swear I won't seek revenge against you? Would that suffice? Like I just said, I was often bullied when I was little, so I don't trust people easily. Sunrui opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, all that came out was a sigh. Understood. The tone was laden with helplessness. But I'll let you choose how you die. How kind of you. Aren't you angry after what I did to your sister? Chen Bu stared at him without speaking. The old doctor glanced down the hallway, then said calmly, "How you die isn't what matters, it's what kind of person you become afterward. Enzo, I've lost, but I can't accept this. If you had lost, I could have used this technology to save more people. Why did it have to end like this?" His contorted face seemed filled with incomprehension. Chen Bu remained silent throughout. After a long pause, Sun Rui sighed. "Could you pass on a message to Bai Shui for me?" Chen Bu nodded. After finishing his words, he stabbed the knife into his own neck. Within seconds, he lay on the ground and closed his eyes. Looking at the corpse, Chen Bu finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned and went upstairs. He walked briskly, already prepared to accept whatever might come. The moment he pushed open the door, he didn't dare look up directly. The air held no scent of blood. A few seconds later, when he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a sight that brought tears to them. Winter rarely saw sunlight. Warm beams streamed through the window, brightening and beautifying everything in the room. She now was lying quietly in bed, fast asleep. She was sleeping peacefully, her clothes and hair all neat and tidy, with leftover food still placed on the table beside her. Sun Rui didn't harm Sina at all from start to finish. She had merely fallen asleep. Chen Bu couldn't articulate the indescribable feeling in his heart. He approached the bedside and called out twice, but Zina remained asleep. So he carried his younger sister on his back and walked outside. His entire upper body was drenched in blood. Each step he took seemed to drain him of all strength. He slowly made his way to the medical school's gate. He saw Bai Shui standing by the entrance, quietly waiting. Spotting someone emerge, Bai Shui instinctively called out, "Old Dean," but upon realizing who it was, she froze motionless beside the gate. He stood dazed, as if having forgotten what to say. Chen Bu walked forward and pushed open the door. Snow blew fiercely in from outside. Carrying Hina on his back, he brushed past the skin-wrapped figures and stepped out through the medical association's gates. Snow was falling heavily outside the door. Bai Shui stood alone in place, silently watching him. After taking 2 steps, Chen Bu seemed to remember something. He turned back to look at Bai Shui standing by the door and stopped, asking, "Can I ask you a question?" "Sure thing." Bai Shui nodded calmly. She seemed to try to smile, but unknowingly, the expression never reached her face. "Who will be the next chief elder of the medical society?" Upon hearing the question, Shuebai paused for a few seconds. "I don't know. Chief elders are typically those with exceptional medical abilities. If our society can't find one internally, they might dispatch someone from outside." "Oh." Shenbu nodded and took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned back. "By the way, Sun Rui asked me to tell you he loves you very much. I don't know if you can understand these words." Bai Shui stood at the door, her expression suddenly freezing. In that moment, as a hollow one, something seemed to flicker in her vacant eyes. Chen Bui said no more. Turning around, he carried Zina on his back and walked into the heavy snow. Beneath the staircase of the medical society, Snow White cradled the hideous-looking Sun Rui in her arms, gently rocking back and forth as if murmuring to herself, "I can feel it. I can feel it." For the first time, tears actually streamed down her face. It was as if something deep inside her had been awakened. The sensation was strangely profound. Just as she was trying to focus all her strength into sensation, cracks suddenly appeared on her skin. Then came a crisp crack. Her flawless white body shattered like glass. Chapter 50, Paranoia. Old Ning, quick, 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 look, that kid actually made it out alive. At the cave entrance halfway up Crimson Peak, old Joe stood dancing excitedly in the snow wearing nothing but his underwear. His excitement probably stemmed from finally being able to stop standing in the snow after waiting for so long. Inside the cave, hearing the commotion, old Ning emerged slowly with his hands clasped behind his back, also clad only in his underwear. Standing in the snow, he shielded his eyes with one hand and gazed into the distance. Soon, a figure in red came stumbling through the heavy snow toward him. It was unmistakably the slender silhouette of a young boy. His back was bare, and his entire body was smeared with blood, carrying the person he vowed to protect. Step by step, he descended the mountain amidst the swirling snow. "He's got the same fire I had in my youth." Watching this scene, old Ning shook his head in admiration. "Never thought this kid would actually pull it off. He seems covered in blood. Hurry, hurry, why's he collapsing? Old Ning, come quick, we need to save him." Old Joe rushed forward excitedly, but before he could take more than a couple steps, he saw the blood-soaked youth suddenly collapse motionless into the snow. The last blurry image in Chen Bu's vision was the indistinct figure of someone wearing green shorts crouching down beside him. At such close proximity, he was genuinely afraid this person might lose control and plop right onto his face. He wanted to raise his hand, but lacked the strength. Darkness enveloped his vision as he slipped into unconsciousness. Then, he woke up. The ordinary world. Chen Bu fiercely opened his eyes, immediately blinded by the intense white light overhead. His entire body ached as if every bone had been rearranged. Squinting, he gradually made out the scene before him. White ceiling, transparent windows left open, a nurse in white standing by the bedside, and Zhang Wuxin who had set a special ringtone for him. This was a hospital. Zhang Wuxin seemed to be saying something to the nurse, but the words were too soft to make out clearly. His body was wrapped in bandages, layered one after another from his waist all the way up to his neck, clearly indicating serious injuries. It was probably Sun Rui's stab that had endangered his life in the ordinary world. If Zhang Wuxin hadn't sent him over in time, he wouldn't have survived. Now looking at this former colleague, Shinbu realized the man who once set up a custom ringtone saying, "Will you be my wife? For you would undoubtedly be your most solid support in critical moments." After finishing his conversation with the nurse, Zhang Wuxin turned around to see Chen Bu awake, his expression full of surprise. "Old Chen, you're awake? Damn, you nearly scared me to death." He exaggeratedly continued, "Let me tell you, you wouldn't believe it, that scene almost killed me on the spot. I turned around and saw blood gushing from your stomach like a damn fountain. Terrified me so much I dialed 120 immediately." "Thanks." Chen Bu weakly smiled. "I'll pay you back for the medical bills later." "No need to pay me back. Why stand on ceremony? Besides, it wasn't my money anyway." Zhang Wuxin waved generously. Chen Bui looked puzzled upon hearing this. "If not you, then who paid?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the hospital room door suddenly swung open. A slender young woman in a suit walked in from outside. Seeing the newcomer, Chen Bu suddenly realized that some people are simply born with an aura about them. Wherever she goes, she becomes the focal point. Just one look at her, and your mind automatically conjures up background music meant for her. That's how strong her presence is. "Officer, Officer Gu?" Seeing Gu Fuyao in his suit, he hastily tried to get up to greet him, but the movement tugged at his wound, making him grimace in pain. "Just call me Fuyao. Stay lying down, no need to get up." Gu Fuyao carried a black plastic bag in his hand, wearing sunglasses that made him look particularly mysterious. Seeing what was in her hand, Chen Bu chuckled, "I'm already so grateful you're willing to visit me. Why bring anything? You're too kind." He quickly signaled Zhang Wuxin to take it. Upon hearing this, Gu Fuyao glanced at him, then opened the bag only for a mass of white fur to come tumbling out. Zhang Wuxin had just reached out with a smile when he turned around and nearly vomited on the spot. These condolence gifts aren't for you." Gu Fuyao placed the bag on the table, sat down and crossed his legs as he spoke. "We found these in the apartment of that postgraduate exam candidate living next to you. Lots of them, filling the entire room. Don't you have some explaining to do about this stuff?" Staring at the black bag before him, Chen Bu's lips trembled slightly as he uttered, "You went to his house?" "Not to his place, he's coming to yours." Beside him, Zhang Wuxin couldn't help but interject, "Damn it, old Chen, you have no idea what happened. Yesterday I nearly died trying to protect you." He recounted everything that had happened the night before in full detail, from the postgraduate entrance examinee borrowing the toilet to defecating at the door, to breaking in and fighting with himself. Zhang Wuxin ultimately relied on his phantom limb syndrome to successfully drive that guy away. Perhaps realizing he couldn't win, the examinee fled in panic, bringing the matter to an end. Gu Fuyao arrived after everything was over. When he finished speaking, Chen Bu's mind was still in a daze. As he gazed at Gu Fuyao sitting across from him, he sensed something off about the atmosphere. He hurriedly shot Zhang Wuxin a glance. "How could you blurt out your phantom limb syndrome like that?" But just as he blinked twice, Gu Fuyao cut in sharply, "No need for secret signals. He's already told me everything about you too." Chen Bu was dumbfounded. Zhang Wuxin stood behind with his head lowered, stammering, "I had no choice." Who would have guessed she was the same woman who had come to me earlier to buy information about the Plague Realm? "Mr. Chen, I was sincerely trying to help you, but I never expected you had concealed so many things from the start." Gu Fu shook his head, his tone ambiguous, whether mocking or resigned. She removed her sunglasses, fixing the two with deep, penetrating eyes. The moment their gazes met, Chen Bu realized for the first time that she possessed phoenix eyes. Her stare carried a suffocating intensity, radiating an indescribable aura through those eyes. Mature and restrained, yet brimming with divine allure. At this point, it seemed there was nothing left to hide. Chen Bu sighed, spreading his hands open. "So you believed all of it?" "I have to believe it now. What with all the strange things happening lately." Gu Fuyao let out a helpless laugh. She rarely smiled, but when she did, it was beautiful. Chen Bu didn't react much, but Zhang Wuxin found himself captivated. "Do you have any other questions?" "Yes, plenty more." Gu Fuyao wiped the smile from his face and said seriously, "But right now, there's a more important matter for which I need your answer." "What request?" "After patients fall asleep, they can enter what you call the disease realm, correct?" "Yes." "Then could people from the disease realm also find a way to come here to our side?" This question left both of them momentarily stunned. They stared at each other in bewilderment. "It shouldn't be possible." "Are you sure?" "As far as I know, they're unaware of our world's existence." Zhang Wuxin frowned and said, "I'm considered quite well informed, yet even the royal family knows nothing of our existence." But Gu Fuyao's question indeed opened up an excellent line of thinking. Chen Bu was pondering, when people here travel to the disease realm, they essentially used someone else's body. So was it possible that when someone from the disease realm crossed over here, they also used a local's body? This thought startled him. Officer Gu, why are you asking this question? Chen Bu frowned. Gu Fuyao glanced at him but didn't reply, instead changing the subject. We investigated that postgraduate candidate living next door to you. His name is Tang Dushu. He's 27 this year, an ordinary bachelor's degree holder. His family background isn't particularly good, but it's not terrible either. They say he's been trying to get into graduate school ever since graduating college, but still hasn't made it. After investigation, we found this person appears to suffer from paranoia. Paranoia? Hearing this, to be honest, Shenbu didn't feel particularly surprised. After all these years of preparing for the graduate entrance exams without success, yet still persistently taking them. You can tell this much. Our investigation found that the items in his room were arranged extremely neatly, but not for cleanliness. In fact, the room wasn't clean at all, it was dirty everywhere, yet every single object was positioned with meticulous order. Moreover, all the utensils in his daily life were perfectly geometric shapes. Rectangles, squares, all very standardized. Even his toothbrush, toothpaste, and dining utensils were square-shaped. Our internal specialists concluded he might have obsessive-compulsive tendencies or similar psychiatric conditions. Chapter 51, Brother Complex. According to Gu Fuyao's description, Tang Dushu's mental obsession had reached an extreme level. This manifested not only in the arrangement of everyday objects, but also in his management of his own body. The vast amounts of shaved-off hair served as proof of this. We also found strong disinfectant detergents in his home. Tang Dushu seemed to insist on washing his hands with disinfectant daily. We extracted skin tissue fragments from the washroom, preliminarily identified as peeling skin from his hands. He washed his hands until his skin began peeling. Gu Fuyao's words sent chills down Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin's spines. Moreover, we discovered a contract signed between Tang Dushu and the Transmigration Society in his home. It clearly stated that as long as he could eliminate you, the Transmigration Society would promise to cure him of the pig-headed plague. Hearing this, Chen Bu immediately shook his head. The people from the Rebirth Society are lying. Why do you say that? Gu Fuyao frowned, her delicate brows knitting together in confusion. I know a doctor in the disease realm. Pig-headed humans are extremely difficult to cure. At best, so-called cures are just symbiotic coexistence unless they've mastered some other method. Chen Bu didn't elaborate further. For example, the fact that I myself am infected with the pig-headed human plague. Gu Fuyao nodded upon hearing this and said thoughtfully, if that's the case, then the people from the Rebirth Society are using him. As she spoke, she took out her phone, seemingly searching for something, and murmured while looking down, the reason I'm telling you all this is because strange incidents have been increasing lately. Our team members have also discovered many unexplainable phenomena during investigations. At first, we thought it was the Rebirth Society causing trouble, but gradually we realized, while their presence is among these events, they're not entirely responsible. There's something else at play here too. Hearing this, Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin frowned and exchanged a glance, seeming not to fully understand the meaning. Let me show you a video first. Gu Fuyao handed over his phone and pressed play. The two leaned in simultaneously to watch. The video footage appears slightly blurry, seemingly extracted from surveillance cameras. From the content filmed, it appears to be taken from an upper floor of a shopping mall. The area was bustling with people, all customers coming and going. At first, nothing seemed amiss during the initial 10 seconds of playback. Just as Chen Bu was feeling puzzled, a woman holding a baby suddenly appeared on the screen. For some reason, she stopped, lowered her head as if she had fallen asleep, then abruptly woke up and ran forward a few steps. Without hesitation, she hurled the baby in her arms straight off the building. At the same moment, the footage abruptly cut to black. Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin looked at each other, seemingly equally perplexed. Did you understand? Did someone just kill? Yes. A mother threw her child from the 6th floor of the mall. Gu Fuyao said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Chen Bu gasped sharply. The child couldn't be saved in time and has passed away. But we currently have this woman under control. There's another video showing our interrogation of her, though it may cause you discomfort. As she spoke, she opened another video segment. The footage this time was somewhat dimly lit, clearly showing a narrow room. Against the wall sat a woman, but disturbingly, her hair was wildly disheveled and her facial expression was eerie. Yet it was impossible to pinpoint exactly what made it eerie. But the impression she gave was as if she weren't a living person at all. Her hands were cuffed as she sat against the wall, staring intently at the camera. From behind the lens came an interrogator's voice. Why did you kill your own child? Hearing this, the woman fixed her gaze on the camera and suddenly gave a bizarre smile. Kill my child? I didn't kill any child. I just threw away something I didn't like, that's all. Where is this place? She looked around with a strange expression, as if examining something. Everything before her seemed to fascinate her with its novelty. We're the ones asking you, answer honestly. The interrogator's roar came through the video, but the woman didn't answer. She turned her head to look around, beginning to emit a strange laughter from her mouth. The air here smells different, there's a stench. Limbs, fur, you survived by organs. That thing you used to think is called a brain. Interesting, you people have such rich emotions? We share common traits. Can we be friends? The woman wore an eerie smile on her face. Mid-sentence, she abruptly stood up. The video abruptly ended at this point. Even though he was sitting in a brightly lit, warm hospital, those few short minutes sent icy chills down Chen Bu's spine not once, but twice. We went to ask her husband, but the man had completely broken down. He said his wife was so kind she wouldn't even kill a fish, there was no way she could have done something like murdering her own child. At this point, Gu Fuyao put away his phone and frowned. This kind of obviously abnormal incident has happened multiple times recently. Mothers killing their own children, or children killing their parents. There are even kids forming groups, roaming the streets with knives and slaughtering anyone they see, as if everyone suddenly caught the same sickness. So that's why you suspect, people from another world have come here? Gu Fuyao nodded with a composed expression. But we truly don't know. Logically speaking, even if someone from Illness Realm did crossover, they wouldn't do such things. People from Illness Realm have their own lives, just like us. But that video footage earlier. Zhang Wuxin's face paled slightly as he mumbled hesitantly, judging by what that woman said, it's like she's not even human. If she's not human, then what do you think she could be? Gu Fuyao suddenly asked this question. Sometimes you have to admire how composed this woman is, able to remain so rational and boldly consider possibilities even in such circumstances. Chen Bu couldn't help but feel inferior by comparison. That said, if not humans, are there other creatures in this world capable of thinking and acting like humans? That would be truly terrifying. Humankind ascended to the top of the food chain precisely because we had no natural predators. The Plague Realm does contain many other creatures, but I've never seen any species besides humans capable of reaching this state. At this point in the conversation, all three lowered their heads in contemplation. The atmosphere seemed to fall into silence. The impact of this video on them was too intense, it was no longer just a question of viral infection. Gu Fuyao pondered for a long while before suddenly speaking with a thoughtful expression. I'd like to collaborate with both of you, would that be possible? Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin were momentarily stunned before they could respond, as Gu Fuyao continued. I won't ask for too much, just keep providing me with information about the disease realm. Of course, you're also welcome to investigate the strange occurrences in the ordinary realm if you wish. If you agree, I'll grant you priority privileges and assign personnel to ensure your safety. Chen Bu noticed her serious demeanor and sensed she wasn't joking, stirring hesitation in his heart. Gu Fuyao said calmly, I don't know how you see this world in your eyes right now, but for millions of ordinary people, this place remains where they are born, grow old, fall ill, and die, where there are people they love and people who love them. I can't just stand by and do nothing. She voiced a crucial truth. Things haven't escalated yet. There's still a chance to stop everything. No matter what those things in the video really are, they have no right to decide our lives and fates. Fate? Chen Bu heard this word once again. It was as though everyone placed great importance on the influence of fate, yet sought to alter it. As Gu Fuyao spoke these words, Chen Bu caught a glimmer of pity in her deep phoenix-like eyes, a sigh of sorrow. Zhang Wuxin was still hesitating, knowing that getting involved could prove extremely perilous. But Chen Bu had already made up his mind. Don't worry, it's not free, we'll pay wages. Seeing their hesitation, Gu Fuyao made the suggestion. Zhang Wuxin wore a troubled expression. It's not about the wages, Officer Gu, this matter is rather 20 grand a month. She held up two fingers for emphasis, plus performance bonuses for each completed assignment, unlimited earning potential. Commander Gu, pleasure doing business. Zhang Wuxin stepped forward and grasped her hand firmly. Chen Bu, could you not have any bottom line at all? Then should we sign an agreement? No need. Gu Fuyao stood up and said, as long as I'm alive, my words remain binding. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll be in touch with you later. After the conversation, Gu Fuyao seemed to have much to attend to and hurriedly left the hospital, leaving Chen Bu and Zhang Wuxin in the ward. Old Chen, what exactly happened to you in the realm of illness? If I hadn't gotten you here in time this time, you'd really be done for. Chen Bu shared with him the incident where he was nearly killed at the medical association. After hearing this, Zhang Wuxin wasn't shocked at all. Instead, he wore a look of frustration and gritted his teeth, saying, damn, I'm genuinely envious of you. Envious? Chen Bu wanted to ask if he had expressed the wrong emotion. Zhang Wuxin sighed, I envy you for having such thrilling adventures. Wouldn't it be better for you to live comfortably as the third prince? Not at all, you truly have no idea. The other two sons of Emperor Xian Yuan, the eldest and second prince, bully me almost every single day. At the mention of this, Zhang Wuxin gritted his back teeth. Bullying you? Chen Bu couldn't help his curiosity. How did they bully you? They're both like lunatics. Whenever I'm not with both of them, they'll inevitably get angry. But if I spend time with just one, the other will also get mad. And they frequently end up fighting over this kind of thing. Don't you think this is insane? Shenbu froze for a moment, his heart suddenly tugged by something. Wait, this damn guy is a brother complex. Chapter 52, Occupational Capsule. Zhang Wuxin left early as he still needed to visit his mother in the hospital. After everyone was gone, Shenbu lay alone on the hospital bed, feeling rather bored. The time was around 10 o'clock at night. Feeling thirsty, he called out for a nurse. Half a day later, a doctor in a white coat walked in from outside. What's wrong? Hello, could you pour me some water? I'm not really in a position to do it myself right now. Shenbu pointed to the injuries on his body. Where are your family members? The doctor glanced around and asked curiously, yet still picked up the cup from the table and poured him a glass of water. Shenbu shrugged his shoulders and softly said, no family left. Hearing this, the doctor glanced at him, handed over the water glass, and sighed. Everyone in the family is dead? Yes. Shenbu nodded, his family died when he was young. How he died, truth be told, even now, his memories of that time remain somewhat hazy. Alright, then get some rest. Just call out if you need anything. Thank you. The doctor turned and walked away. Shenbu took a sip of water and sank into his memories. But before he could swallow that mouthful, a sudden, searing pain shot through his lips. Immediately afterwards, almost instinctively, his mouth gaped open as he let out a loud ugh, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. That wasn't water in the cup. He suddenly snapped back to reality. The doctor, who had already reached the doorway, suddenly stopped and began hopping about wildly, throwing his arms in the air with manic gestures before turning back to roar with laughter. He drank it! Ha ha ha! Good! I did it! Ha ha ha! Then, he began banging his head against the wall. Bang! 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 A dull thud resonated, and blood immediately gushed over his head. But he was still laughing like a madman. Shenbu's mind suddenly buzzed with noise, nearly causing him to topple off the hospital bed. His vision blurred. What the hell did I drink? At that moment, the voices of nurses chatting came from outside the door. I heard a psychiatric patient escaped. Why hasn't he been caught yet? I dunno. That patient's real scary. Heard he enjoys torturing people. Oh my god. The two young nurses were chatting when they walked in. The moment they saw the scene in the ward, their bodies froze in place, and the documents in their hands fell to the floor. Then, a scream rang out. Quick, hurry, save him. Patient in bed 32 needs emergency treatment. My god. Razor blades. He swallowed a mouthful of razor blades. That person is a psychiatric patient. How could he possibly disguise himself as a doctor? Shenbu's vision blurred. A razor blade? He stared at the water in the cup, his heart pounding wildly. No wonder it hurt so much. The doctor in the white coat was still hopping about excitedly. He drank it. I did it. I'll never get sick again. Did it taste good? Suddenly he tilted his head, leaning in close with his blood-streaked face and grinning strangely. Shenbu was less than 20 centimeters away from his face. His mouth was stuffed with razor blades at the moment, blood seeping from his slit lips, rendering him unable to speak. But in this instant, Shenbu's heart pounded violently with fear and the looming presence of death, because he suddenly realized. The other party seemed to know he suffered from visual disorientation syndrome, and was using this method to deal with him. But the problem was, the only people who knew about his condition were Zhang Wuxin and Gu Fuya. I'm a doctor, we're coming to find you now. Ha ha ha. The doctor cupped his face, the smile growing increasingly twisted and morbid. Doctor? Another person suddenly came to Shenbu's mind, the only other person who knew about his visual disorder. Dr. Han. That young female doctor who treated me. Could it be her? But why would she want to harm me? Rebirth Society. Shenbu struggled to gurgle 3 words from his throat. Ah, you found me. With a savage grin, he suddenly slammed his head hard against Shenbu's skull. A buzzing filled Shenbu's ears as the world spun violently around him. The panicked shouts of medical staff rang in his ears. Quick, hold him down. Ha ha ha, I even know where you are in the other world. I'm coming for you. Sick world. Baby, wake up. In his unconscious state, Shenbu felt someone slapping his cheeks hard. His eyes snapped open to see 2 familiar faces. He's awake. Our boy's awake. Seeing the youth open his eyes, old Zhou broke into an excited, honest-hearted grin. Come on now, have some meat. He handed over a piece of roasted meat with a beaming smile, his dark cheeks making him look like a kindly old farmer. Shenbu numbly took the meat, still feeling somewhat dazed. He glanced around and realized he was inside a small wooden cabin, lying on a dilapidated bed. Outside, the snowstorm howled fiercely, making the cabin creak and groan. By the window of the house stood old Ning, squatting calmly with a stick in hand, roasting meat. The room was filled with a rich, savory aroma of cooked meat. Noticing the young man waking up, old Ning nodded at him and smiled gently. Awake? I've already treated your wounds. Don't worry, have some snow pigeon meat, you'll recover faster. Hearing this, Chenbu couldn't help but notice and surprise the strange liquid smeared over his wounds. He was about to reach out and touch it when old Zhou quickly stopped him. Don't move, don't move. This is a real treasure. While you were unconscious, old Ning made a special trip back to the medical society to find it for you. Said it's something only available during the golden season, and it has miraculous effects for treating wounds. Hearing this, Chenbu froze for a moment before withdrawing his hand. Turning to old Ning, who was silently roasting meat, he murmured, "Thank you. It's nothing worth mentioning." Old Ning waved his hand dismissively. Both men were fully dressed now. Chenbu guessed old Ning must have found these clothes when he returned to the medical society. Xena. Near the fireplace in the room, Xena was sound asleep. Chenbu opened his mouth, wanting to wake her. Old Ning interrupted, "Don't worry, the kid's woken up a few times already." Seeing you still asleep, she dozed off again. Seems she was drugged, and the effects haven't fully worn off yet. Seeing his little sister's rosy cheeks, Chenbu's anxious heart finally began to settle, and a faint smile crossed his face. Old Ning shot him a glance. "Your sister's got quite the temper. Woke up seeing the two of us and pounced like a tiger, going straight for biting, nearly took a chunk out of someone." Chenbu let out an awkward chuckle at that. He thought to himself, maybe you two should take a look at how you were dressed first. Any girl waking up to find two middle-aged men standing there in nothing but their underwear would probably lose it, wouldn't she? "Little one, I still don't know your name?" Old Zhou asked with simple honesty while gnawing on a small piece of meat. "Enzo. My name is Zhou Mingming. You can call me Uncle Zhou or Old Zhou in daily life." "Ha?" Hearing this name, Chenbu froze for a moment. How does a 40-year-old middle-aged man end up with a name that sounds like a little girl? When old Ning returned to the medical association, he said he saw the old medical director's corpse. "Enzo doll, did you really kill him?" "Enzo doll." Chenbu always found it somewhat strange to listen. He nodded. "You're too amazing, how did you manage it?" "The old doctor is a member of the Jiaoshi." Lao Zhou kept pressing, his face brimming with gossipy curiosity. Before Chenbu could speak, Lao Ning suddenly interjected from the side. "Was this your first time killing someone?" "No, the second time." "And the first?" "To avenge my family." Chenbu remembered the rainy night by the mass grave. So how did the second time feel compared to the first? Neither was particularly pleasant. Old Ning couldn't help but smile at this response, though he didn't press further, nor could he tell what it truly meant. He stared at the roasted meat and spoke earnestly. "I always keep my word. Since you managed to walk out alive, you're now one of us in the church society. Welcome aboard. I'm the leader, Ning Haomeng." Hearing this, Chenbu immediately became serious. Because from the very beginning until now, he had always known that joining the church society was no easy matter. Just like taking the college entrance exam, it requires day and night effort and hard work. Wasn't it said before that some kids start training from a young age just to join the church society? So naturally, he couldn't help feeling excited now that he could join. Especially since that woman named Io, who had kidnapped him earlier, said she was already 19 years old and had no hope left. It nearly shattered Chenbu's dream. He asked nervously, I'm Enzo, honored to join you and Uncle Zhou. How many people are there in our sect?" The question instantly made old Zhou's face turn awkward. He sat nearby, lowering his head uncomfortably. "Well, Kid Enzo, the thing is, I'm not actually part of the sect yet." "Why?" "To put it simply, old Ning thinks I'm too useless to play with. So right now, there's just the two of you in the sect." "Only two people?" Chenbu was instantly dumbfounded. Blinking, he seemed unable to comprehend the situation. The religious society, shouldn't it have several hundred people? Generally speaking, that's how it is. Old Ning said with a completely straight face, "But we, quite frankly, are anything but ordinary. Isn't this just like enrolling in some diploma mill?" Chenbu's head was buzzing. "Don't lose heart, there'll be more people joining later." "I'm not losing heart. I never had any confidence to begin with." Looking at old Ning's smile, Chenbu had the feeling he'd boarded a pirate ship. Old Ning pulled something from his pocket and tossed it over. "Prepared this especially for you back at the medical society." Chenbu hurriedly caught it, discovering it was an oval-shaped object that somewhat resembled an oversized capsule. "This thing is called a career capsule, used for selecting professions. Consider it your first benefit for joining our order." Old Ning flipped the meat over and continued, "Take a look first. While you do, I'll briefly explain our order's benefits and basic information. First of all, our order is called the King's Embrace Order." Old Ning didn't finish speaking. Old Zhou suddenly interjected in a low voice, "Didn't you just say it was called Charming Cult? That's too vulgar, doesn't match our temperament." The two whispered amongst themselves. Chenbu, standing nearby, heard every word clearly, his face darkening with displeasure. "So even the cult's name was just made up? You should know, we're a freelance cult. We don't belong to any royal family, nor do we serve any." Old Ning said seriously, "Of course, if anyone's willing to pay us for help, that's not impossible either. As for benefits, they're excellent. First, no fixed working hours, you can do whatever you want, practically on holiday all year round. 2. The internal atmosphere is united. As long as I, the club president, have a bite of meat to eat, you'll surely get a bone to chew on. The so-called welfare benefits mean no welfare and no benefits. I hereby officially appoint you as the vice president of the King's Devotion Society. Old Ning patted him heavily on the shoulder and said earnestly, the task is arduous and the road is long. Your mother must be so proud to have a child like you. Chenbu gripped the occupation capsule, the words your mom's dead ready to spill from his lips. Not wanting to dwell on the church society issue any longer, he shook the object in his hand and frowned. How do you use this thing? Oh, do you see the serial numbers on top? From 1 to 5. Old Ning pointed at them. I see them now. On this oval, capsule-like object, there was a circle marked with serial numbers 1 through 5. Let me give you a brief explanation. 1. Machinery. 2. Weaponry. 3. Psionics. 4. Medicine. 5. Knowledge. These are the 5 foundational professions of the Church Society. Do you know what foundational means? It means no matter what advanced profession you wish to pursue later, you must first choose one of these basic paths. For example, if your foundation is machinery, you could later specialize as a rifleman, artillerist, mechanic, or any explosives-related fields like gunpowder, bombs, steam technology, and so on. If you choose weaponry as your foundation, your subsequent paths could include becoming a swordsman, blade master, or similar combat specializations. But one important thing is that in the 4 kingdoms of East, West, South, and North, each excels in different professions. The Western Kingdom specializes in machinery, and later job advancements include unique classes like steam knight or mechanical hunter. The Eastern Kingdom, on the other hand, excels in arms, offering follow-up professions such as Taoist priest and monk. If you want to become a Taoist priest, you can only do so by joining a religious order in the Eastern Kingdom. Do you understand what I'm saying? Old Ning said a lot all at once. Chenbu nodded with only partial comprehension. It's actually quite confusing. These specialized professions only exist in certain fixed nations. So how many advanced profession paths are there in total? Chenbu skeptically inquired. There are many, but each nation specializes in just one particular field. The Eastern nations excel in weaponry, so most people here are reincarnated as weapon-class professions. No one studies this. The Western nations master machinery, the Northern nations specialize in knowledge, and the Southern nations focus on healing. Only psionics has the fewest practitioners. As for the remaining common professions like gunslingers or pugilists, those are mostly chosen by people from independent guilds. So, what's your profession, guild leader? Old Ning smiled at hearing this. I'm a jack of all trades, know a little about every profession, which basically means you've dabbled in everything but mastered none. Old Joe muttered this addition from the side. Old Ning immediately lifted his leg to kick Joe's backside, his face contorted as he cursed several phrases. He then turned to Chen Bu with a kind smile and continued. This thing is quite complicated. You don't need to understand everything all at once. Just follow what I said earlier, select the number above, open it, and swallow the capsule inside. That's how you'll become that profession. If you're unsure what to choose, I can give you some advice. Machinery represents steam and technology, arms represent fire and blades, psionics represent mystery and power, medicine represents death and redemption, while knowledge represents erudition and antiquity. No single profession is absolutely stronger than others. It all depends on an individual's potential for growth. Hearing this, Chen Bu nodded thoughtfully. This feeling was exactly like playing a game. But unlike a game, where you can restart if you make the wrong choice, here, if you choose the wrong profession, there's no chance to change it. Chapter 53, To the Royal Capital. Chen Bu hesitated greatly over which profession to choose. He was torn between following his heart and considering his personal capabilities, because these two approaches would lead to entirely different outcomes. He was more inclined towards psychic abilities in his heart. But in terms of abilities, what was he more suited for? Chen Bu pondered seriously over this. He felt he was more suited for mechanics. Because when he was little, while other kids couldn't fix bicycles, he could. He believed he had a natural talent for it. Staring at number 3 for so long, are you trying to pick psionics? Old Ning's questioning voice came from beside him. Still thinking about it. Actually, the reason for considering this career is quite simple. Magic, who wouldn't want that? Imagine being able to control flames, flying across the sky on a broomstick like Harry Potter. Wouldn't that be a dream come true? Old Ning seemed to have read his thoughts, glanced at him, and said solemnly, no magic, kid, this isn't a fantasy world. The dream shattered instantly. Actually, psychic professions are currently the weakest presence. Do you know when psychics first appeared? He took a bite of the roasted meat, smacking his lips as he said, hundreds of years ago, the wheel of time shifted, throwing the world into chaos and bringing over an energy akin to magic, though it isn't actually magic. That's when psychic professions emerged, but nowadays, there are very few true masters of this path. If you choose it, you'd better steel yourself, the ceiling isn't high, and you might never become a powerhouse through it. Chen Bui stared at the oval-shaped capsule in his hand, falling into silence. Half a day later, he still said earnestly, I choose option 3. What should I do next? Turn the dial to position 3, open it, and swallow the capsule. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. These capsules are specially formulated by medical experts. After swallowing, they'll automatically merge with your body, though there might be some minor side effects. What kind of side effects? Ning chewed on the meat thoughtfully and said, some people feel intense itching, others experience severe pain. There are those who can't stop laughing, and some keep scratching their heads non-stop. The duration varies too, you'd better brace yourself for that. Hearing this, Chen Bu's expression turned grave. Once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. He gripped the oval-shaped occupation capsule, twisted it to the left with a click, and the number reached 3. Then, a capsule about the size of a fingernail slowly rolled out from inside. Picking it up, Chen Bu swallowed it directly. Half a day later, Lao Ning asked with a smile, how does it feel? It tastes a little sweet, like cotton candy. Wait a bit, the side effects should show up in about 10 minutes. Old Ning gave him a heads up in advance. By now, old Zhou had finished his barbecue, but he still seemed unsatisfied. He sneakily moved closer and whispered while reaching out his hand, give me a little more. Old Ning remained expressionless and sharply slapped the back of his hand. The pain made him grimace and suck in his breath, withdrawing his hand resentfully as he grumbled, what goes around comes around. Chen Bu wasn't listening to their conversation, sitting quietly on the bed while waiting. He was deeply worried about the terrifying effects the side effects might have on his body. Especially since he was particularly ticklish, he really hoped that wouldn't be one of them. Waiting, time slips away. About 10 minutes later, Chen Bu began to feel discomfort in his stomach. His face grew grave, then suddenly whoosh, he shot up from his chair. What are you doing? Old Ning was startled, nearly flinging the meat from his hand. I need to take a shit. Right now? Can't hold it anymore, it's coming out? Go outside and find yourself a spot. Old Ning's face darkened as he pointed outside. Chen Bu's expression was extremely grim. Paying no heed to his injuries, he burst through the door and dashed outside. The sensation came too swiftly and intensely, leaving no chance to react. He ran forward about a dozen meters before finding an open spot where he crouched down. Without even catching his breath, he immediately experienced explosive diarrhea. The snow-covered grounds echoed with a terrifying roar that made one's scalp tingle. This, diarrhea counts as a side effect? Quite rare. Probably the kid has a weak stomach. Inside the house, two middle-aged men stood side by side, gazing out through the window, talking nonsense with their mouths. Just like old men gossiping about young girls. Chen Bu never expected he'd be squatting in the snow for nearly 5 hours. Even his shit froze stiff. His stomach still felt uneasy. When he returned, his legs were numb, and he practically crawled inside. Pushing open the door and seeing old Ning huddled around the fire eating meat to keep warm, he nearly ground his molars to dust. Boss, these side effects, aren't they a bit too much? Chen Bu propped himself against the doorframe, his voice barely a whisper. You think that's bad? I've seen worse. Old Ning passed over the meat and said, I once heard of someone whose side effect was non-stop urination. Couldn't hold it at all. Before the drug's effects wore off, the poor bastard dehydrated to death. Congratulations, you're now officially a member of the Wild Mission Society. Old Ning wiped his greasy lips from eating meat and gave a sincere smile. There's still so much about professions, mission societies, and abilities that I can't explain all at once. I'll tell you bit by bit when there's time later. Good. At this point, old Ning glanced at the gloomy snowfall outside and said calmly, now you're a free man. Any plans for what's next? Chen Bu didn't have a clear answer to this question. Since arriving in the disease realm, he had constantly been in a passive state, getting captured, being harmed, even nearly killed. The situation had improved significantly now. At first, what Chen Bu wanted to do was actually very simple, just survive. But now, especially after experiencing the medical association incident, he began to change his mind. Because there were always people trying to kill him. In the disease world, the pig-headed ones held a peculiar status, while in the ordinary world, members of the Transmigration Society kept targeting him. He was ill, and had to care for Hina, under the circumstance where both worlds were increasingly infiltrating each other. Only one solution could ensure his survival. That is to become stronger. He pondered for a few seconds before asking slowly, who was the strongest person here? The question stumped Lao Ning for a moment. After a brief pause, he smirked slightly and said, speaking individually, the strongest is only the Supreme King. How strong is he? Like a god. Got it. Chen Bu decided it was better to change his pursuit. Forget becoming a god, he'd probably die countless times before even coming close. Old Ning said calmly, no need to overthink things now, kid. You're just a ragamuffin from some village who's barely joined the cult. The world is only beginning to unfold before you. Start by thinking realistically about what you want to do next. Chen Bu nodded upon hearing this, then said, I plan to go to the royal capital. To the royal capital? Old Zhou, who had been silent all this while, looked surprised and asked, child, what brings you to the royal capital? To find a friend. Chen Bu wanted to find Zhang Wuxin. There were two reasons. On one hand, the two needed to meet in order to establish more connections. On the other hand, it was for Xena. After the incident at the medical association, Chen Bu realized that keeping her with him was fraught with danger. Handing Xena over to Zhang Wuxin would likely be a much safer option. As a distinguished third prince of the royal family, protecting civilians should be more than sufficient for him. Who knows, he might even help Xena find a suitable profession, perhaps even join the Sacred Order. The capital city is quite far from here, Old Joe said worriedly, and the journey will pass through two places, Carrion Fields and Cyber Ruins. There, Chen Bui's expression turned puzzled upon hearing this. He didn't know what those two places were, but judging by Old Joe's grim expression, they probably weren't good places to be. Old Ning interrupted with a calm expression, "Go ahead. Since our kid wants to see it, let's make the trip." He chuckled. Coincidentally, I happen to have a few old friends there myself. Chapter 54, The Maiden's Tongue. The road to the royal capital stretched endlessly long. How long it actually was, the true distance, Chen Biel couldn't say. But based on Old Joe's description, he suspected it might be no less than traveling from Yunnan to Beijing. Yet this immense distance didn't deter the group from setting out that very afternoon without pause. When Xena woke, her eyes were clouded with confusion, as if she still didn't understand what had happened. Her expression instantly changed when she saw Old Ning and Old Joe, two middle-aged men, and she began hopping mad while pointing at their noses, calling them shameless old perverts who didn't wear clothes. Chen Bu stood by, exhaustively explaining for a long time before the little girl reluctantly half-believed that he had joined the Royalist Society, as deputy leader and become a spiritualist. Yet in the end, she still skeptically whispered one last question. "You weren't pushed down by those two, were you? That's why you're defending them. Enzo, if you're in danger, just blink." Chen Bu angrily flicked her forehead with his finger. Enraged, the little girl clutched her forehead, cursing through gritted teeth before stomping off in a huff, muttering, "I'll never care about you again," to herself. "You're not even going to comfort me when I'm angry?" Watching the siblings' interaction, Old Ning smiled and asked. Hearing this, Chen Bu shook his head and said, "Boss, have you ever heard this saying? A little sister can turn her brother into a warm gentleman, while a little brother will transform his sister into a shrew." Old Ning shot him a glance. "Where did you pick up these crooked sayings? Besides, this has nothing to do with coaxing that little girl. I was thinking of trying it the other way around, to see if the older brother could turn the little sister into a shrew." Among the group, Old Joe showed particular concern for Xena. It was obvious at a glance that he genuinely liked this little girl who reminded him of a granddaughter, so he often talked to her. It was probably because Old Ning and Chen Bu had become members of the teaching society, without including him, that he seemed somewhat lonely and dejected. At first, when the old man and the young man interacted, Xena was still somewhat wary and reluctant to engage in much conversation. But when Old Joe started endlessly cursing Chen Bu, she quite naturally formed an alliance with him. Setting off from the edge of Scarlet Peak, they made their way through the land of snow and wind. Exhausted from walking, they found a cave to rest, all four stopping to catch their breath. "Director, what was Uncle Joe referring to earlier with corpse fields and cyber ruins?" During his break, Chen Bu wanted to gather more information. Old Ning spoke without holding back. "There are two extremely dangerous places. The corpse wilds belong to the corpse cultivators. Those half-human, half-ghost creatures have been entrenched there for years, shrouded in sinister energy. That place is practically a living hell. As for the cyber wasteland, it's even more complex. It's almost entirely populated by abandoned mechanical beings." Mechanical beings? It's a failed biological modification. Chen Bu showed an expression of sudden realization upon hearing this. "Then will we encounter any danger when passing through?" "Definitely, and according to our planned route, we'll likely pass through cybernetic ruins first." At this point, Old Ning glanced at him. "Scared?" Chen Bu shook his head. "It's not fear, I'm just worried about Xena." Hearing this, Old Ning glanced at Xena, who was playing a pebble game with Old Joe, then turned to Chen Bu and said, "If you want to protect the people around you, become strong enough to do so." His gaze was profound, and Chen Bui found it somewhat unfathomable. "Alright then," Old Ning changed the subject. "Come on, while we've got time, I'll teach you how to practice psionic energy." "Good." Chen Bu was itching to give it a try. The chairman picked up a pebble from the ground, played with it behind his back for a moment, then extended his hands and said, "Guess which hand it's in." Chen Bu was momentarily taken aback. After some thought, he hesitated. "Right hand?" "Wrong, it's in the left hand." "Guess again." He repeated the trick. Chen Bu frowned. "Left hand?" "Wrong again, try once more." The two repeated this process nearly 20 times before Old Ning stopped and asked, "Do you feel anything now?" "It doesn't seem like it. What does this have to do with psychic power?" Chen Bu looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Old Ning smiled without offering any explanation. Instead, he handed the stone to Chen Bu and said, "You be the dealer this time, I'll take a guess." "Alright." Chen Bu frowned, feeling like it resembled a child's game. but he played along nonetheless. To his astonishment, however, old Ning seemed able to guess correctly no matter which hand he chose. Eventually, the old man even guessed correctly when Chen deliberately withheld both hands, predicting there was nothing in either. This caught Chen Bu off guard. You have X-ray vision? Old Ning's expression darkened as he said, this is a fundamental sensing ability within spiritual power. Prophecy, perception, divination, deduction, and observation all are abilities of spiritual power. As a spiritual practitioner, now, I've told you before that spiritual power represents mystery and strength. You can cultivate yourself through these practices. For instance, you can practice guessing and deduction, or try learning divination and studying logical reasoning. Do you like detective fiction? That works too. Or you could decipher ancient mystical scripts, crack the codes on old stone tablets. All these things benefit the development of psychic energy. This left Chen Bu utterly astonished. Professional cultivation is done through these methods? These merely aid in training, serving as foundational work, but they aren't absolute. Old Ning replied, if you truly want to advance, you'll need to take the pills. Drugs? Chen Bu frowned, the kind of drugs I'm thinking of? No. He chuckled, drugs are the only way to advance in any profession. Career capsules help you choose your profession, while pills boost your abilities. We call taking these pills doing drugs. As he spoke, Lao Ning stroked his chin, as if recalling something else, and continued, but pills have to be made by yourself. Each profession requires different pills. Taking the wrong ones can be lethal. Before making the pills, you must first find the prescription. Only with the prescription can you produce the medicine. That complicated? Chen Bu grumbled, in those fantasy novels I read, you just close your eyes and it's done. Old Ning looked at him as if he were an idiot and said, you're already quite lucky. Given my familiarity with spiritual practitioners, I know the first prescription for their advancement very well and can tell you. But as for the subsequent, second prescription, third prescription, up to the nth prescription, you'll have to find those yourself. Where can we find one? Go to the black market to buy, research in books, or ask those who know. Any method will do, as long as you can find it. Got it. Chen Bu nodded slightly, then hesitantly asked, so what exactly are the ingredients of the first prescription? Don't rush it now, I'll tell you when the time comes. Old Ning deliberately kept them in suspense with a teasing pause before saying, alright, let's get moving quickly. We should try to get past these snowy mountains before dusk. After that, the four of them continued on their journey. After trudging for nearly a few hours, they finally emerged from the snow-capped mountains. Old Ning suddenly stopped, pointing straight ahead with his finger as he spoke in a solemn tone. We've arrived at the first destination. Seems like someone's waiting for us. The group came to a halt, turning to look in that direction. By the dim, dilapidated roadside, Chen Bu spotted a neon sign that appeared to be powered by electricity. It clearly displayed four large characters, Cyber Ruins. In the darkness just beyond the snow-capped mountains, it looked exceptionally conspicuous. And beneath the sign, there appeared to be a person standing. From a distance, Chen Bu noticed that this figure seemed to have 3 arms and 3 legs, resembling a monster, staring intently in their direction. Cyber Ruins? Sheena looked at the neon sign with a face full of curiosity. Old Ning said calmly, little girl, don't say anything reckless later. Why? There are some people here who particularly enjoy cutting out young girls' tongues and installing them mechanically into their own mouths. Want to know why? Old Ning said gravely, because they think young girls' tongues are delicious. Chapter 55, Forgotten Creatures. Sienna gave Old Ning a disgusted look and cursed, you old pervert. He turned away and stopped paying attention, happily chatting away with old Joe again. The atmosphere felt strangely off. Without realizing it, the four of them had already split into 2 factions. Chen Bu and Chief Lao Ning stood on one side, while Xena and old Joe formed the other. If there's no common topic, people on both sides might not exchange a word for an entire day. At present, after seeing the neon sign for Cyber Ruins, Chen Bu didn't feel much yet. But immediately after spotting that bizarre-looking person with 3 legs and 3 arms, he suddenly realized this world wasn't quite what he'd imagined. An uneasy feeling surged within him. The man's body was extremely obese, looking at first glance like an upright pig. His 6 limbs were crammed together, causing the flesh on his torso to bulge outward in ring-like layers, a truly horrifying sight. Hearing movement behind him, the obese figure shifted slightly, slowly turning around. At that moment, Chen Bu realized this obese figure wasn't wearing any clothes. From head to toe, completely nude. The moment she turned around, Xena let out a startled ah, and immediately covered her face as she recoiled. Old Joe scowled and began cursing loudly beside her. You pervert! In broad daylight, under heaven's watch. Only Commune Chief Lao Ning remained grim-faced, his eyes locked intensely on the triple-legged space between the stranger's legs. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and asked, Vice Commander, did you notice? Notice what? Chen Bu's unsettlingly solemn tone made him uneasy, causing him to grow serious as well. He doesn't have a dick. You goddamn. Chen Bu nearly cursed again. He realized that since being with these 2 people, his temper had become increasingly foul. There had been multiple times when he couldn't control the urge to swear. Halt! At the sight of the four figures before them, the broad-shouldered fat man suddenly roared. Then, he stepped forward. Chen Bu saw someone walking on three legs for the first time. The posture was rather peculiar, like a wobbling roly-poly toy. "What are you doing here?" The fat man approached and let out a rough, bellowing shout. His voice carried a heavy, mechanic quality to it. "We're heading to the royal city, just passing through here by chance." Old Ning replied politely. "Toll fee, 300 gold. He frowned slightly. "I don't have that much." "Then pay with something else. Stomach, lung, kidney, eyeballs will do." The fat man paced back and forth before the four individuals with a mechanical voice. Only when Chen Bu drew closer did he notice that the third arm and leg were embedded beneath the other's skin. It didn't seem to be natural but rather grafted on later in life. Some kind of internal apparatus appeared to have pieced it together beneath the skin, creating an unsettlingly grotesque appearance. "Why would you want to transplant an extra arm and leg for yourself?" He felt slightly puzzled. Old Ning shook his head, frowned, and said, "We won't stay. We'll leave right after getting through. Please make an exception. Stomach, lungs, kidneys, eyeballs, all available." The fat man mechanically repeated his previous words and continued pacing before the four of them. Then he seemed to see something, his body freezing for half a second. The next instant, he spun around sharply, his face twisted into a sickly grin as he reached toward Hina standing behind him. "Young girls, I love young girls. Let me have you." The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Just as his palm was about to seize Xena, a white-furred arm suddenly reached out from the side, clutching the fat man's thick wrist with a death grip. In the next instant, a shadow flashed and bang, the head of the six-limbed fat man exploded. Rusted mechanical parts came clattering out in a cascade, sparks fizzing wildly from the shattered cranium. He toppled to the ground, motionless. "I'm sorry, couldn't help it." Turning around, Chen Bui had already transformed into a pig-headed human with half a swine skull at some point, currently trying to steady himself with deep breaths. His clenched fist made it clear he'd been the one who punched that fat man's head into pulp. Chen Bu hadn't expected the opponent to be so massive yet so fragile to his attacks. He was momentarily stunned. At the same time, he surprisingly discovered that he seemed to be gradually mastering the method of switching between human and pig-headed forms. Hina stood behind him, still seemingly in shock. Her face pale, she stared blankly at her elder brother, unable to snap out of her daze. Truth be told, for Chen Bu, the fat guy could have his eyes on the club president or even Uncle Zhou, but definitely not Xena. As for laying a hand on her, absolutely out of the question. That punch was purely an instinctive reaction the moment he saw the fat guy lunging toward Xena. Staring at the fat man's shattered skull on the ground, Old Ning clicked his tongue and remarked with implied meaning, "Didn't expect negotiations to break down right from the start. Thought we could weave a story this time. Seems the mindless ones here are even more aggressive than before." "Brainless?" Upon hearing this, Chen Bu wore a puzzled expression. He didn't quite understand what it meant. Old Ning crouched down and began rummaging through the exploded brain matter of the fat man, calmly explaining, "This is cyber wasteland. There aren't many normal things here. Nearly all living beings are failed products created during mechanical experiments. You can understand them as lives abandoned by machinery." As he spoke, he dug out a small black fragment from the damaged head, weighed it in his palm a few times, then said gravely, "In the cyber wasteland, there are many kinds of creatures. Mindless ones are among them, but they were all once normal humans. Only after their brain and body modifications failed, their minds could hold just one thought. You could call it an obsession. These mindless ones will madly repeat their former obsessions endlessly. For example, this fat guy's obsession was probably his liking for beautiful girls." Old Ning finished speaking and handed something to Chen Bui, adding, "Take it. You're quite lucky. One item from the first prescription for an awakener's advancement has already been found. It's called a cyber brain chip." Chen Bui took it over and realized it was something resembling a card, about the size of a thumb. It was pitch black in color but had an incredibly soft texture, almost like a chocolate candy. He couldn't resist poking it. Old Ning glanced over and said, "Don't poke randomly, be careful it bursts. This thing is basically their brain matter, you must preserve it carefully. You'll need it later when preparing your first prescription." "Good." Upon hearing this, Chen Bu carefully put it away. Old Ning didn't seem inclined to reveal what the entire first prescription contained. But judging by his demeanor, it seems he's decided to accompany me in the search. That's just as well. Having someone guide me now makes it easier. Whether it's the second prescription, the third, or even the nth one, at least I'll have some direction. Actually, the brainless aren't dangerous. They're just deeply obsessive. Truthfully, rather than killing them, you can deceive them. Deceive them? Old Ning nodded and recalled, "When I was still little, back in those days, many people would travel great distances to come here and talk to these mindless ones, trying to save them. Because of their obsessions, these people will strive to create a lie for the mindless fools, desperately trying to deceive those simple-minded creatures. Once the mindless begin to believe, they'll willingly follow them out of this soul-devouring place. Some mindless ones are deeply stubborn, not easily swayed, but others can still be saved. Old Ning turned his head with a smile. Even lies can save lives, isn't that a rather romantic notion? Chenbu nodded. These people are truly great, but what's the purpose of doing this? Promotion? Or money? Neither. It's just to save these poor wretches forgotten by the mortal world. Old Ning chuckled lightly. The old fellow who first brought me here said exactly these words to me back then. Now I'm passing them on to you unchanged. Who knows, perhaps someday you'll say these very words to someone else too. Hearing this, Chenbu looked up and noticed Old Ning wearing a peculiar smile as he spoke. The smile appeared extraordinarily tender, evoking an irresistible pull into nostalgic reverie. Chenbu had no idea who the old fellow he mentioned referred to. Yet judging by his expression, it must have been someone who had treated Old Ning exceptionally well. Cyber technology originated in Western nations. After the modification project, all those deemed failures were discarded and left to wander here utterly forsaken. But before that, they were living, breathing humans just like you and me, with families, children, friends, and dreams. Now all of that is gone. Here, there is only endless solitude. Old Ning gazed into the depths of the road and spoke profoundly. Fortunately, there are always those in this world who sympathize with them, traveling thousands of miles to lead them out of this lonely sea of machinery towards a future that still holds hope. Chapter 56, The Swordsman of Pingcheng. Only after passing under the neon sign bearing the words, Cyber Ruins, did Chenbu truly understand why this place was called Cyber. The scene before my eyes was almost entirely composed of damaged machinery. Crumbling mechanical roads, mechanical dwellings, even mechanical creatures. Gears strewn across the ground formed all manner of bizarre structures, saturated with both the industrial grit of steam and the wonder of technology. Beyond that, dazzling neon lights of every imaginable color shimmered everywhere. Dazzling secondary light tubes were embedded throughout the bronze structures, with some walls even adorned with bronze clock mechanisms. This place resembled a futuristic sci-fi city, yet carried an added layer of thick post-apocalyptic grit and dark ambience beyond pure science fiction. Amidst these peculiar and unconventional elements, Chenbu also spotted several towering, robust black buildings. There were 3 of them. These structures appeared even more grandiose and colossal. From a distance, it resembled a black pyramid built of steel. If not for the colorful neon lights scattered around it, one could hardly make out what it was. These light tubes connected together like the mechanical skeleton of a pyramid. Viewed from afar, it appeared grand and spectacular, like a colossal wonder that had broken through the clouds and fallen from the heavens. It seemed that precisely because of their existence, this place resembled a world woven with the fabric of science fiction. See those 3 mechanical pyramids over there? Standing beneath the neon sign, Old Ning pointed into the distance. Chenbu nodded solemnly. Sheena was utterly astonished. It's so huge. Who built this structure? Those aren't structures. Old Ning shook his head with a cold laugh. They're also mechanical lifeforms, colossal mechanical beings. You could say they're just asleep. They might look like pyramids now, but if they wake, they'll become mechanical giants with limbs. Sometime earlier, during Chenbu's group's journey to the Cyber Ruins, in the Oriental Realm, within the palace of the Xianyuan royal city, inside the resplendent hall, 3 young individuals dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of nobility, sat around an extravagant dining table laden with food. The royal servants hurried about in attendance. Second brother, I heard you're planning to start your next endeavor. Where do you intend to go? The young man sitting at the far left, about 27 or 28, casually asked while eating the exquisite delicacies on his plate. The youngest on the far right, a few years his junior at roughly 24 or 25, paused briefly before responding impassively. Where I'm going is none of your concern, big brother. You'd better focus on your own target. After all, as the elder brother, only completing one more objective than your younger brother is somewhat embarrassing. Hearing this, the corners of the older brother's mouth twitched slightly on the left side, a barely perceptible flash of anger crossing his face. Yet he didn't lash out, continuing to smile as he said, You're my little brother, of course I'm concerned about you. I just worry you might go to too dangerous a place. If something were to happen and you couldn't return, that would be. Big brother is wishing for my death, is that it? The second brother suddenly lifted his head and gave him a cold glance. The eldest brother froze for a moment, then smiled reluctantly. You're always like this, second brother. I care about you, yet you keep thinking I want to harm you. Father once said you're full of guile, of course I have to stay on guard. Father was lying to you. I don't care, I trust Dad's words more than yours. The 2 brothers talked, their words sharp like gunpowder sparking against each other. The third brother caught between them, Zhang Wuxin, kept his head lowered with visible discomfort. Damn! It's starting again, these 2 act like mortal enemies every time they eat together. Seeing red with hatred. If they don't get along, why must they insist on eating together? Isn't this just disgusting? Alright, I'm not here to argue with you. Old Second sneered, then glanced at the silent younger brother beside him. Ruffling the boy's hair, he smiled. Little brother, after we finish this meal, your second brother will be leaving. Won't you come see me off? As his head was being ruffled, Zhang Wuxin's mind instantly recalled Chen Bu's earlier mention of the term brothercon. Goosebumps instantly crawled all over my skin. Looking up again just in time to meet second brother's doting gaze, I couldn't help shivering. Maybe I should see you out. He quickly lowered his head and muttered the words half-heartedly. You're truly a good brother, third brother. Second brother hasn't spoiled you in vain. The second brother chuckled. Seeing this scene, the eldest brother's expression inexplicably grew darker as he stood silently by. Where are you planning to go, second brother? Zhang Wuxin asked a question. Hearing this, the second brother leaned close to his ear and whispered, Don't let the eldest hear this. Second brother plans to make a trip to Hanging City. Sometime later, at the gates of Hanging City in the eastern continent, acting Father Zhou Fengji, temporarily serving as the city lord of Hanging City, Zhou Xuanqi, received an extremely important order 2 days ago. That is, the second Prince Xianyuan from the distant royal capital was coming. This was a matter of utmost significance. Everyone in the Eastern Kingdom now knows that King Xianyuan is critically ill, a new king must be chosen, and the 3 princes are vying for the throne. On the surface, it's a fair competition where whoever completes the throne test first becomes the next heir to the throne. But privately, there's endless intrigue. Everyone says these 3 princes have vastly different personalities. The eldest prince, Xianyuan Hongxue, has a viper's heart and profound cunning. Always appearing refined and amiable on the surface, he most enjoys the business of killing amidst smiles and conversation. He excels in political strategy. Were he to become the next Xianyuan king, the political factions of the Eastern Kingdom would undoubtedly flourish to their peak. Yet the common people might consequently live under an extremely harsh, even oppressive rule. The second prince, Xianyuan Yangning, is straightforward by nature and values strength above all. Though lacking in cunning, always speaking his mind without reservation, he insists on fairness and clarity in all matters. Should he ascend as the next Xianyuan king, the people would surely live in peace and prosperity. As for the ruling factions of the nation, turmoil may arise, heralding impending tragedy. As for the third prince, Xianyuan Duayu, he truly was quite redundant. He's just a fool. Everyone in the kingdom knows that if he comes to power, the Eastern Kingdom will surely cease to exist. The only real contenders for the next throne are the Crown Prince and the second prince. Whoever completes the objectives of the throne trial first will likely become the next Xianyuan king. At this critical moment, Xianyuan Yangning, the second prince, has come to Hanging Dead City, probably related to the throne trial. Zhou Xuanqi naturally didn't dare to be negligent. In Hanging City, she might still be the respected city lord, but to the entire Eastern Kingdom, in the eyes of the second prince of the royal family, she was nothing more than an insignificant ant. She had already been waiting before the city gates for a long time. Before nightfall, she faintly saw figures approaching the city gates in the distance. But oddly enough, the number of figures was sparse, even somewhat thin. As they drew closer, Zhou Xuanqi saw there were only 2 people. The second prince leaving the city with just 1 attendant? Her heart fluttered with unease. The more abnormal it was, the more uncomfortable she felt. As the figures gradually drew near, Zhou Xuanqi saw them riding 2 high-quality modified mechanical horses. Ordinary horses have rather limited endurance and relatively fast life cycles. Sometimes during journeys, one still has to consider the horse's endurance, making it necessary to stop and rest. But modified mechanical horses are different. Using mechanical devices as the core driving force, replacing the horse's flesh limbs, bones, and heart, no matter how long it runs, it never gets tired. And it no longer needs food or drink. This mechanical technology was also created by the Western nations, the so-called mechanical lifeforms. Not limited to horses, Western nations have applied this technology to hunting dogs, cats, and even brown bears. And of course, humans too. The successful ones attained what's called shedding mortal flesh to forge mechanical bodies, but the failures ended up like those in the cyber wastelands, to become a forgotten soul left wandering the mortal realm. In truth, there are many modes of transportation more practical than horses, yet most people still dearly love horseback riding. It's just that mechanical horses are rare, for their exorbitant prices place them beyond ordinary people's means. After all, common folk must save considerable sums just to purchase an ordinary horse, let alone a mechanical steed. Welcome, second prince. My father is gravely ill. Acting city lord Zhou Xuanqi stands in his stead. I've heard, nodded Xianyuan Yangning, the second prince, accompanied by a single attendant at the city gates. With that, he dismounted from his horse. The mechanical horse's eyes glowed red, resembling a monster's gaze shimmering in the darkness. Its body had been carved open, with metal frameworks embedded within its flesh. Zhou Xuanqi particularly disliked such creations. because they abandoned the natural beauty inherent to living creatures. But she didn't dare show it, merely lowering her head in acquiescence. May I ask what brings the second prince here from such a distance? Whatever instructions you may have, Sun Qi will certainly cooperate with all her might. It's nothing too significant. Xian Yuan Yongning glanced lazily at the city gates behind him as he spoke. Just need to borrow your Jiu-Si City's temple for a moment. Red Raven Cult? I've heard talents abound in the Red Raven Cult of Hanging City. Bring some capable members with you, we're going to Cyber Ruins. There's something I need to find there. The prince is going to Cyber Ruins? At those words, Zhou Xuanqi's expression darkened. That's impossible right now. Why? It's now the bronze season. The bronze minerals growing everywhere can be devoured by some mechanical beings, converted into energy, and enhance their strength. Especially those mechanical giants, there's a possibility they might awaken. It's extremely dangerous. Danger? The second prince smiled faintly, then gestured toward the silent attendant who had been following him the entire time and calmly said, "This is my uncle Pingcheng. He's here to protect me this time. Do you know why I've only brought him alone? Pingcheng?" Upon hearing the name, Zhou Xuanqi furrowed his brow in confusion. It sounded vaguely familiar to him. Then, as if remembering something, he abruptly turned to the hooded attendant whose face remained unseen, his mouth agape in shock. "Pingcheng? He's Su Pingcheng?" The second prince, Xian Yuan Yongning, burst into laughter. "With Uncle Pingcheng here, is the Cyber Ruins still dangerous territory? Not at all." Zhou Xuanqi was utterly shocked, rendered speechless. Su Pingcheng, the legendary man who could supposedly slice through a mountain with a single sword stroke. Also the very man who dared to single-handedly face all 5 members of the Time Wheel Knights before the Wheel of Fate in those days. His name was legendary. Initially, his base class was Arms, but he later reclassed into Blade Master. Due to his influence, all Blade Masters who reclassed in the Eastern nations had the prefix Pingcheng added to their titles for several decades thereafter. They were known as Pingcheng Blade Masters. This is a figure who truly exists in legends. But I heard, wasn't he already dead? MHM. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Yongning touched his chin with a complicated expression, then smiled again and said, "Theoretically speaking, he is indeed dead. But you know how the West has that advanced mechanical technology, right? The person may be dead, but through machinery, the body can still function. Uncle Pingcheng, isn't that right?" The attendant behind him, seated on the mechanical horse, slowly lifted the hood over his head. A mechanically altered face was revealed in the darkness. His pale blue glowing eyes seemed to see right through you, leaving one breathless and oppressed the moment their gaze met. Zhou Xuanqi noticed a pitch-black, crescent-shaped curved blade strapped to his back. Chapter 57 The Person Who Takes Care of You. Everything before his eyes was blindingly bright. Walking along the mechanical-laid roads of the Cyber Ruins, Chen Bu couldn't handle the intense light pollution. Fortunately, after not too long, Lao Ning decided to find a place to rest. At present, the 4 of them hadn't ventured deep into the area, and since it was already late, the surroundings were relatively safe. It wasn't suitable to continue further inside, so they found a rundown house near a dark corner to settle in for the night, taking turns keeping watch. Regarding the watch shifts, Old Ning was generous and straightforward, immediately declaring that he would take a turn on watch. However, Old Joe strongly objected. "Kid, don't believe him. Back when the 2 of us were wandering around, every time it was his turn to keep watch, he fell asleep faster than I did." "Nonsense." Old Ning put on a righteous air. "During that jungle mission last time, didn't I stand guard all night? How dare you claim you stood guard all night?" Old Joe blurted out on the spot, "You spent the whole night reading smut. Over 1,000 pages, finished in a single sleepless night, even taking notes, especially the part about the widow. MMPH. Before he could finish speaking, Old Ning forcefully clamped a hand over his mouth and pressed him to the ground, then chuckled as he turned to address the brother and sister behind him. "Old Joe says he's tired and wants to sleep. I'll get him settled first. You 2 should go to bed too. Alright, Enzo, you take the first watch, wake me for the second shift." With that, he clenched his fist and swung at Old Joe's face. Chen Bu found himself inexplicably assigned the first watch. Fortunately, I wasn't opposed to such things and gladly accepted. Before bed, he stretched out both hands to Xena and asked, "Guess which hand holds the pebble?" This method aids in the cultivation of spiritual practitioners, which Chen Bui tried whenever he had free time. Hesitating at the sight, Xena countered, "Will there be a reward if I guess right?" "Yes." "What's the reward?" "I'll hit you softer next time." The little girl gave him a long, baleful look before reluctantly guessing, "Right hand." "Wrong, it's in the left hand." Chen Bu chuckled, opening his left palm to reveal a small stone. "Fine, you win. I'm going to bed." Xena pouted and shrugged helplessly. "Wait, there's punishment for guessing wrong too." Before she could lie down, her body stiffened, and her expression visibly darkened with displeasure. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" "What kind of punishment?" Chen Bu smirked, a mischievous glint in his smile. "Call me brother." Hearing this, Hina slowly parted her lips as if doubting her own ears. After a long pause, she raised an eyebrow and said, "That's it?" Chen Bu froze, thinking Xena wouldn't agree. Before he could speak, the young girl suddenly frowned and yelled, "Big bro!" After shouting, without waiting for Chen Bu's response, she suddenly wore a pensive expression, lowering her head as if deep in thought. Then she looked up again, her gaze turning extremely complicated, and called out several times in a row, "Bro, bro, bro, having fun?" After shouting, she lifted her head and stared intently at Chen Bu, silent. Chen Bu's head started buzzing slightly, and he answered almost instinctively, "Not bad." Xena rolled her eyes and lay down to sleep. This didn't seem quite like the scene he had imagined. Watching Xena's sleeping figure, Chen Bu had thought she would call him a lunatic. He never expected things to turn out this way. He chuckled softly and whispered, "See? You said it pretty smoothly, didn't you?" After all, they used to address each other by full names. Now at least there had been some breakthrough in their relationship. Sheena, who had already closed her eyes to sleep, remained motionless where she lay, whether she heard these words or pretended not to. Only her heart was pounding with nervous intensity. The first half of the night passed peacefully without incident. Chen Bu woke Lao Ning during the latter half of the night, then lay down to sleep himself. He quickly fell into a deep slumber. Then, his eyes opened once again. Back to the ordinary realm. Awake? A crisp, clear voice reached his ears. Chen Bu slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Gu Fuyao sitting by his bed, staring at her phone. The woman seemed different from usual today, not wearing her usual crisp, form-fitting suit. Instead, she wore a beige trench coat with gold-rimmed glasses, her slightly curled long hair cascading on both sides, making her appear even more gentle and intellectual. "Where am I?" Chen Bu looked around. It was a completely unfamiliar environment, like being inside an apartment. His mouth burned with pain the moment he spoke. Only then did he notice nearly the entire lower half of his face was wrapped in bandages. "This is the place I found for you, completely safe." Gu Fuyao drew a circle in the air with her finger and calmly gestured around them. "It's much safer here than in any hospital. You can recover here without worries." Speaking of which, she put down her phone and stared intently at Chen Bu, whose head was wrapped in bandages. Her tone turned serious as she asked, "Do you remember what happened before you fell unconscious?" "I remember." Chen Bu felt uneasy under her gaze as scenes from the hospital earlier flashed through his mind. He no longer dared to trust what he saw before his eyes. "Do you know who harmed you?" "It seems to be someone from the Eternal Life Society." "Exactly." Gu Fuyao nodded slightly, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses with a delicate push as her delicate brows furrowed. "After this incident, we realized the Eternal Life Society's influence is even more extensive than anticipated. They managed to bypass multiple psychiatrists at the mental hospital and directly interact with and manipulate its patients to target you. Based on my assessment, their members are likely, not ordinary individuals." "What do you mean?" "My team and I suspect that within the Eternal Life Society, many members probably hold high-ranking positions." Gu Fuyao said seriously, "Wealthy tycoons, powerful office workers, even skilled specialists, some might be company bosses like Li Quan, or perhaps workplace elites, doctors, lawyers, and so on. If that's truly the case, these people are far more difficult to deal with than ordinary individuals. They possess professional knowledge and control various resources, even if they appear no different from regular folks on the surface." Hearing this, Chen Bu was genuinely astonished inside. Because he truly hadn't expected the composition of the Rebirth Society to be so complicated. He naively thought it was just a cult, where people acted like madmen, constantly clamoring to fight and kill, doing all sorts of perverse things. But if what Gu Fuyao said was true, things could get complicated. These individuals might have infiltrated every layer of society. This time, they cleverly used mentally ill patients to attack you. Even if we apprehend them, we won't get any useful information. What the patients say isn't entirely trustworthy. Chen Bu had learned this the hard way. Talking to mentally ill patients is an exceptionally disjointed exercise that tests one's imagination. In short, without apprehending anyone directly connected to their inner circle, our investigation has reached something of a dead end. Gu Fuyao sighed. It seemed even this exceptionally capable woman found the unfolding events utterly headache-inducing. But at this moment, a person immediately came to Chen Bu's mind. Before he was knocked unconscious by that mentally ill patient, the man had accidentally revealed information that pointed to Dr. Han, who treated his illness. He hesitated and said, "Perhaps, we could investigate Dr. Han." "Dr. Han?" Gu Fuyao looked puzzled. "Who is it?" "The one who diagnosed me before, from the psychiatric department at the downtown hospital. She was very young, the one who identified my visual disorder syndrome." Hearing this, Gu Fuyao frowned and said, "You suspect her?" "Mum. Why?" Chen Bu didn't voice his reasons. Only 3 people knew about his illness: Zhang Wuxin, Gu Fuyao, and Dr. Han. But for now, he still didn't dare to place Gu Fuyao fully on the trusted list. What if she had ulterior motives for approaching him? "It's just a feeling." That was all Chen Bu could say in response. Gu Fuyao nodded pensively upon hearing this, not pressing further with questions. After a moment, she seemed to understand something. "I see. I'll look into this person later. After speaking, the two fell into silence. A few seconds later, she changed the subject. During this coma, did you go to the disease realm? I did. Can you tell me what it was like there? Is there any chance those things might come to our world? Shenbu didn't know what to say about this issue, because he still hadn't truly touched upon the core of the sick world. He shook his head and could only try to mention some novel things to satisfy Gu Fuyao's desire for information, such as the occupations in the teaching society, and places like the cyber ruins. After their conversation, Gu Fuyao nodded in satisfaction, revealing a rare smile before rising to her feet. Then you should rest well for now. Don't worry, this place is completely safe, and there won't be any charges. This is part of our cooperation, and the protection I can offer you. You're still injured, so I've arranged someone to take care of your daily needs. Don't worry, I personally chose this person, and she's trustworthy. Having said this, she walked to the door and called outside, May, come in. Shortly after the words were spoken, a teenage girl in school uniform with a backpack appeared slowly at the door. When she stood at the threshold, her expression was visibly tense. Especially when she caught sight of the shocked look on Chen Bui's face inside, she instantly seemed timid, biting her lip and fidgeting uncomfortably. With her head lowered, as if mustering all her courage, she finally whispered, Hello, my name is Chu Yai. Sister Gu sent me here to take care of you. Chapter 58 Debt Collection. The young lady is a bit socially anxious and timid, but I've investigated, her background is clean, she's trustworthy, and she even knows martial arts. She's hardworking and enduring, making her the most suitable candidate to look after you. As he left, Gu Fuyao left Shinbu with these words. Staring at the student-like girl in the room, he found himself utterly at a loss. The girl carried a backpack, dressed in a blue and white sports school uniform, with a high ponytail and a few strands of bangs framing her fair, clean face. She clearly still looked like a student. Shinbu couldn't help feeling awkward. You're still a student? Yes, I'm Chu Yai, 21 years old, a sophomore majoring in tourism management. My hobbies include reading, keeping pets, and listening to music. In my free time, I love playing the guitar, and usually, stop right there. Before the other person could finish speaking, Shenbu cut him off. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked like he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to speak. Listening to this self-introduction that felt like a job interview made his head buzz. The other person was clearly still a student who hadn't even stepped into society yet. Why would Gu Fuyao seek out someone like this? This woman doesn't seem like the careless type who'd make mistakes. It doesn't make sense. Brother Chen, did I say something wrong? The words Brother Chen caught Shenbu completely off guard. He shook his head slightly and waved his hand. No, it's just, you don't need to explain in such detail. I was just asking casually. Okay. Chu Yai nodded obediently, standing there looking utterly guileless and visibly tense. What exactly did Officer Gu tell you? I was looking for a part-time job when I met Sister Gu. She said she could offer me a high-paying job. Just taking care of a patient might be a bit tough, but the salary was really good, so I came. Shenbu didn't know what to say. Did Gu Fuyao even explain the current complicated situation to this young girl properly? Ms. Gu has already instructed me, so Brother Chen, if you have any needs, just let me know directly. I'll do my best to assist you. Looking at the girl's earnest expression, and realizing she was merely trying to earn a living, Shenbu opened his mouth as if to say something. In the end, though, he could only let out a helpless sigh. The girl gave off a first impression of being somewhat shy and seemingly timid around strangers. Even when speaking, she often kept her head lowered, avoiding direct eye contact. His bangs were already long enough to obscure most of his face when he lowered his head. Shenbu didn't intend to make her do much either, saying, You don't need to be so nervous, just relax. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. Okay, then if Brother Chen doesn't need anything for now, I'll just read for a bit. If you have any questions, just call me. As she spoke, Chu Yai walked to the table in the corner of the room, quietly pulled out a chair, sat down, and opened her backpack. He took out 2 books and started reading them seriously, occasionally jotting down notes. Seeing her like this, Shenbu simply couldn't bring himself to order her around. If you want to study, you can go to another room. What if I disturb you? That won't do. Shuya shook her head. Sister Gu said no matter what I do, I must stay by your side without leaving even a step. She's afraid something might happen to you. Shenbu was about to say something when the phone by the bed suddenly rang. Picking it up, he found it was Zhang Wuxin calling. As soon as the call connected, he was about to speak when Zhang Wuxin's voice sounded somewhat restrained on the other end. Old Chen, I've run into some trouble. What's wrong? Shenbu's heart sank with a tinge of foreboding. The debt collectors are here. Debt collection? Shenbu instantly felt as though his throat had been choked. He knew Zhang Wuxin's family owed a lot of debts. He opened his mouth hesitantly and asked, Did you pay them back? Yeah, I did. But it wasn't enough, far from it. This time they're asking for a lot, and they're in a hurry. Zhang Wuxin's voice on the phone sounded extremely distressed, even trembling slightly. Something didn't seem right. Shenbu clearly sensed something was wrong. He'd heard Zhang Wuxin mention debt repayment before, but previous instances had gone relatively smoothly. Why did this time feel so complicated? Has something happened? Chen Bu frowned and said, if it's not enough money, Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Wuxin suddenly interrupted, I feel like someone has set me up. Old Chen, you know my family has a lot of debt. Usually, we repay monthly, those collecting the debts send someone once a month, and I give them the fixed amount. But this time, it's different. They came early and demanded much more. How much did they ask for? 10 times the previous amount. Zhang Wuxin's voice carried a profound sense of helplessness. I couldn't possibly come up with that much all at once, so they ransacked my home. They took everything valuable and stood there with knives in hand. The whole group looked furious, as if one wrong word from me would have cost me my life. Hearing this, Chen Bu furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of irritation rising in his head. Didn't you teach them a lesson? Zhang Wuxin possessed the ability of phantom limb syndrome, so even if a fight broke out, those people wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Yet, over the phone, he sighed and said, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Violence wouldn't solve anything. Even after beating them up, the money would still have to be repaid. If they sued us in court, it would only make things worse, and there's no way to report this to the police either. Why? Zhang Wuxin said, you know how this debt came about, my father's gambling. If we report it, he'll definitely end up in jail. You still care about him now? Of course I don't, but the problem is, I recently found out he's picked up more than just gambling. At this point, Chen Bu's heart trembled again, and his sense of foreboding grew stronger. Hand what over? Something like opium. Zhang Wuxin said solemnly, that's why our family debts could never be cleared. I originally planned to call the police, but my mom absolutely refused. She's been lying in the hospital now, crazy with grief, clinging to the delusion that my father might change one day. She even threatened me, saying if I dared report my father, she'd find a way to kill herself. But she has no idea our family was ruined entirely because of him. Chen Bu felt a suffocating tightness in his chest. Didn't your father say anything when the debt collector came? Him? Zhang Wuxin sounded utterly dejected. He wasn't even home, probably at the gambling den. Do you have somewhere to stay tonight? You could come to my place. Yes, they didn't take away my family's bed. This sentence made Chen Bu feel even more distressed. Zhang Wuxin said painfully over the phone. I've earned a lot of money recently from Commander Gu, but I've already paid it all back. It's still far from enough. Those people said they'd come again next week to collect. But how can I get that much money in such a short time? And if I give them all the money, there won't be any left for my mother's treatment. Lao Chen, they're trying to drive me mad. Don't worry, I still have tens of thousands here. Take this first. Chen Bu feared he would refuse, so he added, you can return it to me after things settle down. There's no hurry. That won't do, old Chen. Zhang Wuxin still refused. I borrowed money from you to pay someone else's debt. Robbing Peter to pay Paul, that's no solution. And honestly, those tens of thousands, they're barely enough. What we owe is in small change, it's 6 million. 6 million? Chen Bu froze, breathless. 6 million, to the wealthy, is pocket change. But for people like them, it's life itself. Let me think of a way. Chen Bu frowned. He couldn't stand by and watch Zhang Wuxin struggle without offering help. On the phone, Zhang Wuxin merely sighed incessantly. I took the last bit of money I had and paid for my mom's medical bills next month. As for repaying them, I'll find another way. What's the solution? I have an idea. Lao Chun. Zhang Wuxin's voice trembled slightly. I've always felt there's something off about those debt collectors, almost as if they're being directed by someone. Honestly, I think it's the Rebirth Society's doing. Are you sure? Chen Bu's jaw dropped. The Rebirth Society can even control debt collectors now? He was suddenly overwhelmed with fear. Had the Wansheng Society's influence already permeated every level of society? The normal world was different from the diseased world. In the diseased world, killing people was trivial, bloodshed occurred daily. But in the normal world, one couldn't just kill someone without consequences. The most crucial point was that Chen Bui's infiltration progressed rapidly. He couldn't transform into a pig-headed human, couldn't see the predictive lines, and lacked the identity of a spiritualist. Here, he was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person trying to deal with those high-ranking individuals who controlled vast social resources. How to deal with them? Old Chen, don't worry too much. I've already found a way to make money. Chen Bu was still pondering when Zhang Wuxin's grave voice came through the phone. It's just a dangerous job, but that's to be expected. After all, no lucrative opportunity comes without risks. I'm willing to tell you because I genuinely consider you a friend. But don't try to stop me, and definitely don't join in. I don't want to drag you into this, my conscience wouldn't allow it. The time is set for tomorrow. I'll be attempting something, and if it fails, he paused mid-sentence. The receiver transmitted tense breathing. If it fails, don't you dare forget about your old friend. Every festival hereafter, make sure you burn plenty of joss paper for me. Zhang Wuxin chuckled self-deprecatingly. You know, I was always broke when I was alive, so let me be rich for once now that I'm dead. Chapter 59, A Life Crumbling. Chen Bu wanted to help Zhang Wuxin, but the man was stubborn as an ox and couldn't be pulled back. He just said he'd figure something out himself, then hung up the phone. Sitting in the nearly emptied home, a cold wind blew in as Zhang Wuxin clutched the phone, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, his heart sinking to its lowest point. With a loud bang, the door was violently pushed open, followed by the sound of a drunken voice. Damn it, those motherfuckers have taken all my stuff? The more they do this, the less I'll pay them back, those sons of bitches. As the voice trailed off, a staggering figure appeared in the doorway. Well, if it isn't my son. Come here Wuxin, have a drink with your old man, it's been ages since we shared a toast. It was Zhang Wuxin's father, Zhang Junfeng. Carrying a bottle of high-proof liquor, he entered the room and immediately started cheerfully looking for cups when he saw his son. But after searching extensively, not a single cup could be found in the entire house. Even if there were any, they'd been shattered into glass fragments. Zhang Junfeng's face twisted with anger as he started cursing. Damn it, not even leaving me a fucking cup. What a bunch of bastards. Never mind, come here son, drink straight from the bottle. Your old man doesn't mind sharing. As he spoke, a bottle of high-proof liquor was pushed toward them. Zhang Wuxin silently stared at the liquor, breathing in its pungent aroma without uttering a word. He raised his head to look at his father. That drunken face, covered in stubble, greasy with food stains, yellowed teeth reeking of tobacco, and those turbid pupils. In my childhood memories, my father was never like this. Like a dead man. Staring into those eyes, Zhang Wuxin muttered the words. For some reason, it felt as if the words had slipped out beyond his control. What did you say? Father gripped the liquor bottle, his once cheerful face twisting into a savage expression as he roared, You little brat dare curse me? Growing balls now, aren't you? Zhang Wuxin ignored him, stood up to grab his coat, and walked straight toward the door. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. I'm going to the hospital to see Mom. She hasn't even eaten yet. Zhang Wuxin pulled open the door, only for his father to grab his shoulder and say impatiently, What's the rush to see your mother? She won't drop dead in these few minutes. Come here, have a drink with me first. Bang! His father didn't get to finish speaking. As if losing control, Zhang Wuxin suddenly threw a punch at the door. Click! The wooden door made a faint cracking sound. Zhang Wuxin's hand bones were bleeding. Father was clearly startled, nearly dropping the liquor bottle. He froze for a few seconds before cursing at the top of his voice. You little shit, who the hell do you think you're scaring? Before he could finish cursing, Zhang Wuxin turned around, snatched the bottle of liquor from his hand, tilted his head back, and gulped it down fiercely. In one breath, he drank the remaining 2/3 of the full bottle. Then he threw the bottle to the ground, shattering it, and said coldly, Finish drinking. Can I leave now? Good. Damn fine drinker. Better than your old man in his prime. Don't rush off now. Come on, let me show you something really good. As he spoke, he pulled out something resembling a pipe from his pocket. This thing hits harder than cigarettes. At the sight of it, Zhang Wuxin's face twisted violently. Like a man possessed, he smacked the object right out of his father's hand. He rarely lost his temper, seldom lost control. In the pipe, something like powder scattered into the air. His father suddenly seemed flustered and shouted in a panic, You little bastard, did you just ruin everything for me? He quickly got down on the ground, desperately trying to inhale the scattered powder. Like a dog. This time, in Zhang Wuxin's eyes. That's how he saw it. He couldn't even muster a mocking laugh. That's my dad. But somehow, he doesn't seem like my dad anymore. Without looking back, Zhang Wuxin turned and walked away from this place. As the door slammed shut heavily, his father's cursing sounded once more from behind, You goddamn bastard, do you know how expensive this is? Do you know how much money I spent? The further he walked, the fainter that nauseating sound became. Until finally, it disappeared altogether. As Zhang Wuxin stepped out of the residential area, the night breeze hit him, and the 2/3 of 53 proof liquor began rushing to his head. He felt thoroughly drunk. The quiet street, dim streetlights, the empty road. It should have been silent, but at this moment, in his eyes, everything became blurry, became false. It was as if he saw a procession of demons, darting back and forth in the dark of night. The intoxication grew stronger, and Zhang Wuxin momentarily lost control, wanting to vent. He felt miserable and wanted to buy a cigarette, only to find that his account balance was just 1 yuan after paying off his debts. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, he unknowingly wandered to the riverside. The cold wind blew as he stared blankly at the icy river surface, his mind completely empty. I remember things weren't like this before. Father used to pat my head and proudly tell others, This is my boy, let me tell you, so clever, always tops his class, bound to make something great of himself someday. But when exactly did life become so miserable? Zhang Wuxin constantly feels like he's still that boy who never grew up. But a young man shouldn't have the worries of life. He no longer wanted to be young. Hey bro, got a light? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from beside him. Zhang Wuxin turned his head slightly at these words. A young woman with long hair wore 2 large hoop earrings and clutched an unlit cigarette between her lips, looking visibly distressed. Surprisingly, her makeup was ruined. Clearly, she had been crying for a long time. No lighter. Zhang Wuxin stared at the dark river surface and shook his head. Alright, sorry to bother you. The woman nodded, turned on her high heels, and walked away. Suddenly, with an expressionless face, he said, after I jump in, how long do you think I can last in the water? Hearing this, the woman froze for a moment, stopped walking, and turned back to frown at the stranger before her. After several seconds of hesitation, she asked doubtfully, did you get your heart broken? He shook his head. I've never had a girlfriend to begin with. Bankruptcy then? Close enough. My dad bankrupted me. The woman seemed amused. She paused for a few seconds before saying, wait for me, don't be in such a hurry to jump in the river and kill yourself. Then she quickly walked away in her high heels. A few minutes later, she returned. She handed Zhang Wuxin something. A lighter? Let me offer you a cigarette. She smiled, cigarette between her lips, and pulled one from her pocket, offering it to Zhang Wuxin. Zhang Wuxin awkwardly held it between his fingers and took a drag. He ended up choking violently, coughing uncontrollably. First time smoking? Seeing his reaction, the woman seemed surprised. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let you smoke it. My cigarettes are expensive. Hearing this, Zhang Wuxin's mind went blank for a few seconds. I've still got 1 yuan on me. I'll transfer it to you. The woman suddenly laughed again. You're quite amusing. Zhang Wuxin gave her a strange look. Laughing at me for being poor? No. The woman shook her head. I'm laughing because you're so amusing. A man about to jump in the river to kill himself still cares about the price of a cigarette? At her words, Zhang Wuxin gazed at the riverside and remained silent for a long while, before slowly speaking at last. I don't like owing people anything anymore. I feel like I've spent my whole life owing others, never able to repay it all. She watched him quietly, the woman smoking without speaking. This world feels sick to me. Zhang Wuxin suddenly said with gravity. Think me mad if you will, but I need to speak my mind. I truly feel like this world is sick. Think about it, when you pursue someone earnestly, you're called a simp, and those who work hard and give their all still can't compete with someone else's privileged background. I've worked hard for decades, yet still can't afford a single square meter of a house. Working diligently only to be bullied. Honest people always get the short end of the stick. Online, some eat shit, others drink piss, and there are those who make a fortune just by flashing their pretty faces without even knowing how to read a damn word. The kicker? These scumbags earn more in a day than all the debt I owe combined. Men are competing to become women, while women are figuring out how to dress skimpier to attract men. Everything's a goddamn mess. Tell me, is it me who's not normal, or is it this world? Work hard. Be honest, isn't that what it means to be human? So why is it so hard to survive like this now? Why do I feel so out of place in this world? No wonder I'm sick. I really must be ill. I deserve it. Who told me not to eat shit like everyone else? Who told me not to have a father who could pave my way? Zhang Wuxin started crying as he spoke. By the river at night, beside a strange woman, urged on by the 53 proof alcohol and the burning sting of his first cigarette down his throat, this man who pretended to be cheerful all day finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst into tears. I've been paying off debts all these years, and I still haven't even had a girlfriend. Don't laugh at me for saying this, but when I took the cigarette from you just now and brushed your hand, damn, that was the first time I've ever touched a woman's hand. So soft it's unreal. At this point, he had completely let go, speaking whatever came to mind without restraint. Why can't I hold a girl's hand, get married, have children? Damn it, I just want to live a peaceful life. He cursed, weeping and laughing by turns, like a madman. Yet the smoking woman merely watched him, offering a knowing smile, neither scolding nor speaking harsh words, occasionally even responding to his rants. She never left his side. Probably exhausted from talking, Zhang Wuxin finally let out a sigh. Thank you for listening to a stranger like me complain. Alright, that's enough. He tossed away the cigarette and rubbed his face. I need to go make money now. There are only 3 days left until Monday, time's running out for me. As he spoke, the woman with a cool demeanor beside him said, our meeting is fate. I beg you for a favor. If I don't complete my task in 3 days, I'll come here to kill myself. Come back to this exact spot at the same time then. If you see my corpse, please notify a friend for me. His name is Chen Bu, thank you. Don't scare me like that. The woman, who had remained silent until now, looked uneasy at these words. Besides, where are you going to earn money in the middle of the night? Zhang Wuxin gave a bitter laugh, then pulled out his phone, staring at it in silence as if lost in thought. After a long while, he spoke softly. There are many ways to make money, it just depends on whether you're willing. Chapter 60, Carnage. Inside the safe house. After hanging up Zhang Wuxin's call, Chen Bu sat on the bed, growing increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. It was already late at night, yet he felt not the slightest bit drowsy. Something just didn't feel right. Hesitating, he made a call to Gu Fuyao. Yet the reply came, the number you have dialed is switched off. Why would Gu Fuyao's phone be off? This doesn't feel right. In a panic, he called Zhang Wuxin again, but no one answered. An uneasy feeling began to well up more intensely in his heart. Brother Chen, you seem a bit anxious. Do you need to use the bathroom? Let me help you. Xu Yai had just finished reading at this hour, originally planning to go to sleep, but while tidying up, noticing Chen Bu's furrowed brows and preoccupied expression, she couldn't help but timidly offer to come help. No. Chen Bu watched the eager little girl charging straight for his belt buckle, momentarily feeling rather embarrassed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, May, could you help me find 2 outfits? Good. The little girl hurried to search through the wardrobe upon hearing this. She worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly picking out a few pieces of clothing and helping Chen Bu into them when she returned. Still bearing unhealed wounds, Chen Bu struggled slightly as he sat up from the bed. Especially the wound inside his mouth. Every time he spoke, it burned with a searing pain. But there was no time to think about anything else now. After getting dressed, he picked up his phone and headed out. Bro Chen, are you going out? Seeing him in such a hurry, Chu Yai quickly followed. Yeah, don't wait up for me. You should go to sleep first. Chen Bu pushed the door open. Yet just as he was closing the door, he spotted Chu Yai slipping through from inside, standing awkwardly beside him. Seeing this, he froze momentarily. Before he could speak, the young girl lowered her head and said, Sister Gu instructed that if you insist on going out, I must follow you at all times. She's worried you might have an accident. Chen Bu hesitated, opening his mouth only to close it again before finally saying, Alright, then come with me. With the little girl in tow, he stepped outside, only to find the surroundings utterly deserted. Not a single soul could be seen, nor even a proper building standing. As far as the eye could see, it resembled a barren wilderness. Where the hell has Gu Fuyao put me? Is this place even Earth anymore? Staring at the pitch-black road ahead, his head was spinning. This must be outside the city already. At this hour, I can't get a taxi. How can I get to Zhang Wuxin's place? Just as I was feeling anxious, Xu Yai, who had been standing nearby, seemed to realize something and whispered, Brother Chen, I have a motorcycle. She pulled a set of keys from her pocket and pointed to the side of the road, where a pink scooter stood quietly parked. Let's go. Having a motorcycle makes things much simpler. He reached out to take the keys, but the little girl suddenly pulled her hand back, hesitating as she said, Let me drive you. You're injured. Riding a bike would be too dangerous. Alright. At this moment, Zhang Wuxin began to understand why Gu Fuyao had chosen her to take care of him. This girl really knows how to take care of things. Getting on the motorcycle, Chen Bu followed the navigation heading to Zhang Wuxin's home. The journey took nearly an hour before he arrived at the destination. Approaching Zhang Wuxin's front door, Chen Bu knocked. Soon, an impatient voice came from inside. Who is it? The door was flung open violently, and a man reeking of alcohol stood in the doorway, his expression unfriendly as he sized him up with a raised eyebrow. Who are you looking for? Hello, is Zhang Wuxin here? Hearing this, the man gave him a once-over and grinned. What do you want with my son? Hearing this, Chen Bu paused. The man who looked like a vagrant turned out to be Zhang Wuxin's father. He hesitated and said, I'm his friend. He disappeared right after calling me earlier, and I was worried. So, worried? Worried my ass. He won't die. Before Chen could finish, Zhang Junfeng waved his hand impatiently and snapped. That little brat drank all my damn liquor and even had the nerve to curse at me when he left. Damn it, just tell him to get lost. Not earning a single cent all day, does he even see me as his father? Not earning a single penny? Chen Bu frowned when he heard it. I heard your family is in debt. Didn't Zhang Wuxin's money all go toward paying it off? Oh, even the debt issue was mentioned to you? Seems you two are really close friends, huh? Zhang Junfeng sneered, since you're such good friends, why don't you help him pay off his debt? Chen Bu's lips twitched at the remark, but he remained silent. The drunk man before them continued his tirade. Just looking at you tells me everything. Fair weather friends all talk when it's convenient, but when it's time to pony up, you scatter like you're avoiding the plague. Damn cheap bastards, not willing to spare a single cent. Chen Bu stayed quiet, while Chu Yai, standing beside him, visibly stiffened, mouth opening several times as if trying to speak, but in the end, she didn't dare utter a word. Aren't you worried about him? Chen Bui asked, barely holding back his temper. What good does worrying about him do? Can he give me money? Zhang Junfeng cursed, I couldn't care less whether that bastard lives or dies. He can do whatever he damn pleases, but as long as he's still breathing, I'm telling you, he'll pay back every cent this family owes. Don't think he can just run from it. With that, he slammed the door shut with a heavy thud. Left standing outside were Chen Bu and Chu Yai, facing the cold door, speechless. Brother Chen, this man is absolutely outrageous. Xu Yai gritted her back teeth fiercely. Her youthful face now resembled a fierce tiger. How could anyone berate their own child like that? He didn't even care about your friend's life. I've never seen such a father. Chen Bu watched her silently. His emotions were intricate. This was also his first encounter with Zhang Wuxin's family, and it was indeed more complicated than he'd imagined. Never mind, let's go first. Since Zhang Wuxin wasn't here, he had no intention of lingering longer. Taking Chu Yai with him, he exited the building and began pondering where Zhang Wuxin might have gone. At that moment, he looked up and noticed a crowd had gathered at the intersection down the street ahead of the residential complex. Something seemed to have happened. The crowd was bustling about. Had there been a car accident? Chu Mai rode past on her motorcycle with him when they noticed the surrounding crowd taking photos with their phones. At the center of the cordoned-off road lay a toppled electric scooter. The vehicle appeared to have suffered violent impact. Its entire front end twisted to one side. Shattered fragments of its shell scattered across the pavement. A disheveled young woman knelt on the ground with bowed head, her condition unclear. Like the owner of the tram, he could hear her continuously whimpering with an unsettling cry. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, seemingly unaware of what was truly happening. Young people these days won't even lift a finger to help, just standing around gawking. Finally, a kind-hearted elderly man seemed unable to bear it any longer. Grumbling aloud, he stepped forward and addressed the disheveled woman. "Miss, what's wrong? Were you hit? Let me call 120 for you." The old man approached the woman and reached out to pat her on the shoulder. But before his hand could even lift, the woman suddenly raised her head and let out a guttural roar from her throat. In the next instant, as if possessed, she sprang up from the ground and knocked the old man flat with a single lunge. Then she pinned him down with her knee on his chest, gripping her phone like a madwoman, frantically hammering its base against the old man's skull again and again while letting out a hideous, maniacal laugh. Soon, the old man let out two piercing screams before lying motionless on the ground, his face covered in blood and completely caved in. Yet the woman still didn't stop. She continued smashing wildly, uttering incomprehensible ravings between her attacks. "Ha ha ha ha, you fell for it. Kill you, I'll kill you." As she kept striking, a layer of white fur gradually began spreading across her arms. Riding past on a motorcycle, Chen Bu's heart abruptly clenched at the sight before him. Almost instinctively, he shouted at the crowd, "Run!" Simultaneously, the surrounding crowd turned pale witnessing this brutal scene, abandoning all thoughts of spectating as they screamed and fled in terror. The woman who had just bludgeoned the old man to death with her phone suddenly raised her head. Her eyes, nose, ears, and entire head suddenly began to rapidly bulge outward, her skin twisting and distorting as she transformed into the form of a pig-headed human. Then, she pulled a lighter from her pocket, ignited it, and tossed it onto the electric train behind her. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. The entire train burst into flames, as if it had been drenched in gasoline. In less than a moment, a deafening boom erupted as the vehicle exploded in the middle of the road. Blazing flames shot into the sky, and the people who couldn't escape in time were caught in the blast, letting out piercing, wretched screams. Chapter 61, Street Massacre. Chen Bui never imagined he would encounter pig-headed humans on the late-night streets of Changworld. The crowd that had been taking photos around them instantly went mad, screaming and fleeing in panic. After killing the old man, the woman became visibly exhilarated. Her white fur grew thicker across her body. With a pig's head, she grabbed a fleeing person amid the surrounding burning fires and sank her teeth into them. Witnessing this, Chen Bu gritted his teeth and dashed forward, delivering a flying kick that sent her sprawling to the side. "Get out of here!" Seizing the opportunity, he helped the pale-faced young man up and pushed him toward the exit. Trembling with fear, the young man managed to stammer "thank you" before fleeing with a scream. "Brother Chen, she's coming over here." Xu Yamei, standing by, suddenly let out a cry as she pointed with her finger. Chen Bu turned to look. The pig-headed man he had kicked to the ground was grunting, its body twisting into an unnatural posture as it scurried toward him with startling speed. Its hands clawed forward while its legs splayed behind in an M shape, like a spider, before it pounced and pinned Chen Bu down. "Yamei, run!" Chen Bu wasn't panicked. Instead, he pressed his elbow tightly against the woman's neck, blocking her attack. Dealing with pig-headed humans was hardly his first or second time. He just couldn't figure out where this pig-headed human had come from. Xu Yai's face turned pale beside him. She clearly hadn't anticipated this situation. Hearing Chen Bu's voice, she instinctively turned to flee. But after running a few steps, she suddenly seemed to remember something and hastily turned back. "Brother Chen, I came here to protect you. Why are you telling me to run?" The girl in the red and white school uniform quickly pulled out a collapsible baton from her pocket. With a swift motion, she extended it and struck the woman's neck with precise force. Bang! Direct hit to the back of the head. The pig-headed creature let out a shrill scream and rolled away. Watching Xu Mai wield the baton, her movements crisp, efficient, and explosively quick, was almost mesmerizing. Chen Bu's head was buzzing. Gu Fuyao said she had practiced martial arts. Thought she was joking. After being shot, the pig-headed man seemed to sense the threat. With a grunt, he staggered back up and lunged at the girl standing before him, who was half a head shorter. "Mei, watch out!" Chen Bu instinctively warned, but before the words could fully leave his mouth, Xu Mei leapt into the air, executing a spinning kick that landed her heel squarely on the pig-headed man's chest. He was instantly flung away. "Brother Chen, run! I'll protect you!" Shenbu hesitated, words caught in his throat. At this moment, all traces of Chu Yai's previous timid demeanor vanished as she wielded the baton, her ponytail swaying like a seasoned heroine who had fought countless battles. No matter from which direction the pig-headed men charged, she could effortlessly repel them. The baton danced like a flower in her hand, swinging left and right from start to finish. Her opponent couldn't lay a finger on her. As they kept fighting, Chu Yai seemed to grow puzzled. Shinji, why does this guy not seem to feel pain at all? Staring at the constantly rising pig-headed humans, the little girl gasped for breath, her sweat-soaked hair plastered to her forehead. Flames raged all around, the exploded tram still burning fiercely. Because she's not human. Shenbu rose amidst the sea of fire, doing his utmost to help those affected by the explosion escape the scene. The crowd was in chaos, but the screams were strangely orderly. In the midnight streets, flames lit up the sky. Shenbu felt excruciating pain throughout his body, his wounds seemed to be splitting open. In terms of combatability, he really couldn't match Chu Yai at the moment. A few meters ahead, a woman lay on the ground, her condition unknown, alive or dead. Gritting through the pain, he rushed over and helped her up. Miss, are you alright? The words had barely formed in his throat when the woman suddenly opened her eyes. In one swift motion, she flipped over and pinned Shenbu beneath her. At the same instant, a dagger slid from her sleeve, thrusting straight toward his face. Gotcha! At the moment the blade lunged forward, Shenbu's mind went utterly blank, as if his circuitry had short-circuited for half a second. But then, in that instant between life and death, he saw it, the predictive line flashed before his eyes. The trajectory of the blade became vividly clear. Almost as a conditioned muscular reflex, Shenbu frantically jerked his head aside. With a metallic clang, the blade buried itself into the ground beside his ear. The attacking woman visibly froze, clearly not anticipating this outcome. She tried to strike again, but Shenbu had already seized her wrist. With an inward thrust, he forcefully drove the dagger into the woman's abdomen. Bastard! The woman's facial expression twisted to the extreme in an instant, her body staggering backward repeatedly before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Shenbu's heart pounded violently in his chest. Did I just kill someone? But before his unease could settle, the wounded woman suddenly clutched her injury and burst into maniacal laughter. He was actually scared. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me like this? As she spoke, her body suddenly made a pop sound, like a balloon filled with liquid, and dissolved into a puddle of water. With the dagger falling to the ground, the entire person vanished without a trace. Standing amidst the sea of flames, witnessing this scene, Shenbu froze in place. He couldn't think clearly. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from behind him. Whipping his head around, the woman who had been stabbed to death stood unharmed, her face twisted in fury as she charged wildly toward him, knife in hand. How could this be? Shenbu gasped in horror. Die! The woman thrust the knife toward him. Shenbu could predict her movements, so he didn't panic. The moment she lunged, he dodged with ease, then grabbed her head and slammed it hard onto the ground. Yet something entirely unexpected happened. Just as the woman's face hit the ground, another thud sounded, bursting open like a water balloon. Nothing remained on the ground except for a puddle of liquid. What on earth is going on? Shenbu's eyebrows knitted tightly together in a deep frown. Looking up again, about 10 meters away, there was that woman grinning hideously with a knife in her hand. I won't stop until I kill you. She charged at him once more. This time, Shenbu didn't hesitate, he struck immediately. On the other side, Chu Yai was still fighting the pig-headed man. From the beginning till now, the pig-headed man hadn't managed to lay a finger on her. Chu Yai moved with incredible agility. Years of martial arts training had given her a slender, flexible physique. Her fluid strikes with the telescopic baton were swift and graceful, almost like a mesmerizing dance. At first, she held back and didn't aim for vital spots. But as the fight dragged on, the young girl's face visibly darkened with frustration. Take that mask off if you dare. She pointed her stick at the opponent's pig-headed mask. I thought it was just a mask. Who do you think you're scaring wearing a pig-head mask in the middle of the night? The deranged pig-headed man didn't seem to understand her words at all, shrieking through his jaws as he charged toward her again. Chapter 62, Daring to Insult Brother Chen. Shenbu was encountering this situation for the first time, feeling as if he were dreaming. No matter how many times he killed the other party, the corpse would eventually turn into a pool of water, and then they would start all over again. How bizarre. Fortunately, he had witnessed plenty of strange things lately. The realization quickly formed in his mind. Someone had come specifically to kill him, and with such precision, undoubtedly, this must be a patient. Moreover, a patient who had already been infiltrated and could wield abilities. But the question remained, what kind of ability was this? Again and again, it keeps reappearing, and it can't be killed. Could it be that her ability is duplication? The thought of duplication gave Chen Biel a headache. He inexplicably recalled Naruto's clones from Naruto, a bunch of naked beauties. The woman standing before him was indeed female, except this one wanted to stab him to death with a knife. Watching her charge at him again, he took a deep breath to steady himself. If this is a clone, then where's the original body? His eyes darted around rapidly. She couldn't be too far away. Otherwise, it would be impossible to quickly replace the clone after killing it yourself. The president said that as long as we kill you, all of our sicknesses will be cured. The woman charged forward with the knife, a sinister grin twisting her face. He dodged sideways once more, pinning her to the ground. He then snatched the knife and plunged it into his own neck, instantly dissolving into a puddle of water on the spot. Stepping on the puddle beneath his feet, Shenbu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Such skills couldn't even compare to a middle schooler? Through this combat style, Shenbu could basically conclude with absolute certainty that this person was undoubtedly a member of the Pilgrim Society. Only these cultists would fight with such savage recklessness, like rabid dogs. The most frustrating part was, they usually didn't even win. When he turned around again, the woman had reappeared behind him, her face twisted in a sinister grin. Shenbu, you can't kill me. I just need to keep trying. To seize one chance to stab you, that's enough. Shenbu wiped his sweat, staying silent. Ever since earlier, this woman had been relentlessly plunging the knife into her own neck or face. Every strike was fatal. If it weren't for my ability to see the prediction lines in time, I probably would have died already. Although my opponent was neither as strong nor as fast as me, I still couldn't afford to be careless. The most important thing right now wasn't fighting endlessly with these clones, but finding the main body as quickly as possible. Shenbu speculated that the main body might be easier to deal with than the clones in front of him. You from the Rebirth Society tried to kill me time and again, thinking that killing me would let your leader cure your illness. But frankly speaking, killing me won't heal you, because your leader has no idea how to cure it at all. Shenbu said calmly, I've heard that those in the Society of Transmigration are all terminally ill. I can understand not wanting to die, but birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable truths of life. Rather than wasting time here, you should spend it visiting your families while you still can. The more he spoke, the uglier and angrier the woman's expression became. She gripped the knife and let out a furious scream. What does a brat like you who hasn't even grown all his hair know? You've never had an incurable disease, you'll never understand. Her face began to contort. When you have an illness that can't be cured, even your own family wishes you'd die quickly. Do you have any idea how that feels? But the more they want me dead, the more I cling to life. I'll survive out of sheer spite. Why's she getting so worked up? I only said one word. Seeing the woman charging at him again, Shenbui didn't fight back this time, but turned around and ran in another direction. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can escape? The woman, disheveled and wielding a knife, came chasing after him. Shenbu endured the pain from his wound as he ran about 30 meters, with the woman's manic laughter still echoing behind him. Yet after a few more steps, suddenly, her laughter stopped. Then, with a pop, her body burst like a balloon. Water splattered everywhere. Shenbu halted, staring at the pool of water while catching his breath, forcing himself to calm down. He began estimating that the distance from his previous position to here was approximately 30 meters, without him having attacked the other party first. The other party exploded. This confirmed the conjecture in his mind. His ability has a distance limitation. It's not infinite. Apparently, the clone cannot stray too far from its original body, or it will vanish. In other words, the original body is somewhere nearby, about 30 meters away from him. Shenbu suddenly looked around. At the crossroads, roughly 30 meters, where could the other party be hiding? Just as he was puzzled, the woman appeared again, except this time, her expression was even more furious. Kill you! Kill you! Shenbu's mind raced. The other party definitely wasn't hiding inside houses along either side of the road. Because as he moved positions, she had to move as well, so there had to be enough space for her to close in on him. Where else could he be if not inside the house? While he was distracted, the madwoman had already charged at him. The blade slashed toward him. Shenbu dodged hastily, but was half a beat too slow. The blade missed his neck but sliced through his clothes at the shoulder, and blood instantly gushed out. He gritted his teeth in pain. Lunatic! With a furious curse, the woman's face twisted into an ugly expression, seemingly enraged that her first strike had failed. Shenbu used the same tactic and ran in the opposite direction. This time, at about 20 meters, the other's body shattered directly. The distance shrank further. After 2 attempts, Shenbu had already locked onto the direction. It was to his right front. He looked up quickly and soon spotted a shoe protruding beyond the row of 3 trash cans lining the road. Someone was clearly crouching and hiding there. That's it right there. Shenbu immediately confirmed the location and sprinted forward. At the same time, the figure behind the trash bin seemed to sense something too. They abruptly stood up and immediately began sprinting forward. Yaoi, stop her! The direction they were running happened to be the exact same spot as Chu Yaoi. Shenbu yelled. Hearing this, Chu Yaoi, who was just kicking away a pig-headed human, immediately moved to intercept. Watch out, she has a knife. The madwoman lunged forward after being restrained, slashing her knife with vicious intent, clearly aiming to kill. Shuye didn't seem to anticipate this scene either, letting out a startled scream as she instinctively recoiled. Yet the blade still split through her red and white school uniform, slicing the entire jacket open in an instant, leaving it to hang loosely at her waist, revealing the white short-sleeved shirt beneath. A crimson streak of blood slowly appeared at her collarbone. Shu Yai's expression darkened. Without hesitation, she launched a swift kick at the woman's leg. Ah! With a shriek of pain, the madwoman collapsed onto the ground. His face hit the ground first, scraping a bloody trail across the pavement. Even Shen Bu watching from behind could feel the pain. Don't move! Shu Yai pinned her down with a knee to the back. At that moment, as if seizing the perfect opportunity, the pig-headed man charged forward again. In desperation, Shu Yame could only stand up, grabbing the woman's hair with one hand to pull her off the ground, then kicking her knee to force her down. At the same time, her other hand tightened around the baton and thrust it forward fiercely, shoving it straight into the pig-headed man's mouth, blocking his attack. Her left leg and right hand struck simultaneously. The whole motion was fluid and seamless. With her ponytail undone, her long hair whipped through the air like a girl stepping straight out of a movie. Chen Bu watched the scene unfold, his mouth slowly falling open in shock. So damn cool. He rushed over to help pin down the deranged woman. Bastard! The madwoman still tried to struggle, cursing and screaming. But before she could utter another word, Shu Yai's expression darkened as she swung her club, striking the woman squarely on the back of the head, knocking her out cold instantly. That's what you get for daring to insult Brother Chen. Her face was flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth. Chen Bi was stunned. Look out! At that moment, the pig-headed man, no longer held back by the baton, charged forward. Chen Bi quickly scrambled to his feet, dodging the attack before driving his knife straight into its skull. The blade pierced through, blood splattering. The pig-headed creature collapsed on the spot, motionless.